My life had these past 6 months, like the shift in my life is so good and great right now that I'm scared. I just feel like there was just this one day that I just woke up and I was like, you know what? I gotta let my fears go. I gotta let my fears go. And that's exactly what I did.
Stefon Diggs has reacted after Cardi B said she is done making her relationships public. This started after Cardi confirmed her split from Stefon and said her next relationship will be private. Cardi made it clear she is tired of people watching every move she makes with men.
It looks like Cardi B is finally addressing her breakup with Stefon Diggs, and for many people, it doesn't come as a surprise. Anyone who has been following the situation has probably noticed that things seemed off for a while. Online rumors claimed that Stefon Diggs had gotten close to Gio, who is known for her past relationship with Playboy Cardi, and that story spread across social media very quickly. As those rumors picked up speed, Cardi B's close friend Ken Barbie shared a message saying that Cardi had already moved on from the relationship. That only added more attention because not long before that, Cardi B and Stefon Diggs had been seen together on Mother's Day looking happy and spending time together. Stefon had also been showing support by attention after getting into a dispute with a blogger who claimed to have photos of her son Brim and said they planned to post them online. The situation quickly took over social media. Cardi responded directly, saying, "Whoever posts them pictures, when I find out who sent those pictures, you gon' get touched." During the conversation, she also made it clear how she feels about Stefon Diggs.
This is a mess. Fans are accusing Stefon Diggs of messing around with Playboy Cardi's ex Gio. All went down after Gio posted a couple of photos on her IG story, and fans in the backyard she was in was strikingly similar to a backyard that Stefon Diggs used to post up in. We all know Stefon Diggs has multiple homes because he is rich AF, but it's looking like him and his brother Trayvon Diggs used to practice in the backyard of a mansion, and Gio was seemingly in that same backyard. Rumors on the street that she previously was pegging Playboy Cardi. Scoop reported this on X, and if you guys are unaware, they previously tweeted back in mid-April that they thought that Gio and Stefon Diggs were messing around.
Based on what she said, Cardi sounded focused on herself instead of putting energy into that relationship anymore. She also revealed that her next relationship will be private, which gives people a better idea of where her mindset is now. It seems she believes keeping her personal life out of the public eye can help avoid unnecessary drama. One thing fans have always noticed is that Cardi has never completely hidden her relationships. Whether she was with Offset or spending time with Stefon Diggs, people usually knew who she was seeing. That's why her decision to keep future relationships private has caught so much attention. Looking back at Cardi and Stefon's relationship, many people believe it faced public pressure from the very beginning. There was constant attention, endless rumors, and headline after headline. At the same time, Cardi appeared to be dealing with a lot emotionally as she adjusted to major changes in her personal life after her split from Offset. With so much happening, it's understandable why a new relationship may have felt like a fresh chapter and a chance to move forward. Early on, Stefon seemed to bring a sense of stability and excitement into her life. Many fans point to Super Bowl weekend as the moment when things appeared to change. Cardi was deeply involved in the celebrations and was reportedly very supportive throughout the event. Family members from both sides attended, and there was also a large after-party tied to the weekend. From the outside, everything seemed to be going well, but people noticed that Cardi didn't stay for the full celebration. That quickly sparked online speculation, with rumors at the time claiming there were personal issues behind the scenes that may have caused tension in the relationship. Even though the full story was never confirmed, the rumors kept spreading and became one of the biggest topics among fans and bloggers.
Cardi was not just saying she and Stefon were done. She was saying people online had too much access to her love life before, and she is taking that access away. She said from now on, nobody will know who she is dating because she is done giving blogs something to pick apart. Now Stefon has stepped in and left a comment under a post about Cardi saying her next relationship will be private and said, "Does everything have to go online?" Personally, I think Stefon's comment says a lot. Cardi wanted to shut down the public conversation, but Stefon made it sound like he was tired of her always talking about it.
One thing many people have noticed is how different Cardi's approach seems now compared to the past. When relationship rumors used to surface, she would often respond, address the claims, or try to clear the air. This time, though, she appears much more reserved. Instead of reacting to every headline or online discussion, she seems focused on protecting her peace and keeping more of her personal life away from the spotlight. Fans have also noticed that Cardi has been putting much more energy into herself, her family, and her career. That's a noticeable change because for months, so much of the conversation centered on who she was dating and what was happening behind the scenes. Now, the attention seems to be shifting back to her own goals and the projects she's working on. Even so, many people are still wondering when things really changed between her and Stefon. Some believe the relationship had been facing challenges for much longer than anyone realized, while others think one key moment may have changed everything. As time went on, more people felt the signs were becoming harder to ignore, and fans started noticing that the connection between Cardi and Stefon didn't seem the same anymore. What's especially interesting is that neither of them has shared a detailed explanation of what happened. That has opened the door for non-stop speculation, with bloggers and social media users comparing timelines, old posts, and public appearances to piece together their own theories. Not too long ago, fans were posting videos of Cardi and Stefon together, calling the relationship a fresh start for her. They were seen together in public, supported each other at events, and gave people plenty of reasons to believe things were going well. Then, within a short period, the conversation shifted in a completely different direction. Much of that comes from the attention celebrity relationships receive. Once a relationship is in the spotlight, every appearance, social media post, or small change in behavior gets analyzed. In Cardi's case, people were paying even closer attention because of everything she'd already experienced in her public personal life. Another detail catching fans' attention is how Cardi seems to be making her point without revealing every detail. Instead of giving a full explanation, she's sharing small comments that hint at how she feels today. Her remarks about keeping future relationships private didn't seem random to many fans. They viewed them as a sign that she's rethinking how much of her personal life she wants to share with the public. If that really is her plan, it would mark a noticeable change from what fans have come to expect.
Like, I'm scared. I feel like I've been a superstar for a long time. I am a superstar. You know what I'm saying? I am a worldwide superstar. But I feel like I'm getting bigger. And it's crazy because the feeling that I have now, I probably could have been able to have it 4 or 5 years ago, but I didn't because I was going through something that I didn't realize that I was going through. And now I'm noticing, I noticed, you know what I noticed? That for 3 or 4 years straight, I was depressed.
Cardi has built a reputation for being open, outspoken, and honest with her fans. Choosing to keep more of her personal life private would be a very different approach, especially after everything that's unfolded over the past several months. At the same time, many people have started looking back at earlier moments in the relationship, wondering if there were signs that didn't stand out at the time. As fans revisited those moments, many focused on how Cardi answered questions about her personal life. Looking back, some of those comments seem different than they did when they were first made. What once sounded like casual remarks is now being viewed by some as possible hints that everything wasn't as smooth as it appeared. Another detail that caught people's attention was the way Cardi handled the constant rumors. In the past, she often responded directly and spoke at length about the speculation. This time, she seemed much more careful about what she chose to discuss publicly. That shift didn't go unnoticed, and many fans saw it as a sign that she was becoming more protective of her private life. Meanwhile, people connected to the situation have continued sharing their own opinions, adding even more speculation to the story. Some believe the relationship simply came to a natural end, while others think the pressure of constant public attention played a major role. When every appearance becomes a headline and every interaction is picked apart online, it can put extra strain on any relationship. One thing that stands out is that Cardi appears to be taking a different approach moving forward. Instead of responding to every rumor or explaining every headline, she seems more focused on setting her own boundaries and deciding what she wants to share.
To show. Everything that goes inside me, this bitch become obsessed with them. This bitch could go out her way to become any fuck with this fat, sleazy, greasy, always wanna, oh my God, I'm gonna follow this, I'm gonna follow any bitch here. This is not like Cardi B that used to be in the other relationship.
That's a noticeable change for someone who has always been known for speaking openly with her fans. Even though people are still trying to piece together what happened, some of Cardi's recent comments may offer a better idea of where her mindset is today. Rather than sounding upset or dwelling on the past, she came across as someone who's focused on what's next. That's why so many fans paid attention when she spoke about peace, privacy, and being more careful with her personal life. To many listeners, those comments suggested that her priorities have changed. Some supporters even believe the experience has influenced how she plans to handle future relationships away from constant public attention. When every public appearance, photo, and social media interaction becomes a major discussion online, it can create pressure that few people experience. Cardi seems to recognize that reality and is adjusting how she handles life in the spotlight. Even with that, plenty of questions remain. Fans continue debating when the relationship really started to change and whether the problems developed recently or had been growing behind the scenes for much longer. With neither Cardi nor Stefon sharing a full timeline of what happened, fans have been left putting the pieces together through public appearances, interviews, and comments made over time. What makes the situation even more interesting is that Cardi clearly understands how closely people follow her every move. She knows even a brief comment can quickly turn into a major online conversation. Even with that level of attention, she's been much more careful with what she says lately. Instead of revealing everything at once, Cardi seems to be choosing which parts of her personal life stay public and which parts remain private. That's one reason so many people are watching what she does next, not just when it comes to dating, but also how she approaches life in the spotlight.
Didn't want to bring old girl into this, but it's looking like she is not going to be healed anytime soon. Like Gio and Stefon Diggs messing around wouldn't be a problem if Stefon Diggs hadn't said all of these whatnots to Cardi B and promised to heal her, only to leave her barefoot with a baby and embarrassed. It's pretty obvious that Cardi B has made cautious steps to separate herself from Stefon Diggs. I felt like they were going to go harder and pop out more after his case got settled. Looking like things are still headed south between the two because I don't really see them popping out that much.
If this chapter is truly behind her, then her next steps could show just how much her perspective has changed since all of this began. More than anything else, that shift in mindset is what many fans have been talking about. For years, Cardi built her reputation on speaking her mind, whether people agreed with her or not. That honesty helped make her one of the most talked about personalities in entertainment. Recently, though, she seems to be handling personal matters with more caution, and many people have noticed the difference. Some fans even believe she's become more focused on protecting her peace instead of responding to every opinion. In the past, Cardi often addressed rumors and pushed back against headlines. Now, she appears to believe that not every claim needs a response. Sometimes, choosing not to comment can speak just as loudly, and that's the approach many people think she's taking now. Public opinion can change incredibly fast. One week, fans are convinced a celebrity couple is doing better than ever, and the next, every appearance and social media post is being examined for signs that something has changed. That's one reason many people believe Cardi's decision to keep future relationships more private could work in her favor. What's also interesting is that stepping back from discussing her love life hasn't changed who Cardi is. She's still outspoken, confident, and willing to speak up when she feels it's important. The biggest difference is that she seems more intentional about where she puts her energy and which parts of her personal life she chooses to share. As fans continue looking back at her relationship with Stefon, many are focusing less on the breakup itself and more on what Cardi may have learned from the experience.
I could care less about niggas. For real. For real. This ain't that. This ain't, crying over years. No, this ain't that, baby. There's some new blogs. And y'all with Twitter fingers, y'all shit gonna be dry up for the next shit. Because anything inside me, nobody's gonna know about.
From the outside, it doesn't just look like the end of a relationship. It also seems like the start of a new approach to handling her personal life in the public eye. That shift has also changed how many people interpret her recent comments. Instead of searching for hidden messages about Stefon Diggs, more fans are paying attention to what Cardi is saying about herself and her future. The conversation is slowly moving away from who she was dating and toward where she's headed next, marking a noticeable change from the way her relationships have been discussed over the years. Cardi has always had a way of turning personal experiences into motivation. Whether it's through her music, business ventures, or the way she connects with fans, she's built a reputation for moving forward despite setbacks. That's one reason many supporters believe this chapter of her life could shape future projects in ways people don't expect. Another noticeable change is how Cardi seems to be setting stronger boundaries. In the past, she often shared major moments from her personal life with fans. Now she appears much more thoughtful about what she keeps public and what she chooses to keep private. That doesn't mean she's stepping away from the spotlight. Instead, it seems she's deciding which parts of her story belong to the public and which parts she wants to keep for herself. At the same time, fans have been revisiting old interviews and social media posts, looking for signs that this shift may have started long before the breakup became public. Some believe the clues were always there, hidden in comments that didn't stand out at the time. Others think the change happened more recently, after several widely discussed moments made her rethink how much of her personal life should be shared. While Cardi appears focused on moving forward, many people still wonder if there was one defining moment that convinced her the relationship had reached its end.
The Knicks won the finals. Cardi B popped outside and Stefon Diggs was nowhere to be found. Yes, he is training and trying to get ready for the upcoming NFL season. It's wasting no time having girls posted up in his crib. So a lot of people are going to be in the comments saying they thought that Gio was a lesbiana, and I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think she gets in where she fits in. As we all know, she previously went viral for she did all of that stuff to Playboy Cardi. Stefon is next on her docket. It got me side-eyeing him.
From the outside, it seemed like there were several moments when things could have taken a different path. Instead, the story unfolded the way it did, leaving fans looking back at the timeline and trying to figure out when everything really started to change. From the outside, there were plenty of moments that made Cardi and Stefon look like they were in a good place. They appeared together in public, supported each other at events, and gave fans every reason to believe the relationship was moving in the right direction. But like many high-profile relationships, the public only gets to see a small part of what's really happening. Some fans believe the biggest clue wasn't one dramatic moment. Instead, they point to the gradual change in Cardi's attitude. As time went on, she seemed less interested in talking about her relationship and more focused on her career, family, and personal goals. At first, most people didn't think much of it. Looking back now, though, some wonder if those changes hinted that she was already rethinking things behind the scenes. Another detail people have noticed is the way Cardi has responded to criticism in recent months. Rather than getting involved in every online debate, she seems more selective about which conversations deserve her attention. That's a noticeable change from how many people remember her in earlier years. It suggests she's becoming more intentional about where she puts her energy and how she handles public attention. At the same time, it's worth remembering that much of the discussion surrounding the relationship has been driven by rumors, speculation, and online commentary. Since neither Cardi nor Stefon has shared a complete account of what happened, there are still many unanswered questions.
And that feeling gets to you so hard, it gets to the point that you're comfortable. Like, yeah, I'm making money, of course. I'm making money, but but I know I could be more. Like, yes, I'm a superstar, but I know I could be more. And that self-doubt was hindering me, and it was just hindering me. It was just getting me so angry. It just I don't know, it was just the worst.
That's why opinions remain divided, with different people reaching different conclusions based on the same public moments. What does stand out, though, is that Cardi's recent comments give the impression of someone who has already made peace with her decision. She doesn't seem uncertain about the path she's taken. Instead, she comes across as someone who's accepted the situation, learned from the experience, and is focused on what comes next. Even more interesting, some of the biggest reactions haven't come from Cardi herself, but from people around her who have been sharing their own thoughts about everything that's unfolded. Although Cardi has been careful about what she shares, people around her have occasionally made comments that quickly caught fans' attention. Almost every remark, social media post, or public reaction has been closely examined by people trying to understand what may have been happening behind the scenes. What's interesting is how many different conclusions people have reached. Some believe Cardi did everything she could to make the relationship work before deciding it was time to move on. Others think the constant spotlight created challenges that would have been difficult for almost any couple to handle. As time has passed, the conversation has expanded beyond one rumor and turned into a broader discussion about the relationship as a whole. At the same time, many of Cardi's supporters have praised the way she's handled everything. Rather than appearing focused on the past, she seems committed to what's ahead. Whether she's talking about her career, her family, or future goals, Cardi gives the impression that she's putting her energy into building the next chapter instead of looking back at old ones. Another reason fans have noticed this change is that her confidence hasn't faded. If anything, many believe she seems even more determined than before. Instead of letting outside opinions shape the story, Cardi appears to be deciding for herself how much of her personal life becomes public. For someone who's spent years under constant public attention, that's a significant shift. Many people still feel there's more to the story than what's been shared publicly. Not because anyone has confirmed some major secret, but because relationships are usually much more complicated than the headlines make them seem. Looking back from beginning to end, a few moments still stand out, and fans continue revisiting them as they try to understand how everything unfolded. That's exactly why people keep going back through the relationship timeline. Events that once seemed ordinary now appear much more meaningful, especially after Cardi's recent comments about keeping future relationships out of the public eye. Another topic that keeps coming up is how fast public opinion can change. A relationship that seems strong one week can suddenly become the center of non-stop speculation the next, simply because of new rumors or online discussions. That's why many fans believe it's impossible to know exactly what was happening behind the scenes.
I think that people can date whoever they would like, and I don't see any problem with Stefon Diggs as a single man dating Gio as a single woman, but I just find it super interesting that he moves on super quick. A lot of the times in the entertainment industry, we see the guys who have money, fame, and power, they just bounce to the next woman, to the next woman, to the next woman, to the next woman.
Public appearances only reveal part of the picture, while the rest is often filled in with assumptions. At the same time, Cardi doesn't seem interested in responding to every theory circulating online. That's a noticeable change from what some people expected. Instead of answering every claim, she appears to be letting her actions speak for themselves. For many fans, that's been one of the strongest signs that Cardi's mindset has changed compared to past relationships. There's also growing curiosity about what this experience could mean for her moving forward. Throughout her career, Cardi has shown that she knows how to adapt when life changes. Whether it's a major career move, a personal challenge, or a highly public moment, she's continued to push ahead. That's why many supporters believe this chapter could shape not only how she approaches future relationships, but also how much of her personal life she chooses to share with the public. While much of the conversation has centered on what may have gone wrong between Cardi and Stefon, some fans have started paying attention to something else. They're listening more closely to what Cardi has said about boundaries, trust, and protecting her peace. Those comments seem to give people a clearer picture of where her mindset is today and what she may value moving forward. From the way Cardi has spoken recently, she doesn't come across as someone dwelling on the past. Instead, she sounds confident in the decisions she's made and focused on the future. That's one of the main reasons many fans believe she's ready to move on, putting more of her energy into the parts of life that matter most to her. At this point, both Cardi and Stefon appear to be focused on their own lives, careers, and personal priorities. Whatever happened between them, many fans hope both can move forward in a positive direction while continuing to focus on the people and responsibilities that matter most to them. Looking back, this situation sparked plenty of discussion online. At the same time, it also highlights how public experiences can change someone's outlook and influence the way they handle future relationships and life in the spotlight. Many supporters are hoping Cardi takes everything she's learned from this chapter and uses it to build an even stronger future. The biggest question now is whether this really is the final chapter for Cardi and Stefon, or if there's still another unexpected turn waiting somewhere down the road. For now, Cardi sounds confident about the direction she's chosen, but fans know life can always take unexpected turns. At this point, it seems she's focused on herself, her family, and whatever comes next in her journey. Now it's your turn. Do you think Cardi and Stefon are truly done for good? Or could they find their way back to each other someday? Share your thoughts in the comments and join the conversation. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch so you don't miss any future updates. Thanks for watching, and until next time.
Now, fast forward to page 6, which had noted that for some strange reason, Cardi B and Stefon Diggs unfollow each other on Instagram, which can be seen here. And so people are like, okay, what's really going on? Because like, why did she not stick around? You know, why did she unfollow him? And to note, Cardi B's concert is in 2 days, I believe is in 2 days. So she's a very booked and busy woman. But more notably, I think that's why people are noticing it, because it was like the timing of everything is just kind of crazy. Now, could that mean that they broke up? I have no idea. There's a video that I can't seem to find. It was Cardi B at this TikTok pre-Super Bowl event where somebody asked her, do you have any thoughts to Stefon Diggs in regard to the Super Bowl? And she says, good luck. And people are like now micro-analyzing this video. Again, I haven't seen it. I just read people talking about it online. But people are like micro-analyzing that video because they said it just seemed really off-putting, like the way she said it. Now, Cardi B and Stefon Diggs obviously...
As a kid, my mama never came to my game. My mom had to go to work. So for me, like, I would never thought too much about it. But having a significant other support you, yes, it's a level of appreciation because she's an amazing woman. Like, being there for me, you know what I'm saying, it's hard, I can imagine, you know what I'm saying, I'm a lot to deal with, you know what I'm saying, but I never want to not let her know that I appreciate her for being there, not just for the games, because her being there for the games was just more so for her, you know what I'm saying, she wanted to experience.
I found it so odd that Stefon Diggs posted during Cardi's tour debut. He posted this photo reflecting on his Super Bowl loss featuring his son, the same son who was in the crowd during the actual Super Bowl game. Meanwhile, Cardi B last night as well posted their son, her and Stefon's son, Baby Brim.
Shout out to my son, he's here tonight too. My baby, he's here tonight with mama, yeah.
She also took the time during the show to give Baby Brim a special shout out. You guys know breakup rumors have been swirling due to them just simply ignoring each other. I just find it so crazy how she has publicly shown so much love and support to Stefon, and he won't even acknowledge her now.
Cardi B stirred chaos at the kickoff of her Miss Drama tour when she joked that if ICE agents ever showed up at her concert, everyone should jump them. The crowd instantly erupted, and the video spread across social platforms in no time. What started as a wild moment on stage quickly became a headline everywhere.
Bitch, if ICE come in here, we're gonna jump. I got some bear mace in the back.
Homeland Security didn't ignore it. They clapped back online, posting, "As long as she doesn't drug and rob our agents, we'll call that an improvement over her past behavior." That response hit hard, clearly pointing to Cardi's past legal troubles, and it sent people into heated arguments about whether the agency's comment was fair or just unprofessional. Cardi didn't let the situation control her. Instead, she turned it around and used the spotlight to call out what she saw was bigger issues. She said if people wanted to talk about wrongdoing, they should also bring up the powerful figures connected to the Epstein files. Cardi pointed out how certain scandals get quietly buried, while others are constantly dragged back up, which only fueled the online storm even more. Soon, the tension between Cardi B and Homeland Security became a massive public debate. Some argued Cardi needed to be more careful with her words since her influence reaches millions, while others said Homeland Security overstepped by firing shots at a celebrity online. Either way, both names stayed trending as people couldn't stop talking about who crossed the line first. Then the spotlight shifted to a whole new wave of drama, this time involving Stefon Diggs. Right after the Super Bowl, fans noticed something subtle but loud. Cardi and Stefon had suddenly unfollowed each other on social media. That tiny move was all it took for breakup rumors to flood every corner of the internet. For a while, both stayed silent, letting speculation run wild. Then, Stefon dropped something that sent fans into detective mode. He posted the song "Rolling Stone" by Brent Faiyaz on his Instagram story, and people immediately started connecting dots. The title alone said a lot. A rolling stone usually refers to someone who never stays still, someone who keeps moving and doesn't settle down with just one person. It didn't take long for everyone to assume he was hinting at the end of his relationship with Cardi. What really made it sting was the timing. That same night, Cardi kicked off her Miss Drama tour, a major moment in her career. Everyone expected Stefon to at least post a quick shout-out or show some love online, but he didn't say a word. No message, no photo, nothing. Fans couldn't help but notice the silence, especially since Cardi had always been there at his games, hyping him up and showing her support for the world to see. People quickly noticed that something felt off during Cardi's big night. Stefon didn't show any kind of public support, and instead, he uploaded a few photos on Instagram, but with the comments turned off.
Stefon ignoring Cardi, yet to even acknowledge the first night of Cardi B's Little Miss Drama tour, despite her supporting him all football season.
After this whole album thing, I'm going to every single game.
You're gonna
every single one of them.
Let's go.
We all know it has been reported that the two have called it quits after fans noticed Cardi B and Stefon Diggs unfollowed each other the morning after the Super Bowl. Cardi B feels some type of way because I feel like she supported him way more than he supported her throughout their short stint relationship. If you guys don't know, she reportedly blew about $1.2 million on the Super Bowl weekend alone. According to The Sun, she planned for 100 friends and family to join them out at 12 with 40 guests approximately in a private suite, rented for over $100,000.
That simple move said a lot, as fans saw it as a clear sign he didn't want anyone flooding his page with opinions or theories about what was happening. Then, not long after, he posted a picture of his son, which only added more fuel to the growing buzz online. By that point, rumors from Super Bowl weekend were already spreading fast. Reports claimed that Stefon had planned to have his 2 sons at the game, with one attending alongside his mother. But things apparently shifted when the child's mother decided she wanted to be there too, changing the setup completely. When she arrived at the game wearing matching outfits with his son, gossip blogs jumped on it right away. Social media exploded with people connecting dots and pushing narratives, even though none of the details had been officially confirmed. Some fans started to think all that extra attention might have caused tension behind closed doors. Whether that moment was truly what sparked problems between Stefon and Cardi is known, but the timing made people suspicious. The unfollows, his cryptic song post, his silence during Cardi's tour launch, and the decision to block comments on his page, all of it together painted a picture that made fans wonder what was really happening between the two of them. Now, everyone's wondering if Cardi and Stefon are just going through a rough patch, or if there's something much deeper happening behind the scenes. Between her fiery back and forth with Homeland Security and the sudden wave of relationship rumors, Cardi's name hasn't left the trending lists. Whenever controversy touches her, it spreads fast and keeps people glued to their screens waiting for the next twist. As everything keeps unfolding, the drama has sparked a wider conversation about how celebrities and government agencies use social media in this era. Not too long ago, what a performer said on stage stayed within those walls. Now, every single word is filmed, posted, and analyzed by millions in real time, turning casual moments into viral news cycles. Cardi's unfiltered way of talking is part of what keeps her so relatable to her fans. They love that she says what's on her mind without sugarcoating. But critics argue things change when her words touch topics like law enforcement or government agencies. Supporters defend her, saying she was just getting the crowd hyped and didn't mean it as anything serious. On the other hand, her critics insist that when someone with her level of fame speaks, even a few offhand words can hit harder than intended.
The damn thing, Little Miss Drama Tour has officially kicked off. Day 1 was on yesterday, and when I tell y'all, I watched it from beginning to end, and I'm still going to the damn show in Atlanta because I would not miss it for the world. Her show gave everything. She had the looks, the wardrobe changes, the choreography. She had the entertainment. She was making jokes. But on top of all of that, she was being herself. And that's what made it so much more enjoyable. She is proving to y'all when life throws her lemons, she throw that shit back because she don't need none of the extra stuff. She is her. She is exactly who she thinks she is. Y'all, this is her first tour, and you wouldn't be able to tell. She really went out there, and you can tell that she had been practicing very hard, that she put a lot of thought and attention into this, and she made her guests, her fans, feel welcomed. She acknowledged them. She acknowledged what's going on in the country. Y'all, that show gave everything. I'm gonna be at the Atlanta show, y'all. I don't know what I'm wearing, y'all. I can't dress. I need a little bit of help. Cardi, I'm trying to get some better seats because I got what I could afford. I am so excited. Like, she did her damn thing. Cardi B did the damn thing. Little Miss.
Meanwhile, Homeland Security's choice to jump into the online chaos with a public response raised plenty of questions. Some people feel that agencies like that should stay out of social media spats altogether, while others think celebrities should face accountability when they cross a certain line. And when Cardi shifted the focus toward the Epstein files, she cracked open an even deeper conversation, one that pointed at how certain powerful names stay untouched while smaller scandals get replayed over and over in front of the world. That moment still hits a nerve with the public, but it also revealed how quick Cardi is when it comes to turning the narrative around. She knows exactly how to redirect attention and tap into what people are already frustrated about. What started as a wild concert comment quickly transformed into a full discussion about accountability, double standards, and who really gets dragged harder in the media. It stopped feeling like plain gossip and started sounding like a real conversation about power and control, who shapes the story and who gets shaped by it. It also exposed just how fast stories spin in today's world. One short clip becomes a headline. The headline sparks debates, and those debates split audiences in half before the full context even surfaces. In that cycle, tone gets lost, intent gets twisted, and every reaction seems louder than it truly is. Cardi B might thrive in chaos more than most, but this time the blowback came from a federal department, which made the situation feel heavier than her usual rounds of celebrity controversy. At the same time, the situation with Stefon Diggs showed how easily relationship rumors can explode, even when neither person confirms or denies anything. The way social media works now, people are trained to look for meaning in every move. Every follow, unfollow, playlist, or emoji suddenly turns into a clue. So when two big names quietly distance themselves online, the internet fills in the blanks on its own. Stefon's Rolling Stone post became the centerpiece of that theory. The timing couldn't have been sharper. It landed on the same night Cardi kicked off her Miss Drama tour. Whether he meant it as a subtle message or just happened to like the song didn't matter anymore, because public perception took control. Turning off comments made it seem like he was bracing for noise, and when he followed that up by posting a picture of his son, the timeline connected everything back to the Super Bowl rumors and started spinning its own storyline. In truth, parenting and co-parenting are just normal parts of life, but social media twists even the most regular moments into breaking news. The real issue isn't that families show up to games and share photos, it's how fast those private moments get turned into public drama once the internet grabs hold of them. The second those matching outfits and sideline pictures surfaced, people started writing their own versions of the story, with or without any facts to back it up. Some fans believe all that public noise and constant speculation might have sparked tension between Cardi and Stefon, while others are convinced the cracks were already forming long before the spotlight caught them. The truth is, relationships in fame come with pressure most people will never face. Every glance, every silence, every vague post turns into something bigger than it really is. Even a quick song share can spiral into a headline about Cardi before anyone has the full story. Trying to juggle public controversy and personal rumors at the same time keeps Cardi's name trending non-stop, but it also shows how fame can blur the line between what's real and what's just part of the internet storytelling machine. These days, moments don't stay small, they evolve into movements almost instantly. A single offhand concert comment becomes a national topic. One Instagram story gets treated like proof in a courtroom of public opinion. Cardi B has built her entire image on being bold, raw, and unapologetic, and that's exactly what keeps people drawn to her. But when that same energy crosses paths with institutions that hold power or with deeply personal relationships, the whole tone changes. What once looked like confidence starts to feel like strategy, and every reaction gets studied like it's part of a bigger plan. At this stage, her world doesn't just look like entertainment, it feels political, deliberate, almost orchestrated. Some fans love how she refuses to play it safe, especially when someone tries to test her. Others think some of these battles should stay private, away from the internet's constant watch. But no matter how it plays out, Cardi knows how to use attention like currency. She bends the spotlight, shapes the conversation, and somehow always stays right at the center of it all. The clash between Cardi B and Homeland Security might eventually fade from the spotlight, but what it represents is here to stay. Public figures now exist in a world where a single joke, sarcastic line, or bit of crowd hype can be taken literally and spread worldwide in seconds. At the same time, government agencies and officials have become more active online than ever before, jumping into social conversations instead of staying behind the curtain. That shift has created a strange new reality where celebrity culture and government presence blend together in ways that used to feel impossible. Some people see this as progress, proof that no one is above accountability. Others view it as unnecessary drama that blurs the line between authority and entertainment. Either way, the digital world now carries the same weight as a real stage. Every post, every clip, every comeback gets saved, dissected, and debated by millions who act like judges and critics all at once. Meanwhile, the Stefon Diggs situation shows how silence can sometimes make more noise than any public statement. Neither he nor Cardi has said a word directly about what's going on, yet the speculation hasn't slowed down for a second. Fans keep watching their online moves like detectives chasing clues. Every follow, every unfollow, every playlist change, and every appearance gets treated like evidence. The truth is, relationships in that kind of spotlight come with pressures that few people can imagine. Between fame, distance, and constant attention, keeping anything private becomes almost impossible. What used to be personal moments are now open threads for the world to interpret, proving that silence can sometimes be the loudest message of all. Supporters want to see loyalty shown loud and clear, public affection, matching posts, and social media proof that the bond is solid. But not every couple chooses to put their love on display for millions to judge. Sometimes, silence online doesn't mean distance in real life. Still, in the world of celebrity culture, perception rules everything. When Cardi used to cheer for Stefon from the stands and proudly post about it, fans started expecting that same kind of visible support in return. So when her tour kicked off and he didn't post a thing, that quiet moment became part of the story. The timing made it hit harder, professional highs, personal rumors, and public controversy all crashing into each other at once. From the outside, it looked chaotic, even though things behind the scenes might have been calmer than people assumed. Cardi's been through storms before. Critics, lawsuits, public arguments, messy headlines. She's faced it all and always managed to come out still charting and trending. That resilience is what built her reputation and keeps her name buzzing. Now people are watching closely, wondering if this latest wave of drama will fade like the rest or signal a shift in how the public sees her. Fame changes how everything looks. Words carry more weight, silence feels strategic, and every post becomes a possible statement, intentional or not. For now, all eyes are locked on Cardi B and Stefon Diggs, waiting to see what happens next, because one single post could rewrite the whole story in an instant. If you want to stay in the loop and catch every update as it unfolds, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for the latest buzz in music, celebrity drama, and everything happening behind the scenes.
Since then, you announced you were pregnant, you had a baby, you went on a sold-out tour.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
You know what? I feel like I almost had a baby like a year ago, and I'd be like, sometimes like, wait, I just had a baby 4 months ago because I have done so much.
1 hour, within 1 hour, it's like overwhelming requests. But do not worry because we will be restocking on the actual drop date on April 15 on Grogood's birthday. April 15 is Grogood's birthday. And this is why I be telling my family members and my friends because they be like, oh my God, man, like, why you haven't given me one? Let me get some. Yo, me, myself, I only have 1 shampoo bottle, 1 conditioner, 1 container of the mask, 1 bottle of serum because it is so, the request is so overwhelming. I don't even have stuff for myself. So.
Fresh start, new angle, because this situation is getting louder than anyone expected. Cardi B is not the type to sit back and take losses, and right now she is stacking wins one after another in a way that is hard to ignore. She just opened pre-orders for her Grow Good beauty hair care line, and it sold out almost instantly, disappearing within minutes like it was never there. That level of demand has people paying very close attention, watching every move and trying to figure out what she is going to do next. At the same time, there's extra noise online with Stefon Diggs' mom appearing to throw subtle shade toward his other children's mothers, which adds even more tension and curiosity to everything happening around this moment and keeps the conversation going across different audiences. Now, looking deeper into Cardi's current run, it has been non-stop momentum with no real breaks. Whether people support her or not, the results are speaking loudly on their own. She dropped her album, Am I the Drama, and since then, it has been a steady climb filled with recognition, certifications, streaming numbers, and major wins that continue to build on each other. Every move feels intentional, but still very true to who she is, which is part of why it connects so strongly with her audience. She knows how to stay visible without feeling forced, and that balance keeps working in her favor as her brand keeps expanding into different spaces. When it comes to her business side, especially this hair care line she started teasing about a month ago, it follows that same pattern of building anticipation and then delivering results. People have been watching her talk about her natural hair journey for years, not just recently. She shared the struggles, the trial and error, what products failed, and what routines actually worked for her over time.
You like some people are good with makeup, some people are good with hair. Like you have to do like what you like. I'm good with fashion and I'm good with doing hair.
Yes, and good with music. And great with music.
That long-term transparency built trust with her audience, so it should not be surprising that people showed up ready to buy. Still, some are acting shocked that the demand is performing this well, like the demand came out of nowhere, when in reality it has been building for a long time. Now that connection is turning into real sales, real attention, and a bigger spotlight on everything she touches, pushing her even further into a strong position in both music and business. New angle on this, because the conversation around it has been messy from the very beginning and full of strong opinions coming from all sides. It is still early, so nobody can fully judge how good the products really are yet. But that did not stop people from forming loud opinions before anything even dropped. Critics were everywhere, breaking down the marketing, questioning the branding choices, and calling out the pricing like it was somehow too low to be taken seriously. Some even pushed it further, saying she should not be stepping into hair care at all because of who she is, which shifted the whole discussion into something deeper and more personal than just products on a shelf. Here's where things take a turn, though. She announced the pre-sale just yesterday, locked in the drop for 8 a.m. today, and within minutes, everything was gone. Completely sold out across the board, no slow buildup, no hesitation, just instant movement. That kind of response quickly flips the narrative and quiets a lot of the early criticism, at least for now, because numbers like that are hard to argue with when they show up that fast. Now, speaking on it honestly, a lot of people were watching closely to see if consumers would actually show up or just talk online, and clearly they showed up in a big way. The demand hit fast, and from what people are saying, the hair mask was the first product to sell out, followed quickly by everything else right behind it. That detail matters because it shows people were not just browsing or curious, they already knew what they wanted and moved quickly to get it. That kind of behavior points to real interest and built-up trust, not just hype floating around for a moment. On a personal note, I managed to grab everything I wanted without any hassle, and that honestly surprised me considering how fast things were moving. No long wait, no stress, just a smooth checkout and done before things could even get chaotic. I even secured the mask, which people are already calling the standout item right now based on how quickly it disappeared. That part alone made it feel like I got in at the right time. But now I'm curious about everyone else's experience because it clearly was not the same for everyone. Did you get your order in? Are you planning to try it later once it restocks? Or are you choosing to sit this one out and watch how it plays out first before spending anything?
I had one of everything in my cart. The way y'all was snatching stuff, selling it out before I could even check out, my little heart was sad. I only ended up with 2 things, but then I went back and I was able to get something else. I think, I don't know, I put another order through. I don't have any confirmation yet or anything, so I really don't know what I did, but dang, you go, girl.
Now shifting gears, because this is where the energy starts to change and things get more heated. There is growing talk around Stefon Diggs' mom, and it sounds like some tension has been building behind the scenes for a while. The word going around is that one or more of the women connected to him have been testing her patience, and she finally decided she was not going to stay quiet about it anymore. Mama Diggs ended up in the comments section, and once that happened, the situation started gaining attention fast as people began sharing screenshots and reacting in real time. Let's reset the scene, because this picked up traction quickly and people immediately started connecting different pieces. A page called Football Blazers shared a post that got a lot of reactions. They said being labeled as a league-wide mama's boy is wild, and they connected that idea to a joke Tom Brady made about Commanders quarterback Jayden Daniels. Brady said, "I haven't seen Jayden on the field in 7 or 8 months. I'm just happy his mom let him play." That line alone had people reacting and debating, and it opened the door for even more commentary to start flooding in right after. One fan took it even further, and their comment ended up spreading fast across different platforms. They repeated the same idea, saying being known across the league as a mama's boy is diabolical, and that phrasing is what really pushed the conversation into viral territory. From there, people started digging deeper into Jayden Daniels' relationship with his mom, looking at how involved she is in his life and career, and debating whether that level of involvement is supportive or something else entirely. The discussion shifted quickly from a simple joke into something people were seriously analyzing from all angles. Now, to understand why people were already locked in on this topic, you have to look at what his mom has said publicly before. In an interview, she made it clear that she keeps a very close watch on everything around him. She said, "Some girl out here, she's got a Jayden Daniels wall, and her mama says, 'Hey honey, you're gonna be the one to get him.' And I know that sounds crazy, but I guarantee there's someone who's trying to get their hooks into Jayden." That statement gave people a clear look into how protective she is and how she views certain intentions around her son, which added context to why this conversation escalated so quickly once it started gaining traction. That background is what made the next moment stand out even more. Under that same post, Mama Diggs stepped into the comment section and left her own message, and people immediately picked up on it. She said, "Stay on his neck as soon as you let up." That line caught attention right away, and people began interpreting it in different ways, especially when you factor in everything else happening around these families and the ongoing conversations connected to them. Some saw it as advice, others saw it as a warning, and that difference in interpretation is what kept the discussion growing. Let's break this part down, because the wording here does not feel random at all and comes across very pointed. The comment about people using a baby to survive or pay for their lifestyles lands in a very specific way, and it naturally makes people wonder who that message could be aimed at. When you look at the situation around Stefon Diggs, there have been multiple new children connected to his name in recent years, and that adds more layers to how people are interpreting this statement and why it is getting so much attention. To be clear, his brother Trevon Diggs has his own family life with his children, and that appears to be separate from what people are discussing here. But when the focus shifts to Stefon, the situation becomes more complex in the public eye. There are several children involved, and some of them are very young, which is why that comment starts to feel less like a general observation and more like something directed at a specific situation. That is what has people talking, analyzing the wording closely, and trying to connect it to what they believe is happening behind the scenes.
Okay, this is where the speculation really starts picking up speed, because when it comes to who she could be addressing, it does not feel broad or general. It feels focused, almost like it is aimed in one clear direction. If we're being real about how people are reacting, a lot of them are pointing toward one specific baby mama in this situation, the one who often gets labeled as the favorite, and that label is clearly being used with sarcasm rather than praise. That detail alone is what keeps people locked into the conversation and watching closely. The tone behind everything being said does not come off casual or accidental. It feels like built-up frustration finally being expressed in a public way. And once something like that hits the internet, it takes on a life of its own. People start reading into every word, every phrase, and trying to connect each line to a specific person or situation. That kind of energy turns a simple comment into something much bigger, because now everyone is trying to decode what was really meant and who it was really about. Looking at this from another angle, the logic behind the favorite label is what has people questioning the situation even more. If someone truly held that position, it likely would not come across this quiet or indirect. You would expect to see something more open, more visible, like consistent public moments instead of subtle hints scattered online. That contrast is what makes the situation feel off to a lot of observers who are paying attention to the details. Instead, what people are noticing are repeated small clues, subtle posts, and what some are calling Easter eggs being dropped over time. It has not been a one-time thing. It keeps happening in a pattern, and that repetition is what fuels the ongoing discussion. Some people believe it's all intentional for attention, while others think there could be something real happening behind the scenes involving Stefon, which is why the conversation refuses to die down. The truth is, nobody outside that circle really knows what is real and what is just for show. And that uncertainty is exactly what keeps people locked in and forming their own opinions. Everyone is piecing things together based on clips, comments, and small moments, but there is no full picture being confirmed. When you tie that back to Mama Diggs' comment, it brings up the bigger question people keep going back to. Was that message aimed directly at a specific person, or was she simply supporting another mother and backing how she chooses to handle her situation? That uncertainty is what keeps the conversation active, because it leaves room for multiple interpretations, depending on how someone views everything surrounding it. This is where opinions really start to split, because the same comment can be read in completely different ways. Some see it as direct and intentional, while others view it as general advice being shared publicly without targeting anyone in particular.
The difference in perspective is what keeps people debating and going back and forth, trying to make sense of what they believe is really happening behind the scenes. Now, flipping the perspective for a moment, this conversation is not one-sided, and it should not be treated like it is. Accountability does not sit on just one group of people involved in the situation. At some point, it also comes back to the family itself. Alyssa raised Stefon, she raised Trevon, and they are grown men now, which means their choices, actions, and decisions carry real weight and responsibility, especially when those decisions play out in the public eye and become part of a much larger conversation. Yes, there are definitely people who see situations like this as an opportunity and try to benefit from them, and that is something that happens more often than people like to admit. But at the same time, none of it plays out unless there is participation on both sides. These situations do not just come out of nowhere without any involvement. Decisions are being made in real time, and those decisions carry just as much weight as whatever intentions people assume are behind them. That is the part that often gets overlooked when the conversation starts getting one-sided. That is also why this topic keeps dividing people, because some choose to focus on one side while completely ignoring the other. It becomes selective accountability, where one group gets called out while the other avoids the same level of scrutiny. If behavior is going to be questioned, it has to be consistent across the board, not based on personal bias or who someone chooses to support. That imbalance is what keeps the debate going, because people are not seeing it from a full perspective. At the end of the day, there is still a lot that people do not know, and a lot of assumptions being made based on limited information. That is why conversations like this keep evolving instead of settling, because new reactions, posts, and details keep adding fuel to the discussion. Now, I want to hear your take on everything. Drop your thoughts in the comments and be real about it. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch so you stay updated on what is unfolding next, because this situation is still developing and there's more to come as people keep watching closely.
Case says witness intimidation charges are going to be coming against Cardi B real soon. So you got Tasha K speaking on Cardi B. Tasha ain't learned her lesson, right? Old Cardi 4 mil, but still be playing games.
Cardi B might be stepping straight into some serious legal trouble right now, and it looks like she may have just dragged herself and her man, NFL star Stefon Diggs, into even deeper waters. Things between them are spiraling fast, and the chaos just won't quit. Here's what's going down. Stefon Diggs is being sued by his personal chef, and her story is wild. She claims everything blew up on December 2nd when Diggs allegedly walked into her bedroom at his home, where she lived and worked as his private chef. That's when, according to her, things turned dark real quick. She says they started arguing about money she was owed, and according to the police report, she claims Diggs hit her across the face before putting her in a chokehold with his arm. She told officers he wrapped his arm around my neck, saying she couldn't breathe and felt like she might pass out. That's terrifying.
So yesterday, Cardi B decides to go on Twitter and post some screenshots of her and the alleged victim having conversations back and forth. Again, kind of piggyback a little bit off my last video that I posted. Cardi B, we just want to see you win, right? We like you, we like her personality, but ma'am, this is not it. It just went from bad to worse. Ma'am, you know how bad this is, right? Because from the outside looking, because I'm going to be very, very transparent about it, this looks really bad for the simple fact that from what he's being alleged, this is like federal charges.
Apparently, the whole thing started because she was hired to cook for the entire football season, but Diggs told her to take a week off in November since he had some guests staying over. That move didn't sit right with her, and from there, everything started snowballing. The chef says she's still expected to be paid for that missed week, but Diggs wasn't having it. What started as a money dispute turned into a full-blown shouting match. Then came the text messages, and from what's being said, those messages were beyond heated. Diggs finally texted, "Done having a texting match. You got it? Cool." But the chef wasn't backing down. She fired back, saying, "You will pay me out for the season and the money you said you'd give me for my business. Wasted my effing time being here because you got an effing circus going on. I'm out of your life." Things were getting heated fast. That's when Diggs completely lost his cool. He replied, "I won't be paying you ish. If I look like paying you and paying another chef, is you high B? Who the F gotta give you money for your business? I don't gotta do a mother effing thing, and you can get whoever you want. You got my address? Tell them come take the money. Then F you talking about. Show me I'm P." The vibe in those messages was pure tension. It was aggressive and out of control. But here's the jaw dropper. The police report claims Cardi B allegedly tried to jump in to cool things off, but her approach might have only made the drama worse. She supposedly reached out to the chef herself, trying to smooth things over and convince her not to press charges against Diggs. That move alone could end up pulling Cardi right into the legal mess herself. But here's the wild part. Sources say Cardi didn't just step back after that first conversation. Nope, she allegedly kept talking to the chef even after things got heated. And now word is she could be facing something major, possible witness intimidation charges. This situation just jumped from messy to full-blown scandal in seconds. Here's where it stands now. Stefon Diggs is officially facing some serious charges. We're talking felony strangulation or suffocation, plus misdemeanor assault and battery. That's no joke. Things are looking rough for him, and with Cardi still staying in contact with the alleged victim, yeah, that's not a good look at all. But Cardi didn't stop there. She actually went online and posted screenshots of her DMs with the chef, like she was trying to prove Diggs' innocence in front of everyone, maybe even thinking it would help him out legally. But instead of cleaning up the mess, it looks like she might have just made the situation explode even more. And now the drama's hitting a whole new level. After those DMs went public, social media lit up like wildfire. People are split right down the middle. Some are calling Cardi B reckless for jumping into a legal mess that wasn't hers to fix, while others swear she was just trying to protect her man. Either way, it's turned into one of the biggest celebrity scandals of the year. Lawyers are now weighing in, saying Cardi's posts could seriously backfire. By releasing private messages connected to an active case, she might have crossed the legal line without even realizing it. The chef's team is reportedly furious, claiming Cardi's posts made things worse by adding pressure and attention that shouldn't have been there. That could easily become part of the investigation. Meanwhile, Diggs' reputation is taking a serious hit. Sponsors are going quiet, fans are turning skeptical, and the NFL's reportedly keeping a close eye on the whole situation. What started as a private argument in a kitchen has now turned into a headline-grabbing scandal, with everyone watching to see what happens next. And if Cardi really ends up under investigation for trying to influence a witness, this could blow up into something far bigger than anyone expected. This story is not cooling down anytime soon.
In her post, Cardi didn't hold back at all. She said, "Not once has that woman said anything to me about being touched. Not once. Mind you, we was talking every single day until she left that house, and she just wrote me this? But I'ma let the courts handle ish. And when it gets handled, I want all y'all talking ish on your effing knees with apologies just as loud as the way y'all been harassing over a lie. And I put that on my 2-month-old son in the name of the Lord. That's how confident I am." She came out swinging, making it clear she believes the truth's on her side. But the chef's response hit totally different. It was calm, collected, and straight to the point. She said, "I'm so sorry, I can't talk to you. I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written. Please contact my mediator and she will answer anything you need to know, but only in person and confidentially." That reply might sound polite, but legally it spoke volumes. This whole back and forth turned the spotlight right back on Cardi. What she thought was defending her man could have just thrown her deeper into legal danger. And that signature at the end, Lynette, might seem like a small thing, but in court, that detail can mean everything. At this point, things are getting risky for Cardi. Witness intimidation is nothing to play with, and prosecutors don't take those accusations lightly. One wrong move here, and she could be facing a whole new level of trouble. When you're linked to someone caught up in a criminal case, you have to be extra careful, because reaching out to witnesses is a huge red flag, especially if it even looks like you're trying to change their story or make them back off. Even if Cardi honestly thought she was just clearing her name or standing up for herself, the law doesn't care about intentions. It's all about how it looks on paper. Prosecutors could easily argue that she was trying to sway a witness, and the fact that she shared those private DMs online, that might have handed them exactly what they needed to build a case. One impulsive post could end up haunting her, especially if investigators decide to treat that as evidence of interference. Sometimes hidden posts can do way more damage than anyone expects.
And just when it couldn't get messier, rumors are exploding online that Stefon Diggs and the chef might have had something more going on behind the scenes. People started speculating after seeing that fiery text where she told him, "You got an effing circus going on." That one line lit up social media with everyone trying to decode what she really meant. Now fans are digging deep, trying to figure out whether that circus comment was about his chaotic home life or if it hinted at something personal between the two of them. Some think it was calling out all the drama happening around Diggs, but others are convinced it was about their own complicated situation. The timing makes it extra suspicious. The internet is now in full detective mode. Screenshots are resurfacing, old photos are being reanalyzed, and even breaking down past captions for hidden clues. Everyone's guessing, but nobody really knows what went down yet, and that mystery's only feeding the chaos even more. Cardi B's name just keeps getting pulled deeper and deeper into this mess, and it's getting harder to see a way out for her. What started as her jumping in to defend her man might end up turning into a legal nightmare if the DA decides to hit her with witness tampering charges. Things are spinning fast, and it looks like nobody's walking away clean from this one. That message from the chef, where she said, "I'm out of your life," had everyone doing a double take. Fans immediately started reading between the lines, thinking it sounded way more personal than professional. And it definitely has some romantic undertones, and people online couldn't help but wonder if something deeper was going on behind the scenes. And honestly, this kind of messy relationship drama, it fits right into Stefon Diggs' playbook when it comes to chaos in his love life. Now, the latest talk across social media is that Cardi B might actually be facing witness intimidation charges. Even Tasha K jumped into the mix, posting witness intimidation charges coming soon. And legally, she's got a point. Reaching out to someone who's an alleged victim on behalf of the accused is a serious violation. That's not just bad optics, that's a straight-up legal risk that could blow back hard on Cardi. For now, everyone's waiting to see how this plays out. But if Cardi really ends up catching charges because of Stefon's situation, that would be absolutely shocking. This story just keeps getting crazier and crazier, and it doesn't look like the storm is slowing down anytime soon. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for all the latest tea on this unfolding drama. It's only getting wilder from here.
It's about moving on, like, peacefully. That's what the message is supposed to be, moving on peacefully. It's all love, peace, like, it's love. I just ended that up with the album, just to end that chapter of that shit, because it's like, just move on, like, it's over and done with. It was great while it lasted, you know what I mean? That shouldn't be the topic for neither one of us no more.
Welcome back to the channel. Tonight's video isn't gonna be super long, but trust me, there's a lot we need to break down. Before we jump into the mess, make sure you hit that subscribe button, tap the bell so you never miss when I drop something new, and don't forget to like, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments. I want to know what you think. Let's get right into it. Now, let's talk about what's been going down with Offset, because things are looking wild right now. You've probably seen all the noise floating around lately about him. First off, there was this whole situation where Offset allegedly tried to use a woman, people aren't sure if she was his assistant or someone he was hooking up with, to dig up dirt.
Okay, so I want to ask you this as a man.
As a man,
that women want to know, why do men cheat? Like, what would, for yourself,
I can't personally speak on why men cheat, but like,
for you,
like when I did do that, like I was in a different space. I was young. I had just got married. I'm getting a lot of money. Really, it was communication. We got married, and then we ain't really. Our communication was good, but it wasn't like I wasn't saying my wants and needs and and vice versa. So it was like sometimes you feel like you'll bump heads when you're not communicating, because it's like it's hidden gems. We both in the front center stage. We both all our business is always public. The communication, what it was, I was young. I was on different shit.
They say he wanted her to get some evidence to throw at Stefon Diggs, basically trying to drag him into something that had nothing to do with Offset at all. Like, what's even going on here? But it doesn't stop there. Recently, things took an even crazier turn. Rumors started spreading that Offset's current girlfriend actually put hands on his assistant. The word is that the assistant was the one who exposed Offset for trying to set up Stefon Diggs in the first place.
I will FaceTime Offset just out of the blue and be like, excuse my language, everybody, yo, you fucking up, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And you've acknowledged that to me.
Yeah, I fucked up. Know what I mean? Just being real shit. I fucked up. You know, we had them talks, man. You called me out of all people. You called me, and but it take that though. Like it take for people that you love or you respect what they say, or that somebody that actually check in for real. But there ain't a lot of people that do that too though. But I mean, I fucked up. Yeah. I feel like same thing. Like I gotta acknowledge that, and then get back on the journey.
So now it's turning into this messy triangle of drama, with everyone pointing fingers and throwing accusations. This situation is getting hotter by the minute, and it's looking like Offset might be caught up in something way bigger than he expected. So apparently Offset wasn't feeling that at all. Word on the street is that his girlfriend, along with a few of her homegirls, decided to handle his assistant, and not in a calm way either. Things supposedly got physical, and before anyone knew it, there was chaos everywhere. Security had to rush in, people were screaming, phones were out, and everyone was trying to see what really went down. I tried to find clear footage myself, but the clips are all over the place. Nothing too solid yet. Still, this is what the streets are saying, and the story keeps getting louder by the day. But what really blows my mind is how this all ties back to something Cardi B said a long time ago. She literally told Offset 3 simple things. Be careful with her.
I will not contact this person for a month. I will not give in. I will not forgive this easy. I will not go back. I will not go to the patterns. I will not go through it. But I was crying every day. I was hurt every day. I was out here in LA in a mansion by myself. I was thinking about it every single day. And when your heart is not done, your heart is not done. I'm pregnant. I'm going to accept my flaws, the flaws that I bring in this marriage. I'm going to apologize for it, and I'm going to work on it.
Tell the truth. We can be good. That was her warning. Those words are still echoing because it's like she knew this kind of drama was coming. Whether she said it early in their relationship or later on, everyone remembers hearing it. And now, watching all this unfold, it's like a full circle moment. Offset just can't seem to take her advice, and it's coming back to bite him. It's wild because this whole thing gives major Ray J energy. Remember when Ray J said, "That's stunning, I'm never letting her go"? Yeah, that's exactly the kind of vibe Offset gives when it comes to Cardi B. No matter how many scandals, fights, or rumors come up, it doesn't look like he's ever gonna let her go. And let's be honest, it's not just about the money or the kids anymore.
That's $500,000. $500,000. I know I don't gotta give you the money, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know what to give you, so I suppose I gotta give you something. You could buy a car, you could buy more clothes, you could buy jewelry, you could buy me more Birkin bags. Shit, you could do whatever the hell you want. I gotta go big dog flex on these folks. Oh shit. Step on that motherfucker. Step on that. Well, you know you ain't gonna step on that. I'm just gonna pray. Amen. Amen. God bless you with more years for our kids.
500, knapsack. Baby, man, you be...
There's something deeper here, like an emotional grip he can't shake off. But here's the kicker. Offset doesn't even realize how different his life could have been. If he had played his cards right, he and Cardi could have been living that same flashy, unbothered lifestyle that Cardi's rumored to have now with Stefon Diggs.
What do I give? So I'm like, what do you like? Oh, that's right, some shmoney gang. So, babe, this is my birthday to you. I know you got a lot of business ventures coming in 2022, so let's get it. Bring up the birthday gift, motherfucker. Come on, motherfucker. That's $2 million, nigga. $2 million. Here you go. Wow. I love you. Wow. I love you, nigga. And all my friends, don't ask me for money, because I just gave this nigga $2 million. Wow. Now, let's turn up.
And let's be real, That's what's got him pressed. The only difference between Offset and Diggs, people say Stefon keeps it real. He allegedly tells Cardi B the truth. No sneaky business, no pretending. And here's where things get messy. Allegedly, Cardi knows exactly what's up with Stefon. Rumor has it she's aware that he's got a very open lifestyle, being with both men and women, and even having kids with different people around the same time. And apparently, she's not tripping about it because he's honest with her. That's the thing that really stings, the honesty. Something Offset just couldn't manage, and now it's haunting him every time his name pops up in another scandal. This whole situation is turning into one giant telenovela. You've got loyalty being tested, jealousy boiling over, girlfriends throwing hands, and a man who still can't let go of the one woman who warned him from the start. The drama just keeps building, and it's looking like Offset's world is spinning out of control while Cardi's out here staying cool, calm, and completely unbothered. So Stefon told her the truth. Straight up, no games. And that right there is what's shocking everybody. So many people can't even wrap their heads around it because, let's be real, honesty like that doesn't happen much anymore. When someone looks you in the eye and says, "Hey, this is who I am. I come with X, Y, and Z, take it or leave it," that's real grown talk. If you're upfront about what you bring to the table, 9 times out of 10, people will respect it even if they don't agree. That's exactly what Stefon did. He kept it solid. And honestly, if you can be that real about something as deep as who you're sleeping with or what kind of relationship you want, that's major. That's real confidence. And it shows you're not out here trying to fake anything. Now don't get it twisted. I'm not saying people need to go out and make public confessions or expose every detail of their private life. I'm just saying if you can do what she said, just keep it 100. Then at least everything's out in the open. Because here's the thing. When you tell someone the truth, you give them the power to decide if they can handle it or not. You might say, "Hey, I like to hang out with a few people. Sometimes I'm not gonna make it home. Can you deal with that?" Now that person gets to choose. If they say yes, cool, that's their decision. No confusion, no drama.
Do you ever leave your phone at home by accident and forget it?
I don't never leave the phone at home. I got a wife. Can't do that, buddy. I need to be able to pick it up. I got kids. I got too many important. It's too much business to be handled. I never leave my phone. You need that phone. The wife is for real, though.
But if they say no, that's fine too. You shake hands, walk away, and keep it pushing. That's how grown folks move. And let's be real, the world today is wild. You've got people living all kinds of lifestyles. Sister wives, open marriages, poly relationships, side relationships. People aren't hiding the way they used to. These days, honesty can actually take you farther than pretending to be perfect. Folks out here want transparency, not fairy tales. That's why it's crazy to see people still lying, sneaking, and playing games like it's high school. Like, come on. Even the so-called ugliest of the ugliest out here are keeping it real and finding love. So why lie?
Is it finalized, the divorce?
Not yet.
Okay, so it's not
Still
finalized.
going through it.
Do you want it to be finalized?
I'm ready to be over with, for it to be over with, yeah.
Really?
Just so, just for both of us, I feel like that be a louder story than what we really love to do, which is music and art. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying that. Not nothing towards her. It's it blinds the people to what we are to the people, which is our artists.
It honestly makes you look at him sideways, like, bro, what are you doing? You had a woman telling you exactly what she needed. No guessing, no mind games, and you still fumbled it. Now he's surrounded by these messy women acting wild in public, embarrassing him, and it's like, who even are these people? Who are these bird-brained women bringing more problems into his life instead of helping him get it together? At the end of the day, being real is the only thing that lasts. You can lie your way into somebody's heart, but when the truth comes out, and it always does, you'll end up losing way more than you ever gained. Offset had the chance to keep it solid, but he chose to play games, and now everyone's watching his whole situation crumble, all because he couldn't do the one thing Cardi asked him for, honesty. Like, seriously? Who in their right mind would even want to step in after that? I know there are all kinds of people out here, but let's be real. It takes a certain type of woman to look at everything that's gone down with Offset and still say, yeah, I'll take my chances. Some women really don't care. They see the fame, the money, the status, and they think that's enough. Just because he's Offset, they'll still line up for a shot. And that's wild to me. It's crazy how times have changed. Back in the day, your name meant something. Your name had power. It carried weight. You didn't play around with your reputation because that was all you had. But now, man, it's like the whole meaning of having a name don't even matter anymore. A dude could have all kinds of dirt on his name, scandal after scandal, and he's still out here living it up, still getting attention, still surrounded by women acting like he's untouchable. And you know what's even crazier? Some of these women aren't even bothered by the mess. You've got gold diggers who see him as a quick come-up, and then there are the I can fix him types, the ones who think they're the exception to the rule. They think their love or their energy is gonna change a man who's clearly shown he doesn't want to be changed. Meanwhile, he's probably getting catered to left and right, like nothing ever happened. It's a whole cycle of delusion, and everyone involved just looks worse every time it repeats. Let's be honest though, the situation is embarrassing. This man is out here chasing after a woman he already had, lost, got back, and lost again. And instead of focusing on his own peace or growth, he's all wrapped up in her new relationships. It's giving obsession vibes. Like, bro, why are you still so pressed over someone who clearly moved on? It really feels like he's more upset about losing the bag than losing the actual love. That's what it's starting to look like. And musically speaking, let's keep it real. Offset can rap, sure, but when's the last time people were genuinely hyped about his solo work? Personally, I only really tune in when he's on a track with Cardi. That's when he shines, when he's bouncing off her energy. Outside of that, the buzz just isn't the same. The truth is, folks ain't checking for him like that anymore. He had his moment, and he's still talented, but the spotlight has shifted, and the group isn't what it used to be. I'll be real. Takeoff was my favorite from the Migos. He always gave off a calm, focused energy. He seemed like the smartest one, the one who really understood the business and the craft. Losing him was tragic, and ever since then, things just haven't felt right for the group or for Offset himself. It's like he's been spiraling, trying to fill a void that can't be filled. At this point, he just needs to let Cardi go. Every time he gets involved in her name or her business, it makes him look more ridiculous. He's dragging himself deeper into drama while she's out here glowing, unbothered, and minding her own.
Barbara, this is Shirley. Yeah, busy. Yeah. Yeah, that's your baby daddy, bitch. That's my baby daddy too, girl. Well, what now? I don't fucking know. We'll figure it out, bitch.
And those women still running toward him after seeing all this? They just look foolish. I'm not saying nobody should ever date him again, but come on. If you can see the mess he's caused and still want to sign up for that ride, that's on you. Just don't act surprised when you end up in the same drama he puts everyone in. Now seriously, why on earth is the new girlfriend out here throwing hands with the assistant? Like, does that even make sense? You've got fame, money, status, at least he does. And instead of acting like grown adults, y'all out here scrapping like it's high school lunch hour. It's ridiculous. If the assistant supposedly did something that bad or tried to put you on blast, maybe the first question should be, why were you even asking her to do something shady in the first place? Let's keep it real. Why are you trying to get another woman to dig up dirt on a man who has nothing to do with you? Why are you trying to get somebody else caught up just to stir a mess? That's not boss behavior. That's messy and desperate. If you're gonna stand next to a famous man, act like it. Move with class, not chaos. And for what? To try and throw something in Cardi's face? Girl, stop. That woman is unbothered. People on the internet have been running wild with stories about her, man, saying Stefon's been seen with both men and women, and guess what? She still doesn't care. They say he's got 4 or 5 other babies on the way, and she still doesn't care. They even said he was out on a yacht with the pink stuff, whatever that means. And she was right there too the same day, chilling on the same boat, surrounded by women, looking calm as ever. She's not stressing about what people say because she already knows the truth. And that's the key part right there. He told her the truth. He didn't sugarcoat it, didn't play around. He said, this is who I am, this is what I do, this is how I live. That's why she doesn't blink when people throw these stories around, because he already warned her straight up. He told her, yeah, I've got kids. Yeah, I like to hang out how I want to. Yeah, this is what I do in my free time. And she made her decision. She said, cool, I can handle that. That's grown folks' business. Now, if she chose to still mess with him, unprotected and all, knowing exactly what type of man he is, that's her choice. Nobody tricked her, nobody fooled her. She made her decision with her eyes open. So if she ends up pregnant and decides to have the baby, that's her responsibility because he kept it real from the jump. And honestly, you can't hide what he's got going on anyway. His life is too public. The rumors, the kids, the lifestyle, it's all out there. You can't hide that kind of controversy when you're living in the spotlight. And that's why Offset needs to chill. It's over, man. Cardi has moved on. She's living her life. She's got a whole situation going on, and you're still trying to stir things up like it's going to change something. She's not looking back.
Two of us being superstars, your business is always out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I could rewrite the book, I would have never been public. It would have never been public. You know what I mean? Or public, like it had just never been public. Because when it's public, it's opinions, then, like, they're watching everything. Like, I was definitely not perfect in the situation. You know what I mean? I made a lot of mistakes, a lot of things that I did wrong. She did things that was wrong, and it's like, but it's always on the front screen.
Yeah, it's hard to move on.
It's hard to move on from it.
And no amount of drama or gossip is gonna make her want to. She's already had Stefon's child, and that chapter is closed. Done, finished, wrapped up, no replays. At this point, Offset needs to stop inserting himself into her story. Every time he pops up with some new scheme or scandal, it just looks sad. Like, bro, it's over. Move on, work on your music, build your brand, do something positive, but stop dragging your name through the mud over a woman who's clearly at peace with her decision. Because every time his girlfriend or one of her friends gets into a fight or tries to defend him, it just makes him look weaker. This whole situation is embarrassing for everyone involved. The girlfriend's out here throwing punches when she could be shopping, traveling, or stacking her money. The assistant's name is getting dragged even though she might have just been the one who got tired of keeping secrets. And Offset, he's still out here looking pressed over a woman who's clearly not looking back. It's like, when do you finally get it? When do you realize it's time to stop chasing a past that doesn't want you anymore? Cardi's out here with a man who's open, direct, and honest. 3 things Offset could never be. And that's why she's not stressed, no matter what the internet says. She already knows what she signed up for. So at the end of the day, Offset just needs to let it go. Let her live her life, focus on his own, and stop dragging people into mess that should have ended years ago. The whole world's watching, and honestly, it's just sad now. Leave that woman, her man, and her child alone. Man, at this point, Offset just ain't moving like a man should. The way he's acting, and the type of women he's keeping around him, it's not giving smart, it's giving messy. Like, come on, bro, you've been in this game too long to still be making rookie mistakes. You gotta move smarter than this. But hey, if this is how you really want to live, surrounded by drama, public chaos, and bad decisions, then keep on doing you. Just know it's only gonna keep backfiring. You keep saying things like, I don't want to lose my kids, I don't want to lose my opportunities. But the truth is, every time you pull another stunt or let another fight break out around your name, that's exactly what you're doing, losing more of what matters. Every time you let the internet see you act reckless, you're closing another door, burning another bridge, and making it harder to bounce back. Like, for real, what are you even trying to prove anymore? Because from where everybody's sitting, it looks like you're trying to win Cardi back. And these little attempts, they're not working, man. Every time you pop out with another messy headline or another leaked story, it just pushes her farther away. You're not making her jealous. You're making her relieved that she left. You need to get back in the booth, put that energy into your music, and start stacking your money again. That's where you shine. Go back to your grind, hit the studio, and let your work speak instead of your drama. All this chasing after someone who's already made peace with her decision is just making you look lost. If she didn't blink when she heard all the stuff about Stefon, the kids, the rumors, the lifestyle, what makes you think she's losing sleep over what you're doing? She's clearly cool with her reality, and you should be too. At this point, it's simple. Leave her alone and leave that man alone. Focus on your lane, your life, your music, your kids, not hers. Because every time you keep poking at her situation, you're reminding the world that you haven't moved on. You're giving away your power. Stop making yourself look like you're stuck in the past. And honestly, for your own sake, get it together before you lose everything. The industry's watching, fans are watching, and every move you make is turning into a headline. Don't let this be what defines your legacy. Oh, you're better than this. You got talent, you got fame, you got access, and so act like it. Anyway, that's all I got to say on this one. Offset really needs to tighten up and stop chasing ghosts. If she doesn't care about what her man's doing now, she sure doesn't care about whatever Offset's trying to prove. It's time to let it go. Make sure you hit that like button, smash that subscribe, and don't forget to share this video so more people can weigh in on this crazy situation. Drop your thoughts in the comment section. Do you think Offset can ever bounce back from all this? Or is it officially a wrap for him? Let's talk about it, and I'll catch you next time right here on Star Watch.
There's a rumor that like my boyfriend dumped me because my BBL stink.
Stefon Diggs currently has 4 kids on the way with 4 different women currently, one of them being Cardi B.
The internet can't stop talking after Cardi B dropped her 4th baby bomb, and Stefon Diggs got caught up in a paternity confirmation linked to model Aileen LaPera's daughter. Everyone online is glued to this drama like it's the hottest new reality series. And the plot just keeps twisting.
Stefon Diggs has gotten 4 women pregnant within the last 15 months. One of the women that he's gotten pregnant is now suing him in court for child support, and she has a 5-month-old. Mind you, Stefon Diggs started dating Cardi B. They went public in October of 2024, so just a little bit less than a year ago, which means he would have gotten the other woman pregnant like just before he and Cardi B went public.
People are side-eyeing every move, whispering about secret messages, and hunting for hidden clues in their posts. The big question echoing across social media isn't even quiet anymore. Is this a wild love story, a status game, or just straight-up chaos dressed in designer clothes and perfect lighting? Cardi B, Grammy winner, social media icon, and mom of 4, is in the spotlight again. After all the cheating drama and public fights with Offset, she finally walked away to start fresh. Stefon Diggs, the Patriots star, keeps trending too, now a dad of 3 with 3 different women. Nova, Charlie with model Aileen LaPera, and a newborn son with Cardi B. And Aileen, aka Lord Giselle, isn't just any model. She's a major influencer with a Fashion Nova glow and serious online clout.
This is actually so insane because he's been with Cardi for a minute. So, that means he's obviously not being faithful to Cardi. And it was just established yesterday that Stefon Diggs is the father of IG model Aileen LaPera's baby girl.
Now she's tied to Stefon through their daughter Charlie. Before Stefon showed up, Cardi's love life had already been an open book online. She secretly married Offset in 2017, had kids, and went through all the chaos, cheating rumors, breakups, makeups, and those late-night rants that fans watch like a never-ending soap opera. Eventually, she filed for divorce, saying the marriage was broken and she needed better for herself and her kids. So when she popped out with Stefon, an NFL star with fame, cash, and confidence, everyone called it her level-up moment. She didn't settle for quiet. She chose a man who gets the spotlight and the pressure that comes with it. Cardi said he makes her feel safe and supported after all that heartbreak, and that kind of love hits different. Fans crown them the new power couple. Music meets football, diamonds, designer fits, and private jets. But behind those perfect photos, another drama was already brewing. Aileen LaPera, better known as Lord Giselle, was already making noise online long before Stefon Diggs came into the picture. She built her name modeling for brands, rocking bold fits, and running the influencer scene like a pro. But 2024 and 2025 flipped everything. Her name blew up on sports and hip-hop blogs, not for a campaign, but for a baby and a lawsuit. Court records show Aileen filed a paternity case in December 2024 while still pregnant, asking the court to confirm if Stefon was her baby's father. She skipped the online drama and went straight to legal action, demanding recognition and support. By April 2025, she gave birth to her daughter, Charlie, posting sweet mom moments online while the case played out. The internet went wild. Some backed her, others defended Stefon, and everyone waited for the truth to drop.
Wiped him from your Instagram. All of the fucking pictures are gone. What happened?
I'm very dramatic.
Cardi.
I'm dramatic. Do you guys not like that?
No.
That's the thing. Like something that to people is a big deal. To me, is not a big deal at the moment. And then it's like, it became something that is not.
Did you archive or did you fully delete?
I just archived.
Oh, okay. I can also see you're like sitting there like smiling as you're fucking.
I did. I was like, and then it's like, okay, we'll see when he noticed.
By November 2025, the quiet court case blew up. A paternity test confirmed Stefon Diggs is the father of Aileen LaPera's baby girl. Aileen's lawyer went public fast, saying the results were clear and hoping Stefon would finally co-parent instead of leaving her alone. That news threw Stefon right into the spotlight. Everyone was talking about fatherhood and how many families he's juggling. Headlines went crazy. NFL star, now expecting with Cardi B, confirmed as father of model's daughter. Then Dov Kleiman's viral tweet hit, a photo of Aileen and Diggs with claims he's got 4 kids on the way. The math didn't add up, but the internet ran wild anyway. While the drama exploded, Cardi wasn't on the sideline. She was pregnant too, expecting her 4th baby and first with Stefon Diggs. She announced it on CBS Mornings, glowing and saying she felt strong, excited, and ready to balance motherhood, her album, and a tour. She made it clear she and Diggs were solid.
There's no nicer way to say this. He don't like you. It's a new babe popping up with a baby every other day. I mean, that's enough right there. The energy during the interview was mad weird. Stefon is literally Offset in rearranged letters.
Weeks later, she welcomed a baby boy, her 4th child and Diggs' first son. Outlets like People and AP confirmed she was healthy, happy, and entering a whole new era while dropping her project, Am I the Drama? The internet went wild with memes about Diggs' growing family and off-field stats. Some laughed. Others said, love's what matters. Even before the paternity news hit, people online were already side-eyeing Cardi and Diggs' relationship. Some said his body language felt cold. Others noticed Cardi seemed way more open and emotional, and a few swore she was giving more love than she got. Then came the Woman's Intuition crew. TikToks and reaction clips blew up, claiming Cardi looked all in while Diggs stayed distant. No real proof, just clips and vibes, but that's all the internet needed. When Aileen's story dropped and the test confirmed everything, those same voices came back shouting, "See? We knew it!" Suddenly, everyone was connecting timelines, pregnancies, and rumors about what Cardi might have known.
Was it just one of those situations where she just needed to hit the skins with somebody else because she was just trying to get over Offset? Speaking of Offset, Offset is trying to get half of everything that Cardi B owns in this settlement. Through the grapevine, she offered him $10 million and he said, no, I want everything because I helped you to build your brand.
This drama didn't stay in gossip spaces. It jumped straight into male-dominated forums where people debate dating, power, and high-value men. One viral clip broke down Cardi's choices with the so-called 80-20 rule, saying most women chase the top 20% of men with status and fame. The commentator claimed Cardi didn't switch her type, just traded Offset for another star like Stefon, a man with success but not guaranteed loyalty. He argued Diggs sits high on the dating ladder, giving him more control. He added that dating top-tier men doesn't mean emotional safety or exclusivity. His bold take, not proven.
I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but when has it ever been goals to be pregnant by a man and multiple other women are pregnant too? Money really is the root of all evil, because why are the pick-me's in the comments saying goals? You upgraded. This is such a good look. Don't get me wrong. I love her too. Love her music. Think she's fun. But
was that Cardi could have picked stability, but still goes for fame and chaos. In that viral clip, the narrator talked about market value in dating, saying some women overrate their pull because fame and social media boost their image more than real life does. He pointed at Cardi as someone who says she wants loyalty and respect but keeps ending up with men known for drama or multiple partners. He claimed her public arguments, emotional posts, and breakups made quieter men back off, leaving space for those who prefer looser relationships. It's just one person's take, not fact, but plenty online agreed. How you act and post can shape the kind of partners you attract.
The thing about me is I'm very, very anal. Funny. I'm very anal about how I smell.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know who made the rumors that BBL stink, but it's like it doesn't stink. Why? How would a BBL stink if you don't got no open wounds? Why? Because your ass is fatter? You can't clean a fat ass? You don't know how to clean a fat ass?
The big question blowing up online: is Cardi settling for less with Stefon Diggs, or choosing exactly what matches her energy right now? Critics say if she really wanted peace, she wouldn't date a man with that much personal drama, especially fresh out of a messy breakup. But maybe it's deeper. Maybe she's drawn to his confidence, his vibe, and the rush of being with a star athlete. Cardi said he makes her feel safe and supported, and that matters when you're always in the spotlight. Maybe she's not blind. Maybe she knows his past and still thinks the spark's worth it. For Stefon Diggs, his personal life is trending just as much as his game highlights. He's now a father of 3, daughter Nova from a past relationship, baby girl Charlie with Aileen Lopera, and a newborn son with Cardi B. And every outlet's covering it like a full series. A blended family isn't rare, but fame makes everything louder. People keep asking how he's balancing fatherhood, holidays, and co-parenting if the romance ever cools off. Aileen's side says they hope he stays active in Charlie's life, while Cardi calls him supportive and present with their son. Both can be true, but online, folks assume chaos before facts drop. When news of Stefon's confirmed paternity and Cardi's new baby dropped together, social media lost it. Some joked he needs a reminder app just to track birthdays and support payments, while others said Cardi deserves someone focused only on her, not split between headlines and households. But plenty showed empathy too, reminding folks that blended families are real life and tough choices happen every day. As long as the kids are loved, outsiders shouldn't judge what they can't see. Some women said they've been in messy love too, so they get where Cardi's heart is, and of course, others just stayed for the memes and drama. When news of Stefon's confirmed paternity and Cardi's new baby dropped together, social media lost it. Some joked he needs a reminder app just to track birthdays and support payments, while others said Cardi deserves someone focused only on her, not split between headlines and households. But plenty showed empathy too, reminding folks that blended families are real life and tough choices happen every day. As long as the kids are loved, outsiders shouldn't judge what they can't see. Some women said they've been in messy love too, so they get where Cardi's heart is. And of course, others just stayed for the memes and drama. Stepping back, the whole Cardi B, Stefon Diggs, Aileen Lopera story is way bigger than one headline. It's sparking real talk about what happens after toxic love, how fame, attraction, and power clash with the need for peace in a world that watches everything. You've got a bold rapper showing her truth, an NFL star managing a blended family, and an influencer mom fighting for her child's recognition. Meanwhile, thousands online project their own stories and turn it all into non-stop content. One thing's clear. This isn't just gossip, it's modern love under pressure. What happens next depends on whether they keep it mature or let the chaos roar. What do you think really went down between Cardi, Stefon, and Aileen? Do you think this is love, confusion, or just too much fame in one triangle? I'm honestly curious how you see it. Drop your thoughts in the comments, because I really want to know what you think about this wild story.
Stefon Diggs' days as a New England Patriot are officially over. The NFL player posting on his Instagram sharing this message to the fans after it was confirmed by multiple outlets that he had been released from the New England Patriots after only 1 year. Stefon writing, "Thank you for a hell of a year. We family forever until we meet again." Also adding the number 8, a nod to his jersey number.
Stefon Diggs getting cut by the Patriots caught a lot of people off guard. Some fans already felt his best days might be behind him, but the situation still surprised many. Before this even happened, critics were already saying he looked washed and past his peak. After the Super Bowl run, the conversation around his future started getting louder. To be clear, Diggs has been a very talented player for years, but some of the decisions around him lately have raised eyebrows. There were stories about him getting involved in situations that made people inside the organization uncomfortable. One rumor floating online even claimed he upset someone close to the team's leadership, which only added more drama to the situation.
Anyway, so back to Stefon. So he was released by the Patriots. Well, he's due to be released And so here's what happened, because I don't want any wrong information out there. They asked him to take a pay cut. He said no. So he actually chose to be released.
Whether all of that is true or not, it definitely did not help his standing with the franchise. At the same time, people online kept dragging Cardi B into the conversation. Cardi has her own complicated personal life, especially with the father of her children and the constant headlines around their relationship. Critics also mocked her for getting involved with Diggs in the first place, comparing it to celebrity drama people see around reality TV circles. But looking at the bigger picture, the situation might say more about Diggs than about Cardi. While some people joked about Cardi making questionable choices, others argue Diggs may have misread the whole situation. Reports from insiders suggest that the Patriots were already frustrated and might push for a contract renegotiation worth tens of millions less than his original deal. In the end, the team did not even go that route. Instead of renegotiating, they simply decided to move on. That decision shocked many fans who thought the team would at least try to restructure the contract first. The outcome made the entire situation look like a serious miscalculation on Diggs' side. In the end, the situation turned into a public embarrassment for Stefon Diggs. Losing your spot on the team while people online are already clowning you is not a good look. Fans everywhere started asking the same question. What was all that for? Why risk your reputation and your career over a situation that clearly brought more drama than anything else? According to what was being said at the time, the issue was never really about the mother of Cardi's child. Cardi herself had reportedly said they were trying to work things out and figure things out privately, but the headlines and the gossip kept building. The situation quickly turned into an internet spectacle, with people constantly discussing who did what and why. Meanwhile, Cardi kept showing up looking confident and unbothered. At one of the games, she appeared in a bold red outfit that had people talking everywhere online. Some fans joked that Diggs created the chaos himself, while Cardi ended up walking away looking like the one still in control of the moment. The bigger issue, though, may have been what was happening behind the scenes. Some insiders claim Patriots owner Robert Kraft had a friendly relationship with Cardi and even saw her almost like family. Stories circulated online saying she would jokingly call him Uncle Bob, which made the situation even more awkward when the drama involving Diggs started spreading. For someone like Kraft, money is rarely the biggest concern. Team owners at that level care about winning championships. A Super Bowl ring matters far more than the value of one player's contract. When you combine that pressure with ongoing controversies, possible legal issues, and distractions surrounding the team during a critical season, it becomes easier to understand why the organization might decide to move on. From the outside, the timing made the situation look even worse. The team lost a big game, the headlines kept piling up, and the distractions became impossible to ignore. For many fans watching the story unfold, it raised one simple question. What exactly was Diggs thinking when all of this started? For the people who kept defending Stefon Diggs through all of this, many fans online started questioning that support. Some observers felt he acted like he was bigger than the team itself. In professional sports, that kind of mindset rarely works, especially if the results on the field aren't matching the confidence. When a player is not winning consistently, organizations usually expect accountability rather than bold statements about future seasons. There were also comments circulating where Diggs spoke about hoping for another chance next year, saying he believed things could turn around if given more time. But critics pointed out that professional sports do not always work that way. Teams make decisions quickly, especially when they believe distractions are affecting the locker room or the organization's public image. Online reactions were harsh. Many people joked that Cardi B was probably laughing at how the situation unfolded. Others wondered what Diggs actually gained from all the drama. Fans asked whether the people around him were really helping his career or simply enjoying the spotlight that came with the attention. Some discussion even shifted towards family dynamics and the people standing beside him during the controversy. Observers noted how quickly the mood around him seemed to change depending on the circumstances. In situations like this, it often becomes clear that many people follow the person who holds the power and the money, especially in the world of professional sports and celebrity culture. Another point people debated was the timing of everything. Critics argue that if Diggs was already dealing with personal conflicts and public drama, the worst moment for it to explode was during a season when expectations were extremely high. The Patriots are a franchise that values stability and results, and any controversy during the Super Bowl push tends to get magnified.
Some commentators even suggested that Diggs underestimated how closely connected certain people were within the organization. When relationships inside a team run deep, personal conflicts can quickly become professional problems. If a player is already under pressure and then adds outside drama to the mix, the margin for mistakes becomes very small. In the end, the reports became official. The New England Patriots were reportedly releasing Stefon Diggs, bringing his short tenure with the team to an end. The four-time Pro Bowl wide receiver has signed a 3-year deal with the Patriots as a free agent in March of 2025, but his time with the organization ultimately lasted only 1 season. Reports about Stefon Diggs' time with the Patriots often highlighted his production on the field. He finished the season with 85 receptions, over 1,000 receiving yards, and 4 touchdowns. On paper, those numbers look solid, and the team also credited him with helping develop younger receivers in the locker room. Still, critics online questioned that narrative. Some fans sarcastically asked what kind of mentorship people were really talking about, because the public conversation around Diggs had become dominated by controversy instead of leadership. When headlines about personal drama become louder than conversations about football, it changes how people interpret a player's influence on the team. Another issue many commentators raised was the image the Patriots usually try to maintain. The organization has long promoted a disciplined, professional environment. Even if things happen behind the scenes, the public presentation of the team tends to stay controlled and polished. When off-field drama starts dominating sports coverage, that carefully managed image can take a hit. That is why the situation involving Diggs, Cardi B, and several other people connected to the story drew so much attention. Social media quickly turned it into a complicated web of rumors, relationships, and alleged conflicts. Fans debated everything from appearances at games to who was sitting with whom in the stands. Instead of focusing on football, the conversation shifted towards celebrity-style drama. Some observers pointed out that if everyone involved had simply kept things calm publicly, the story might have faded quickly. Celebrity relationships in sports are nothing new, but once the situation became messy and visible, it created a constant stream of headlines that followed the team throughout the season. Reports also mentioned that at one point, Cardi reportedly left the game early, which fueled even more speculation online about tension behind the scenes. Whether those details were exaggerated or not, the public perception of chaos had already taken hold. Meanwhile, the financial side of the situation added another layer. Diggs, who turns 33 this year, was scheduled to count about $26.5 million against the Patriots' salary cap in 2026. There were discussions that both sides might try to restructure the contract to reduce that number and keep him on the roster. Instead, the organization decided to move in a different direction. After only 1 season together, the partnership came to an end. Some commentators have formed strong opinions about Diggs based on the reports and headlines surrounding the situation. Of course, those are outside interpretations built on public information, rather than personal knowledge of who he is privately. Some commentators looking at the situation believe the conflict between Stefon Diggs and Cardi B may have come down to pride and personality. From that perspective, the thinking is that when someone is successful and making a lot of money, they sometimes feel confident enough to ignore the consequences of their actions. Critics argue that Diggs may have believed he could handle the situation however he wanted without it affecting his career. Another theory people discussed online is that the relationship dynamic between the two personalities may have played a role. Cardi B is a global star with a strong public image and a very outspoken personality. Some observers speculated that clashes could happen when two very confident people interact, especially when both are used to being in control of their own world. According to this line of thinking, Diggs may have treated the relationship more casually, while Cardi expected a certain level of respect given her status and public visibility. If that kind of misunderstanding existed, it could easily lead to arguments or tension. Celebrity relationships often play out under intense public scrutiny, which only adds pressure. What really caught people's attention, however, was the financial side of the story. Reports suggested that Diggs had a contract situation tied to the Patriots that could have been worth about $26.5 million moving forward. For many fans watching the drama unfold online, the idea that personal conflicts might contribute to losing that opportunity seems shocking.
Some critics argue that even if someone wanted to prove a point or win an argument, risking that level of money would seem like a major miscalculation. In professional sports, careers are short, and every season can affect long-term earnings. Decisions made during one moment of conflict can end up carrying serious financial consequences. Fans also pointed out that Diggs is now entering the later stage of his career for a wide receiver. That does not mean he cannot still perform at a high level, but teams often start thinking more carefully about contracts and long-term investments as players get older. That reality makes situations like this even more significant. Looking at the numbers being discussed online, some commentators estimated that when bonuses and other financial factors were considered, the total value connected to the situation could approach more than $30 million. That's why many fans frame the entire story as a costly outcome tied to personal drama. Meanwhile, supporters of Cardi B online argued that regardless of what happened in the relationship, she appears to have moved forward publicly without much damage to her career or image. Because of that, many people on social media frame the moment as her having the final word in the situation. At this point, fans are still watching to see what Diggs does next. Some are curious whether another team will pick him up soon or if he would take time before returning to the field. Others are simply waiting to see how both sides respond publicly as more reactions continue to appear online. Some people online even joke that Diggs might need to ask friends to send him the money he just lost out on, because the numbers being discussed were huge. Not long after the reports started spreading, Diggs posted a message confirming the news himself. He thanked the Patriots for what he called a great year and wrote that they would always be family. That message immediately got people talking. Fans started asking if things really ended on such good terms, or if the statement was simply the professional way athletes usually handle public exits. Either way, the organization had clearly decided it was time to move in a different direction. Reports explained that the Patriots chose to release Diggs now rather than later because another $6 million in his contract was set to become fully guaranteed the following week. By making the move earlier, the team avoided that additional commitment. According to league insiders, the decision was about timing and finances as much as anything else. The move also gives Diggs a chance to find a new team sooner instead of waiting deeper into the offseason. Still, many fans online focused on the bigger picture. When people started adding up the money connected to the contract situation, the total being discussed reached roughly $32.5 million. Because of that number, the debate online has been intense. Some people believe the situation was handled poorly, while others think both sides simply moved on from something that was no longer working. Meanwhile, Cardi B continues moving forward with her career and public life, which has led many observers to say she came out of the situation just fine. Now, the real question is what happens next for Diggs and which team might give him another opportunity. If you enjoyed the discussion, make sure to like the video, share it, and subscribe to Star Watch for more updates and commentary. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I will see you in the next one.
New England Patriots star Stefon Diggs is facing serious criminal charges. We have just obtained paperwork from Dedham District Court indicating that the wide receiver is charged with felony strangulation or suffocation and misdemeanor assault and battery.
Something's seriously off here. A player's getting hit with accusations of mistreatment against a woman, and instead of staying neutral, his NFL team's out here saying they support him. Since when does a team hear something that heavy and jump straight to defending the guy? That's not how the league usually moves. Most teams would go silent, wait for the legal stuff to play out, maybe drop a quick, "we're monitoring the situation." But not this crew. They came out swinging with public support like it's some kind of loyalty test. Either the Me Too energy's faded hard, or this team's way too obsessed with stacking trophies instead of standing for something real. It's wild to watch people forget what accountability even looks like. And let's be real, if self-sabotage was a professional sport, Stefon Diggs would have been crowned champion years ago. He's got this pattern of pushing away every good thing that comes his way. I've said it before, there's always been something offbeat about him. One day he's gonna have to face that mirror and deal with everything he's been dodging. Looks like that day came way faster than anyone expected. When somebody keeps sliding through life without ever getting checked, they start believing they're untouchable. They strut around like rules don't apply, flashing money, fame, and ego like armor. That kind of mindset's dangerous. It tricks you into thinking you're above consequences, but life always cashes that check eventually. It's pure delusion, but this is exactly the kind of story people caught up in their own chaos start spinning when they're losing control. While the rest of the world was popping champagne and counting down to midnight, breaking news hit out of Boston right before New Year's Eve. And just like that, Stefon Diggs was back in the headlines again. You can bet that wasn't the type of spotlight he was hoping for, especially when his family got slammed with not one, but two major blows in the same day. First up, his brother, Cowboys cornerback Trevon Diggs, and this part hurt. We were all reminded, once again, that those flashy NFL contracts aren't as guaranteed as everyone thinks. Just a few years ago, Trevon locked in a deal worth about $97 million, maybe even $104 million if he hit those bonuses. He was living the dream, stacking cash and sitting near the top as one of the highest paid cornerbacks in the entire league.
This just into CBS Sports HQ. The Dallas Cowboys are waiving veteran cornerback Trevon Diggs. That's the latest from our NFL insider, Jonathan Jones. Diggs signed a 5-year extension with the Cowboys worth up to $97 million back in 2023, but has struggled on the field since. He appeared in 8 games this season with 0 interceptions and 25 tackles, has dealt with injuries. There was the knee and then the concussion, and it all culminates into Trevon Diggs no longer being a Dallas Cowboy.
That dream deal turned into a straight-up nightmare over time. A torn ACL in 2023, then more injuries trailing him through 2024 and into 2025. It was one setback after another until everything just collapsed. Then came the coldest move of all. The Cowboys cut him loose just 2 days before the new year. That's brutal. Their timing was icy, but that's the NFL for you. No mercy, no patience, just business. The league doesn't wait for your redemption arc. You've heard people say, "New year, new me." Well, it looks like the Cowboys took that slogan to heart, maybe a little too literally. They dropped their baggage before the fireworks even started. Talk about cleaning house before the clock hit midnight.
This is stemming from an incident back on December 2nd. Diggs is scheduled to be arraigned on the charges in Dedham on January 23rd. That is just 2 days before the AFC Championship game.
But here's where things took an even wilder turn. The very same day Dallas decided Trevon wasn't part of their 2026 plans, just hours later, almost 1,800 miles away in New England, his brother Stefon Diggs was making waves of his own, and not the kind anyone wants. After an incredible performance that had Patriots fans hyped and their playoff hopes alive, Stefon's celebration didn't last long. Suddenly, breaking reports dropped claiming he was facing 2 charges, 1 misdemeanor and 1 felony, after allegedly attacking his live-in chef during a heated argument.
The accusations say it got physical, even to the point where he supposedly cut off her circulation. That's a wild and disturbing twist, especially for a guy who had just turned heads on the field days before. Now this is where things get really messy. The chef, who'd been working with Stefon since the summer, wasn't just punching a time card. She was actually living on his property, staying in one of the bedrooms inside his house. That's not your average employer-employee setup. She was supposed to stay through the end of the season, but everything reportedly flipped in November, and that's when the drama started cooking for real. Around that same time, rumors exploded that Cardi B, who's married, had just given birth to her 4th child, and people were whispering that this newborn might actually be Stefon Diggs' 4th baby in the same year. That claim alone had the internet spinning. Then, right after that baby news hit, Stefon suddenly told his chef to pack up and leave the house for a week. The timing was strange, to say the least. Normally, when someone has guests over, the chef sticks around to cook and handle everything, especially when she's already living there and on payroll. But instead, just days after that baby buzz, Stefon showed her the door. It was a bold move that made everyone wonder what was really happening behind those mansion dates. So apparently, Stefon told her to take the week off, just like that. But here's the twist: she didn't have anywhere else to go. From what's been shared, her only reason for being in Massachusetts in the first place was her job with him. So when he told her to leave out of nowhere, she had to hop on a plane and stay with a friend just to have a place to crash. And why? Because Stefon had company coming over. And whoever that company was, he clearly didn't want this chef anywhere near him. That detail alone raised a ton of eyebrows. After that week away, the chef came back expecting everything to slide back to normal. And for a minute, it actually did, until payday hit. That's when Stefon suddenly flipped the script and refused to pay her for the week she was gone. He told her she didn't earn that check since she wasn't there, but she clapped back quick, saying that's not how this works. She wasn't getting paid by the hour. She was salaried, living in his home, cooking for him, and couldn't even work for anyone else. According to her side, she would have totally understood if she had been the one who asked for the time off. But that's not what happened. Stefon was the one who told her to leave. It was his call, not hers, yet she lost a whole week's pay because of his decision. And here's where it gets even crazier.
The wide receiver's attorneys were in court this morning for a hearing, and we are working to learn more about the incident that led to these charges.
This is the same guy who just signed a massive 3-year, $69 million contract not long ago. He should have been protecting his money and reputation like gold, but instead, he's out here risking everything over unnecessary drama. It's wild that someone sitting on that kind of deal could let personal chaos spill over into business like this. Instead of locking in and protecting his career, Stefon's moves are screaming recklessness. Then came the moment that set everything off. Stefon told her straight up, "I'm not paying you for that week." That's when the whole situation exploded. They started firing off texts back and forth, arguing, cussing, sending long messages, all while still living under the same roof. The chef refused to back down, hitting him with, "You're gonna pay me my money." But Stefon wouldn't move an inch, and even started talking about firing her altogether. She kept pressing the issue hard, saying he still owed her, not just for that missing week, but for the rest of the season too. On top of that, she brought up some extra cash he had apparently promised to invest in her business. That's when things really started spiraling out of control. According to her, all that tension had been building up for weeks until one day it finally exploded. After another round of heated texts and shouting through the house, she claims Stefon suddenly stormed into her room, no knocking, no warning, just full of rage. The chef says he came in furious, slapped her, and even put her in some kind of chokehold. She said she got dizzy, lost her balance, and he pushed her down on the bed, saying something like, "Yeah, I thought so." That was her breaking point. She grabbed her things and got out of there immediately, didn't want to stay another second in that house. She made it clear she wasn't going to keep working for him after that. And apparently Stefon wanted it done too, cutting off all ties right after the alleged confrontation.
The chef later said she was terrified to go to the police at first. She didn't want the spotlight or the drama that comes with headlines, so she tried to settle it privately by reaching out again, just asking for the money she said she was owed. That's when Stefon told her to talk to the woman who handled his business affairs. But that's where it got even shadier. The chef claimed that this business rep told her she wouldn't get a single dollar unless she signed a document, one that would keep her completely silent about what happened in that house. Basically, it was a hush agreement disguised as paperwork. That kind of move raises serious questions, like how many stories like this get buried under contracts and locked doors in those luxury mansions. Oh, it gets even uglier. They straight up told the chef, if you want your paycheck, you have to sign this NDA. No signature, no money. Simple as that. But the chef refused to play that kind of game. She stood her ground, saying there was no way she'd sign something that would silence her after what she claimed went down. According to her, Stefon had put his hands on her, and she wasn't about to let him buy her silence with a paycheck.
We did reach out to the Patriots for a statement. We have that for you here. It says the New England Patriots are aware of the accusations that have been made regarding Stefon Diggs. Stefon has informed the organization that he categorically denies the allegations. We support Stefon. We will continue to gather information and will cooperate fully with the appropriate authorities and the NFL as necessary. Out of respect for all of the parties involved, and given that this is an ongoing legal matter, we will have no further comment at this time.
Then the plot twisted even more, because apparently Stefon's girlfriend jumped right into the chaos. She started blowing up the chef's phone, calling and messaging her, trying to smooth things over and manage the situation like she was part of his PR team. And here's the real shocker. This was reportedly Stefon's third assault allegation within just 1 year. That alone had people's jaws on the floor. The girlfriend allegedly tried to convince the chef that it wasn't that serious, saying things like she should just let it go and move on. Imagine that, trying to downplay something that serious like it was a minor disagreement. But the situation took an even wilder turn when money suddenly got thrown into the mix. Out of nowhere, there was talk of a payout, basically hush money, to make the whole story disappear. At that point, the whole thing started looking desperate, because really, what kind of logic is that? Sending your girlfriend or even your baby mama to talk to another woman about accusations that serious? That's not strategy, that's chaos. It made everything look 10 times worse. It's like Stefon and his crew thought they could patch up the whole scandal with charm and cash instead of taking real accountability. And the girlfriend, she probably thought she was helping, stepping in as some kind of damage control hero, but all she did was make the situation look even more suspicious. People are starting to notice how familiar this whole situation sounds, because reportedly this isn't the first time Cardi B's name has come up when it comes to defending Stefon Diggs. That connection alone has fans raising eyebrows, wondering how deep this pattern really goes. Are the people around him trying to help him change, or just working overtime to cover everything up? What's even wilder is that Cardi supposedly stood up for him while she was pregnant. That came right after another shocking situation, this time involving a man. According to reports, a man came forward saying Stefon allegedly gave him some kind of substance before things took a disturbing turn. The man claimed Stefon put his tongue in his ear and that he had to literally run through the hallways to get away, saying Stefon tried to diddy him. That's a horrifying accusation. And when that story broke, guess who rushed to defend Stefon again? Cardi B. Once she spoke out, it felt like the whole crowd that always shouts about Me Too and accountability suddenly went quiet. The same folks who usually speak up about victims didn't have a single word to say this time. But fans with sharp memories noticed the silence and started connecting the dots between Stefon's alleged behavior and Cardi's own history. And let's not forget, Cardi herself once openly admitted that back in her early days, she used to slip substances into men's drinks to rob them, and even bragged about using people from the LGBTQ community to diddy a man as revenge. And now, years later, she's out here defending a man facing accusations that sound eerily similar to her own old confessions. It's wild how life can spin full circle like that, and even crazier how fast people forget what accountability really means. So when the chef revealed that Stefon's girlfriend had reached out to her, trying to convince her not to press charges, it wasn't hard for people to believe it. By that point, the story already sounded way too familiar. But that pressure campaign didn't work this time, because despite all the calls, texts, and attempts to smooth things over, the chef pushed forward with her case anyway. She wasn't backing down for anyone. Whatever baby mama PR talk they tried to spin her way completely flopped, and now the whole situation is exploding for everyone involved. But let's get one thing straight, Stefon is still innocent until proven guilty. That said, the woman pressing charges against him is coming across as pretty believable so far. Usually, when someone's accused of something this serious, their team jumps to say she's just chasing money, but that doesn't seem to fit this time. Because if this was about a quick payday, she'd have skipped the police station and gone straight to a lawyer to file a civil case for cash. That's what most people do when they're after money, not justice. But this case, totally different story. This woman didn't run to a lawyer, she ran to law enforcement. She filed criminal charges, not a lawsuit. That's a bold, risky move that adds major weight to her claims. From what's being reported, the whole incident actually happened weeks ago, but the public is only finding out now because Stefon allegedly tried to get the case sealed tight, blocking anyone from digging into the details. His legal team even went to court asking the judge to keep everything under wraps while they quietly tried to settle things behind the scenes. Rumor has it they even offered hush money to make the case vanish, but clearly that plan backfired because now everything is out in the open. And Stefon, he's got no choice but to show up in court within the next few weeks to face these charges head on. It's wild when you really stop and think about how this whole situation spun completely out of control, from one bad choice to a total disaster, a real masterclass in self-sabotage. And it all kicked off with something as small as Stefon telling his live-in chef to leave because he had company coming over. Who knew one decision would start a chain reaction that blew up his entire image? When you look back at those text messages and how heated their arguments got, it's hard to believe this was just about cooking. The energy was way too personal, too emotional. Somewhere along the line, something definitely crossed a line between them, and now it's all coming back to haunt him. Crazy how what was supposed to be a simple week off turned into a courtroom showdown. It just shows how fast one reckless move can flip your whole world upside down. Think about it, his own private chef, fully dedicated to him, living in his home, handling every meal, and then suddenly she's kicked out for a week like she's disposable. When she came back expecting her paycheck, Stefon hit her with the excuse, "I told you to leave that week because I had company coming over." But she wasn't buying it. She clapped back fast, saying, "You gave me the week off, I didn't quit," and demanded her full pay. Honestly, this whole thing should have been nothing more than a simple work dispute, a civil case handled quietly between lawyers. But nope, Stefon couldn't keep it professional. He decided to take it personal, going back and forth until everything exploded. And it's not the first time something like this has happened either, because people close to him seem to share the same pattern.
When things get tense, they don't talk it out, they lash out. And this time, it wasn't a man on the other end of that anger, it was a woman. Folks can act like they didn't see the earlier reports, but the details are out there for anyone to read. That's why Boston media jumped on this story so fast. It's huge, dramatic, and packed with scandal. An NFL star, a personal chef, messy text messages, and assault allegations? That's headline gold, and Stefon's name is right at the center of it. And let's be honest, now you've got the so-called power couple looking straight up ridiculous. What was supposed to be a polished PR romance or some kind of revenge relationship has completely blown up in both Stefon Diggs and his married baby mama's faces. It's pure chaos. And the worst part, it was all avoidable. You couldn't script a wilder mess if you tried. So what do you think about this crazy situation? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Hit that like button, share the story, and make sure you subscribe to Star Watch, because this saga is far from over, and trust me, there's way more tea on the way.
This is gonna be the last baby in the next 7 months.
Cardi B and Steph Diggs finally dropped the name of their baby boy, and the internet went wild. For weeks, everyone had been guessing nonstop. They only posted teasing photos. Tiny fingers here, a blurred baby head there, but no name, no face, Nothing. Fans were losing it trying to figure it out. Some swore the name was football-related. Others thought it would pay tribute to Cardi's Dominican roots. And of course, people joked that Offset would be furious no matter what. But Cardi and Diggs stayed totally silent until now. And when they finally revealed it, chaos exploded online. It all happened on a quiet Sunday night. Cardi posted a sleek black and gold announcement card on her Insta story. No words, no emojis, just a golden heart and a date. At that same moment, Steph uploaded a photo holding his son wrapped in a white blanket stitched with one bold letter.
It's a boy. That's enough for me. I can't wait to make him do push-ups and sit-ups and run around.
K. Fans went crazy. K what? King, Coda, Cairo, Cardi. The comments flooded in non-stop. Cardi, stop playing with us, girl. One fan screamed online. But Cardi had a plan. She and Diggs had filmed a deep emotional sit-down video. Raw, real, and full of behind-the-scenes moments from their tough pregnancy journey. It showed everything. Their fears, their hope, and the exact moment they chose the name. When it dropped on YouTube, it shot straight to #1 in under 20 minutes. The video opened soft and heartfelt. Cardi sat next to Steph on a beige couch, hair in a loose bun, no heavy makeup, just pure emotion on her face. Steph held her close, both of them glowing with pride. It wasn't flashy, just real, warm, and full of love. Cardi took a shaky breath and said, "This pregnancy was the hardest one I've ever been through." Her voice cracked as she added, "There were days I didn't know what would happen, but God came through." Steph held her hand tight, saying, "We were terrified. At one point, the doctors really scared us."
No, cause like this baby. So my back, so my pelvis is on my chest. How you on my chest and on my pelvis at the same time? On my back, got me fucked up. This is gonna be the last baby in the next 7 months. No. I ain't gonna have a baby for a long time, Joe. I ain't gonna have a baby for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Baby just wanna lay down. No, baby don't wanna lay down because when I start laying down, baby start kicking the shit out of me. And it's not nice kicks. It's painful kicks. Painful shit. I can't even fucking sleep.
The fear on their faces said it all. Clips flashed of Cardi in the hospital, nurses rushing around, Steph pacing the floor, gripping her hand so tight his knuckles turned white. Then Cardi whispered through tears, "But he made it. Our little miracle." A blue heart glowed on the screen, and everyone knew the name reveal was coming. After 16 emotional minutes, Steph looked at her and asked softly, "You want to tell them, babe?" Cardi smiled through tears, touched her chest, and said, "His name is Cairo Legend Diggs." The world stopped. The screen shimmered with golden sparkles. Cairo Legend Diggs. Lil Legend gonna be a problem on the field. Fans even noticed Offset unfollowed Cardi minutes later. Drama everywhere. Then came the twist no one saw coming. Cardi didn't pick the name, and neither did Steph. It was culture. Cardi smiled through tears as she explained, "My daughter kept calling him Kai Kai before he was even born. One day she touched my belly and said, 'Hi, baby Cairo,' and that was it." Steph jumped in, saying, "When I heard it, I just knew. It felt right." Cardi wiped her tears, saying, "Culture naming her little brother? That's the sweetest thing a mom could ever see." Then Steph got real and emotional. Looking straight into the camera, he said, "I promise you, son, you'll grow up loved, protected, and guided."
Congratulations are in order for you as well.
Yeah. Actually, it's supposed to happen real soon, so wish us both luck. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
"You'll never go through what I went through. I'm breaking every generational curse for you." His voice cracked as he added, "I love you, Cairo. Daddy got you forever." Fans online were crying their hearts out. It was pure emotion. Cardi ended the video with a soft whisper, "Cairo, you saved me. You are my little miracle. I love you more than life." Tears rolled down her cheeks as Steph kissed her forehead. The screen faded to gold letters reading, "Welcome to the world, Cairo Legend Diggs." Within an hour, the internet went insane. Cairo Legend Diggs hit #1 worldwide. TikTok was flooded with fan edits. And even ESPN mentioned the reveal during halftime. Everyone agreed. This was the most iconic celebrity baby name drop ever. But wait, fans caught a tiny detail in the final seconds. On the nursery wall, there was a handwritten note, KLD, the chosen one. Theories exploded. Some fans swore it meant he had another secret middle name, Cairo Legend Dior Diggs, or maybe Cairo Legend Divine Diggs. Cardi liked a few tweets hinting it might be true, but she hasn't confirmed it, not yet. For weeks, fans across the globe begged, argued, and flooded social media with wild hashtags trying to guess the name of Cardi B and Steph Diggs' baby boy. The couple kept everything on lockdown. No hospital details, no first photo, not even the gender for a while. But nothing caused more chaos online than the mystery of that baby's name. Then came the reveal, raw, emotional, and full of surprises. It wasn't just a name, it was a message, a legacy, and a promise. The story began on a quiet night in upstate New York. The house was still, the air heavy. Cardi sat in the nursery, rocking her newborn, humming softly as tears slid down her cheeks. Steph stood in the doorway, heart pounding, just watching her. The baby's tiny fingers wrapped around hers like he already knew he was safe. "Steph," she whispered, voice shaking, "I don't want to mess this up. He deserves peace."
Nothing is as humbling as your daughter drawing on your $60,000 Birkin, am I right?
Child. I couldn't even be mad at her because when I asked her, I was like, I wanted to see if she was gonna tell me the truth. I was like, Coach, did you draw on mommy's purse? Literally spent $60,000 on this purse. Look what my daughter did to my purse. And she's like, yeah, did you like it? And I couldn't even be mad at her because it's like she seemed like she was happy to do it. I don't think she did it on purpose. I was like, listen, don't do that again, please. Like, that's mommy's really expensive purse, okay?
And now it's going to be hers one day with her very own art.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I want to pass this down to my daughters, but I might just wear it when I'm an old lady. I don't know.
Steph walked over, kissed her forehead, and said, "You're the best mom he could ever have. I'll make sure he gets the life I never did." His words hung in the air, full of quiet promise. But behind that calm moment was a storm no one knew about. The truth was, they weren't ready for the reveal because the name held something deeper, something painful. Behind the scenes, they'd battled it all. Offset's bitter reactions, family tension, Steph's emotional lows, and pregnancy scares that almost broke them apart. Through it all, they stayed silent, hiding the pain behind those perfect Instagram smiles. Because this name wasn't just chosen, it survived with them. The moment that nearly broke Cardi came the night before her delivery. A terrifying, close call. She suddenly collapsed in the bathroom after a scary complication. Steph panicked, scooping her up and racing to the hospital, tears streaming as he begged, "Please save them! Please save them!" Hours later, both Cardi and the baby pulled through. But everything changed that night. They made a vow right there in that hospital room. "This child will be the symbol of our strength. His name will mean something bigger than us." 3 weeks later, the world watched as they finally went live on Instagram. Millions joined within seconds. Comments were flying. "We're finally getting the name. It better be fire." The anticipation was unreal. Cardi appeared in a soft blue silk robe, her hair pulled back, eyes still puffy from tears. Steph sat beside her, holding their baby boy wrapped in a navy blanket, his hand resting gently on her knee. Steph took a deep breath and said, "We didn't want to rush this. This name means everything to us." Cardi nodded, her voice shaking as she added, "We chose a name that honors love, sacrifice, and everything we've survived." The chat went silent. No emojis, no chaos, just millions waiting to hear the words. Then it happened. Steph looked at Cardi. Cardi looked back. Together they whispered, "Zion Legacy Diggs." The internet erupted instantly. Zion, a name of spiritual power, meaning strength and protection. Legacy, for the battles they conquered together. And Diggs, the family name Steph swore to rebuild with loyalty, love, and real fatherhood. Cardi broke down the moment she said the name. Through tears, she whispered, "When I almost lost him, I told God, if you let him live, he'll be my Zion, my safe place, my miracle." Steph gently wiped her tears and said, "I want him to carry the legacy I never had." I want him to grow up loved, wanted, and treasured, not abandoned like I was. The emotion was raw. You could feel every word. Cardi kissed his hand, both of them overwhelmed. Within minutes, chaos hit the internet. Hashtag Zion Legacy shot straight to #1 worldwide. Celebrities jumped into the comments. TikTok flooded with edits, and fans everywhere cried, "This is the most beautiful baby name ever." Zion Legacy Diggs sounds like a superhero. Even Offset shocked everyone by posting one simple word: powerful. No shade, no drama, just pure respect. As the live stream came to a close, Cardi turned the baby toward the camera, revealing his tiny sleeping face. Soft curls, chubby cheeks, and a calm little smile. The world melted. "Zion saved my life," Cardi whispered. Steph leaned in, adding, "And Cardi saved mine." They kissed their son's forehead, then each other, holding on tight as millions watched with tears and joy exploding online. Later that night, Cardi posted one final message on Instagram. "Welcome to the world, Zion Legacy Diggs. You are our miracle, our light, our everything." Steph commented right below with a heart emoji and the words, "Forever us." Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more stories like this. Because this one, pure history.
Where New England Patriots wide receiver Stefon Diggs is answering questions about off-the-field allegations against him for the first time.
I ain't accomplished. I ain't done enough. It's a lot more work.
B and her current boyfriend, Stefon Diggs, he's an NFL player. Listen, she announced the other day on her Gail Key interview that she was having the first child with him. Okay, she said, "Yes, me and my boyfriend, we're having a baby." And she said she wanted to announce it in her own time, and she's about to be the mother of 4.
Things took a sharp turn for NFL star Stefon Diggs back in December 2024 when he got caught up in a surprise paternity lawsuit that shook fans and media alike. The case accused him of fathering a newborn child, a claim that came loaded with serious legal and financial consequences.
But here's the kicker. He has a young lady that is asking for a paternity test. She just had her baby in April, and she's claiming that he is the father. Listen, all I want to say is a public service announcement to the ladies out there.
For a while, everything stayed quiet, carefully tucked away from public view, but court filings were moving fast behind closed doors, and the big question of who the real father was kept hanging over the whole situation. The drama went public when Eileen Loper, listed in official documents as Diggs' former partner, stepped forward with a paternity and support lawsuit in Los Angeles County. In the paperwork, Loper claimed that Diggs was the biological father of her daughter and asked the court to confirm it once and for all. That single filing kicked off a full-blown legal clash that would later blow up in the headlines, fueled by Diggs' high-profile name and the jaw-dropping timing of the allegations. According to the lawsuit, Loper said she and Diggs had an intimate relationship that led to a pregnancy, and from that moment, nothing was ever the same. Loper stated that the child, named Charlie Harper Diggs, was born on April 2, 2025. In a legal filing, she didn't hold back. She asked for full legal and physical custody, plus financial support covering everything from medical costs during pregnancy to hospital bills and attorney fees. She even requested that Diggs' custodial rights be restricted until DNA testing could officially confirm if he's the father. The tension between both sides was there from the start. The case was officially filed as a family law matter, not a criminal one.
And it is pertaining to Eileen Lopera and Stefon Diggs' paternity, because I don't know if this is a trick or if this actually happened, but if it is something that happened, I want you guys to think for yourselves, and I hope this video will get you thinking for yourselves, okay?
Focused on sorting out parental responsibilities instead of punishment. But because Diggs is a top-tier NFL player, there was no way the story could stay hidden. Within days, the lawsuit spilled into the public eye, flooding sports talk shows, gossip pages, and every social media feed people scrolled through. Everyone wanted to know what was really happening behind the scenes. According to the court papers, Loper's legal team came in ready for battle. They argued that if the DNA test confirmed paternity, Diggs should take full financial responsibility. The petition asked for child support payments that reflected his millionaire-level income and public lifestyle. Loper also demanded full reimbursement for all her pregnancy-related expenses, from prenatal checkups to delivery costs and everything connected to it. But money wasn't the only thing on the table. The filing also centered on custody, with Loper asking for full authority to make key decisions about the child's health, education, and upbringing. She insisted that this arrangement would ensure the best protection and stability for the child until the court made its final decision. Legal experts were quick to notice that Loper's filing stuck closely to California's usual procedure for paternity cases. No criminal charges, no wild claims, just a civil dispute that suddenly turned into headline gold, the kind of story the media couldn't resist. Before anything else could happen, the court needed to confirm one crucial fact: who the biological parent actually was. That step always comes first before any discussion of custody or financial support can move forward. But at that point, no DNA results had been filed publicly, leaving everything hanging in uncertainty, while fans and reporters waited to see what Diggs would do next. Then, in July 2025, just a few months after the child's birth, Stefon Diggs made his move with a formal legal response. In his filing, he made it clear that he wasn't convinced about the paternity claim and wanted solid proof before accepting any responsibility. He asked the court to order a genetic test, saying he wasn't ready to take on parental duties without scientific confirmation. But Diggs' legal team didn't stop there. They laid out his position in case the DNA results confirmed he was the father. He wanted joint legal and physical custody. Diggs argued that both parents should share equal decision-making rights and time with the child, not just one person holding all the control. On top of that, he insisted that any child support payments be calculated under proper legal standards, not inflated by assumptions about his NFL-level salary. By demanding DNA testing, Diggs shifted the entire case toward cold, undeniable fact. That move put everything under a scientific lens, a path that could finally settle the biggest question once and for all. As the court battle played out, the public couldn't look away. Every new legal update sparked more headlines, more gossip, and louder debates across social media and talk shows. Then things took an even wilder turn when Diggs' personal life hit the spotlight again. In November 2025, rumors exploded online claiming he had started a new relationship with rapper Cardi B, and soon after, reports surfaced saying the two had welcomed a baby boy together. The internet went into overdrive, with fans, blogs, and news outlets all scrambling to piece the story together. The timing couldn't have been more dramatic. Suddenly, entertainment and sports media were drawing bold comparisons between Diggs' new chapter as a father and his unresolved paternity case still locked in court. The contrast made perfect tabloid material. One moment he's being praised as a proud dad again, and the next, people were questioning the truth behind another child still at the center of a legal fight. Social media went wild with divided opinions. Some people urged patience, saying everyone should wait for the official DNA results before assuming anything, while others jumped straight into speculation about how the whole legal mess might unfold. The internet was hooked, and no one was letting the story fade away anytime soon. Meanwhile, Diggs stayed silent. He didn't make any public comments, post cryptic tweets, or give interviews. Instead, he let his lawyers and court filings speak for him. But that quiet approach only stirred up more curiosity, turning what could have been a standard civil case into a headline-grabbing celebrity saga that wouldn't quit. Then came the big twist. In November 2025, Loper's attorney, Tamer G. Arlock, released a public statement claiming the DNA testing had officially confirmed Stefon Diggs as the biological father of the child. News outlets jumped on the revelation instantly, calling the test results conclusive and treating it like the final word on the matter. But the situation wasn't that clear-cut. Even though Arlock's words made it sound definitive, the actual DNA report was never filed in the public court record. Because of that missing document, journalists had to tread carefully, labeling the findings as alleged and relying solely on Loper's legal team for details. The uncertainty only made the story bigger, and the drama just kept building. In family law, everything shifts the moment DNA confirmation enters the picture. Once biological parentage is proven, the entire case can flip from a tense courtroom showdown to quiet negotiations behind closed doors. That's exactly what appeared to unfold here. After months of speculation, online debates, and legal back and forth, an unexpected twist dropped in early 2026. On January 20, 2026, Eileen Loper officially filed a motion to dismiss the lawsuit in full. Every claim, every document, wiped clean. That single filing shut down all court activity related to the paternity and support case. There was no lengthy statement, no dramatic explanation, just a simple note saying the matter had been resolved. The sudden silence said more than words ever could. Loper's attorney later confirmed to reporters that the case was officially closed, but offered no insight into what happened behind the scenes. No information surfaced about a financial agreement, custody plan, or co-parenting deal. Everything remained sealed tight, which only made the public more curious about what kind of arrangement might have been reached privately between Loper and Diggs. The court swiftly approved the motion to dismiss, officially closing the case without ever ruling on custody or financial support. From a legal standpoint, that move strongly suggested both sides had reached a private understanding and no longer needed the court to intervene. It marked a quiet but telling end to what had once been one of the most talked about paternity disputes in sports. Legal analysts were quick to point out that this kind of resolution isn't unusual once DNA results confirm biological parentage. When that key question is finally answered, it's common for both parties to handle the rest privately, especially in high-profile cases like this, where every public filing can trigger a media storm. Still, the mystery of what actually went down behind closed doors kept fans and gossip outlets buzzing long after the paperwork was filed. In California, paternity can be established through several routes: a court ruling, a voluntary declaration, or verified DNA testing. Once both sides agree on who the biological parent is, the court usually stands aside unless there's a dispute over custody or financial terms. That's exactly what seems to have happened here, as the dismissal of Eileen Loper's lawsuit fit perfectly within standard legal procedure. But here's the twist: a dismissal doesn't necessarily mean the story's over. In family law, things can always shift. If circumstances change down the line, whether about custody time, support payments, or private agreements, either side can bring it all back to court. For now, though, it seems like this long, high-tension saga has officially hit pause. The real twist happened in November 2025, when the plaintiff's lawyer publicly claimed that DNA testing had confirmed Stefon Diggs as the biological father. Then, just weeks later, in January 2026, everything changed again. The lawsuit was suddenly dropped. No trial, no public settlement, and no statement explaining why. The case just vanished overnight, leaving everyone stunned and guessing what could have really gone down behind the scenes. So there it is, the complete breakdown of one of the most shocking celebrity legal stories in recent memory. What truly happened behind closed doors might never come out, but the mystery kept the world hooked from start to finish. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more wild celebrity updates and exclusive behind-the-scenes scoops.
Yo quiero uno más.
Uno más? ¿De
Yeah.
cuál color?
For mi esposa. Actually, give me two.
Okay.
A
What
mini
size?
one. A mini one. Mini.
Mini?
Un poquito.
All right. All right, done.
Cardi B broke down in tears after Stefon Diggs finally made the promise she's been waiting for. He's going to marry her. The news sent shockwaves across the internet, with fans losing their minds over the unexpected twist in their roller coaster love story. No one saw it coming, and now everyone's talking about that one emotional moment that changed everything. What started as just another chill night between the two turned into something way deeper, an explosive turning point that left even their closest friends stunned. Social media lit up instantly, with fans posting clips, memes, and emotional reactions. Their relationship has always been wild, full of highs, heartbreaks, and hope, but this time, it hit differently. Weeks, whispers had been spreading that things weren't all good between them. Sources close to the couple claimed Cardi had been drained and unsure of where she really stood in Stefon's heart. Friends reportedly noticed her pulling back, acting quieter, and spending more time reflecting on her future. Behind all the fame, fashion, and red carpet smiles was a woman asking herself one question: does he truly see me as his forever? Cardi, known for her bold attitude and fierce independence, apparently hit her breaking point after another tense talk about marriage that went nowhere. Insiders said she couldn't hold it in anymore.
The big one.
You really love me!
She broke down crying, finally confessing through tears, "I can't keep giving my heart without knowing where this is going." That raw emotion hit everyone hard, and now fans can't stop wondering what comes next in this unpredictable love story. "I need certainty." Those were the words that echoed before everything changed. Sources revealed that Stefon Diggs had planned something completely unexpected, a private candlelit dinner just for him and Cardi B, away from cameras, crowds, and chaos. No entourage, no flashing lights, just love in its rawest form. The room was glowing with candles, soft music played in the background, and photos of their sweetest memories surrounded them.
This man got me in a castle. I'm talking a real castle.
This shit remind me of a movie.
You sit all the way over at the end while I stare at you.
Look how beautiful. This man is so adventurous. He got us in a fucking castle. Like, look at this. Like, I can't believe we staying in some place like this. This is insane. Gee. Child, look at the toilet, child. Ooh. This is the toilet. This is where I'm gonna take the royal shit. And this is where I'm gonna wash my royal hiney.
Every picture a reminder of how far they'd come. As they sat together, something felt different. Stefon was quiet, too quiet. Cardi could sense the shift instantly, the kind of silence that comes before something big. Then out of nowhere, he stood up, voice trembling, eyes wet. He looked right at her and said, "You've been patient with me. You've loved me when I was lost. You stayed even when I gave you every reason to walk away. I don't want to lose you, Cardi, I promise you." And then came the words that shattered the moment wide open. "I will marry you. You are my future." Cardi froze, stunned, her emotions spilling over like a wave she couldn't hold back.
The only thing that's like changed now is our work schedule now, because now he's really locked in. Like he's in his season right now, and I'm putting out an album right now. So it's like we can't see each other even if we wanted to.
Yeah,
he'll fly over here to see me, and I'll fly to him to see us. Now it's like, this is what we talked about all year, huh? It's our season. We always talked about September. Now we here, and it's like,
how you doing? How you do? Like how you dealing with it?
We just talk to each other every day, and it's like we gotta keep it. This is what we was asking for. He just came out of a ACL injury, and it's like he got something to prove, and I got something to prove too.
Are you about to be like one of these like athletes, right? Like you're gonna be at the games and like with the kids. Like are you gonna be on the sidelines in football apparel?
I'm gonna go to a couple of games, but like I get too anxious. I feel too anxious.
Really?
I might be like, "It's my safe." I might get banned.
You gonna run out on the field?
I might get banned. Like, you know, they're gonna ban me from the stadium.
Oh my God.
The second those words left his mouth, she broke down completely, bursting into tears. She fell into his arms, sobbing, whispering through her tears, "I just wanted to know you chose me. I just wanted to feel safe." People who were there said the energy in that room was unreal. Tears, laughter, and pure relief all mixed together like magic. For Cardi, that promise wasn't just about marriage. It was healing. It was validation. It was the end of weeks filled with heartbreak, doubt, and sleepless nights. Fans everywhere couldn't believe it. "We've never seen her like this." The second the news hit the internet, fans lost it. Social media went wild with reactions. Comments poured in like a flood of emotions. "Cardi deserves happiness after everything she's been through," one fan wrote, while another said, "Stefon finally stepped up. I'm shocked, but I'm happy." Some called it the most emotional Cardi moment ever. Others applauded Stefon for finally showing real vulnerability and growth, while a few remained skeptical, wondering if this promise would actually lead to a wedding or just fade away like so many celebrity vows. Still, hope filled the air. Insiders claimed that serious talks had already started about a private, secret ceremony, something intimate and romantic, followed by a massive A-list celebration later on. Even though there's no official date yet, people close to Cardi said she's been glowing ever since that night, calmer, lighter, and finally at peace, smiling more, laughing louder, and sweetly calling Stefon my future husband. Fans can't stop asking, is this the fairy tale ending everyone's been waiting for? Will this promise turn into a diamond ring moment that breaks the internet again? Nobody knows for sure, but one thing is undeniable. That night changed everything. What started as heartbreak turned into hope, and what was once doubt became devotion. Cardi B and Stefon Diggs just delivered one of the most emotional chapters in modern love story history. Raw, real, and unforgettable. And fans? They're glued to every update, every post, every detail. This wasn't just a romantic promise, it was a moment that left serious. The tabloids went wild. Social media exploded with debates, and people couldn't stop picking sides. But behind all the flashy lights and red carpet smiles, Cardi was battling a quiet fear. A fear that maybe she loved harder than he did. According to insiders, the silence between them had started to feel heavy. Even though their chemistry was undeniable, that missing clarity was eating at her heart day by day. Sources close to her said she'd been putting on a brave face, drowning her emotions in laughter, fame, and designer glam. But deep down, she was hurting. Cardi's been through so many public heartbreaks before. Messy breakups, harsh online criticism, and emotional scars that never fully healed. One close friend shared, she tried to stay strong, but every time marriage came up, Stefon would dodge it. It made her feel like maybe she just wasn't enough. Those words hit hard, because that's the pain so many could feel just by looking at her eyes during that time. That silent pain grew heavier until it finally reached a breaking point. The night that changed everything. Insiders revealed the couple had just come back from an exclusive dinner at a high-end spot. The tension was real. Cardi wasn't her usual fiery self. The jokes, the sparkle, the energy, all gone. Stefon noticed instantly, and for the first time he couldn't brush it off. Something deep was about to shift between them, and neither of them saw it coming. He reportedly looked at her and asked softly, "Why are you looking at me like you're about to cry?" That's when it all broke loose. Cardi's voice trembled, her eyes filled with tears as she finally let it out. "I just want to know if I'm wasting my time. I love you, but I can't keep guessing how you feel." The room fell silent, the kind of silence that feels like the world just stopped. Then, out of nowhere, Stefon Diggs did something nobody saw coming. He dropped the promise that changed everything. Stefon stepped closer, gently holding her face as tears streamed down. With a shaky breath, he said, "You're not wasting your time, Cardi. You never were. I just needed to be sure I was ready to be the man you deserve." He took a deep pause, his voice cracking as he continued. "But now I know, and I promise you, I'm going to marry you. Not one day, not someday. I promise you." Then came the words that made time stand still. "Cardi, you will be my wife." That was it. Her heart couldn't take it anymore. Cardi collapsed into his arms, crying uncontrollably. But this time, those weren't tears of pain. They were tears of pure relief. Years of heartbreak, confusion, and walls built to protect herself came crashing down all at once. This wasn't just a promise. It was healing. It was security. It was hope. Witnesses couldn't believe what they saw. Cardi kept repeating through tears, "You really mean that? You're not just saying it?" And Stefon looked her dead in the eyes and said, "I swear on everything, you are my future." They stayed locked in that moment for nearly 10 minutes as her tears soaked his shirt. But those tears told the story of a woman finally at peace. When the clip of that emotional moment hit social media, fans completely lost it. Timelines blew up, comments flooded in, and everyone was crying right along with her. "This is the Cardi we've been praying for!" One fan cried out online, followed by thousands of comments filled with heart and crying emojis. Stefon Diggs better not play with her heart. She deserves real love after everything she's been through. The internet exploded with emotions, calling the moment fairy tale vibes. Videos of Cardi wiping her tears and holding on to Stefon spread like wildfire, turning this emotional scene into one of the biggest celebrity moments of the year. That single night became the start of a brand new chapter for both of them. Insiders say something's different about Cardi now. She's glowing in a way fans haven't seen before. She's been smiling more, moving with a softer energy, and just radiating peace. Meanwhile, Stefon's reportedly been stepping up big time. Sources say he's been talking to family, showing real commitment, and even dropping quiet hints about future wedding plans. No official engagement ring has been shown off yet, but the whispers about a private proposal are getting louder every day, and fans can't stop speculating what's next. Could this finally be Cardi B's forever? From pain to promise, her story has taken a turn that no one expected. That night wasn't just about tears, it was about truth, healing, and two people choosing each other all over again, even after the chaos of love and fame. And when Cardi reportedly whispered through her tears, "Don't break me again," Stefon looked her in the eyes and said softly, "I won't. I'm choosing you for life." If you want more emotional celebrity love stories like this, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch, where every moment feels just as real and unforgettable.
So this is some news that came out. It said Booby Trap Miami. She says Cardi and Stefon at Booby Trap. Offset pulls up, and Stefon's scary ass really tried to have security block him. Like, be serious. Security wasn't even entertaining that. They let Offset in.
Offset new girlfriend got into it in the bowling alley over Offset and his ex with Stefon Diggs allegations. It was just a big mess. Y'all check this out and tell me what you think.
So earlier today, social media went wild after people started claiming that Offset and Stefon Diggs had some kind of scuffle outside a strip club in Miami called Booby Trap. The whole situation started when Goat Alexis posted a clip showing Cardi B and Stefon at the club. And not long after, Offset supposedly pulled up too.
I heard there was a little scuffle once he got in, but nothing more than that. Holy. Now, Cardi did respond to this. And Cardi said this is cap. And I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I don't think Cardi's a liar. And also, I did say, I think it's Cardi's responsibility, to the best of her ability, to keep both men apart. Both are baby daddies. I don't care if she fuck with Stefon now. Offset's still her husband, technically, and also the father of like 3 of her children.
Word is, when Offset showed up, Stefon's scary ass, as people online were saying, tried to have security block him off. But come on now, security wasn't even taking that serious. They just let Offset walk right in like nothing happened. Once he got inside, folks say there was a little back and forth, maybe a minor scuffle, but nothing major. Still, everyone online went into detective mode trying to figure out what exactly went down.
If she don't want one of these niggas to go to jail or go to hell, she should probably make sure they don't link at all. You probably have within your right to know if your baby father is going to be, and also he's a popular celebrity. Maybe his name going to be on a flyer. Maybe somebody could give you the heads up. You should know if your baby father going to be at a club, and it's on you at that point. Somebody got to swallow their ego. Yo, we're not going.
Then Cardi B herself jumped into the mix to shut down all the noise. She said, "Not true at all," making it super clear that she's denying anything ever happened between Offset and Stefon Diggs. Now here's where things get tricky. There is a video showing Cardi B inside Booby Trap, but there's no sign of Stefon Diggs anywhere in that footage. So from what it looks like, Stefon might not have even been inside when Offset showed up. But if the rumors have even a drop of truth, maybe whatever happened went down before Stefon could make it inside, and he decided to dip afterward.
Y'all, Offset didn't set up here and text message some girl to set up to, no, not just set up, to murk Stefon Diggs.
Honestly though, it's hard to believe Stefon would walk away from the club that quick. He's not exactly the type to miss out on a wild night, especially when the vibe's that good. And considering the night was all about his birthday, yeah, the reason Cardi B was even in Miami in the first place, it makes no sense that he'd skip the main event. They'd already been spotted at a fancy dinner the night before, so it was clearly a weekend meant for turning up. And let's not forget, Goat Alexis has been stirring the pot for a while now. She's definitely Team Offset and has been throwing shade Cardi B's way for months.
Cardi B saying that it made sense for her to leave Offset to talk to a guy like Stefon Diggs, someone that has like 3 kids, maybe even 4 kids on the way. How do you feel about the idea of Cardi B walking away from her family?
I just don't see the logic of leaving your husband to go be someone's 20th BM. It just doesn't make sense, especially for the reasons you're leaving him for. Like, he literally has 3 other girls pregnant right now while you're pregnant. But you just left your husband for being a cheater.
You're saying that you guys should just stick together and just ride it out?
People should do a better job choosing their partners, because at the end of the day, like, marriage is a lifetime contract. I don't know why you're so surprised. This is something rappers do a lot. They cheat.
You're bringing children into an unstable situation, and that's just not fair for the kid.
This is the same goat Alexis who dropped the rumor that Cardi was pregnant before anyone else. So with her history of messy exclusives, it's no surprise she's the one lighting this drama up again. So let's get into it, because goat Alexis has been at the center of a whole lot of chaos lately. She was the very first person to drop that wild story, and she didn't stop there. She's the same one who spilled the tea about Ari Fletcher allegedly sleeping with Offset. Yeah, that rumor. This woman has been knee-deep in everybody's business, constantly dropping messy info that keeps shaking up the internet. She's built her name off exposing drama that people didn't even ask for, and somehow she always has receipts. Now, when it comes to her and Cardi B, there's serious tension. These two do not mess with each other anymore, and it's mostly Cardi who's got an issue, which honestly makes sense. I mean, imagine someone always posting your personal drama online for the world to see. Who wouldn't be mad?
Nah, this is the biggest sucker stroke I have ever seen from a man. You mean to tell me you're texting another woman to help you set up another man to get murked? You don't want to sign the divorce papers. You refuse to do that. You cheated, spreaded rumors, humiliated, embarrassed that girl, that woman, Cardi B. And now you finna try to murk her baby daddy? That's jealousy.
What's crazy, though, is that there was a time when Cardi and goat Alexis were actually cool. Like, they used to vibe before all this tea spilling started. It's wild how fast things can flip once loyalty gets tested in that circle. But let's talk about the big question. Do you think something really went down between Offset and Stefon Diggs? The internet can't stop debating it. Every new post just adds more smoke to the fire, and people are digging up old stories to connect the dots. Speaking of Offset, there's a bigger issue that's been floating around. Apparently, he's been showing a pattern of acting aggressive towards Stefon Diggs. A few weeks back, a woman who claimed to be one of Offset's girlfriends came forward and exposed him, saying he allegedly tried to set Stefon up. People were totally confused, trying to figure out why Offset would want to go that far. Some thought maybe it was over Cardi, like maybe he thought Stefon was getting too close, but those leaked text messages painted a darker picture. The messages didn't just show jealousy, they hinted at something way more serious, even showing Offset allegedly threatening the same woman who exposed him.
And why do we care about Offset again and what he's doing, thinking, feeling, saying, wishing, hoping, praying?
The whole thing had fans shook, wondering what's really going on behind closed doors with this man and why Stefon Diggs keeps getting caught in his crossfire. Something about all this just doesn't sit right. So apparently, the real reason everything blew up is because that woman didn't follow through with Offset's plan the way he wanted. And that's when she instantly became his enemy too. Things took a nasty turn after that. Offset supposedly decided to get his other girlfriend involved, telling her to pull up and handle business, and that's exactly what happened. The two women ended up fighting, and from what's being said, the one who got sent to teach a lesson ended up getting beat up. What a mess.
Hey, go eat lunch right now. I'm working right now. I'm trying to get everybody else organized. You can't be selfish right now. Hey, you can't be selfish right now. I'm trying to make sure everybody okay. All right?
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Now, let's be real. If you're going to send someone to fight for you, you better make sure they can actually throw hands. You can't be sending somebody to do your dirty work if they're going to walk away losing the battle. And apparently, that's exactly what went down here. The woman who was attacked flipped the whole situation and started taunting the girlfriend online afterward. She was bold with it too, posting pictures of the weave that got ripped out during the fight. You could literally see it lying there like it was about to get tossed straight in the trash. She even made it worse by calling it a sweep, basically saying she wiped the floor with her. But she didn't stop there. She also posted screenshots of their messages before and after the fight, and they were wild. In one of the messages, she wrote, "Imagine jumping me over some D so ratchet. Classy girl." Then the girlfriend hit her inbox talking big, saying, "B, when I see you." And the other girl clapped right back with, "Are we gonna kiss?" That response had the internet cracking up because she clearly wasn't scared. The messages kept going though. The girlfriend fired back with, "I'm gonna F you up so bad you not gonna be recognizable." And the other woman coolly replied, "I'll probably be okay." And when the fight was over, she hopped back online and posted a selfie saying, "Guys, do I still look recognizable?" Basically trolling her after the whole situation. It was pure chaos, and everybody online was talking about it like it was a real-life reality show playing out in real time. This whole situation turned out to be downright embarrassing. Not just for Offset, but for that other girlfriend too. After the fight went viral, she tried to save face by posting a video saying, "She's fine, her hair's fine, everything's fine." But come on, we all saw what happened. You can't post a "I'm okay" video after catching an L that big. The number one rule when you pull up on somebody is simple. You gotta win. There's no coming back from losing the very fight you started, especially when the whole internet's watching. Now here's where it gets even more messy. Just days after that fight, rumors started flying that Offset tried to pull up on Stefon Diggs too, like he was trying to run the same kind of move again. People were saying he wanted to confront Stefon outside that Miami club, possibly to settle whatever drama's been bubbling under the surface. If that's true, Offset might be out here turning every situation into a showdown. And honestly, it's not looking good for him. But what really happened? That's the question everyone's been asking. Personally, I'm not fully convinced there was an actual fight between Offset and Stefon. There's just too much confusion around what went down that night. And when it comes to Cardi B, let's be honest. If she wants to keep something quiet, she will. She knows how to control a story and make sure things don't leak unless she wants them to. So if something did happen, you better believe it's gonna come out eventually, because nothing stays secret for long in this industry. But on the flip side, we haven't seen one single video proving Stefon Diggs was even at Booby Trap when Offset pulled up. There's footage of Cardi inside, but Stefon? Nowhere to be found. So it really makes you wonder, where exactly did Goat Alexis get her info from this time? Because she's the one who started this whole rumor, claiming there was tension between the two men, but without any solid proof, it's all just gossip floating around online. Still, one thing's for sure, this drama keeps everyone watching, and the story keeps getting wilder with every post. The fans are deep in the comments trying to piece together what's real and what's cap. So tell me, what do you think really went down between Offset and Stefon Diggs? Was it just online talk, or did something actually happen behind the scenes? Drop your thoughts below because I'm trying to hear what everybody thinks about this messy situation. And don't forget, hit that like, share, and subscribe button so you don't miss the next update when the truth finally comes out. Keep your eyes on this story because it's far from over and we're just getting started.
Welcome down in the name of Jesus. Welcome down, CDJ, CDJ. Let's go, Diggs. Let's go right now.
Something crazy's definitely going down with Cardi B losing her cool in that car, while Stefon Diggs was out there crushing the Texans. This wasn't some regular playoff game. This one had heat all over it. The tension was wild, the energy electric, and the emotions were spilling out like fireworks. Cardi wasn't just reacting to a touchdown. That look on her face said it all. Something deeper was going on. It's giving loyalty vibes. It's giving major comeback energy. The way they're moving, pure chemistry. And you just know Offset's somewhere pacing, hands on his head like, what is even going on right now? The drama's unfolding in real time, and it's impossible to look away. Let's get into the facts, because this moment didn't pop out of nowhere. Stefon Diggs went head-to-head with his old squad, the Houston Texans, in a playoff face-off packed with history and tension. And if you know how the NFL world moves, you know these grudge games hit different. The clips all over social media say it loud. This wasn't just a game, it was emotion, payback, and pride colliding all at once. When Stefon Diggs nailed that clutch touchdown, Cardi B popped online in seconds, from her car, screaming, hyping him up, and celebrating like she was front row at the game. She was wild with joy, proud as ever, and didn't hold back one bit. Cardi even said she never thought she'd be deep into football like this, but ever since she got linked with Stefon Diggs, she's been locked in, watching every play, every hit, every miss a beat either. People online were quick to point out that this version of Cardi hit different. It didn't feel staged or clout chasing. It felt real, relaxed, and straight from the heart. You could literally feel the calm through her energy. It's got everyone wondering what kind of peace she's found lately, especially after everything she's been through before. Because when Cardi's upset, it's written all over her face. But this time, she looked free, glowing, and completely unbothered. When Cardi's glowing, the whole world feels it, and this moment couldn't have hit at a better time. This wasn't just another game on the schedule. It was a full-on revenge playoff battle. Stefon Diggs putting points on the board against his old team was already storybook level. But Cardi jumping online right after to hype him up, that turned the whole thing into a power statement. It wasn't just celebration, it was symbolism, passion, and timing all wrapped in one explosive moment. Allegedly, people online are saying this is the kind of real love and public support Offset never really gave her. Offset was always chasing lights, headlines, and chaos, moving like attention was the goal. But now, Cardi's cheering for a man who's focused, steady, and locked in like nothing else matters but his mission. That contrast is impossible to ignore. You can literally feel the difference without anyone needing to spell it out. It's loud, it's clear, and it's powerful. Fans are watching in real time as Cardi shifts from messy headlines to peaceful energy, and it's got everyone whispering the same thing. This might just be her soft rebrand moment. Peace over pressure, loyalty over noise. Social media exploded when everyone realized just how deep Cardi's gotten into football. She even admitted she never thought she'd ever care about the sport like this. Yet now, she's online breaking down teams, analyzing matchups, and talking playoff pressure like she's part of the broadcast crew. That says a lot. Allegedly, this connection goes way deeper than most people think. Because let's be real, you don't just wake up knowing football talk unless you truly care about the player running those routes. That's real effort. That's time. That's emotional investment on display. And truth be told, that's something Cardi didn't always get back in her past relationships. But wait, things took a wild turn online right after. The internet did what it does best and turned it all into a straight-up comparison war. People started name-dropping Offset, claiming he lost Cardi to another man, while she's over here glowing, smiling, and cheering on her man like nothing and no one can shake her peace. Allegedly, fans have even been pointing out that Offset's been looking a little tight lately, while Cardi's moving lighter, happier, and unbothered, like she's finally breathing again. Now, it's not officially confirmed, but the vibe doesn't lie. Everyone's noticing how the vibe has flipped. She's glowing up, and he's stuck in the same loop. It's wild how those old patterns keep circling back to him, while Cardi's clearly stepping into her peace era. People are calling it her full-on evolution. No more drama, no more noise, just a woman focused on what and who makes her happy. And honestly, the contrast between her calm confidence and his confusion is louder than any statement she could ever make. Let's break down the mindset behind this whole moment, because this wasn't just about football or one touchdown celebration. This was Cardi B taking back her joy and doing it loud for the world to see. She's been through sawsuits, public drama, messy headlines, cheating rumors, breakups, and non-stop chaos. But now she's laughing loud, shining bright, and cheering on her man like nothing and no one can shake her peace. That's growth. That's power. And it shows that sometimes the real flex isn't fame or money. It's peace of mind and genuine happiness. If this is what peace looks like for Cardi, then it's no wonder she's holding on to it tight. She's been through storms, and now she's finally dancing in her sunshine. And don't get it twisted, Stefon Diggs needed that kind of energy too. Athletes feed off support, confidence, and loyalty, especially under that playoff pressure where the whole world's watching. Allegedly, when you've got someone hyping you up, standing with you, and celebrating your wins out loud, it can take your focus and fire to another level.
That's not just love, that's teamwork. And the way Cardi was hyping him up, you could feel that emotion through the screen. She wasn't just watching the game, she was living it, feeling every play, every moment. His victory looked like their win. And that right there speaks volumes. It's passion, connection, and mutual energy, the kind that can't be faked. This moment wasn't just about the scoreboard, it was about two people locking in and lifting each other higher. Now let's keep it real, because the internet's already buzzing with mixed takes. Some people are out here saying Cardi's doing too much, being extra, or moving too fast. But let's be honest, when men do the same thing, it's called passion. When women do it, suddenly it's embarrassing. Please, that double standard is played out. Cardi's got every right to be loud, proud, and full of life. After everything she survived, the lawsuits, the drama, the heartbreak, and the non-stop public judgment, she's earned the right to smile without worrying about who's watching. Allegedly, she's not putting on a show, she's just living her truth in real time. And that's what makes it hit different. She's showing what it looks like to finally breathe, to just be, and fans can feel that shift. Now, here's the real question that's got everyone talking. Is Cardi B genuinely happier with Stefon Diggs? Is this that deep, true love energy, or just the excitement of something new? And let's be real, is Offset somewhere watching all this unfold, thinking about what he might have lost? Because let's face it, when someone glows this bright after leaving you, that says a lot. Picking right back up, what really grabbed everyone's attention was how natural Cardi looked in that moment. No glam team, no fancy lighting, no stage, just her in a car reacting pure and unfiltered. That kind of raw honesty is rare, especially for someone at her level. And allegedly, that's exactly why the clip went viral. People saw a real woman, not a celebrity persona. It felt human, it felt free, and it reminded everyone why Cardi connects so hard with the public. They weren't just watching a superstar rapper hype up her man, they were witnessing a woman truly celebrate someone else's win without turning it into her own spotlight moment. That's real growth right there. And honestly, that's not a side of Cardi we've always seen before. This moment felt calm, mature, and grounded, a totally new energy from her usual fiery vibe. It's like we're seeing Cardi in her peace era, and fans can feel the difference through the screen. It also speaks volumes about Stefon Diggs and where his mindset's at. The man was locked in, playoff revenge match, focused, no drama, no ego, just straight business. And allegedly, instead of jumping online to brag or throw shade after his big score, the loudest and proudest celebration came from Cardi. That says everything about the energy between them. When a man's focused on his purpose and a woman feels safe enough to celebrate him without competing for attention, that's not chaos, that's alignment. It's a whole new level of partnership, the kind that builds instead of breaks. And if what we're seeing is genuine, it totally makes sense why Cardi keeps saying she's ready to support him every step of the way. Because this time, it's not about fame or headlines. It's about peace, respect, and connection. But now, let's talk about the elephant in the room, because the internet wasted zero time dragging Offset into this. Fans instantly flipped the situation, calling it karma, saying Cardi's now hyping up a man who's winning, while Offset is allegedly still trying to get back on his feet emotionally and financially. Now that's not officially confirmed, but let's be real, the optics are wild. When your ex is out here glowing, laughing, and lifting someone else up in public, that kind of happiness hits different, and for some, it stings. People online can't stop debating it. Is this pure timing, or is the universe really spinning the block? Either way, Cardi's piece is louder than any statement she could ever post. Allegedly, that's exactly why people online are calling this Cardi's revenge season, even though she's never once said it herself. But let's be real, the timing, the energy, the confidence is given that all day. Every move she's made lately screams new chapter, and fans are eating it up like it's her comeback storyline. What's even more interesting is how open Cardi's been about her sudden love for football. She didn't try to play expert or act like she's been watching games her whole life. She straight up admitted she's new to it and that her interest came from him. That level of honesty makes it hit so much harder. It's not about chasing attention, it's about effort,
connection, and genuine interest. She's stepping into his world instead of trying to pull him into hers, and that's a major shift for someone who's lived her whole career in the spotlight. That kind of vibe shows real maturity, choosing connection over image and partnership over publicity. If this relationship is as solid as it looks, it's clear Cardi's not chasing headlines anymore. She's chasing peace and purpose. But let's keep it 100. This kind of love and public attention brings serious pressure for Stefon Diggs, too. When the whole internet starts tying your performance to your relationship, it can either fuel you up or weigh you down. Allegedly, though, Diggs looks built for it, calm, focused, and ready for the heat. He's been through pressure, critics, and playoff chaos before, so this is just another arena for him to dominate. And having someone like Cardi hyping him up from the sidelines, that might just be the extra spark that keeps him winning both on and off the field. Fame at the highest level might actually help Stefon Diggs handle all that pressure instead of folding under it. But when you zoom out and look at this whole moment through a bigger cultural lens, it hits deep, because what Cardi's doing here completely flips the script on how people talk about black women and their happiness. For years, she's been labeled as loud, dramatic, impulsive, every stereotype in the book. Yet here she is, showing genuine joy, standing by her man, staying in her lane, and somehow, folks still find something to criticize. It really makes you stop and ask, why is it that when a black woman is calm, smiling, and at peace, the world starts questioning it? But when she's in chaos, everyone suddenly feels at ease. That double standard's been running for too long, and Cardi's moment just exposed it all. And let's not ignore the bigger picture, the family, the co-parenting, and her long-term mindset. Allegedly, Cardi's in a brand new phase where she's choosing stability over chaos, peace over pressure, and structure over mess. It doesn't mean everything's perfect, it just means she's intentional now. If she's aligning herself with someone like Diggs, whose career thrives on focus and discipline, that says she's thinking past the moment and planning for longevity. She's not just chasing feelings, she's building something solid, legacy, lifestyle, and long-term peace. That's not just growth, that's transformation, and it's powerful to witness. It takes strength to pivot when the world expects you to stay stuck, and Cardi's proven she's doing exactly that. So where does that leave Offset? Honestly, that's his journey to figure out. From the outside looking in, though, it seems like Cardi's detached emotionally and redirected her energy towards something way healthier. And when a woman reaches that level of peace, especially one who's been humiliated publicly before, there's no rewinding the tape. Once she's done, she's done. People weren't just seeing a rapper cheering for her man, they were seeing a woman celebrating someone else's success with pure joy. No ego, no competition. That's real growth. And honestly, it's not a side of Cardi we've always seen before in her past relationships, which is exactly why this whole vibe feels so fresh. It's peaceful, grounded, and filled with emotional maturity. A new chapter that's showing everyone just how much she's evolved. It also speaks volumes about Stefon Diggs and where his head's at right now. The man was fully locked in during that playoff revenge game. No distractions, no drama, no gimmicks, just pure focus and execution. And allegedly, instead of hopping online or flexing after that big score, the loudest voice hyping him up came straight from Cardi. That says everything about how they move together. Calm on his end, confident on hers. When a man's focused on his grind and a woman feels secure enough to cheer him on without trying to compete for the spotlight, the whole vibe shifts. That's balance. That's teamwork. That's real alignment right there. It's the kind of connection that feels rare in the industry, and fans can't stop talking about how natural it looks. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more wild updates, exclusive insights, and all the latest celebrity drama.
Got one birthday wish, and that's to get my wife back, Cardi. You know what I'm saying? We're going through a lot of things right now, a lot of things on the media. I want to apologize to you, Cardi. You know I embarrassed you. I made you look crazy, doing things I ain't had no business. I was partaking in activity that I shouldn't have been taking in. And I apologize, you know what I'm saying? Breaking your heart, breaking our promise, breaking God's promise, and being a selfish, messed up husband, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be a better person.
Welcome back. Today we're diving into the chaos surrounding Offset. Yep, Cardi B's ex-husband who just can't seem to stay out of trouble. The streets are buzzing about Stefon's baby, and people are whispering it might actually be Offset's kid. The ex-Migos star got the internet talking again, and it's messy. When Offset was running around with all kinds of women, it was pure embarrassment for Cardi B. She finally had enough of that nonsense and peaced out, moved on, living her best life, and even got herself a whole new baby with another man.
He taking all his vitamins and his nutrients.
He's at the IV therapy
He's
clinic.
at the IV therapy clinic. He can run 7 miles a day. Boy's conditions.
Different than that drug rapper.
Man, he fucking the shit out of Cardi B. And they're driving Offset crazy. Man, then they got that rapping dick full of that dope, that syrup, stand up late, club food, lack of exercise, low testosterone. Yeah.
That's
I be mad at an NFL nigga fucking on my bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna sabotage some shit.
I might
Cause
shoot
you
somebody.
you can't outfocus the athlete nigga in tip top shape. What's that nigga position?
Wide receiver.
Meanwhile, Offset's online acting like he got something deep to say, stirring up drama like always. Now let's spill some quick tea on Stefon Diggs. This dude isn't just making waves. He's one of the NFL's top wide receivers, now balling out with the New England Patriots. He's got Pro Bowl appearances, big stats, and a solid reputation as one of the best in the game. But behind the scenes, Stefon and Cardi been keeping it real. Word is, they're expecting a baby together. And even with Offset's name floating around in all this drama, they're standing strong and staying grounded. And honestly, can anyone blame her?
Before she conceived this child, this is another man, this next man. I know he got kids with Cardi, right?
Yeah, I think 3.
And I know, cause you got 3, he ain't got but 1. It don't go, the weight don't move like that. It don't matter no more. It's like, even though he got 3, and she got, that shit like evil. Like you don't get no more pull than he get. And he her new man now. So now he damn near got more rank than you. Ain't no damn near he do. Cause the kids with her.
Right.
And the kids gonna move how she move.
Here.
When she move. And she gonna move how she move with him when he move.
Nobody wants to keep dealing with a man who's out here embarrassing you in front of the world. Offset had her looking crazy over and over again. Now, disclaimer. All this talk is alleged, so don't come for me with no lawsuits. But still, the truth hurts. Offset really had Cardi out here looking like a fool. Love her or not, at the end of the day, she's a woman, and nobody deserves that kind of disrespect. All those random women popping up everywhere? Yeah, she did the right thing by moving on, and I can't be mad at that.
Stefon Diggs 100% told Cardi about all of the baby mama drama before it hit the media. That's why she's at these games, still having the time of her life, sitting beside a billionaire. Why? Because she already knew it was going to come out. She already knew. And that's the difference between a Stefon Diggs and a Offset. Now, we must remember that Cardi B was a midnight ballerina, right? So promiscuity, like being promiscuous is not the problem, right? Because she already know how it go. She would probably expect no different. He's an NFL player. Like, come on. That's not the problem. The problem is that, I don't know if y'all ever been cheated on, but the problem is when you are eating your breakfast, sitting in your house, and then all of a sudden, boom, a headline comes in, or you get that coming to you as a woman text. Nobody wants to have the upper hand on them. Nobody wants to be surprised that their marriage or whatever they got going on was in shambles. If something's going to come out, make sure you tell the woman first. Period, point blank. The problem, that's the real betrayal. Okay, you might have done this, you might have done that, but the real betrayal is that somebody in the world knows something about our situation, about me, about my life, that I don't even know. Nobody likes to feel like an idiot like that. And that is what I feel like the difference is. I feel like Stefon Diggs already told her, hey, this is what I got going on. These things are true, this, that, and that. And they can move on from there. She had a choice. Offset did not give her no choice. That be the problem. Men don't like to give a choice. They like to not tell you, wait till you find out, and then, ooh, now you're hit with a hard decision. Because you don't have, because then, you know what I mean? You're too sunken deep in. When you have that choice to be like, okay, this is what happened. Do I think this is really bad? Do I think I can work past this as a woman? Do I think you have that time and you're not hit with it like a bus? You know what I mean? And that's why I think that they're going to work out, because he clearly has a different mindset than Offset does. I feel like he has an understanding of what she's been through, and that he's not going to do the same things that Offset did in that way. But who knows? I mean, we can't talk about everybody's past. Cardi B used to be promiscuous too. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is that don't have me out here looking like a dummy. And she comes from the streets, so that makes sense. People who come from the streets don't like to be look like a dummy. Tell me what's going on. Put me on game.
Let's be real. Cardi was pregnant for almost 3 years straight, right? She had all those hormones jumping around. Plus, she was fresh out of what looked like a controlling and messy relationship, at least from the outside. Anyone coming out of something like that is going to be in full battle mode, and it takes time to heal and get steady again. I don't even think this version of her is her final form. Not at all. It might take a few years for her to calm down and slide back into her original self, because everything she's been through is heavy. But the whole point is this. If you didn't know the truth before, you're seeing it now. Offset been acting strange for real, and the timing is wild. Cardi just had a whole baby. Like Rizma said, she bridged the gap between heaven and earth, bringing new life into this world. She literally carried a miracle. And right after that, what does Offset do? He jumps online and posts, "My kid," which everybody took as him trying to hint that the baby was his. And we all know that's not true at all. Then the rumors started flying. People talking about Offset could claim Cardi's baby for attention. Like, what are they even saying out here? He tried to backtrack so fast. But you know why? I don't know the whole truth, but I got a strong idea, and we're about to break it down right now. Check out what he posted. Someone wrote, "And point proven. See how when she goes back to silence, how this narcissist goes back scrambling. Him and his team thought she would crash out yesterday with their bold lies to make her look crazy again." And honestly, Offset really has turned messing with Cardi into some kind of pattern. But at the end of the day, nobody really knows Cardi personally except the people around her. Definitely not randoms online. But here's the thing. Look at Offset's circle. From Quavo to Takeoff, rest in peace, to even people in his own family. Everybody has had issues with him. When every person around you has the same complaint, it makes you wonder if the common problem is actually you. That's all I'm saying. Then this creator, Curly Caribbean, said, "He's losing his mind. Good job, Cardi." And that was right after Cardi revealed she felt harassed by Offset and said she was scared for her safety. Offset got online and said, "I'm not this. This internet is messing up my chances. I'm not losing anything. This internet is messing up my chances as a black man to see my kids." Pause. Because why do people who cause the most chaos always pull the "I'm a black man" line when they're backed into a corner? There are millions of black men raising their kids, staying loyal, building real homes, honoring their partners, and showing real love every day. There are so many black men making their girlfriends smile from ear to ear without bringing drama to the timeline. You never hear these folks admitting, "Yeah, I messed up." Nope. Instead, they always get labeled as the problem child, the one causing chaos, the one people in the community are trying to distance themselves from. And honestly, that's exactly the energy Offset has been giving. And to my Asian, Latino, and other communities watching this, trust, we're all dealing with our own versions of these characters. Offset has been stressing this woman out non-stop. He's embarrassed her in public, tried to throw shots at her right after she gave birth, and she's the one holding primary custody of their 3 kids and raising them every day. But suddenly he wants to stand on the internet and cry, "I'm a black man?" Really? Because I already know the defenders are sliding into the comments talking about he's trying to do right by his kids. Some people will defend somebody who's clearly in the wrong just because they might show a little attention to their children. It's wild every single time. Then Offset went on with even more statements. He said the accusations were messing up his chances as a black man to see his kids, and that these claims weren't fair to him, or her, or the kids. He even said he was upset because it ruined his Thanksgiving plans with the kids. He called it all fake post stuff and told people he was innocent. But hold on. Didn't he say he was innocent every single time a cheating story came out? Didn't he swear he was innocent during all the other drama too? Offset really loves the word innocent, but the math never matches the story. People been stopped believing those lines. Now here's the real part. If you know how to read someone who moves like this, you can see exactly what's going on. He's worried because all this drama is messing up his future custody situation. He knows these actions can block him from getting 50-50 custody, which, say it with me, would block him from getting child support and stop him from living off Cardi's money. Cardi is the one with the income. Cardi is the one without any gambling issues. Cardi is the one who, according to her, isn't touching illegal stuff. And Cardi is the one he's been chasing for money so he can play fairy godfather to every bartender, dancer, and lost girl running around Atlanta. We see everything clearly now. Offset's moves are loud.
That's not Stefon Diggs' baby. That's Offset baby. By law. By law. That's his baby. That's his baby.
That's right. Always know your worth. Never come second to anyone, no matter what. Offset really went out of his way to make that woman look crazy online, and she's finally done with it. She's out here minding her own business, raising her 3 kids, and living her life without all that extra drama. Some people think they can hold you down just because you've got kids, but Cardi said, "Cool, you do you and I'll do me." Now look, it's blowing up all over the internet. The tension is heavy, the shade is real, and everyone's got something to say about Offset acting out. Offset needs to chill, for real. Leave that woman alone and let her live her life. Whether she's right or wrong, that's between her and God, not him. But no, this man's out here talking about he wants half her properties, making wild claims, and acting obsessed. The control issues are off the charts. Even Cardi said on The Breakfast Club that she's been through hell. Always caught in drama she never asked for. If Offset really wants peace, he needs to move on. Go find them women you were messaging before and live your best life. She's not in your world anymore, so why you still pressed? Seems like someone can't handle seeing her glow without him, and it shows. So tell me, what do you all think about Offset's messy behavior and Stefon holding it down like a real one? Drop your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more wild updates.
And Sports Entertainment is reporting that Stefon Diggs tried to assault a man after him.
I'm him. I'm him.
Offset be asking Cardi B for spousal support. Yeah.
Jaguar Wright just set social media ablaze once again, and this time she's dragging Stefon Diggs straight into the chaos. The internet is losing it because her latest claims are wild. This whole storm hit right after that messy back and forth between Cardi B and JT about whose man is gayer. And just when everyone thought the drama had peaked, boom, Jaguar drops a bomb. She's saying Stefon's been secretly getting involved with light-skinned men behind the scenes, but wait till you hear this. One of them, Chris Griffith, came forward saying it wasn't just a secret fling, it turned violent too. He's accusing Stefon of putting hands on him, and the so-called receipts he's showing off online look seriously bad.
What made me most frustrated was the fact that he tried to unalive me after it, when in reality, even though I was drugged, even though I was violated, I never thought that the next step would be my life being threatened because you got turned down.
But Jaguar didn't just spill one cup of tea, she poured the whole pot. She's claiming Chris isn't the only one, saying multiple people have reached out to her with nearly identical stories, all pointing right at Stefon. And here's the part that's got everyone side-eyeing. She says every single one of them is light-skinned. Jaguar even tossed in another wild twist, claiming Stefon hooked up with Cardi B just to hide what she calls his DL lifestyle. The story gets even messier because, according to her, Cardi tried to play a revenge game on Offset, but it backfired big time when she allegedly ended up pregnant. Now, the whispers say she's stuck dealing with a man who might not even be into her the way she thought. This drama just keeps spinning out of control.
You least
like to date your sister?
What the hell? Diggs.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Oh, Stefon Diggs.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Least like to date my sister, Diggs. 100%.
And let's not forget the part everyone's trying to act like they didn't see. Chris been calling out Stefon for months. Way back in October, he dropped those wild videos showing what looked like Stefon's brother and his crew cornering and jumping him in an elevator. Viewers were shocked, but at first, Chris only posted the actual fight. No context, no explanation. Then he came back later and spilled the real tea, saying Stefon allegedly set the whole thing up himself after Chris refused to mess around with him during his time working as Stefon's personal stylist. That's when the internet truly exploded because people couldn't believe it. From a styling gig to a setup, the drama was next level. But things didn't stop there because according to Chris, the situation turned personal and fast. He even claimed Stefon tried to cross a line with him, pushing for something more. But luckily, he says he got out before things went too far. He insists he saw something in Stefon that most people don't know about, something he was clearly trying to hide, and that rejection didn't sit well at all. Not long after that failed attempt, because as Chris put it, I don't roll like that and never have. Here comes Stefon's half-brother Marcin jumping into the chaos like he's got something to prove. Now, Chris didn't hold back when describing him either. He called Marcin broke. Not even throwing shade, just stating what he called facts. 3 kids, no money, and a weak relationship with Stefon, who didn't even know him until his teens. So when Marcin saw a crack forming between Stefon and Chris, he saw an opportunity to slide in and take advantage.
But it's that power complex of wanting what you want when you want it, feeling like you own the things that you pay.
Him, I guess, allegedly making a pass at you.
Right.
Like, how did that go?
We used to do dumb things like when we went to the strip club, we would take the jelly beans, swap the bag out. We put them in the Skittles. He's offering me candy. I'm really thinking it's on something like, man, you trying to play with me? No, I don't want to do that. Because we've done it before. But now it's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Man, give me a piece. So he gives me a piece of the candy. And what happened to me after that was not what would have occurred if I ate Hershey's, I'll tell you that.
Chris says the man got greedy and tried to rob him for his insane Chrome Hearts collection. We're talking rare jackets with over 100 crosses, exclusive bags, the whole flex. And get this, according to Chris, as soon as he stepped off the elevator, Marcin hit him with, "What's up with all that chromes?" Like he'd been plotting it from the start. He wasn't solo either. He rolled up with 2 other guys ready to snatch everything. The cameras catching everything didn't even scare them, because Chris says the robbery wasn't just about stealing his designer gear, it was about shutting him up for good. They wanted him quiet about what he called the closeted receiver. He claims the real plan was to take his stuff, leave him laid out in his apartment, and make it look like nothing ever happened. But even that's not the end, because the streets are whispering about a deeper setup. Chris says there's a fake theft story being pushed to hide what really went down, that he was allegedly drugged and then targeted.
My skin was sensitive to the touch. My eyes are blue. My pupils were so big, my eyes looked black.
He stood firm though, saying, "I'm a straight man, always have been, and I don't experiment. That's facts." He swears the truth always finds its way out, no matter how hard people try to bury it. And according to him, he's got receipts stacked like a printer, ready to prove every single word, while everyone else stays busy talking in the comments. Offset might have been the first one to drop a clue about all this chaos, long before it spiraled out of control. Months back, he practically called Stefon Diggs out himself, hinting that the NFL star might be living a double life.
Shortly thereafter, we ended up in the car, 2-seater Porsche, just us, and I say that to say it's not a lot of space. He talking to me about all the girls that he got in the house. Now, mind you, I was just at the house earlier, so it is a boatload of girls at the house. It's Spanish.
But he only left with you.
He left with me, but at the house, it might be 20 girls.
The drama kicked off after one of Cardi B's fans came for him online, leaving a nasty comment saying, "B, you're a loser. No ish." Offset didn't waste a second. He clapped back hard with, "Bother the gay boyfriend." That one-liner hit the timeline like a bomb. The internet went wild, dragging Stefon's name right into the mess and sending everyone into detective mode trying to figure out what Offset really meant. And even though Chris Griffith can't talk publicly because of his ongoing case, that single comment reignited all the whispers surrounding Stefon's name. Then the fire got even hotter once Cardi and JT reignited their beef, turning Twitter and TikTok into a full-blown battleground. Things started snowballing right after Cardi dropped her new track, Magnet. And she didn't just throw shade, she threw a whole eclipse. The song takes direct shots at JT, calling her out for being a groupie for Nicki Minaj and claiming she's dating a man on the down low.
Should Offset be asking Cardi B for spousal support?
Yeah. Absolutely. I would be his paid. I do. I mean, why not? She used him and his family to become somebody, and now she's trying to make fools out of all of them. Like, she don't know that the reason why she can't put together no real album is because Takeoff is dead, because they was, he was the writing machine for the whole family. And the Migos, they put her on, you know what I'm saying? And if she want to go and run off and act like she don't owe these people nothing, this is a stripper going wild.
Is Cardi being petty for getting Offset's favorite player? Getting with Offset's favorite player?
Yeah. And the truth is I don't even believe that thing is real. And not because of the whole BBL thing. He's like going the Shannon Sharp way of proving his machismo, and that don't look good. Like, everybody says that he smashes way too many women. He's got multiple women pregnant at one time. He can't seem to really settle down with anybody. And usually when handsome men spend all of their time trying to prove that they're that virile, it's because they're down low.
Fans instantly caught the subliminals and went crazy dissecting every line. Now, Lil Uzi Vert's name has been floating around in gay rumors for years, mostly because of his eccentric style, the nail polish, the piercings, the bold fits. But there's never been any solid proof tying him to any man. Still, Cardi clearly didn't care about holding back this time. She spit bars that had everyone clutching their phones, quoting her lyrics left and right. Now let's talk about this hating B. Ungrateful B, fake friend B, a clown B. Your loyalty depends on who you around, B. She just mad she got a man she's sharing bags with. My man cheat, but I don't stick no sticks in his behind, B. Those lyrics hit like a slap. Messy, personal, and straight up savage. Fans instantly knew Cardi was taking it there, with no hesitation, dragging both JT and Uzi into the fire while Offset's old shade towards Stefon suddenly started making a whole lot more sense. This beef isn't just about music anymore. It's exposing everything. You already know JT wasn't about to let Cardi's bars slide, not even for a second, and this is where everything blew sky high. While Uzi's rumors usually revolve around his clothes and flashy style, Stefon Diggs' name is tied to something way heavier. An actual assault lawsuit. JT wasted no time stirring the pot, reminding everyone about Chris Griffith's shocking claims. She even brought up his viral sit-down with Tasha K, where he laid everything out in disturbing detail. According to Chris, Stefon allegedly gave him a spiked jelly bean during a hangout, and the moment it kicked in, things took a dark, unexpected turn. He described how Stefon supposedly started touching him, licking his ear, and then exposing himself. Right there, in front of him. The entire story had viewers in disbelief, with some saying they couldn't even finish watching the interview. This whole situation is wild, and honestly, it's tragic. No one deserves to go through something like that, and a lot of people online are saying it's sad how the seriousness of Chris's story is getting lost in all the celebrity drama. Folks are pointing out that if these claims are true, it's not about fashion choices or gossip, it's about what Chris says actually happened.
We get out the car. As we're walking, it's very uncomfortable to talk about. As we're walking toward the door, he put his arm around me and he said, man, come to my room. And he put his, put his tongue in my ear, like doing some weird shit.
His words, "He did this to me," are echoing all over the internet. Fans are flooding comment sections with justice for Chris and showing support for survivors and the LGBTQ community who feel like this case isn't being taken seriously enough. But you know Cardi B wasn't about to stay quiet. She came swinging back hard. She denied every single rumor JT and Chris brought up, and instead of playing defense, she went straight for JT's throat. Cardi accused JT of allegedly terminating multiple pregnancies for Uzi, claiming he didn't even want kids with her. That accusation had social media spiraling out of control, with fans digging for proof and dissecting every line Cardi's ever said about motherhood and relationships. At the same time, another group online started trying to flip the story against Chris, saying he's not as innocent as he claims. They're throwing around receipts, claiming he lied to the media, changed his story multiple times, and even dragged other names like Giovanna Davis into his mess with inconsistent details. The whispers say his credibility is on the line, especially with rumors about stolen property and shaky timelines. And that's not all. There's talk of courtroom tension too. Allegedly, he was furious when a key witness named Britt didn't show up, and there are even threats of unreleased audio tapes that could drop at any moment. Then come the whispers about Roc Nation's involvement, with people speculating that certain insiders might be trying to bury the story to protect reputations. Every day, new threads pop up online, making the case look even darker and more tangled. And just when everyone thought it couldn't get any more chaotic, Cardi jumped on IG Live and took it nuclear. She straight up threatened to leak private content of JT and Uzi if JT didn't stop speaking on her man's name.
By the way, I'm just ignoring shit. Know why I'm ignoring shit? You know what? Usually when people be trying me, I be feeling really angry, and I be bugging out and I be crashing out and everything. But lately, it hasn't even been hitting me because first thing first, I'm on a big high right now. I'm on a high. I'm on a working high. I don't think y'all understand how I get when I'm on a working high. I don't give a fuck about nothing. You bitches come after this working high. And also, maybe because I'm probably used to it already. I think I'm used to bitches baiting me, and I'm already used to bloggers baiting me. It gets to the point that it's like, it doesn't really bother me that much as I used to.
The internet went into full meltdown mode. Fans were screaming, bloggers were scrambling, and nobody could tell what was real anymore. This drama isn't just messy, it's pure chaos in real time. JT didn't waste even a second firing back after Cardi threatened to leak that private content. She came with full force and zero filter. She dragged Cardi straight through her own past, reminding everyone about those viral dancer days that the internet never forgot. JT called out how Cardi used to be fully exposed on camera, doing everything on stage, and even bringing props into her performances. Fans lost it because JT wasn't lying. Those clips are still out there floating online for anyone to see. JT hit her hard, basically saying Cardi's the last person who should be talking about leaked content when her own history is all over the web. The crowd went wild, because when it comes to clapbacks, JT always makes sure it lands with precision and heat. And fans, they were gagging. Comment sections blew up with reactions calling the situation messy, hypocritical, and desperate. People were posting memes, side-by-side screenshots, and endless threads saying, "The math just ain't mathing." Everyone agreed. Cardi trying to shame someone over explicit footage was pure irony, considering her own background was full of it. Even neutral fans couldn't help but say JT kinda ate with that comeback. But while the internet was busy picking sides between Cardi and JT, out of nowhere, Jaguar Wright jumped right into the chaos and sent everything spinning again. Nobody saw it coming, because Jaguar has never been cool with JT, so when she suddenly popped up in the middle of their feud, jaws dropped! And instead of going after JT, she turned her aim straight at Cardi and her man, Stefon Diggs. Jaguar went in, claiming Stefon's living a secret DL lifestyle and only dating women as a cover so people will think he's straight. She didn't sugarcoat anything. She said it loud, raw, and unfiltered, accusing him of hiding behind women to protect his image. And then she took it even further by throwing shade at Cardi herself, saying Cardi should be bowing down to Offset because, according to Jaguar, without the Migos putting her on the map, she wouldn't have the fame she has now. That statement sent the internet into another meltdown. People couldn't believe she actually said it. Fans were stunned, not just because Jaguar came swinging, but because she actually sided with JT's narrative just to take down Cardi and Stefon at the same time. It turned the whole situation into a three-way firestorm. Cardi defending her man, JT doubling down on her shots, and Jaguar stirring the pot like she had front row seats to every secret. Social media couldn't look away for even a second. It was too explosive. And just when everyone thought this circus couldn't get any messier, boom, another twist dropped that had the whole internet gasping. Out of nowhere, new screenshots started circulating, showing DMs supposedly between Stefon and a mystery man who looked way too familiar to fans. The messages were flirty, bold, and a little too friendly to pass off as bro talk. People started connecting dots, claiming it was more proof that the stories Jaguar and Chris had been spilling weren't just wild rumors after all. Screenshots flew across Twitter, Reddit, and every gossip page you could think of, with folks arguing over whether they were real or edited. Some fans said the timestamps lined up too perfectly to fake. Others swore it was all part of a smear campaign. But either way, the buzz was out of control. Meanwhile, Cardi was out here trying to calm the storm, but her attempts only made things worse. She hopped on X, formerly Twitter, talking about how people need to stop believing fake receipts and that she's tired of the lies being spread about her family. But no matter what she said, fans weren't letting go. Every time she tweeted, the replies were filled with people dropping memes, quotes, and screenshots, practically begging her to address Stefon's situation directly. It got so bad that Cardi started trending, not for her music, not for her fashion, but for this never-ending drama surrounding her man. Then things got even deeper when a few insiders came forward claiming that Roc Nation was quietly trying to manage the chaos behind the scenes. Allegedly, there were talks of sending out cease and desist letters to multiple bloggers who kept pushing the story. But by that point, the internet had already run with it. You can't put the lid back on a pot that's already boiling over. And this one was steaming hot. Now fans are demanding statements, the blogs are milking every detail, and JT's over there acting unbothered while dropping shady tweets that clearly hit at Cardi. Jaguar's still talking too, saying this is just the beginning of what she plans to expose next. The whole thing's turned into one giant storm of accusations, secrets, and shade, and no one's backing down. Every time you think it's over, someone else drops new tea, and the cycle starts all over again. It's chaos, it's scandal, it's viral mayhem, and everyone's watching to see who breaks first. But hold up, Jaguar wasn't even close to being done with her takedown. She went in even harder, accusing Stefon of having a disturbing pattern when it comes to how he treats light-skinned men. According to her, he doesn't just get involved with them, she claims he allegedly targets them, gets what he wants, then sends his crew to intimidate them into silence. Jaguar said it's the same exact playbook she believes he used on Chris Griffith. The same setup, the same manipulation, and the same threats afterward. Fans were left in total shock, mouths wide open, trying to process everything she just dropped like a bombshell. Social media went absolutely wild after that. Comment sections filled up within minutes, people reposting her claims and adding their own spin. One fan even joked, Diggs said, "Bro, I'm feeling you. How about you let me feel inside you?" While another chimed in with, "Diggs dresses so sassy. I could totally see this being real." The internet had no chill. Memes started flying. Videos popped up with dramatic reenactments, and gossip blogs were practically breaking their servers from how fast people were clicking. But underneath all the jokes and memes, people started having some real debates. Some say Jaguar's got nothing to lose, so maybe she's finally exposing what others are too scared to say. Others think she's just chasing attention, stirring chaos for clout. The crowd split right down the middle, some screaming, "She's telling the truth," while others are yelling, "Cap, nobody knows for sure." But one thing's clear, this story has everyone glued to their screens, waiting for the next twist. So now it's your turn. What do you think about Stefon Diggs and this whole circus? Could there actually be some truth behind Jaguar's shocking claims? Or is it all just another wild internet rumor that got out of hand? And how do you feel about Cardi, JT, and Jaguar all jumping into the same ring, trading shots, and keeping this fire burning? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. I want to know what side you're on. And before you dip, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for non-stop celebrity drama, wild investigations, and exclusive stories you won't hear anywhere else. Trust me, the next video is going to shake the timeline even harder. Go hit that bell so you don't miss the next drop. See you on the next one, fam. It's about to get even crazier.
Is it finalized, the divorce?
Not yet.
Okay, so it's not
Still
finalized.
going through it.
Do you want it to be finalized?
I'm ready to be over it, for it to be over with, yeah.
Really?
Offset allegedly just turned down $10 million from Cardi B to get out of this divorce, y'all.
Offset really needs to chill. But then Cardi B popped out with her line, "I ain't pregnant anymore then, baby." And that shook everything up. She basically told him if he wants drama, she's ready for it, because one thing everyone knows is this: Offset loves to talk tough, but it's starting to look like he depends on Cardi's money to keep his whole image shining.
What do I give? So I'm like, what do you like? Oh, that's right, some shmoney gang. So babe, this is my birthday to you. I know you got a lot of business ventures coming in 2022, so let's get it. Bring up the birthday gift, motherfucker. Come on, motherfucker. That's $2 million, nigga. $2 million. Wow! I love you. Wow! I love you, nigga. And all my friends, don't ask me for money, because I gave this nigga $2 million. Wow! Now, let's turn it up.
And here's the real question. Do all those bartenders, dancers, and the girls he brings around his house or shows off with in those Atlanta strip clubs even know he might need Cardi's cash to keep their lifestyle looking cute? It's wild out here. This whole situation is turning into a modern-day VH1 Behind the Music episode, for real. If you don't know the show, every story starts the same way. They had the lights, the fame, the bags, and everybody either wanted to be them or be next to them. Then out of nowhere, with one bad move, it all vanished like smoke. They go from running the industry with full respect to suddenly being ignored like yesterday's news. Next thing you know, they end up working outside gas stations, even though some gas stations don't even have pumps anymore. That's how fast everything can flip. And honestly, Offset is looking like the 2025 version of a Behind the Music cautionary tale. And trust me, people are watching every second. Why? Because whether you mess with Cardi or not, her story stays loud. I've always been critical of some things she said, especially when she called people roaches, which never sat right with me. But even with that, Offset still acts like a certified weirdo.
So, like, just for both of us, like, I feel like that be a louder story than what we really love to do, which is music and art. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying that. Not like nothing towards her. It's like it blinds the people to what we are to the people, which is our artists. Two of us being superstars, your business is always out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I could rewrite the book, I would have never been public. It would have never been public. You know what I mean? Or public like it had just never been public. Because when it's public, it's opinions. Then like they're watching everything. Like, I was definitely not perfect.
No debate needed. Let's be real. Cardi was pregnant for almost 3 years straight, right? She had all those hormones jumping around. Plus, she was fresh out of what looked like a controlling and messy relationship, at least from the outside. Anyone coming out of something like that is gonna be in full battle mode, and it takes time to heal and get steady again. I don't even think this version of her is her final form, not at all. It might take a few years for her to calm down and slide back into her original self, because everything she's been through is heavy.
Now, if y'all know, Cardi B and Offset has been going through this divorce. Cardi has mentioned several times that she is trying to get out this divorce. She's already pregnant with her new man's baby, and she's trying to get out this divorce, right? So she finally was like, fuck it, right? I'm going to send an offer for $10 million. Y'all, Offset's team hit her back and said that he built her brand and that he deserves half of all her earnings.
But the whole point is this. If you didn't know the truth before, you're seeing it now. Offset been acting strange for real, and the timing is wild. Cardi just had a whole baby. Like Rizma said, she bridged the gap between heaven and earth, bringing new life into this world. She literally carried a miracle. And right after that, what does Offset do? He jumps online and posts, "My kid," which everybody took as him trying to hint that the baby was his. And we all know that's not true at all. Then the rumors started flying. People talking about Offset could claim Cardi's baby for attention. Like, What are they even saying out here? He tried to backtrack so fast, but you know why? I don't know the whole truth, but I got a strong idea, and we're about to break it down right now. Check out what he posted. Someone wrote, and point proven. See how when she goes back to silence, how this narcissist goes back scrambling. Him and his team thought she would crash out yesterday with their bold lies to make her look crazy again. And honestly, Offset really has turned messing with Cardi into some kind of pattern. But at the end of the day, nobody really knows Cardi personally except the people around her.
Things that I did wrong. She did things that was wrong. And it's like, but it's always on the front screen.
Yeah, it's hard to move on.
It's hard to move on from it. Exactly.
It's hard to move on.
Definitely not randoms online. But here's the thing. Look at Offset's circle. From Quavo to Takeoff, rest in peace. To even people in his own family. Everybody has had issues with him. When every person around you has the same complaint, it makes you wonder if the common problem is actually you. That's all I'm saying. Then this creator, Curly Caribbean, said, "He's losing his mind. Good job, Cardi." And that was right after Cardi revealed she felt harassed by Offset and said she was scared for her safety.
I should respect her way more. You know what I mean? I made bad decisions as a man, like stepping out, like, gotta take that on the chin. Like, that's why when she left, I had to take that on the chin. Cause like, I could have been we got so much our kids to live for. I was being selfish, you know what I mean?
Offset got online and said, "I'm not this internet is messing up my chances. I'm not losing anything. This internet is messing up my chances as a black man to see my kids." Pause. Because why do people who cause the most chaos always pull the "I'm a black man" line when they're backed into a corner? There are millions of black men raising their kids, staying loyal, building real homes, honoring their partners, and showing real love every day. There are so many black men making their girlfriends smile from ear to ear without bringing drama to the timeline. You never hear these folks admitting, "Yeah, I messed up." Nope. Instead, they always get labeled as the problem child.
Man, you be truthful, man.
Happy birthday, and don't expect no Christmas gift from me, motherfucker. Ain't no Christmas gift. Only for the kids.
We ain't gotta keep doing this, oh God.
Huh?
We ain't gotta keep doing this.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I love you. I love you too. My kids.
The one causing chaos. The one people in the community are trying to distance themselves from. And honestly, that's exactly the energy Offset has been giving. And to my Asian, Latino, and other communities watching this, trust, we're all dealing with our own versions of these characters. Offset has been stressing this woman out nonstop. He's embarrassed her in public, tried to throw shots at her right after she gave birth, and she's the one holding primary custody of their 3 kids and raising them every day. But suddenly he wants to stand on the internet and cry, "I'm a black man? Really?" Because I already know the defenders are sliding into the comments talking about he's trying to do right by his kids. Some people will defend somebody who's clearly in the wrong just because they might show a little attention to their children. It's wild every single time. Then Offset went on with even more statements. He said the accusations were messing up his chances as a black man to see his kids, and that these claims weren't fair to him, or her, or the kids. He even said he was upset because it ruined his Thanksgiving plans with the kids. He called it all fake post stuff and told people he was innocent. But hold on, didn't he say he was innocent every single time a cheating story came out? Didn't he swear he was innocent during all the other drama too? Offset really loves the word innocent, but the math never matches the story. People been stopped believing those lines. Now here's the real part. If you know how to read someone who moves like this, you can see exactly what's going on. He's worried because all this drama is messing up his future custody situation. He knows these actions can block him from getting 50-50 custody, which, say it with me, would block him from getting child support and stop him from living off Cardi's money. Cardi is the one with the income. Cardi is the one without any gambling issues. Cardi is the one who, according to her, isn't touching illegal stuff. And Cardi is the one he's been chasing for money so he can play fairy godfather to every bartender, dancer, and lost girl running around Atlanta. We see everything clearly now. Offset's moves are loud. So Offset really thought he could drain her pockets, stress her out right after she gave birth, slip in for 50-50 custody, and slide his way into child support? That's wild. And listen, I don't know his bank situation, but a lot of people been saying he's struggling out here, calling him a straight-up bum, and honestly, the behavior is suspicious. He really tried to flip the whole internet again, throwing sneaky comments, trying to make her look like she did something wrong. But let's talk about it. How you out here having babies with half of Atlanta while you were still married? How you playing both sides like it's nothing? Meanwhile, she literally just gave birth, and he still wanted to paint her like she's the problem. Offset thought he could disrespect her, humiliate her, mock her, twist the story, and get the public turned against her, all while planning to eat off her success. He wanted her to become his personal bank account, especially since he reportedly owes almost $3 million in taxes. That's what Cardi said, and according to the IRS numbers, she wasn't lying. And let's be real, she also said he got a serious issue with substances, and that he's been calling her, stressing her, and getting angry over nothing, even while she's recovering with a newborn. Who jokes like that toward the mother of their child at a time like that? Say what you want about Cardi, agree or disagree. But one thing is clear, she is nothing like Offset. And any person defending Offset needs to take a good look in the mirror because why? Seriously, why defend behavior like that? Drop your thoughts in the comments because this situation is messy. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe so you don't miss the next breakdown.
When it comes to my marriage, I don't have the perfect marriage. Y'all know what it is. I got my vices. Offset got his vices. We're not perfect. But one thing for sure is I'm richer. I'm successful at fuck in my career. I got beautiful kids. When it comes to my marriage, I don't got the perfect marriage. But one thing I got a nigga that steps 10 toes behind me on everything.
Nobody noticed the exact moment this story changed direction. Everyone was busy arguing about cheating rumors, lawsuits, and who embarrassed who at the Super Bowl. But the real turning point didn't happen under the flashing lights. It happened quietly, far from the spotlight, when a mother stepped in and supposedly said something that shifted everything. Words that cut deeper than any headline could. "That's our baby." Those 3 words carried more weight than anyone expected. And when it comes to Cardi B, someone known for being bold, real, and completely unfiltered, fear usually isn't part of her story. She's faced public breakups, online drama, endless gossip, and embarrassment in front of millions. But this time felt different. This wasn't just another viral relationship disaster. This was personal. This was about her minor. To understand how it all exploded, we have to go back to October 2024. Cardi had finally ended things with Offset, and this time it was for real. People close to her said there were no second chances, no quiet makeups, she was done. Her focus shifted completely. She threw herself into the studio, putting everything into what would become Am I the Drama, turning pain into music instead of social media posts. She wasn't chasing fame or love anymore, or at least that's how it looked from the outside. Then came Stefon Diggs. Their connection didn't kick off with flashy posts or over-the-top stunts. It started quietly, just a few low-key sightings and soft whispers online. Then Valentine's Day 2025 hit, and the world saw them together, relaxed, confident, not trying to hide a thing. By the time they walked into the Met Gala side by side, the rumors had already turned into facts. This was real, and everyone could see it. They looked right together. That's the part most people don't like to admit. They looked like 2 people who had survived chaos and were finally finding peace again. She was a Grammy-winning rapper rebuilding herself after heartbreak. He was a top NFL receiver focused on football and trying to leave behind the messy headlines that once followed him to NBA playoff games in New York. They were spotted courtside, laughing and moving with that kind of quiet comfort that only comes from real chemistry. Online, so-called body language experts started analyzing every move, every smile, every little glance. Fans couldn't stop calling them a power couple. It looked like one of those comeback love stories. Two people who've been through it all, now writing something new together. But perfect pictures usually have missing pieces, and the internet hadn't seen the full story yet. By September 2025, Cardi made things official in a way no one saw coming. She sat down on CBS Mornings with Gayle King, calm, glowing, and totally in control. Then she shared the news. She was pregnant. The moment felt soft, real, and full of hope, like she was finally stepping into a new era of peace and family. But that calm didn't last long. Less than 24 hours later, things flipped fast. A woman came forward with a public paternity claim against Stefon. Suddenly, the internet went into overdrive. Instead of celebrating Cardi's pregnancy, people were dissecting every timeline, digging through old posts, and spreading screenshots everywhere. More names started surfacing, and soon there were rumors about multiple claims, all pointing back to the same year. Social media did what it always does. It turned real-life chaos into entertainment. Overnight, the internet claimed there were 4 kids, 4 different women, all connected to the same year. People were doing math like it was a group project, trying to piece it all together. And Cardi, she went live, laughing, cracking jokes, acting like nothing could touch her. She kept performing like it was just another rumor to brush off. But anyone who's watched her journey knows that laughter is sometimes her armor. When things get painful, she flips it into a show. Bigger smiles, sharper jokes, louder energy. It's how she stays in control. If she can turn it into a performance, maybe it hurts a little less. But behind that humor, something heavier was growing. Slow, quiet, and steady, like a storm waiting for its cue. Then December came, and everything started shifting. Reports started pouring out. Legal trouble, court dates, and accusations that couldn't just disappear with a tweet or a quick statement. These weren't typical gossip headlines that fade in a day. They stuck. Through it all, Cardi stayed mostly silent. No long rants, no mysterious posts, no online explosions. People close to her said she was trying to stay calm, to keep her world balanced while figuring out what was true, and to protect herself and the minor she was growing. Then came the Super Bowl. Not just another game, but Stefon's big stage to show everyone what he does best. The Seattle Seahawks might have taken home the trophy that night, but the score wasn't what people were talking about afterwards. The spotlight shifted fast. Word started spreading that another woman had been around Stefon that same weekend, a new name connected to him right when he least needed more drama. And if what people were whispering online was true, that was the breaking point. That was when Cardi stopped trying to keep it all together. She had already drawn her line, and he crossed it. She had told him straight, no more chances. If another woman showed up, if she had to go through one more public embarrassment, it was over. No more damage control, no more defending him while everyone online turned her pain into trending jokes. So when the Super Bowl ended, something else ended quietly too. She left. No captions, no statements, just gone.
Calls went unanswered, messages stayed on read. It was the kind of silence that says everything without a single word. That should have been the end, a breakup, heavy but final. But the story didn't stop there. What happened next was the twist nobody expected, the part that turned a private heartbreak into a full-blown public storm. Instead of Stefon trying to win Cardi back under the spotlight, reports say it was his mother who stepped into the middle of it all. Back in September, when Cardi announced she was expected, his mom had been all smiles, giving cheerful interviews, talking about how thrilled she was, how happy the whole family felt. It looked like love and support all around. But after the breakup, that warmth reportedly faded fast. Sources claim she reached out to Cardi directly, and it wasn't just casual conversation. According to people close to the situation, those talks were serious, maybe even a little tense. Word going around is that she asked for access to the baby, and in some versions of the story, allegedly insisted that the minor be brought to the Diggs family personally. Now imagine that moment. You're fresh from heartbreak, still trying to heal, focused on protecting yourself and your baby, and suddenly the grandmother steps in, not with comfort, but with authority. That kind of energy changes the whole dynamic. It shifts the balance from emotion to control, from love to leverage. This wasn't a story about romance anymore. It became about boundaries, rights, and who had the power to define family. That's what made everything explode. When families get involved like that, it's often because they truly believe they have the right to. They think their opinions carry weight, that their voice matters more than the person living through it. But Cardi has never been one to hand over control of her life. Every win she's earned, every move she's made, she built it herself from the ground up. No easy routes, no special treatment. She's faced critics, headlines, and constant public judgment, and still came out stronger. So when someone tried to tell her what to do with her own minor, that wasn't just a family disagreement, that was a line being crossed. So when someone reportedly came at Cardi with demands instead of respect, it didn't just make her defensive, it flipped a switch. People close to her say that after that moment, she completely pulled back. Whatever hope there was for peaceful co-parenting started to fade fast, replaced by talk of firm boundaries and possible legal steps. Because once the word demand enters the picture, it usually means lawyers aren't far behind. Even with all that tension, Cardi never went online to tear him down. That's what makes this whole situation complicated. She kept her silence when everyone expected chaos. While social media turned the story into jokes and memes, she didn't respond. No cryptic captions, no late-night posts, no public call-outs. She stayed calm, maybe even protective. That quiet said more than any rant could. There were still feelings there, not hate, but hurt. She didn't despise him, she despised what had happened, and that difference matters. Love doesn't disappear in a single night. You can feel betrayed, but still care. You can walk away, but still not want the person you once loved to become a target. That seemed to be where Cardi was, standing in that blurry space between heartbreak and loyalty, trying to keep her minor out of a world that feeds on drama more than truth. When rumors about her alleged clash with her mother started spreading, the internet immediately divided. Some people argued that a grandmother has every right to want a relationship with her grandmama. Others said stepping into a breakup that raw, especially with demands, was out of line. The debate got loud fast. But underneath all the noise was something deeper that most didn't want to admit. The trust between Cardi and Stefon had already cracked long before this moment. And once trust breaks, every outside voice, no matter how well-intentioned, starts to sound like pressure. It adds weight to an already fragile situation, turning what could have been healing into another battle to survive. Co-parenting only works when there's real communication, clear boundaries, and mutual respect. Three things that are hard to keep once the whole world's watching your lowest moments. To a lot of people following the story, this situation looked like embarrassment piling on top of more embarrassment. The joy of the pregnancy reveal barely had time to breathe before the paternity rumors and Super Bowl gossip took over every feed. So when his mother reportedly stepped in afterwards, it didn't come across as support. It felt like the tension was being turned up another level. Behind the scenes, that's probably when lawyers quietly started getting involved. Talks about custody, visitation rights, and how to bring order to something that had become emotionally messy. The courts don't care about viral stories or who's trending online. They care about structure, about what's best for the minor. But for Cardi, this wasn't just about forms and signatures. This was her life, her baby, her peace on the line.
She's always been open about how motherhood changed her. It made her sharper, more protective, and unafraid to draw hard lines when needed. Holding your minor for the first time changes your instincts. You start protecting that connection like your whole world depends on it. So when someone says, "That's our baby," a mother can hear something completely different. Something that sounds like a challenge, a reminder that she's not the only one claiming control. And that's where the quiet tension starts. Not with shouting or public fights, but with small moments that shift the power in the room. The kind of moments that turn a private struggle into something that feels like a battle for ownership. Not of fame, not of image, but of love and authority over what matters most. At the same time, Stefon was dealing with his own storm. Legal issues, online backlash, and the constant pressure of keeping a fragile reputation intact. It's nearly impossible to find balance in co-parenting when both people are hurting and guarding themselves. People close to them said that after the Super Bowl, their communication didn't just fade, it collapsed completely. Messages stopped getting replies, calls got shorter, and before long, they were living in two separate worlds trying to raise one minor. Too much pain, too much pride, too many people talking. And once family members get involved in the middle of a breakup, peace usually slips further away. Now, everything sits in a strange, quiet limbo. It hasn't fully blown up, but it hasn't healed either. They're no longer a couple. The baby arrived in November 2025, and those open legal cases still hang in the air like storm clouds that just won't clear. That rumored confrontation between Cardi and Stefon's mother became the breaking point, the moment everything shifted from breakup drama to what looks like the start of a custody dispute. The real focus now isn't on whether they'll ever get back together. That door seems closed for good after how public everything became. The bigger question is whether they can build any kind of stable co-parenting system without it turning into a full-blown courtroom fight for the world to analyze. Because once grandparents start claiming rights, and once words like demand or access appear in private conversations, the next chapter usually involves lawyers, mediators, and official paperwork. That's when gossip stops being gossip and starts becoming a legal battle that changes lives. Cardi's been through heartbreak under the spotlight before, but this silence feels different. It doesn't sound like she's hiding, it sounds like she's planning. She's learned how fast the internet shifts stories, how sympathy comes and goes, and how easily people twist a woman's pain into entertainment. This time, she's moving smarter, saying less, watching more, and letting her calm speak louder than any post could. Maybe this quiet isn't weakness. Maybe it's her new kind of power. Motherhood has changed her, not just emotionally, but strategically. She knows that when a mother is seen protecting her minor, the world tends to listen differently. And in this moment, that quiet strength might be the sharpest move she's ever made, a way to protect her peace, her minor, and her story before anyone else tries to rewrite it for her. But nothing about this situation is simple. Families fight fiercely for their own, too. A grandmother wanting time with her grandminor doesn't automatically make her the bad guy. The real issue is how those emotions get handled, whether they lead to honest talks or full-on conflict. If there's one truth that stands out in all of this, it's that love can fall apart overnight, but family ties, they don't let go easily. They twist, tighten, and pull from every side until someone gives in. And right now, that's exactly what's happening. Everyone's tugging in different directions while the entire world watches it unfold in real time. The media keeps guessing, headlines keep spinning, and behind closed doors, lawyers are quietly preparing for whatever comes next. In the middle of all the noise sits a minor, innocent, untouched by the drama, yet pulled into the center of it by bloodlines and decisions made by adults. That's what makes this story heavy. It's gone beyond celebrity gossip. This is about pride, boundaries, and the delicate space between two families connected forever, even if they don't see eye to eye. Maybe with time, they'll find a calm middle ground. Maybe the next chapter takes them into a courtroom where a judge decides what fair really means. Or maybe years from now, they'll both look back and wonder how something so personal became so public. For now, though, the air between them stays tense, quiet, unresolved, and full of unspoken truths. Because when a love story ends, that's already painful. When trust breaks, it cuts deeper. But when family steps in and says, "That's our baby," it stops being about love and turns into a struggle for power, respect, and control. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more stories that reveal what's really happening behind the headlines.
I always wonder when I see a rich, bad dating an embarrassing man, like why she's doing that to herself. Like Stefon Diggs has impregnated multiple women at one time, and like he's being accused of his female chef, and like all of this mess that if you're Cardi B, you don't need to be in. Like you don't need to be experiencing these things.
Obviously, I want to be as candid with you guys as possible. I kind of like have a thing where talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally. I'm pretty sure everybody here, men and women, are great people, but you know what I'm saying? Kind of keep my personal life personal. I had a conversation with Drake, obviously. I'm gonna echo everything that he said. He told me, you know, hoping everybody making good decisions, you know what I'm saying? And I had a conversation with people in the building as well, so, you know, everything else is everything else. The particulars is all in time.
Now this whole situation is getting seriously tangled and hard to keep up with. Cardi B and Stefon Diggs have found themselves deep in a storm of controversy that keeps growing bigger each day. From courtroom drama to rumors of betrayal, every new update sends social media into another frenzy. What's strange is that Cardi seems to be catching the most blame, even though people keep asking why she's still holding on to this relationship.
4 women pregnant within the last 15 months. One of the women that he's gotten pregnant is now suing him in court for child support, and she has a 5-month-old. Mind you, Stefon Diggs started dating Cardi B. They went public in October of 2024, so just a little bit less than a year ago, which means he would have gotten the other woman pregnant like just before he and Cardi B went public. Here is a photo of the other child who is alleged to be his. The woman is allegedly asking for her birth expenses and attorney fees to be compensated. She wants full custody with limited visitation and child support, whereas Stefon Diggs is asking to split expenses equally and asking for joint custody. He is also asking for a DNA test as well. Now, this was filed right after Cardi B went on Gayle King announcing that she was pregnant with her first child with Stefon Diggs.
Comment sections are full of fans questioning her choices, writing things like, why is she even staying with him? And the tone online keeps getting harsher as the days go by. The criticism hasn't slowed down for a minute, and opinions are flying from every corner of the internet. Just when it seemed like things couldn't possibly escalate any further, the daughter of an NFL legend decided to step in and speak her mind. She jumped online and went off about both Cardi and Stefon, calling them both out in a way that left everyone stunned. What she said wasn't just dramatic, it completely shifted the conversation. People couldn't believe the accusations she dropped, and it only made the chaos surrounding this couple even heavier. To understand how things got to this point, let's rewind for a moment. Cardi B and Stefon Diggs, wide receiver for the New England Patriots, went public with their relationship in 2025. From that moment, their romance became one of the hottest topics in celebrity gossip. Things moved fast, really fast. By November of that same year, Cardi had given birth to their son, a moment fans saw as proof that she had finally found stability and love. It looked like a fresh chapter for her, one filled with family, success, and peace. But lately, that image has started to fall apart, with Stefon's name repeatedly showing up in headlines for all the wrong reasons. Even Cardi's most loyal fans are growing frustrated. Many are speaking out, saying she deserves better, and questioning why she keeps standing by him. Social media threads are filled with messages like she could do so much better, and the overall mood online feels tense, confused, and ready to explode. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, Mariah Rose, the daughter of former NBA star and well-known sports analyst Jalen Rose.
He's being accused of abusing his female chef and like all of this mess that if you're Cardi B, you don't need to be in. Like you don't need to be experiencing these things. You have hundreds of millions of dollars in your own name for yourself. You've already created the life you've always dreamed of on your own. So why align yourself with an embarrassing man? I don't understand.
Jumped straight into the chaos. She didn't hold back for a second, calling Cardi and Stefon's whole relationship embarrassing. And that one word alone sent the internet into total meltdown. Her comments spread like wildfire, and within hours, it had everyone talking, reposting, and debating what really went down between the couple. But that was just the beginning, because Stefon's past controversies go way deeper than people first thought. Back in 2025, he reportedly got tangled up in serious legal trouble, and according to multiple reports, he's still facing criminal charges tied to an alleged incident that left fans stunned and confused. That's where the situation really started to unravel. It was revealed that Stefon's former private chef somehow ended up connected to the chaos, which was shocking on its own. But then came the real twist. Reports surfaced claiming Stefon had secretly fathered another child just months before Cardi gave birth to their son in November 2025.
Y'all need to calm down. Y'all need to calm down. Is y'all cool? Y'all been dragging me for 3 or 4 days. Y'all been a little bit too mean. Like, now. Y'all been a little bit too mean. I can't change shit. I can't go back in time. You know what I'm saying? I already had a baby. Y'all want me to put my baby back in my pussy? Huh? I don't know. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to leave my man and fuck yours? You want me to leave my man and just go and fuck yours? I don't know. What y'all want me to do? What y'all want me to do?
When a paternity test confirmed the story, the internet completely lost it. People couldn't believe the timeline and started piecing together the events, realizing how deep this situation really went. From that moment, things online turned vicious. Social media turned into a battlefield, and fans began digging into what they're calling Stefon's baby mama list, which seems to be getting longer by the month. One viral post summed up the outrage perfectly, saying Cardi B better not ever mention anyone's husband or man again. Mind you, this is Stefon's 5th girl that got pregnant this year. Creating all these broken homes is absolutely disgusting. The internet showed no mercy, and the comment section became a war zone filled with disbelief, judgment, and non-stop arguments. Another user came straight for Cardi with a message that cut deep, writing, "Stefon gonna cost Cardi more than Offset. Whenever you don't learn the lesson, the demon comes back with friends and takes more. Cut the losses now and learn to be happily single so you can make better choices." The comment hit hard. It was emotional, brutally honest, and full of frustration. People could feel the intensity behind those words, and it reflected exactly how divided the internet has become over this whole situation. Everywhere you look, opinions are flying fast. Some fans are standing firmly by Cardi's side, saying she deserves peace, love, and time away from all the chaos. Others, though, are calling the situation hopelessly messy, saying it's time for her to walk away and start over. The energy online is tense, a mix of sympathy, judgment, and exhaustion from the endless back-and-forth drama that just won't stop. And right in the middle of all that noise, Mariah Rose decided to speak her mind with no hesitation. The daughter of former NBA star and ESPN analyst Jalen Rose went on Instagram and made her stance loud and clear. On her show Hoops for Hotties, Mariah didn't sugarcoat a single word. She said what many have been whispering behind closed doors, but she said it louder, sharper, and straight to the point. Her delivery was bold, her tone confident, and it made sure nobody could ignore what she had to say about Cardi B and Stefon Diggs.
Mariah started off by admitting something that caught everyone's attention. She said she's always baffled when she sees a rich and powerful woman attach herself to a man she finds embarrassing. She questioned it openly, saying she can't understand why Cardi B, of all people, would let herself get caught up in that kind of situation. Why would she do that to herself, she asked, and the internet immediately lit up with reactions. There was no soft approach, no hesitation. Mariah came with blunt honesty that had people replaying her clip over and over. After that, she turned her focus straight towards Stefon Diggs. Mariah didn't hold back as she brought up claims that he allegedly got several women pregnant around the same time. She also mentioned accusations about how he treated his former private chef, saying the whole thing just screams toxic energy. In her view, all of this mess is unnecessary, especially for someone like Cardi, who's already achieved so much and doesn't need to be tied to anyone with that level of controversy. Mariah went on to remind everyone of just how successful Cardi truly is. She pointed out that Cardi B has built an empire worth hundreds of millions of dollars through her own hustle and vision. According to Mariah, a woman like that doesn't need to be surrounded by chaos, especially not from someone who's bringing more drama than stability into her life. She wrapped up her thoughts by repeating that she genuinely doesn't understand why Cardi would choose to stay with someone she openly called embarrassing. That final comment struck a nerve across social media, sparking endless debates and leaving fans divided on whether Mariah was being brutally honest or stepping too far into Cardi's personal life. At this point, Cardi B is well aware of just how loud the conversation around her and Stefon Diggs has become. She knows the internet hasn't exactly been gentle, and that not everyone is rooting for her relationship to work. Instead of hiding from the chaos, Cardi chose to face it head-on. In December 2025, she jumped on X to speak her truth and tell people to calm down. She explained that she'd been dragged online for 3 or 4 days straight and that the non-stop negativity was getting out of control. Her tone was firm but calm. She wanted people to understand that she's human and the constant criticism was too much to ignore. Cardi's message was simple but powerful. She reminded everyone that life doesn't come with an undo button and that she can't change the choices she's already made. More importantly, she emphasized that she has a baby now, and her main focus is protecting her child and keeping her peace. Showing her usual sense of humor, she even joked, "What y'all want me to do now? Go back in time and reverse it?" That line instantly went viral, with fans reposting it everywhere. Then she turned the tables, calling out how unrealistic some of the online expectations have become.
Cardi asked if people really think she should just walk away or make a big public scene just to please strangers on the internet. To her, none of that makes sense. She made it clear that the only real option is to keep moving forward, deal with life as it comes, and stop letting online opinions control her next move. Behind all that confidence and bold talk, Cardi also opened up in a way that showed just how heavy things have been for her lately. She admitted that the pressure has been intense. Between prepping for her upcoming tour, juggling motherhood, and dealing with non-stop headlines, it's been a lot to handle. You can tell she's running on pure determination, trying to stay strong even while feeling completely drained. It's clear that behind the glam and confidence, she's a woman doing her best to hold everything together while the world keeps watching her every move. At the heart of it all, Cardi said she really only wants one thing: genuine love and support from the people who've been with her since the day one. She explained that no matter how chaotic her personal life gets, she's still showing up, putting in the work and giving her all to the fans who keep her going. Even with all the rumors, Cardi's mindset hasn't changed. She's focused on moving forward, building her empire, and not letting negativity stop her momentum. Meanwhile, Stefon Diggs has taken an entirely different approach. While Cardi speaks her mind freely online, Stefon's made it clear that he prefers to keep his world private. He's not the type to jump into social media drama or respond to the constant noise. Most of his posts are about football, career wins, or family, never about controversy. That contrast between them is huge, and fans have definitely noticed it. In a 2025 interview shared by TMZ, Diggs explained that while he tries to stay honest and open, he has one personal rule he never breaks. He doesn't talk about his private life with people he doesn't know personally. For him, that's the only way to keep peace in a world that never stops spinning rumors. He said before that he truly believes most people are good at heart, but when it comes to his own business, he keeps it locked down, no exceptions. That attitude sums up his entire vibe: calm, collected, and always in control. But just when it seemed like things were starting to settle down between him and Cardi, brand new allegations suddenly dropped, shaking everything up again and sending the internet into another frenzy. In the middle of all the drama, a new wave of rumors started circulating, and this time they hit way too close to home. Word spread online that Stefon Diggs might have acted out during the birth of his and Cardi B's baby, and that whisper alone sent social media into a frenzy. Things got even more intense when Selena Powell appeared on a podcast and made some bold claims. According to her, Offset, Cardi's ex-husband, allegedly told her exactly what went down at the hospital that day, and the details she shared left everyone completely stunned. Selena said Stefon was only at the hospital for a short amount of time and supposedly got upset when the staff explained the legal process for the baby's birth certificate. That one story took off instantly, spreading across platforms as fans started piecing together what might have happened. People were posting theories, screenshots, and reactions, trying to figure out whether there was any truth behind Selena's version of events. But to be clear, nothing about this has been confirmed. Neither Cardi B nor Stefon Diggs has addressed the claims directly, so as of now, it's all just speculation circulating online. Still, that hasn't stopped people from talking. The topic has dominated social media feeds, comment sections, and gossip pages non-stop. What was supposed to be a beautiful, once-in-a-lifetime moment, the birth of their first child, ended up turning into another round of chaos. Instead of celebrating, the internet twisted it into fresh controversy, and the noise surrounding this couple only grew louder. With how unpredictable this story has been so far, it feels like another twist could drop at any moment, and everyone's watching to see what happens next. So keep your eyes open, because this story is far from over. With Cardi B and Stefon Diggs, every week seems to bring a new surprise, and the internet's always ready to dissect every detail. The moment anything new drops, from statements to shocking twists, we'll be right here breaking it all down for you in real time. Make sure you're locked in, following, and ready, because when the next update hits, you'll want to be the first to know. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch so you never miss out on the wildest moments, biggest reveals, and non-stop celebrity drama that keeps everyone talking.
I mean, I can't tell people what to post or what to say, but Nicki Minaj damn sure needs to stay away from anything, posting anything about kids, trans or otherwise. She supports a dude that is on the Epstein list 1,000 times. She's actually married to a registered sex offender, a pedophile. She shouldn't be able to watch Jason Kidd or listen to Kid and Play or New Kids on the Block. Hell, she got to walk around the aisle with Cabbage Patch Kids on it. And she damn sure should stay away from Sour Patch Kids. And it ain't Governor Newsom Nikki needs to be worried about. It's Chris Hansen.
The rap world's on fire again, and this time it's not about chart positions or diamond chains. This storm hit out of nowhere, and the whole internet is losing it. No family feuds, no kids in the mix, no behind-the-scenes drama. This time it's straight-up politics shaking the table. Everything exploded after Nicki Minaj finally said what fans have been whispering for months. She didn't just hint, she went all in, proudly calling herself a MAGA Barbie. The second that hit social media, chaos erupted. Timelines flooded with confusion, disbelief, and pure outrage. Fans were arguing non-stop, and it felt like the internet couldn't breathe for hours. Now let's be real, everyone's got the right to their own opinion, but the way Nicki's been handling this situation got people watching it like, what's going on? Fans aren't just mad, they're shocked. They're asking why now and why push it so hard, because this new energy from her feels like a total 180. The backlash came in heavy, longtime fans unfollowing fast, while haters are cheering like it's a front row show. And of course, her rivals didn't miss the moment. Some out here whispering that Nicki's tearing down her own legacy right in front of the world. And you already know Cardi B's name got dragged into it. It always does. Word is, folks close to Cardi are saying she saw this coming a mile away. They claim Cardi's been saying for years that Nicki's biggest downfall would come from her own choices, especially the ones linked to her husband. That's the part the internet keeps circling back to. But is that really what kicked off all this madness? Let's dig in. Nicki's been wading deeper into political talk lately, and fans have definitely noticed. The signs were there before, like when she spoke out about Christian persecution in Nigeria. Back then, her supporters said she was just standing up for what she believed in and that it had nothing to do with politics. But looking back now, people are starting to think that might have been the first clue, the spark that lit the fuse for her full-on MAGA era. Nicki's always shown mad love for Nigeria. That's never been up for debate. But things took a sharp turn when she suddenly dove deep into California politics. Out of nowhere, she locked her sights on Governor Gavin Newsom, and that's when the whole situation went off the rails. It all started after California passed a law saying schools don't have to force teachers to tell parents if a student wants to use a different name or pronouns, and Nicki had a lot to say about it. The purpose of that law was to give students who might be questioning their identity some protection, a bit of breathing room, especially if they don't feel safe being open at home. It wasn't about hiding anything, it was about keeping them safe during a vulnerable moment. Governor Gavin Newsom has always been outspoken about supporting trans rights, so when he backed the law, no one was shocked. But what did shock people, Nicki's fiery reaction. She didn't hold back for even a second. She jumped online and dropped a tweet that set the internet ablaze. It read, "Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, and happy kids. And just like that, boom, the timeline went wild. The second that tweet landed, Nicki found herself right in the middle of one of the country's most explosive debates.
Speaking to the barbs and the barbs only, but I'm speaking to the barbs that have common sense. Can you explain why Nicki would end up supporting Charlie Kirk's wife and his legacy and go on and why is she taking this whole turn with Trump and stuff? Can you just explain to me why? And I don't need you to comment dumb stuff.
Conservative parents rushed in, arguing that parents should always be in the loop when it comes to their kids, especially about something as personal as identity. They said keeping that private crosses a major line, but others fired back hard, saying not every home is safe, and that privacy could literally save a child's life. The clash was intense, loud, emotional, and non-stop, with both sides refusing to back down.
Even with all that chaos blowing up online, Nicki's army, the Barbs, stood tall by her side. They swore she wasn't trying to stir drama, just speaking from a mom's heart. They said since Nicki's a mother now, she naturally feels protective and wants to make sure her little boy grows up feeling loved and safe. To them, her words weren't about politics, they were about motherhood, plain and simple. Then things took a wild twist. Nicki popped up grinning at the Turning Point USA Memorial event in Phoenix, not just sitting in the crowd, but standing on stage as a featured speaker. That moment had everyone's jaw on the floor. People online were like, wait a second, did Nicki Minaj really just show up there? And behind the scenes, the drama only got deeper. Black creators who worked with Turning Point USA started speaking up, saying they weren't invited to speak or even mentioned during the event. Then the rumor mill kicked into overdrive when word spread that Candace Owens had quietly stepped away from the organization. Suddenly, fans started connecting the dots. With no high-profile black figure repping that movement anymore, Nicki's massive influence seemed to slide right into that empty space perfectly. So when people started whispering that Nicki might be getting used to draw more of the black community toward that side of politics, no one acted shocked, but when clips dropped showing her nodding along to talking points she's never supported before, the internet absolutely lost it. Fans jumped online in full confusion mode, spamming comments like, what is really going on right now? Some were even cracking jokes, posting stuff like, blink twice if that's really Onika sitting up there. The confusion was deafening, but the side eyes even louder. This wasn't just another celebrity opinion moment. This was a full-blown meltdown, shaking the entire rap scene to its core. The hip-hop world's in full-blown chaos again, but this time it's not because of a diss track, a surprise drop, or a chart war. Nope, this one cuts way deeper. The drama's louder, heavier, and way more uncomfortable for fans who never thought they'd see Nicki caught up in something like this. Nicki Minaj has officially stepped into the political ring, and everybody's losing it. Fans aren't just surprised, they're confused, disappointed, and trying to figure out when the switch even started. The internet isn't whispering anymore, it's yelling from every corner. And the wildest part, this didn't just pop up overnight. If you rewind a bit, the clues were there all along, little signs showing that something was shifting behind the scenes, but no one wanted to accept it because Nicki's entire image was built on independence, rebellion, and breaking rules, not following them. She was always the one calling out the system, not standing next to it. That's exactly why this whole transformation feels like a punch to the gut for so many fans, leaving them asking, what happened to the old Nicki?
Have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact.
Back in the day, Nicki used to warn her fans to stay alert, to watch out for politicians and their slick agendas. She used to call out the same leaders she believed were mistreating women, immigrants, and anyone outside their circle of power. She built her name as the one who questioned authority, not the one cozying up to it. But now, fans are seeing her show love to the same type of figure she once dragged, and it's got everyone's head spinning. That sudden flip from rebel to supporter is what's setting off so much of this backlash. The internet can't stop dissecting it, and the energy online is electric, messy, and explosive. Everyone's just trying to make sense of how their favorite rap queen turned into the center of one of the biggest political firestorms hip-hop's ever seen. People aren't just mad for the drama, they're mad because something about this whole situation feels off. Social media has turned into a full-blown debate zone with timelines lighting up like fireworks. Some fans are saying growth means change, that maybe Nicki's just evolving, finding a new perspective, but others aren't buying that at all. They're saying real growth doesn't mean flipping your values without at least explaining what changed. Every tweet she posts, every interview clip, every little like on social media, it's all getting dissected like evidence in a case. case. Everyone's trying to figure out who the real Nicki Minaj is right now. The tension hit a whole different level when Nicki started calling out actual laws and political figures. That's when even her casual fans realized this wasn't just her dropping random opinions anymore. This was strategy. Once you step into that political lane, people expect consistency, clarity, and accountability. And suddenly, every single thing Nicki said started echoing louder than ever. And let's be real, the California law situation, that's what sent everything spinning out of control. When that law passed, the one that lets schools protect a student's privacy if they want to use a different name or pronouns, the whole country lit up with arguments. Parents, teachers, activists, everybody had something to say. It was emotional, tense, and already on edge. Then Nicki jumped in the middle of it all, and boom, the spotlight hit her hard. Her tweet didn't just go viral for what she said, but for how she said it. Fans felt like her tone was way too casual for such a sensitive topic, and that's when everything got messy. Her supporters ran in fast to defend her, saying she was just speaking from a mother's heart. They said she wasn't trying to attack anyone, she was just thinking about her son's safety and how any parent would want to protect their kid. They argued it was pure emotion, not politics. But her critics, they weren't letting it slide. They accused her of echoing political talking points without showing that she fully understood the deeper side of the issue. Critics reminded everyone that not every home is safe, not every family is accepting, and that the law was designed to protect vulnerable students who might be at risk. That's when the debate really cracked open, with her fan base split right down the middle.
But what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never going to come back from it. But you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny. Until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on, you'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies. And that's not, and it's just not fair.
On one side, the loyal Barb stood 10 toes down, saying Nicki's just being real and unfiltered like always. But on the other, some longtime fans said this might be the turning point, the moment Nicki crossed into territory she can't walk back from. The tension's heavy, the lines are drawn, and no matter what she says next, the internet's watching her every move like it's the next big episode of a never-ending saga. Some fans started quietly backing away, saying they don't even recognize the Nicki they once idolized anymore. Then came the Turning Point USA appearance, and that's when things snapped from casual debate to full-blown disbelief. Seeing Nicki up there on that stage wasn't just shocking, it felt symbolic. To a lot of people, that moment confirmed every rumor and suspicion that had been bubbling online for months. What really rubbed folks the wrong way was the context. Several black creators connected to that same organization started speaking out, saying they weren't given any invites, no stage time, not even a quick acknowledgement. Yet there was Nicki, front and center, glowing in full glam, smiling like she owned the room. That single image alone sent shockwaves across social media. It wasn't even about what she said anymore. It was about how it looked. And the visuals hit hard, because when race, history, and politics all crash together, appearances can speak louder than words. Suddenly, people everywhere were asking the big questions. Why now? Why this event? Why these alliances? And maybe the loudest question of all, why does she suddenly sound like she's echoing narratives that were never hers before? The silence from other familiar black voices made that question even heavier. After Candace Owens stepped away from Turning Point USA, there was a noticeable gap, and almost instantly, Nicki seemed to feel it, whether she meant to or not. That's when the conversation flipped from what's she doing to how powerful is her influence, really. Because let's be honest, Nicki Minaj isn't just any artist, she's a global icon. Every move she makes ripples through culture, especially in communities already pulled in a dozen different political directions. fans started saying it out loud that maybe Nicki's fame was being used, even strategically, to bring in new audiences who normally wouldn't feel welcomed in conservative spaces. That idea made people uneasy, and the tension online just kept building. Reactions were all over the place. Some people were in total shock, while others dropped long think pieces, analyzing what this shift could mean for the future of hip-hop and influence itself. And of course, the internet being the internet, some fans tried to lighten it up with humor, posting comments like, "Blink twice if that's really Onika up there." But underneath those jokes, the vibe was heavy. You could feel the confusion, the tension, the disbelief. For so many fans who grew up with Nicki's fierce independence and unapologetic energy, this new version of her didn't just feel different, it felt like someone brand new had taken her place.
Run our company the same way and be the same way. Oh, evil. But Donald Trump, he gets to hang out with young and have 50 different wives and just be cool. Oh, Donald, we love you.
But not everyone's laughing, not even close. For a lot of longtime fans, this whole situation cuts deep. What hurts the most isn't just Nicki's political shift, it's the disconnect. Fans feel like she's built a wall between herself and the people who've supported her from day one. They say she stopped explaining herself, stopped opening up, and isn't addressing the contradictions that keep popping up. The sudden change feels sharp, defensive, and cold, and that's left fans feeling pushed out instead of understood. And when that kind of trust cracks, it spreads fast, like wildfire. Fans who once defended her through every controversy suddenly went silent. No more long Twitter threads, no more "she didn't mean it like that" posts, just quiet unfollows and tired reactions. Not out of hate, but out of exhaustion. They're drained from trying to make sense of something that doesn't add up anymore. Meanwhile, her critics, they're having a field day. They've been digging up old interviews, lyrics, and throwback moments, lining them up against her new statements and saying, "See, this isn't growth, this is a rebrand." That phrase has been echoing all over the internet like a chant. And right on schedule, the whole Cardi B conversation crept back into the spotlight. People are saying Cardi saw this coming, claiming she's been hinting for years that Nicki's personal choices would eventually spill over into her image and career. Whether that's true or not, that narrative has caught fire, and now it's everywhere. And fair or not, fans are running with one big belief: who you stand beside privately shapes how you move publicly, and that idea isn't going away anytime soon. Still, not everyone's buying into the outrage. There's another side of the conversation, the one saying, "Hold up, artists are human too." They're reminding people that everyone evolves, minds change, values shift, perspectives grow. They argue that you can't just cancel someone because they don't think the same way anymore. These supporters warn that punishing artists for their opinions could set a dangerous trend, one that kills honest expression completely. They say Nicki's just navigating life like anyone else, trying to figure out who she is in real time. But for now, that divide between understanding and disappointment keeps growing, and the debate around Nicki Minaj's transformation shows no sign of slowing down anytime soon. Now the fan base is split right down the middle. Some are mourning the Nicki they grew up with, others are standing firm beside her, and the rest are just sitting back, watching the chaos unfold in real time. Because no matter what side you're on, one thing's clear: this new era for Nicki Minaj has everybody talking. But plenty of fans are trying to make a key point. Accountability isn't the same thing as canceling. They're saying you can question someone you love without wanting them gone forever. But that difference, it's getting completely lost in the noise. And the biggest problem right now, straight up communication. Nicki still hasn't sat down for a real heart-to-heart with her fans. No breakdown of how her mindset shifted, no honest talk about what sparked this change, and no clear sense of what her endgame really is.
Nicki Minaj has gone full-blown MAGA on Twitter, or X, right? And I think it's because she's scared of deportation. She is starting to get worried with this immigration policy because, mind you, she's been in the United States since she was 5 years old and she's still not a citizen. And pre-COVID, she even talked about how hard it is to get citizenship in this country. You can be a multi-millionaire, you can be a celebrity, and it's still a hard process to get citizenship. It's easier just to renew your green card, right? She has gone so far to turn against her own fan base. She literally, the LGBTQ is like her ride or dies, right? They do all her dirty work for her, right? And she went on to say that trans people are not normal.
Without that kind of transparency, fans are left to connect the dots on their own. And when the internet starts guessing, it rarely stays calm. Speculation turns into rumors. Rumors turn into wild theories. And before you know it, those theories explode into full-blown storylines that spiral completely out of control. Every tweet she posts, every silence she keeps, every photo she takes, it's all treated like another clue in a mystery people are desperate to solve. At this point, it's obvious this whole situation has gone way past politics. It's about trust, identity, and that deep bond between a star and the people who helped build her up from the very beginning. Nicki made her name by being fearless, outspoken, and unapologetically herself, and fans love that raw power. But now, that same boldness feels like it's clashing hard with the expectations of a fan base that remembers a totally different Nicki, one who questioned authority, not stood beside it. Whether this new chapter ends up strengthening her connection with her true supporters or pushing even more people away, that's still anyone's guess. But one thing's for sure, the conversation isn't dying down anytime soon. Every step she takes from here will be magnified, analyzed, and debated non-stop, not just by her critics, but by fans who still want to believe there's a bigger story behind all of this. They're holding out hope, hoping she'll open up, clear the air, and maybe, just maybe, show them a glimpse of the Nicki they once felt so connected to. Because for millions of fans, this isn't just about politics or PR moves. It's about loyalty, legacy, and the fight to understand the artist who taught them what being fearless really means. Until Nicki gives the clarity her fans are begging for, the rap world's staying tense and restless. Timelines are still booming, debates are non-stop, and the drama's got no pause button in sight. But then, out of nowhere, things took a darker, more serious turn that nobody saw coming. When fans spotted Tanya Mirage standing on stage beside Erica Kirk, the internet exploded instantly. Within minutes, clips started circulating online, and the reactions were fiery. Viewers said the commentary coming from that stage sounded openly transphobic, and that hit people the wrong way fast, especially Nicki's massive LGBTQ+ fan base, a community that's been holding her down with love, loyalty, and support for years. The backlash came crashing in, emotional, raw, and unfiltered. Fans weren't just disappointed, they were heartbroken, confused, and flat out angry. People began asking some serious questions. How could someone with such a diverse and devoted audience stand beside messaging that feels cold or dismissive toward the same community that's been riding for her from the very day one? That question echoed all over the internet, and the disappointment cut deep. Social media flooded with reactions, long think pieces, fiery tweets, reaction videos. It was everywhere, and the energy was heavy. Then, just as the controversy started peaking, new rumors started swirling, ones that made the situation even messier. Whispers spread that Nicki's latest choices might have ties to her husband, Kenneth Petty. That theory isn't brand new. It's been floating around for a while, but this time, people are connecting dots like never before. Critics are claiming that ever since Nicki linked up with Kenneth, the chaos around her hasn't stopped. One headline after another, controversy after controversy. Some fans are convinced her personal life is shaping her public decisions, saying it's not just about politics anymore, but about influence behind the scenes. Others are pushing back, insisting that Nicki's her own woman and always has been. But no matter where you stand, the tension's thick, the rumors are wild, and the whole rap game's watching to see what Nicki Minaj does next, because at this point, every move she makes could change how people see her forever. One of the biggest scandals shaking up Nicki Minaj's world right now is that alleged legal mess overseas. Reports claim Nicki was hit with a massive lawsuit after Kenneth Petty allegedly got into a physical altercation with a security guard in Germany, all during a heated moment that supposedly started over her. That single incident reignited every conversation about how Nicki's personal life keeps spilling into her public image. And now fans are asking, are these latest moves really about politics, or is there something deeper going on behind the scenes? Fans are in disbelief. They're like, how does someone as successful as Nicki Minaj keep ending up in this much chaos? With her legendary status, endless awards, and unmatched influence, people thought she'd be past this level of drama, but somehow it keeps circling right back. And one topic her critics won't let go of, her husband, Kenneth Petty's past.
The internet keeps bringing up his criminal record, saying that kind of history doesn't just vanish, especially when you're living your life in front of the world. That scrutiny follows Nicki everywhere she goes, no matter how many hits she drops or how many trophies she stacks. And because of that, a brand new wave of rumors is spinning out of control. Some people are convinced that her sudden political shift isn't just about personal beliefs, it's about strategy. The internet's buzzing with speculation that she might be trying to use political connections to make things easier for Kenneth legally, maybe aiming for travel leniency or fewer restrictions tied to his record. Nothing about that theory's been proven, but social media is eating it up like it's the latest episode in a never-ending drama. Then things got even messier when people started dragging Nicki's brother into the mix. Years ago, he was convicted in a serious criminal case involving a minor and is now serving a long sentence. Reports say his appeals have been repeatedly denied, and that's fueled even more speculation online. Critics are whispering that maybe Nicki's sudden involvement in politics isn't just random, that she could be trying to navigate power in ways that might help those close to her behind the curtain. Let's be crystal clear, those are online claims, not confirmed facts, but that hasn't stopped the internet from running wild. Every gossip page, every YouTube breakdown, every Twitter thread is connecting dots, real or imagined, trying to piece together what's really going on in Nicki's world. And then another theory dropped that made things even spicier. Some fans were shocked to learn that even though Nicki's lived in the US since she was a kid, she was actually born in Trinidad and Tobago, and she's reportedly a legal permanent resident, not a US citizen. That means she can't even vote in presidential elections. Once that detail started trending, people were even more confused. They're asking, if she can't vote, what's motivating her to speak out this strongly about American politics? Now fans are split. Some say Nicki's just exercising her right to speak her truth, citizen or not, but others think it adds a whole new layer to the mystery. Between the legal rumors, the political turn, and the constant public scrutiny, it feels like Nicki Minaj isn't just living through drama, she's surrounded by it. And every new headline just pulls her deeper into a storm that's got the entire rap world watching her every move. Between her husband's legal history, her brother's case, and all these bold political moves, fans are starting to realize this whole situation runs way deeper than simple opinions. It's tangled up in power, reputation, and maybe even survival in the public eye. The more people dig, the more it starts to look like there's a lot more going on behind the curtain than anyone first thought. Nicki's spoken before about how rough and complicated the U.S. citizenship process can be, and now that's got fans side-eyeing the timing of her sudden political shift. With immigration debates getting louder and policies tightening across the country, people are starting to wonder if her new stance isn't just about beliefs, or if it's also about strategy. Critics are claiming her moves look calculated, like she's trying to keep herself in good standing while immigration reviews get stricter even for legal residents. Some online voices are pushing a bigger theory that Nicki might be positioning herself to look valuable to the right political circles. They're saying she's using her influence, her fame, and her massive following to make herself a player in spaces that could protect her and her family long term. That alone has social media completely divided. Some fans say she's just protecting her people and doing what any smart person in her position would do, playing the game to survive. But others feel like she's lost her core values, trading authenticity for power. Either way, this entire saga has left a permanent mark on Nicki Minaj's legacy. For many longtime fans, none of this came out of nowhere. They say the hints were always there, tucked between her choices and comments over the years. But now that it's all out in the open, the trust feels broken, and rebuilding that kind of connection won't be easy. Whether this is about politics, protection, or straight-up survival in one of the toughest industries out there, one thing's certain, this chapter has completely changed how the world sees Nicki Minaj. The debates are fierce, the timelines are loud, and the internet isn't letting this story go anytime soon. And as the drama keeps unfolding, one thing's for sure, everyone's watching her next move like it's the season finale of the wildest show in hip-hop. So if you don't want to miss the next twist, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch, because this story, is far from over.
Why was a bad day at work?
I'll tell you why.
All eyes are glued to Cardi B right now, and not just because she's about to make music history. The rap queen is gearing up to take over the stage with her Little Miss Drama tour, her very first solo tour ever, and the pressure sky high. Fans are buzzing non-stop, social media is exploding with theories, and the question hanging in the air is loud and clear. Can Cardi actually pull this off, or is she about to face the biggest flop of her career?
First thing first, I've been talking about a prop for a tour. And I've been talking about a prop for tour. And then it's like, when I see the prop don't look like it's supposed to be looking. Like, it's like, that don't look like what I asked for. So now I'm upset. And like, I'm actually really, really upset because it's like, I don't know if it's too late to make another prop.
Every post, every leaked detail, and every tiny rumor has people talking like crazy. The countdown's already started for her first stop on February 11th in Palm Desert, California, and the energy is wild. But even before the lights hit the stage or the first sound check happens, the whispers behind the scenes are getting way too loud to ignore.
Because they got to build it, they got to do all of this bullshit. So now I'm mad about that. So tomorrow morning, I will find out if I could replace that prop with something else after it's been practically designed and everything. Whatever.
People close to the crew are saying things are a bit messy, like really messy. Insiders are claiming Cardi's been stressing out over major budget drama.
Second, I'm over a couple of millions on my budget tour. We redid the budget. So now it's just like, I gotta go find the fucking money, or I will have to put some of my own money.
And apparently, the numbers are spiraling out of control. She's been telling her team that the money's disappearing faster than anyone planned, and no one seems to know where it's all going. Meetings are piling up, everyone's trying to fix the chaos, but it's one problem after another. Every time they patch one leak, another pops open, and it's starting to sound like this tour might be a lot more drama than she bargained for.
For things that I want, because I went over my budget. I feel like we keep doing the budget every other week and shit. So it's just like a lot. And then like on top of that, like it's a lot of dance moves that I gotta do, and I'm just ready to go home.
Insiders are saying Cardi's losing sleep over how she's gonna keep this massive show alive. And here's the kicker. Word is, she's thinking about dipping into her own pockets just to keep things running. That's wild to even imagine. People close to her say she's been pacing around, trying to figure out how to make every single detail perfect, but the tension's starting to show. It's like the Little Miss Drama tour is turning into its own real-life drama before she's even hit a single note. The vibe around her camp is intense. Everyone's hustling, but no one knows if it's going to be enough.
All I hope is, all I'm hoping for this tour is, I cannot say, I just want this tour to sell and do good numbers, because it's doing good numbers already. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's doing good numbers. By the time they're like, by the time that it's like I go, everything is going to be sold. So I don't even, my expectation for this tour is, I just want like my fans to be like, I appreciate the work that I put in, appreciate the fact that I'm away from my home. Like that's my goal. That's my goal.
Cardi's also been super transparent lately, talking straight up about how tough the money situation really is. She even admitted this tour isn't pulling in the same kind of cash she'd be making if she stuck to those massive festival gigs. That's a risky move, no doubt. But when she opened up about her reasons, fans were hit right in the heart, because Cardi said this tour isn't about chasing a bigger bag. It's about showing love to the day one supporters who've been riding with her since the very start. That's real dedication, and it shows how much she's willing to sacrifice just to give her people something unforgettable.
So my goal is going to be based on y'all. My tour is going to be based on y'all. My tour is going to be based on
Do y'all feel like I gave y'all my all? I want y'all to tell me. I want y'all to tell me that. I want y'all to see, and I want y'all to think. This is not even a for me thing. This is really like a for y'all thing. You know what I'm saying?
Behind the glitz and camera flashes, things have been far from easy for Cardi. Word is she's been fighting through sickness at home, but even that hasn't stopped her from grinding through rehearsals like a total powerhouse. She's been showing up every single day, trying to bring her best energy, even when her body's screaming for rest. And here's the real jaw dropper. She just gave birth to her baby boy less than 2 months ago. Imagine trying to nail choreography, belt out vocals, and plan a nationwide tour while running on next to no sleep and adjusting to life as a new mom. That's beyond intense. Yet somehow, Cardi's still pushing forward, refusing to let anything slow her down. That's raw determination and heart right there. But the weight of it all is starting to show. Being away from her family in LA is tearing her up, and the deeper she dives into tour prep, the more chaotic everything's getting.
And like, it's like, I feel like I do more. I feel like when you do your first tour, they always tell you this, when you do your first tour, you always feel like you make more money at festivals than your own tour. You really do more money like with your VIPs. You really do monies like with your VIPs and your fucking merch and all that shit. You're always gonna feel that. So it's like doing my tour right now, I could have easily picked up like 10 festivals and 18 festivals and not even put that much money on production and shit like that. It would have been like a lot. But I'm really like doing all of this to please y'all. Like, this is a y'all thing.
Sources say the mix of sleepless nights, mom responsibilities, and endless rehearsals is really testing her limits. She's juggling everything at once: family, fame, and a full-blown production, and still trying to keep her confidence high through it all. But one thing about Cardi, she don't fold under pressure. She's a born hustler, and even when the world throws her curveballs, she swings right back with fire. That's why her name still echoes through the industry, loud, bold, and unstoppable. Now fans everywhere are starting to wonder if Cardi might have bitten off way more than she can handle. The internet's buzzing after her latest live stream, and let's be real, people could feel the tension through the screen. Her voice had that heavy mix of exhaustion and frustration that made everyone pause mid-scroll like, wait, is she okay? You could tell she was trying to keep her cool, but that energy just wasn't the usual Cardi sparkle fans are used to. It had everyone asking the same question: is this Little Miss Drama tour really coming together like she planned, or is it slowly crumbling under the crazy pressure of it all?
Like, the album, that was a me thing. You know what I'm saying? The album is a me thing. The album is like, I had to prove something to myself. I feel like I don't got to prove nothing to myself anymore. This is really to satisfy my fans. So this is all to y'all. And my expectation from this tour is for my fans to be like, you know what, bitch? You did that. You did that for us. So I hope that's my expectation. I hope that every night y'all give me a gold star. Okay? That's what I want. Now, I ain't no damn Beyonce, so don't be expecting none of that shit, Big Hetty. I don't got that budget money. I don't got that production money. But it's gonna be, bitch, I'm gonna give it all I got. You know what I'm saying? And I'm working hard. I'm popping it. You know what I'm saying? I'm working. So, yes.
And right after that live ended, the internet exploded. Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram went off like fireworks. People were debating non-stop. Some fans jumped to defend her, saying she's just overwhelmed and needs a little space to bounce back before she shuts down completely. They kept flooding her comments with messages like, "You got this, Cardi, and take your time, queen." But not everyone was buying it. Others started questioning if maybe she jumped into this tour too fast, saying she should have waited until everything was perfectly lined up before going public. The comment sections were wild, pure digital chaos. You had one group saying she looks tired, and another clapping back with, "Let her cook, she knows what she's doing." It's clear the world's watching her every move right now.
This tour is catered to Barty Gang and to people that are not even Barty Gang, but are just some type of fan of mine, or just want to come have a good time, bitch, because we're going to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? When I go to your fucking city, bitch, I'm going to be a fucking deal. You know what I'm saying? When I go to your city, yeah. So thank you. I love y'all.
Waiting to see what happens next, and the tension's only getting thicker by the day. Behind the curtain, things are sounding way more hectic than anyone expected. Inside is a whispering that the tension between Cardi and her team is hitting an all-time high. It's full-on chaos right now. Last-minute changes flying left and right, stage setups halfway done, and dancers standing by waiting for that final choreography to drop any minute. The whole production feels like it's running on caffeine, adrenaline, and pure chaos. Every department scrambling to keep up, and nobody's catching a break. It's like the closer they get to showtime, the more pressure builds, and the more everyone's nerves start to show. But one thing about Cardi, she doesn't crack when the heat turns up. Even when everything's spinning out of control, she knows how to channel that pressure and flip it into pure performance energy. The second those lights hit her face, it's like she switches into beast mode, ready to remind everyone exactly why she owns the stage. Still, people close to the crew are saying if things don't start coming together fast, this Little Miss Drama Tour could go down as one of the most chaotic, unpredictable, and unforgettable moments of her entire career. And honestly, that might make it even more iconic. As the countdown to Cardi B's Little Miss Drama Tour ticks down, the behind-the-scenes hustle is getting crazy about a minute.
I don't like being in LA anymore. I don't like it. Somebody said that LA got like a weird spirit. I don't like being here anymore. And I do love the people. I love the people. Don't get it twisted. But I feel like for the past 2-3 years, LA have not been the same. I don't know, is it because of the fire? I don't know, because of the government over here. Like they changed a lot. Like I don't know. LA used to be fun. I don't know. I don't even think there's even parties out here. It's not even about parties. It's just like I feel like everybody left. So I just really don't like being here. And then I really don't have friends and family over here. So I just really miss being home. Like I'm ready to go home. On Sunday, I am going home. I'm going to pick up my kids. I'm going to go see my man right quick, then get my kids. And I'm going to bring 2 of them over here because the other 2 are in school. Like at first I was like, I gotta see. I was like, I gotta see how my schedule will be like. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna come first by myself for the first 5 days. But I'm going home and I'm gonna pick up them babies. I feel very lonely over here. I think I don't like being, I feel like I live with so many people. I feel like I live with so many people, and then when I'm not home and I'm with my man, like, it's like, I don't like being alone. It's crazy because it's like I lived alone for like a long time. And then once I started like living with people and stuff like that, I don't like being alone. Like, it's like, this is why I be going on the internet ranting and going crazy and shit. Because once I be alone and shit and I start getting in my motherfucking head and shit, I don't fucking like it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I need to listen to my loud people. You know what I'm saying? Like right now, like in my crib, somebody's always in my crib. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got my cousin that she lived there. My mom, she doesn't live with me, but she's staying with me because I have a new baby, even though we have the nanny. But my mom, she likes to watch everything. But she don't really, you know, everybody knows that my mom lives like 10 minutes away from me. My kids, of course, you know what I'm saying? The nannies be there all the time. In the daytime, my chef be there. My house manager be there. My dad comes every single day from Monday to Friday. Weekends, he be having his fun. And then my cousins pop up. A different cousin pop up every single day. Like, y'all know how I give it up. Y'all seen my family dynamic and shit like that. So it's like, I really don't like being alone in LA. Like, once I come here, I feel like that's when I give too much timing on the internet and everything, because it's like I said, like, it's like, yeah, you could work all day, but in the nighttime, like, and you up and shit, and it's like, or when you having a little break, it's like, I'm bored. But what else? But I have things that I want to do in 2026. You know what I told somebody yesterday? I told this to somebody yesterday. Like, it's like, what does Cardi B go? What do Cardi B want? What do Cardi B this? And it's like, I told them, it's like, I want it all. You know what I'm saying? I want it all. What do you mean by want it all? I want the career, I want the money, and I want the kids. I want it all. I want to be able to do everything. I want to be able, when I'm 40, 40 is very young, but when I'm 40, I want to be able to like kick my feet up comfortably. I don't want to work too hard when I'm 40, when I'm 45 and everything. Like, cause even especially like 50, you know what I'm saying? So I want to do everything now. You know what I'm saying? I want it all. I want to have a big family, but I want to be a very successful artist, a very successful businesswoman. I want it all. I don't even feel like it's like I only need the money. I need that. I need that. I need that when I walk in that room. A respectable bitch. She's a respectable bitch. Yeah, respectable bitch. Yeah. I want it all. And my time is now. My time is now. Now.
Rehearsals are running late into the night, the energy in the studio is electric, and every person in that room is feeling the pressure. The dancers are sweating it out non-stop, the lighting team's pulling double shifts, and Cardi, she's in the middle of it all, directing, adjusting, perfecting. She's not just showing up to perform, she's calling shots, reworking every move, tweaking visuals, and demanding that every single moment on stage hits hard. She's making sure this tour doesn't just look good, it makes history. Insiders close to Cardi's camp are saying her vision for this Little Miss Drama Tour is absolutely next level, like nothing she's ever done before. She's not just planning a concert, she's building a full-on experience that's meant to shake the industry and blow fans' minds. We're talking wild visuals, dramatic outfit changes that'll have everyone talking, mind-blowing choreography, and moments that'll pull the crowd straight into the action. She's been teasing this bold mashup of raw street energy mixed with high-fashion glam, a combo that could totally redefine how a hip-hop tour looks and feels. If she nails it, this might just flip the whole game upside down. But the big question that's got everyone whispering is, can her team actually keep up with her fire? The pace behind the scenes sounds unreal. Tech crews racing against the clock, choreographers barely sleeping, and everyone running on pure willpower at this point. Sources say some team members are completely burned out, but Cardi's still full throttle, chasing perfection like her career depends on it. She's demanding precision, intensity, and emotion in every second of the show, and she's not backing down for anyone. If everything falls into place the way she envisions, this Little Miss Drama Tour could easily become the most daring, flashy, and talked about moment of her entire career. And here's where it gets even crazier. Cardi's locked in for around 35 shows all across North America and Canada. That's a massive schedule, and fans are split down the middle. Some are hyped, saying she's built to dominate the stage city after city, but others are worried it might be too much, even for someone as relentless as her. That's a wild amount of travel, non-stop performing, and thousands of eyes tracking her every single move. One slip, one delay, and the internet will be watching. If you caught Cardi's latest live, then you already know why the internet can't stop buzzing. The debate is real. Half the fans are saying she sounds fired up, focused, and ready to dominate. The other half swear you can hear the exhaustion creeping in. Her energy was intense, like she's balancing between pure confidence and total burnout at all once. Either way, one thing is crystal clear. This Little Miss Drama Tour isn't just another stop on her resume, it's the biggest gamble of her career. Cardi's putting everything on the line, betting on herself in front of the whole world, and everyone's watching to see if she rises or falls under the pressure. So what's the move? Are you locking in those tickets to see the chaos unfold live, or are you sitting back and watching how the drama plays out from your screen? Because one thing's for sure, this tour is about to shake the industry from top to bottom. Expect surprises, viral moments, and non-stop headlines once those lights come up and Cardi hits the stage. Whatever happens next, it's guaranteed to be one of the wildest biggest entertainment stories of the year, and nobody's gonna want to miss a single second of it.
Stefon Diggs got the people up in arms, child, okay? He has like 3 babies, 3 newborns in 1 year.
Okay, this is where things start to explode. The truth about why Stefon Diggs skipped Christmas with Cardi B and their newborn is finally spilling, and it's pure chaos. So here's the deal. Cardi and Stefon welcomed their baby boy, nicknamed Brim, just 7 weeks ago in November. You'd think their first Christmas as a little family would be all smiles, cuddles, and matching pajamas, right? A cozy scene straight out of a holiday movie. But when Christmas Day came around, fans noticed something strange, and not the good kind. Cardi hopped on Instagram and dropped a full slideshow showing off her and her 4 kids surrounded by stunning Christmas trees, each one uniquely decorated for her babies. It was given luxury holiday perfection. But something huge was missing: Stefon.
And I can understand why some people would be upset about that, but y'all not in a relationship with him. Cardi is. Cardi knew how many babies he had. I hope she knew. And she decided to have baby Brim with him, okay? This is not our situation, people. Only thing that I must say is that the optics made it seem like Cardi was having his first son. But apparently, he already had a baby. Well, I mean, they close in age, couple months, it seems. But, yeah, he already had a son. That's the only thing. But, like, this is not our situation, people. And we've seen guys who have many kids, newborns back to back, creating homes in different places. I don't like it, but also it's not our situation. If she's happy, if they're happy, they say they're happy, hey. All right? I'm not saying it's a great thing, okay? But what are we going to do about it? We're not in a relationship with them. And a lot of people are mad because Cardi left Offset for him or left her situation to get into another situation like this. Hey, it's her life. Who knows?
He was totally gone, not a trace of him anywhere. And of course, the internet wasted zero time going off. The comment section blew up with people saying stuff like, "Girl, where's your man?" And "Did Stefon just dip on Christmas?" The energy online went wild. Everyone started tossing out their own theories. Some said he was busy, others whispered that something might be going down behind the scenes. Whatever the reason, it didn't look good, and fans could feel the tension building. Then, out of nowhere, boom, Stefon Diggs popped up on his Instagram story, and that's when the confusion really kicked in. Instead of spending the day with Cardi and their newborn, he was at his own place, chilling with his other kids.
At this point, Stefon Diggs, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Y'all, why are y'all giving all this man slack because he was actually spending time with his kids on Christmas? Y'all, oh my goodness, I just feel like at the end of the day, when he don't show the kids, y'all cry about that. When he do show the kids, y'all cry about that. When Cardi B does her own thing and have her holiday over there with her family, where's Stefon Diggs? When Stefon Diggs has his holiday with his family and his kids and, doing all of that, where's Cardi B? Regardless of whatever, can y'all let them be? Can y'all let Stefon Diggs be a father to all his kids and not just Cardi B's? Can y'all understand that at the end of the day, stuff happens before you get in a relationship, and Stefon Diggs had kids, okay? He had multiple kids, okay? Just like Cardi B had multiple kids and is still married and still trying to figure out that divorce, regardless of whatever. Let this dang on relationship prosper in the best way it can. Regardless of whatever, he is a good father, and that should show us something. At least Cardi B found a good father. You know what I'm saying? Okay, y'all, leave it in the comments down below, y'all. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Can Stefon Diggs be a father or not?
He dropped a pic holding one of his little boys, captioned, "One of my boys' first Christmas." Cute, right? But then, just minutes later, he posted another shot with his daughter. Big smiles, cozy vibes, total family moment. But hold up, the real shockwave came next. Stefon actually reposted Cardi's picture, the one of her holding baby Brim, and wrote, "Miss y'all, squeezing him too tight, you're making him soft." That one sentence flipped the internet upside down. People went absolutely crazy in the comments. Some started calling Cardi stupid, while others were saying things like, he doesn't even want her anymore. Everyone was side-eyeing the situation like, what is really going on here?
It just didn't make sense. Why weren't they together for their baby's first Christmas? Fans started connecting dots and whispering about some serious behind-the-scenes drama. But just when it seemed like the situation couldn't get any messier, Cardi's best friend, Kim Barbie, jumped in to set the record straight. And wow, what she said lit up the internet all over again. She spilled that there was way more going on than people thought, and what she revealed? Straight up baby mama chaos. Turns out, Stefon and Cardi didn't just skip out on each other for no reason. It was all tied to some serious family tension. Word on the street is Stefon's other baby mamas were not having it. They made it clear they didn't want their kids spending Christmas with Stefon unless they were there too.
House hopping to see all your kids on Christmas Day is honestly crazy work. Even crazier work is all them kids being imp up the fence like little babies. Is crazy. Y'all keep talking about women having multiple children and all this type shit. But here's the thing about women. You can only have one baby a year as a woman. Like, these niggas be out here having triplets that ain't from the same woman. And no one questions this shit. Like, that is really trifling to me. It's no reason all your kids should be the same age. Like, that's so nasty. The men is really the problem. Y'all out here just giving each woman a token baby. Like, what the fuck is that? That shit really blows me that it's so normalized to be out here with multiple baby mothers. Like with women, when they have multiple baby fathers because they was with one man and it ain't work out, and you know they went with another nigga, and you know sometimes maybe another nigga got that. But hey, these niggas realize be having multiple baby mothers at the same damn time. And then the year later, they gonna get 3 more baby mothers. Like, that shit is crazy. That is nasty as fuck. That's not cool. It's no reason. All your kids the same age, and you didn't have triplets. They ain't all come from one woman. That shit is disgusting. I'm sorry.
Basically, it was no moms, no kids, and that rule turned the whole holiday upside down. Situation went from awkward to explosive real quick, and everyone's wondering what's gonna happen next.
Miss y'all, don't hold them too tight, don't make them soft.
Belcalis.
And of course, Cardi wasn't about to throw herself or her kids into that kind of messy energy. She's a mom first, and she clearly decided to keep her peace instead of diving into that drama. So yeah, she took a quiet L this Christmas, letting Stefon spend the day with his other kids. And yep, that meant their moms were around too. It was given mature co-parenting, but with a side of major Aqua vibes. Then Kim Barbie, Cardi's loyal bestie and forever mouthpiece, came in hot to clear the air. She hopped online and dropped a post saying Cardi has her own kids and Stefon does too. If baby moms are on some "my kids can't come unless I'm there," then that's just what it is. My nieces and nephews ain't gonna be around that. That statement alone had people shook, but Kim didn't stop there. She doubled down, saying there's no secret, no surprises. They're still a new couple. It's something they'll figure out over time. Then she fired back at all the online chatter, calling everyone out for acting brand new. She said, y'all been talking about these other kids all year. Why are we acting shocked? If Stefon didn't spend the holidays with his kids, that would be insane. Cardi's got 3 other kids too, so who's supposed to be taking them around? And just like that, Kim dropped the mic. She brought the facts, the attitude, and the truth, reminding everyone that this situation might be messy, but it's real life messy, not scandal for fun messy.
I'm gonna tell y'all why I feel like the Cardi B and Stefon situation should have never even happened in the first place. One, he can't heal you. He can't heal you. I don't know why certain individuals feel like you can come out of a situation and a man can tell you stuff like, let me heal you. That don't work like that. You gotta heal you. He cannot heal you whatsoever. And it's very understandable if you are coming out of a marriage. You feel me? A marriage with children. It's gonna take you a minute to really deal with that, to really, deal with your emotions and your feelings, really process that, and really let God mend and close those wounds up so you can really heal and move on to the next. The second thing is, you never, and I mean you never, ever, come on, this is what I tell you, I'm gonna teach my daughters, like you teach your sisters, whoever, trust a man that is willing to put a baby in you and you marry. Never, ever. I mean, don't trust him. That's gonna tell you a lot about that man's character. You are looking at character. I told you, women, when you out here, you dating, you gotta vet properly. Why would you trust another man and loyalty and he's putting a baby in you and you marry, right? The third thing would be, if you understand anything about football and brotherhoods and locker rooms, they spend a lot of time together. I mean, a lot of time together. This is how you able to trust your brothers before you even go on this field. You know who do what, how everybody move and stuff like that. It's bond and chemistry. If every man on that team, when they asked, who would you not let date your sister, they said Stefon Diggs, it was a reason that they said Stefon Diggs. Trust and believe. If they saying that as men, as brothers, because brothers, they rock with each other, trust me. If they saying they're going to keep this man away from their sister, trust, you should stay away from this particular man because it's something that you don't understand. See, I don't think we really, again, try to process and understand things and vet properly. And then this is what I mean also why you got to have the right people, the right circle, right friends around you, because a lot of people that condone the situation, like people going to probably get on here and say what they want to say as far as defending it. If I'm Cardi B, you stay away from these type of people because they don't love you. These are not friends. These are not people that will tell you the truth even when you don't want to hear the truth. These are people who would just let you, crash into a burning building and then, hey, once it's burning, now they out. You get what I'm saying? They're going to go along for the ride, but then when it's time to go, it's time to go. It should have never happened. And honestly, this would be me more to Stefon Diggs and Cardi B, if anything, bro, because I just think it's whack how dog move as a man. I dislike it. I dislike it how you move as a man to think this is cool to, again, you put a baby in somebody else's wife, bro. That says a lot about you. And then again, when you're looking at the situations, how dog move, I'm gonna try to tell y'all, it's a reason why a lot of y'all be getting with down low men. Y'all don't really pay attention and just see everything through. I'm not saying nobody is, but I'm just saying start vetting properly. But I think she definitely need more time to heal, and I think that just shouldn't happen, period.
Man, the energy around this whole situation is straight up chaotic. It's like a storm that just won't calm down. There's no brand new headline dropping yet, but at least now everything's starting to make sense as we roll into the new year. Still, you can't deny it. This story gets messier every time you dig a little deeper. And here's where it really gets wild. Stefon Diggs doesn't just have 1 or 2 kids. Nope. Word on the street is this man's got 6 kids with 6 different women. And check this, 4 of those babies were born just this year. That's a full-time job right there. Now, Kim Barbie's been doing everything she can to defend both Cardi and Stefon. But let's keep it real. Cardi just had this man's baby 7 weeks ago. That's a newborn we're talking about, barely 2 months old. And she couldn't even spend her man's Christmas because of all this baby mama attention? That's wild. You can feel how complicated it all is. Too many families, too many emotions, and too many people watching from the sidelines. To be fair, big respect to Stefon for showing up for his kids. That's something every father should do. But still, it's a tough look. Leaving Cardi and the newborn at home while balancing time with his other kids had the internet raising eyebrows left and right. Imagine being in his shoes, trying to make all that work while millions of people are judging your every move. That kind of pressure's gotta be exhausting. So what do you think about all this? Was Stefon's other baby mamas right for setting their boundaries, or was Cardi right to step back and protect her peace? Either way, this holiday drama turned into one seriously tangled story that nobody saw coming. Drop your thoughts in the comments and let's talk about it. And make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch, because trust me, the next celebrity scandal is about to be even crazier.
I'm a little bit mad about it because I just noticed, right? I noticed that yesterday when I was performing, I kept screaming.
Cardi B is finally addressing all the talk about her Essence Festival performance because a lot of people noticed something felt off the second she hit the stage. If you were in the crowd or even just caught clips online, one thing stood out right away. Cardi was yelling through a big part of the set. It wasn't the usual high energy, hyped up performance style people expect from her either.
And that's because I really felt like I felt like y'all couldn't hear me. Like, performing in a stadium is definitely different than performing in an arena, honey. But that's gonna be my goal. I'm gonna make that as a goal. One of my goals is to have a show, a Cardi B show, a real Cardi B show at a stadium. I don't know if I could do it, but I definitely see the difference. Like, god damn, I felt like nobody could hear me. Everything was echoing. But next time I ever perform in a stadium, I know the truth.
Fans were picking up on the fact that her delivery sounded louder, rougher, and way more strained than normal, and it had people wondering what was really going on during that show. According to Cardi, there was a reason behind all of it. She explained that she was having trouble hearing herself on stage, which completely threw her off while she was performing. She also admitted she wasn't fully happy with how the set turned out, so she clearly knew it didn't go the way she wanted. And honestly, when an artist can't hear properly during a live performance, that can mess up everything from timing to vocals to how they connect with the crowd. So from Cardi's side, it sounds like this wasn't her trying to be extra, it was more of a technical issue that turned into a messy performance moment. Still, fans definitely had opinions once the clip started spreading. Some people said, "I just thought she was excited to be there, but she was screaming. Way too much screaming." Another person wrote, "LOL, I noticed that too. It was not like that at the Lil Miss Drama Tour." And that comparison is what really stands out here, because Cardi's Lil Miss Drama Tour actually proves she knows how to put on a solid show.
I want to do it again, to be honest with you. I want to do it again because I enjoy myself. I actually love performing. I don't know what it is about me, but when I perform, I'm not the best dancer. Y'all know I'm a bitch is never on beat. A bitch like me is never on beat, bitch. I be off. However, I don't know what it is. I just get possessed, baby. Like, I love, like, I don't know. Like, I be rehearsing and I don't give the energy that I give at rehearsal that I give at a show. I love performing. Like, I always been a performer. Even when I was a stripper, I was like performing my ass off. Even when I was in school, I was performing my ass off. I don't be on beat. I just, you know, I don't know what you call it. I just love it. So yeah, I had a couple of months off and everything, and then when I decided I'm gonna go back on stage like on BET, I hate TV performances.
She had energy, stage presence, and a much better grip on the performance overall. So this Essence Festival moment feels more like a situation where things didn't come together the way they were supposed to. It may also be a case of adjusting to a different kind of venue, because performing in a stadium setting is a whole different beast. The sound, the pacing, the movement, and even how you project to a massive crowd all require a different approach. So while this performance may not have landed the way Cardi wanted, it also feels like one of those moments artists learn from in real time. And once Cardi started explaining what went wrong, the conversation around that performance started making a lot more sense. Because from the outside, people were looking at it like she was doing too much, raising her voice for no reason and forcing the energy. But when you hear that she couldn't properly hear herself on stage, it changes the whole picture. That kind of problem can throw an artist completely off their game, especially in a huge festival setting where everything has to hit at the right moment. If your in-ear sound is bad, if the timing feels delayed, or if the stage audio is bouncing back weird, you can end up overcompensating without even realizing it. And that looked like exactly what was happening with Cardi. The bigger issue is that fans are always going to compare a shaky performance to the last time they saw you do well.
But I did good. I hate TV performances. I get nervous. And Essence, I was excited to do. Like, it's like, yes, I can't wait. And I did good. I did really good. I did all right. I could have done better. But whatever. I could have done better. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I be in my head too much. But yeah, I love this necklace. This necklace is so fucking expensive, but this was a gift to me. I call this the Blossom necklace, and I call this the Blossom necklace because I got this necklace with a pink diamond to represent my daughter, Blossom. A lot of little things. If you ever see me wearing baby pink, I'm repping my daughter. You know, she's my little blossom. She's my little flower. I love her so fucking much. Yo, I'm obsessed with that girl. I'm obsessed with Blossom. Like, I just love her. I love her voice. I love her everything. I love how she walks. I love how she talks. I love how she looks. I love how she thinks. I love her face expressions. I love when she wakes up. I love watching her sleep. I'm obsessed with my daughter, for real. I'm obsessed with all my kids. All of them. They're just so beautiful. They're just so amazing. Like, I really think I'm obsessed with my kids. No, for real. Like, I'm obsessed with them. I really am. Like, I'm so obsessed. Like, I miss them terribly, like, tremendously. Like, I be on FaceTime with them when I'm not away from them for so long because they're just so fucking funny. Like, y'all are so funny. I love my daughters. I love my sons. They're so cute. They're so cute. I'm ready to show y'all baby Brim though. He is so cute. He is so cute. Y'all can't take it. Y'all can't take him. He is so cute. He's such a heart snatcher. He's such a cutie. I'm ready to show y'all him. I love him. I love his smile. He can make anybody's day. He can make everybody's day. I seen videos and I seen tweets that women say, even men, like they said that everybody got their favorite kids. Everybody got a favorite child. I have 4 kids. They're all different ages. And to be honest with you, I don't have a favorite child. Like, I don't understand it. Like, I be trying to be like, if I have to pick, I don't have that. I really love my kids equally. I'm obsessed with all of them. Like,
That is why people immediately brought up the Lil Miss Drama Tour, because they have already seen Cardi perform in a way that felt polished, fun, and fully under control. So when this Essence set came off louder, messier, and a little all over the place, people were not just reacting to one show, they were comparing it to the standard she already set for herself. That is where the criticism really started picking up, because now it was not just about a few awkward moments on stage. It turned into people asking whether the venue, the setup, or even the preparation played a part in why this one felt so different. And to be fair, festival performances can be rough in ways regular tours are not. A headline tour is built around your own timing, your own team, your own stage setup, and your own comfort level. A festival is a different beast. You are dealing with a faster schedule, different sound crews, shorter prep time, and a crowd that may not all be there just for you. So if one little technical issue starts early, it can snowball fast. That does not mean fans are wrong for noticing the performance felt off, but it does add some context to why an artist who usually knows how to command a stage might suddenly look uncomfortable and sound like they are fighting through the set. What also stands out is that Cardi did not try to act like everything was perfect after the fact. She admitted she was not fully happy with how it went, and that honesty probably saved her from even more backlash. Because people can tell when a performer is trying to dodge the obvious. In this case, the audience already saw what they saw, so pretending it was flawless would have only made things worse. Instead, Cardi basically owned the fact that it was not her best night and pointed to the technical issues that played a role. That does not erase the criticism, but it does make the situation feel more real and less like she is brushing fans off. At the same time, this is also one of those moments that can follow an artist online way longer than it should. One rough set, a few viral clips, and suddenly the whole performance gets boiled down to the most awkward 30 seconds. That is just how the internet moves now. It does not always show the full set, the full crowd reaction, or everything happening behind the scenes. It grabs the loudest moment, the weirdest clip, and runs with it. So, even if the full performance had some strong parts, the conversation is going to stay locked on the screaming, the confusion, and the parts that felt offbeat. So now, the real question is whether this was just a one-off festival mess or a sign that Cardi needs to tighten up a few things before the next major live show, because nobody is saying Cardi cannot perform. She has already proven she can hold a crowd and put on a real show when everything clicks, but this Essence Festival performance definitely gave people something to talk about, and not in the way she probably wanted. The pressure now is on what happens next, because if the next performance comes out sharp, controlled, and back to form, this will blow over fast. But if another set ends up with the same kind of complaints, then people are going to start looking at this a lot differently. At the end of the day, this really might just be one of those situations where Cardi has to take the moment for what it is and move forward. Not every performance is going to hit the way it is supposed to, especially when there are technical issues, a massive crowd, and a festival setup that can throw everything off. Sometimes an artist has a night where things just do not click, and all they can really do is learn from it, adjust, and come back stronger the next time. That is why this whole Essence Festival conversation feels less like a career-defining disaster and more like a performance people are going to debate for a while, because expectations for Cardi are already so high. Now I want to hear from the people who were actually there, because that makes a huge difference. If you attended Essence Festival and saw Cardi perform live in person, let me know exactly how the energy felt in the building. Did the performance come across differently in real life than it did in the clips floating around online? Was the crowd still into it, or could you tell something was off while she was on stage? And if you were not there but you watched the videos online, I still want to know what your honest take is. Do you think Cardi still pulled it off despite the yelling and the technical issues, or do you feel like this performance just was not up to the standard people usually expect from her? And that is really the big question here, because fans are naturally comparing this moment to what they have already seen Cardi do before. A lot of people keep bringing up the Lil Miss Drama Tour because that performance set the bar high. She looked more locked in, more polished, and way more comfortable in that setting. So when people watched the Essence clips and noticed a different energy, the comparison was bound to happen. Do you think this was just a rough festival moment that got blown up online, or do you think the criticism is fair and the performance really did fall short compared to what she usually delivers? I also want you to check out the rest of Cardi's live and listen to her full explanation, because sometimes those short viral clips only tell part of the story. Once you hear everything she had to say, you might end up seeing the situation a little differently. Or you might feel even more strongly that the performance missed the mark. Either way, I want the full opinion, because this is definitely one of those moments where context matters. Drop your thoughts in the comments and tell me where you stand on it. Was Cardi unfairly judged over a technical issue, or do you think fans had every right to call the performance out? If you were in the crowd, I definitely want the first-hand tea, and if you have been following the reactions online, tell me whether you think people are overdoing it or keeping it real. And before you head out, make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch so you do not miss the next breakdown, celebrity update, or messy entertainment moment we need to talk about. Turn on your notifications too, because there is always something new unfolding, and you already know we are going to be right here covering all of it. I'll catch you in the next one.
Would you ever get married again?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I would get married again.
Yeah, you believe in love.
I believe in love. I'm like a hopeless romantic.
I love that. Okay.
At 33, fresh off welcoming her baby boy, Cardi B threw Stefon Diggs a birthday bash in Miami that had the whole internet losing his mind. Cameras flashed, champagne flowed, and Cardi was the star of the night. She sang Stevie Wonder's happy birthday to him like it was their own private concert. Then she turned it all the way up, twerking just for him in front of everyone, making it clear Stefon was the only man that mattered. But that wild night was just the surface of something deeper. The real story between Cardi B and Stefon Diggs? It's about second chances, new beginnings, and showing the world that love can hit different when you least expect it. Let's take it back to July 2024. Cardi B had just filed for divorce from Offset after 7 roller coaster years of marriage. And trust, this wasn't their first breakup, not even close. They'd been on and off since 2017, always making headlines with their drama. Together they share 3 children, Culture, 7, Wave, 4, and baby Blossom, born in September 2024. But this last split, it was messy, and the internet saw every bit of it. Offset jumped online throwing shade, posting that Cardi looked like a hoe and cared only about herself. Cardi didn't stay quiet. She fired right back. She told him straight up to sign the divorce papers and stop playing games. Then she hit him with the line everyone was talking about. "You sound like a dummy, trying to be fake nice after you did what you wanted from the start. Sign the papers today." That post alone had social media exploding. Even though the divorce still isn't finalized, Cardi made it clear she was done for good.
Is it finalized, the divorce?
Not yet.
Okay, so it's not
Still
finalized.
going through it.
Do you want it to be finalized?
I'm ready to be over it, for it to be over with, yeah.
Really?
Just so, just for both of us, I feel like that be a louder story than what we really love to do, which is music and art. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying that. Not nothing towards her. It's it blinds the people to what we are to the people, which is our artists. 2 of us being superstars, your business is always out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If I could rewrite the book, I would have never
been public. It would have never been public. You know what I mean?
According to people close to her, cheating wasn't even the breaking point this time. They'd just grown apart. This is something she wants to do, an insider told Page 6. And by October 2024, Cardi was ready to move forward. And that's when Stefon Diggs stepped into the picture. Now, how they actually met, Cardi hasn't spilled all the details yet, but she's dropped hints. "I thought he was cute," she said during a September 2025 episode of Today. "I was like, oh, he gotta be mine."
You guys meet? How could you tell there was something there?
Yeah, I thought he was cute. I was like, oh, he gotta be mine.
So did you reach out to him or you just ran into him
No,
somewhere?
you're not supposed to reach out to a man.
Oh, you follow the rules like I do. I follow that 90s book.
I know.
So did he reach out to you or how did you guys meet?
It was like mutual friends.
Mutual friends set you up? Okay. And so what's life like together? Tell me a little more.
It's more like life is more like an expression. It's more like this. The expression is.
They connected through mutual friends around October 2024, and not long after, fans spotted them turning up together at a New York City nightclub. That's when the rumors went wild. Cardi finally spoke on Instagram Live, laughing it off like it was nothing, but her smirk told another story. "That's why I don't even want to address it, because I feel like this shit's funny," she added, but notice she never denied a thing. By December 2024, the tension between Cardi and Offset was boiling over. Their private drama turned public again when they went at it online for the world to see. Cardi flat out told him she was dating now and he needed to deal with it. Fans were stunned. This wasn't just gossip anymore, it was real life unfolding right on their feeds. Then came Valentine's Day 2025, and TMZ caught what nobody could deny. Cameras flashed as Cardi and Stefon Diggs were spotted sneaking into a Miami hotel just after midnight. A week earlier, they'd already been seen turning up together at a popular nightclub, looking way too comfortable to be just friends. The chemistry between them was real, it was bold, and it was heating up fast. By April 2025, Cardi decided to go fully public. At Coachella, she hit the stage and gave Stefon a steamy lap dance right in front of the crowd. The video went viral instantly, millions of views in hours. Offset couldn't dodge the noise, and when a fan joked that he must be punching the air after seeing it, Offset replied, "I'm happy for her," according to E! News. Whether he meant it or not, Cardi couldn't care less. She was glowing, unbothered, and living her best life. Then, on May 5th, 2025, both Cardi and Stefon made a statement at the Met Gala. They didn't walk the carpet together, but eagle-eyed fans noticed the details. According to Just Jared, the two arrived at the same after-party just seconds apart. Coincidence? Not likely. It was clear to everyone by then, Cardi and Stefon were the new power couple shaking up Hollywood. Cardi and Stefon made their first big public splash at Game 4 of the NBA playoffs between the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks, and they didn't come to blend in. Sitting courtside at Madison Square Garden, they looked every bit the power couple. Cameras caught them holding hands, whispering to each other, and even sharing a kiss right there in front of thousands of fans. Cardi playfully squeezed Stefon's cheeks, and the moment hit the Jumbotron in real time. The crowd went wild. Within minutes, social media was flooded with clips and screenshots, fans screaming that this wasn't just a fling anymore, it was the real deal. Not long after, Cardi turned the heat up even more. She posted a full carousel on Instagram that had everyone talking. One picture showed her cuddled up with Stefon on a yacht in Miami, both glowing under the sun. Another video, Cardi dancing and grinding on Stefon's lap like she didn't care who was watching. She topped it off with shots of extravagant gifts, massive red rose bouquets, layers of sparkling diamond jewelry, and giant teddy bears, all from Stefon. The caption was short but bold, dripping with energy, and fans instantly knew she was in love.
Stefon posted his own subtle but powerful message too. He shared a photo from that Knicks game with a caption that read, "To the month of May, I appreciate you nonetheless. Gotta stay focused." Smooth and mysterious. People couldn't stop dissecting every word. But then July hit and things took a shocking turn. Fans noticed Cardi had wiped every trace of Stefon from her Instagram. No yacht pics, no roses, no lap dance videos, everything gone. Instantly, the internet went into detective mode, convinced the couple had split. Rumors went wild, but everyone was dead wrong, because what came next was the plot twist nobody saw coming: the pregnancy announcement. On September 17, 2025, Cardi B sat down on CBS Mornings to promote her new album, Am I the Drama? And let's just say she definitely lived up to that title. Mid-interview, she dropped a bomb that left everyone speechless. "I'm having a baby with my boyfriend, Stefon Diggs."
I want to start right away with, because the rumors on the streets be talking. And so the latest rumor about you is that you are having a baby, and I want to know what, if anything, you want to share about that with the class.
Well, yes, I am. I'm having a baby with my boyfriend, Stefon Diggs.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How are you feeling about that? And that this will be baby number 4 for you, Cardi.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm actually I'm excited. I'm happy.
Cardi told host Gayle King, flashing that signature smile. The studio audience instantly erupted in cheers and applause, and Cardi just glowed with joy. "I'm excited, I'm happy, I feel like I'm in a good space. I feel very strong, very powerful, that I'm doing all this work while I'm creating a baby." The moment went viral within minutes, with fans calling it one of her most genuine interviews ever. Cardi went on to gush about her relationship, adding, "Me and my man were very supportive of each other." This would mark Cardi's 4th child and Stefon's 2nd. Stefon already has a daughter named Nova, born in 2016 from a previous relationship. Everything seemed perfect, but of course the story took a twist that nobody saw coming. Shortly after Cardi's big announcement, model Eileen Lapper filed a lawsuit against Stefon in December 2024, claiming he was the father of her baby girl, born in April 2025. The timing made headlines instantly, throwing drama into Cardi and Stefon's happy news. When reporters tried to corner Cardi outside a Los Angeles courthouse that September, she wasn't having any of it. One reporter brought up the paternity rumors, and Cardi snapped right back. "You're disrespectful. Don't do that," she fired, her tone sharp. "Do you see women asking me those types of questions? Why do you feel as a man you get to ask me that? Act like you got some manners. Your mama taught you to respect women." Cameras caught every second, and the clips spread like wildfire online. But despite the noise, Cardi wasn't letting anyone kill her joy. She kept working, stayed glowing, and focused on what really mattered, her growing family. Then came November 4th, 2025, the day everyone had been waiting for. TMZ reported that Cardi gave birth to a healthy baby boy, with Stefon right by her side in the delivery room. It was the perfect ending to a whirlwind year, and the beginning of a brand new chapter for Cardi B and Stefon Diggs.
Stroller. But all right, I'll get this one for Blossom. But oh my God, look at this stroller. I wish I would have known about this stroller last year. So beautiful. Look at this. This is perfect for Blossom.
The baby arrived healthy, and Cardi was glowing brighter than ever. Just days later, on November 13th, Cardi took to Instagram to share the news the world had been waiting for. Her caption read like poetry straight from the heart. "My life has always been a combination of different chapters and different seasons," she wrote. "My last chapter was the beginning of a new season. Starting over is never easy, but it's been so worth it." Fans flooded the comments with love and congratulations. It was pure joy all over her feed. She went on to add, "I brought new music and a new album to the world, a new baby into my world, and one more reason to be the best version of me." Alongside her message, Cardi posted a video that melted hearts everywhere.
her dancing to Hello from her latest album. She looked radiant, free, and full of life. This next chapter is me versus me, she continued passionately. It's me against all odds, me against everything meant to get in my way. I've started prepping for tour, getting my body right, getting my mind right. There's nothing that's gonna stop me from giving you guys the performance of a lifetime. Every sentence screamed determination, confidence, and comeback energy. As for the baby's name, Cardi's keeping that a secret for now, but she did tease fans by saying it's cute. And if her other kids' names, Culture, Wave, and Blossom, are anything to go by, this new baby's name is bound to be something unique and unforgettable. Then came another viral moment. On November 2nd, 2025, Cardi popped up at Gillette Stadium for a Patriots game, sitting VIP style right next to Patriots owner Robert Kraft. Cameras followed her every move, but the internet broke again when Stefon scored a touchdown. Cardi instantly jumped out of her seat and hit his signature touchdown dance on camera, full of energy and pride. The crowd went wild, fans cheered, and within minutes, the clip was everywhere. The Patriots' official X account even reposted it with the caption, "Cardi got moves." It was clear, Cardi B wasn't just back, she was thriving, shining, and taking over every scene she stepped into.
Cardi. Hey, how you doing today?
We're doing really great, we're doing really good.
Okay, what's your name, where you from?
My name is Cardi B, I'm from the Bronx.
BX is in the house, stop playing with her, let's go. We see the fit. Describe it for us right quick.
We'll take it down, a little Hermes, you know what I'm saying, just a little bit.
The boots.
Nice and modest, you know what I'm saying?
This how you doing it?
Wag material. Wag material.
Okay, where we at?
We at the Gillette Stadium.
Yeah.
As you can see, we out here in Boston having a little tea party.
Yeah.
Cardi was all in. She had officially become a full-blown football fan for her man, Stefon Diggs. On Today, back in September, she laughed while saying, "I be in front of the screen every Sunday, cursing people out. Pass the ball." Fans couldn't get enough of this side of her. Cardi, the die-hard football girlfriend. She wasn't just watching the games, she was living every play like she was on the field herself. Then on Thanksgiving, Cardi melted hearts everywhere by finally giving fans a little peek at their baby boy. She dropped photos on Instagram showing him dressed in a custom white fleece onesie stitched with Stefon's jersey number and last name in sparkly gold letters. The baby was already representing his dad's team like a champ. The comments section exploded with fans calling it too cute to handle, and it was clear this family was winning both on and off the field.
Wow! Se votaron los chefs. Se votaron Marcelo, se votaron Jean Luis, se votaron de No, Linda, no. Y yo también me voté.
But the biggest moment came on November 29th when Stefon turned 32. Cardi made sure it was a celebration he'd never forget. She waited until the Patriots' bye week so he could truly relax, then threw him a luxury-packed birthday bash in Miami. Stefon showed up looking sharp in a navy blue military-style jacket with gold braiding, surrounded by close friends and family. The cake? Massive, detailed, fit for a king. As everyone gathered around, Stefon leaned in to blow out his candles, but before he could, Cardi jumped in, singing "Happy Birthday to You" in full Stevie Wonder style. The crowd clapped along, phones in the air, and then Cardi took it up a notch. She started twerking for him right there in front of everyone, the energy electric. The room erupted in cheers, and Stefon couldn't stop smiling. TMZ caught the whole scene, and the video racked up millions of views within hours. Stefon might have waited until the bye week to celebrate, but that Miami night, totally worth the wait. TMZ summed it up perfectly. His lady, Cardi B, made it unforgettable, and honestly, they weren't wrong. Cardi has never hidden how much Stefon means to her and how deeply he's been there for her behind the scenes. In one interview, she opened up about how he lifts her up when the world tries to tear her down. "When people just rip it apart, it hurts you, it crushes you," Cardi said, speaking about the emotional weight behind her new album. He's like, "Girl, you better get it together," she added with a laugh. "He makes me feel very confident. I feel like feeling safe is feeling confident, feeling like you can do it, and it makes you feel like you can take over the world." That's the energy Stefon brings into her life: safety, confidence, and real love. In a Billboard interview published on September 3rd, Cardi got even more personal, admitting that dating in her 30s hasn't been easy. "I've always been in a long relationship since I was like 21, but I like him, I love him today. Simple, honest, and raw. She's cautious, but clearly happy. This wasn't the Cardi who used to hide behind the chaos. This was a woman learning how to love again on her own terms. By June 2025, their connection was undeniable. Cardi and Stefon jetted off to France for a romantic getaway, and Stefon went all out. He rented the Chateau de Chevrolet, a historic castle straight out of a fairy tale. They lived like royalty, enjoying private dinners and long walks through the gardens. Then for Memorial Day weekend, they took things stateside, spotted on a yacht in Miami, soaking up the sun. Photos obtained by Just Jared showed them kissing, laughing, and just enjoying each other's company. This wasn't some casual fling, it was a partnership built on trust, growth, and real respect. Meanwhile, Stefon was stacking wins of his own. A 4-time Pro Bowler, he's played 10 seasons in the NFL, proving that he's one of the most consistent wide receivers in the game. In March 2025, he signed a major 3-year, $63.5 million deal with the New England Patriots. But that deal didn't come easy.
Shit, I mean, it's cool to me. But I had a lot of fun. I mean, obviously when you go to a new team, this is my, third time or second time going to a new team, so you don't never know what to expect and what kind of guys you'll be around, but obviously I had a little bit of a rapport with CJ prior to, and it's easy to get a bad rap. You know, word travels fast, but you know, when you get to a place and people get to know you, they kind of get to gauge you for their own personal and their interaction with you, and things usually turn the corner when I get somewhere else. It's usually be smiles and a lot of positive stuff, so I just take it with a grain of salt. I got big shoulders, I can take it.
Just over a year earlier, Stefon had torn his ACL while playing for the Houston Texans. The injury ended his 2024 season and put his entire comeback in question. Yet here he was, back on top, stronger than ever, and with Cardi B by his side cheering him on every step of the way. By late December 2025, Cardi and Stefon were unstoppable, professionally and personally. Rumors started swirling that wedding bells might be on the horizon after fans noticed a massive diamond ring flashing on Cardi's left hand during an Instagram Live. She laughed it off when someone asked if it was an engagement ring, saying, "Relax, this is just a gift," or maybe not. Fans lost it online, convinced the two were secretly engaged. Their chemistry was undeniable everywhere they went. During Stefon's playoff run with the Patriots, Cardi became the team's unofficial lucky charm. Every time she showed up, he delivered on the field. Touchdowns, clutch plays, and pure fire. Cameras loved her reactions in the stands, jumping, yelling, and even blowing kisses toward the field. The media couldn't get enough of their story, a rap superstar and an NFL powerhouse building an empire together. Behind the spotlight, sources close to Cardi said she'd been balancing motherhood, tour prep, and being there for Stefon like a boss. She's in her zone right now, one insider told Page 6. She's working on new visuals, finalizing her tour set list, and planning something major for early 2026. Fans speculated that something major might be her long-awaited wedding, or maybe even a joint project with Stefon. In mid-December, Cardi surprised fans with a holiday-themed drop, a behind-the-scenes vlog showing cozy family moments at their Miami home. The footage featured her kids decorating cookies, Stefon holding the baby, and Cardi wearing matching pajamas with him while laughing over hot cocoa. She ended the vlog with a heartwarming message. "This year's been wild, but it's been love, growth, and blessings. I'm proud of where I'm at, and I'm grateful for everyone who's been real with me." The video quickly hit millions of views, melting hearts everywhere. Fans called it Cardi's soft era, but she reminded everyone she was still that girl, posting a clip later that week teasing a fierce new single titled "Touchdown Love." The snippet featured bars about loyalty, fame, and scoring together through the storm. Everyone could feel it. 2026 was shaping up to be the year of Cardi and Stefon. But Stefon came back stronger than ever. After that brutal ACL injury, he fought his way back and proved every doubter wrong. This season, he's played in all 13 games for the New England Patriots, pulling in 50 passes for 554 yards and 3 touchdowns. That grind paid off, too. He's now one of only 7 active players in the NFL to hit over 11,000 career receiving yards. Talk about elite.
And through it all, he's balancing football, fatherhood, and love like a pro. Cardi's been his biggest cheerleader every step of the way. Whether she's screaming from the stands or posting clips from home, she makes sure Stefon knows she's got his back. Fans spot her at Patriots games, rocking team colors, waving signs, and showing the kind of energy only Cardi B can bring. You can feel how proud she is of him. This isn't just support, it's partnership. Together, Cardi B and Stefon Diggs are living proof that love can rise from chaos. She survived a messy divorce. He came back from a career-threatening injury. They both carried their own scars, their own struggles, but somehow they found each other in the middle of it all. From courtside PDA moments to glamorous yacht photos, from baby announcements to wild birthday bashes in Miami, every chapter of their story screams resilience and passion. They're building something real, something grounded in trust and support. Cardi B isn't just showing love, she's showing the world what choosing happiness looks like. And Stefon, he's matching her energy with loyalty, patience, and that steady kind of love that lasts. Want more of these celebrity love stories and shocking Hollywood twists? Don't miss a thing. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for exclusive updates on your favorite stars. Hit that subscribe button now and keep up with every jaw-dropping moment straight from the world of fame, fashion, and fire.
Shit's cool. If y'all pull up while I'm with the homies, don't get intimidated. They called y'all to come. I'm going home. The only y'all know that my name is attached to is Stefon, right? And y'all saw a picture of us together. That nigga been trying to talk to me for 10 years in my DM begging me, right? Gave a nigga a chance. Don't affiliate my name with nobody else. You ain't never seen me in a photo with booed up, kissing my feet, hugging on me, nothing like that. Like, if it's not that, trust me, I don't go with that nigga. I'm not doing nothing with that nigga. Every nigga knows to follow suit. Like, they know what's up.
Now, this other video she posted with her feet on Stefon Diggs' face has everyone talking too, because everybody feels like since you're not messing with Stefon Diggs is in a relationship with Cardi B. They just had a baby.
November 2025. He had 3 others in 2025 with 3 other women. So she has come forward and said, there better not be another baby coming out since we've been official. And going forward, he better not be cheating and he better not bring another baby.
Stefon Diggs caused a wave of attention after being asked if he plans to put a ring on Cardi B. His reaction caught everyone off guard, sounding far from what you'd expect from someone ready for marriage. Fans instantly noticed the strange energy and began watching his every move online. To make things even more complicated, someone from his past decided to step back into the spotlight, adding more tension to the story. During his interview with Marco, Diggs faced a direct question about whether marriage with Cardi B was something serious.
And after you get your ring, is Cardi getting her ring? Proposal?
This one is just a maybe, right? Right? I gotta get mine first.
You're getting it. You're gonna win.
Instead of showing confidence or excitement, he seemed distant. Viewers pointed out that he avoided eye contact, appeared uneasy, and struggled to find the right words. That short exchange was enough to send social media into full analysis mode. Many users believed his response made it clear that marriage wasn't on his mind at all. One person commented, "No eye contact during the answer equals nothing he's saying is real right now." Another added that he's not going to wife her and that Cardi is only there for the vibe, not something long-term. Another comment read, "Bruh, this is actually embarrassing, aka this is never happening." Others agreed, saying it seems like Diggs enjoys the spotlight that comes with being linked to Cardi more than he enjoys actually being with her. Now people are starting to dig deeper, asking what's really happening behind the scenes between them. Lately, conversations about Cardi B and Stefon Diggs have taken over social media. Reports started circulating that Cardi set some serious ground rules for their relationship, and fans can't stop debating every detail. According to those reports, she made it clear, if he cheats, it's done. No talking it out, no trying again, just over. That one boundary sparked endless discussions online, with fans praising her for standing firm on loyalty and respect, no matter who she's with. But that wasn't the only thing people were talking about. During another interview, Diggs got asked a lighter question: what's his favorite Cardi B song? His answer threw everyone off. He said it was "paw," spelled backward, leaving fans puzzled. Listeners were quick to rewind, trying to figure out what he meant, and soon that tiny slip turned into another viral moment. People began analyzing his tone, his smile, even his body language, saying something about his vibe felt off whenever Cardi's name came up.
Is Cardi B trying to lay down the rules with Stefon Diggs before she goes on tour? Because Page Six is reporting that allegedly Cardi B has warned Stefon that if he messes up and gets anyone else pregnant, there will be no more second chances, because Cardi is basically saying now that they have a family and they are moving on in a relationship, if he does anything else, she is done with him. Because y'all know in 2025, last year, Stefon had 4 babies, uno, dos, tres, cuatro babies, 1 with Cardi and 3 with other women. I know that was embarrassing, but they trying to use the timeline as the reason why she ain't fazed by it. So if this man ends up getting someone else pregnant after we win the Super Bowl, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's not going to be any excuse. She's going to have to admit that he is what everybody is saying he is. And we all know when a man has the power to embarrass you, it's about a 96% chance you better be prepared to be embarrassed. Honestly, the fact that he still got to deal with the other 3 baby mamas that are all fresh baby mamas, girl, I would be so, girl, you're going to be on tour. This man going to be visiting these baby mamas, girl. Girl, it's a horrible situation. But on the bright side, the season will be over, so he should be able to go to a lot of her concert locations.
Then, Cardi's close friend Ken Barbie decided to step in and set things straight, laughing as she said, "Oh Lord, that's Cuba, please." But she didn't stop there. She joked about whether the couple would even make it past summer, a comment that sparked a whole new round of speculation. Fans began wondering if she accidentally revealed something deeper about what's going on between them. The situation only added more layers to the ongoing buzz around their relationship, leaving everyone questioning how serious this pairing actually is. After that interview buzz, everyone suddenly turned their attention to Stefon Diggs' ex-girlfriend, and she clearly had something to get off her chest. The timing of her comments caught people off guard, and it didn't take long for the internet to break down everything she said. Some called her move strategic, saying she knew exactly when to speak to stir things up. Others thought it might have been genuine emotion, suggesting that seeing Stefon linked to Cardi brought back some feelings she just couldn't hold in. Either way, her words only made the situation louder and messier online.
Followed up with a message telling some people that if they don't see her with a man booed up with her feet on her face like she is or was with Stefon Diggs, then they are not an item, and all of her guys know to follow suit. Something about this girl, Sky Marlene, definitely gives obsessed, because just a couple of months ago, she was clocked in the club with Offset. When rumors began swirling that Stefon Diggs and Cardi B could be an item, she came online and posted a photo of Stefon Diggs calling her, as well as some of their text exchanges. It's given bitter, is given obsessed, is given pressed. To top it all off, she was recently spotted at a bar laying hands on a woman. I don't know what they were in a dispute about. Looks like Rich the Kid was actually at that bar at the time of everything going down, and he actually got it on camera. To be honest, I don't know much about Sky. I don't know if she has kids. I do know that she used to be a waitress in New York, but she recently left and started a business or a nonprofit. Regardless, she seems like one messy gal. I'm curious to know how y'all feel about her posting this video with Cardi B's music in the background and putting up this video with her feet on Stefon Diggs' face.
Things quickly took a tense turn after she spoke. Social media split right down the middle. Half saying she was out of line and chasing clout, while the other half defended her, claiming she was only reacting like anyone would after watching her ex suddenly move on with a superstar like Cardi B. The arguments got heated as fans debated her intentions, reading into every post, caption, and emoji she shared. Some users insisted she was being real and vulnerable, while others accused her of using the moment to stay relevant. The timing made everything even more suspicious, leaving people wondering if she was really trying to tell her truth or just making sure she stayed part of the conversation while everyone was paying attention. A few fans pointed out that Stefon Diggs' ex had stayed completely silent for months, and now all of a sudden she's speaking up with energy, opinions, and attitude.
Nigga, y'all know that my name is attached to is Stefon. right? And y'all saw a picture of us together. That nigga been trying to talk to me for 10 years in my DM, begging me. Gave a nigga a chance. Don't affiliate my name with nobody else. You ain't never seen me in a photo with, booed up, kissing my feet, hugging on me, nothing like that.
That quick shift had people talking, with many thinking Cardi B's presence might have struck a nerve. Still, she wasn't without support. Some defended her, saying she has every right to speak her truth, and that just because Stefon has moved on doesn't mean their history disappears. They argued her side of the story deserves to be heard too, especially since the spotlight seems to follow everything connected to him. Not long after her comments started trending, things took another unexpected turn. Cardi B appeared to notice the chatter, and fans swear she responded without even using words. She posted a mysterious story about never entertaining old energy, and it instantly sent everyone into overdrive. The timing lined up almost perfectly with the ex's remarks, so people started piecing things together and claiming Cardi's post was a quiet clapback meant to make a statement without saying names. Right after that post went viral, Stefon Diggs decided to make his own move on social media. He uploaded a photo from practice with the caption, "Focus first, talk later," which sparked even more speculation. Some fans thought it was his way of throwing shade, while others believed he was just trying to steer the attention back to football. Either way, it only added to the tension, and people couldn't stop talking about it. By the end of the day, gossip pages were flooded with screenshots, reactions, and wild fan theories about what was really happening behind the scenes. Some insisted Cardi's done tolerating any mess and would walk away if the drama keeps growing. Others believe she's simply showing that she's not in competition with anyone from the past. No matter which version people believe, one thing's clear: the tension between everyone involved isn't cooling down, and now everyone's waiting for the next move. The story feels like it's just getting started. As the buzz kept growing, things started to feel even more complicated between Stefon Diggs and Cardi B. People online began digging into their recent public appearances, pointing out that the two hadn't been seen together for a while. Some thought it was just timing, but others were convinced it meant something deeper. Every small move, from who they followed to what they liked on social media, suddenly became evidence in fan theories about where their relationship really stands. A few insiders claimed that both Stefon and Cardi were just trying to keep things private while they sorted things out. But that privacy only made people more curious. The more they stayed quiet, the more everyone filled in the blanks with their own stories. One fan even said that silence says more than any statement ever could, and that comment summed up how most people were feeling. Meanwhile, blogs started hitting that both sides were under pressure. Cardi, known for being outspoken, seemed to be choosing her words carefully, and Stefon looked focused on keeping his image clean. Some reports suggested that their teams were trying to control the narrative before things got too messy. Still, the internet wasn't ready to move on. Every update, no matter how small, became another piece of the puzzle that everyone was trying to solve.
It's clear that the story isn't fading anytime soon. With so many eyes watching and both sides staying quiet, the next move could change everything. Some people believe that putting everything out in the open is only making the situation harder to control. With Cardi B's name attached, nothing stays quiet for long. Every small comment, post, or reaction gets amplified within seconds. Whether it's an ex suddenly speaking up, an old story being pulled back into the spotlight, or casual remarks from a friend, anything connected to Cardi seems to explode online and quickly becomes breaking news. Fans and blogs move fast, turning even the smallest detail into another piece of the ongoing drama. What really has people talking now, though, is how quiet Stefon Diggs has been while all of this plays out. He hasn't addressed Cardi's rumored boundaries, the confusing pause song moment, or his ex resurfacing with new comments. His silence has fans paying closer attention than ever, analyzing his posts, captions, and even the way he carries himself during interviews. Some think he's trying to stay calm and avoid fueling the chaos, keeping things private until it all settles down. Others see it differently, saying the silence makes him seem distant or like he's hiding something. Either way, his lack of response has turned into its own mystery, leaving everyone waiting for the moment he finally breaks his silence and reveals where he really stands.
Just when it seemed like the situation couldn't get more tangled, Stefon Diggs' ex, Sky, dropped a video on her Instagram that immediately grabbed attention. In the clip, she spoke with confidence, saying nobody could ever link her to any other celebrity because there's no real proof she's been with anyone else. No photos, no videos, no public moments, she said, firmly reminding everyone that the only famous man she's ever been connected to is Stefon Diggs. That statement alone had fans buzzing, debating whether she was simply setting the record straight or subtly reminding the world where her story with Stefon started. That post might have been bold on its own, but what happened next took the drama to another level. Out of nowhere, an old video of Sky resurfaced online, a clip showing her with her feet resting on Stefon Diggs' face. The moment spread across social media within hours and reactions came pouring in. Viewers pointed out that Sky isn't with Stefon anymore, and considering he's now publicly tied to Cardi B, the timing of that old footage felt off. Many fans thought bringing it back up now was no coincidence, especially since Cardi recently had a baby. The resurfaced clip sparked a heated debate. Some users said it looked like Sky was trying to stir up attention, while others argued that the video wasn't even posted by her and that people were just trying to drag her back into drama she'd already moved past. Either way, the timing couldn't have been worse. With Cardi's name involved and emotions already running high, the internet latched onto the story, making it yet another layer in an already chaotic situation. After that video hit the internet, social media went into a frenzy. Comment sections filled up in minutes with people going in on Sky, calling her out for looking pressed and desperate for attention. One comment that quickly started circulating said curving a ninja for 10 years just to get cracked and ghosted has to be embarrassing. Others added that reposting old clips of an ex just screams obsessed energy, labeling it as pick-me behavior and saying it might be time for her to move on. Across the board, the general feeling online was that Sky's timing didn't feel random at all. It felt planned, like she knew exactly how to get people talking again. Still, not everyone stays silent. A wave of Cardi B supporters jumped in to defend her, saying she's clearly unbothered and not about to lose sleep over old drama. They pointed out that social media loves to twist the past into new scandals that don't actually mean anything anymore. Even so, that resurfaced clip turned up the tension all over again, pulling Cardi, Stefon, and Sky into another round of headlines. Fans started refreshing their feeds non-stop, waiting for any sign of a reaction from either Cardi or Stefon, but both stayed quiet, letting the internet talk for them. As mentioned before, a lot of people weren't impressed with Sky's decision to bring that old video back or start mentioning Stefon Diggs again. To many, it just felt unnecessary and a little out of pocket, especially since he's very publicly with Cardi B now. That one detail made the backlash spread faster, with fans calling her move messy and saying it looked like she was purposely trying to stir drama that should have stayed in the past. Whether she meant to or not, Sky's actions reignited the story, and now everyone's waiting to see if this back and forth finally settles down or if another twist is still coming. Now, some people think there's a whole lot more happening behind the scenes than what's being shown online. Rumors have been spreading that Sky recently got into a heated altercation with another woman, and a few sources are even claiming that the situation might have somehow involved Fabulous. Because of that, fans are convinced Sky's sudden decision to bring up Stefon Diggs again could have been a distraction, a way to shift the spotlight or flip the story back in her favor. No one knows for sure if any of it's true, but once the whispers started, the internet moved fast, turning her name into yet another trending topic. People started questioning whether this was about finding closure, chasing clout, or just trying to change the conversation, because the timing couldn't have looked more suspicious. Even with all the rumors and speculation, most fans seem to agree on one thing. Nothing really excuses dragging up an old relationship, especially when the other person is clearly moved on. Once someone's in a new chapter, particularly one as public as Stefon Diggs and Cardi B's, the past doesn't need to keep resurfacing. The internet never forgets, but sometimes staying quiet says more than any post or old clip ever could. So what do you think? Was Sky reaching by revisiting something that's clearly over, or is everyone else reading too deep into it? Some people think she's just craving attention, while others believe she's trying to tell her truth before someone else twists it. Either way, this story keeps building layers, and it doesn't seem like the chatter is slowing down anytime soon. Before you scroll away, make sure to like this video, share it with your friends who love celebrity drama, and subscribe to Star Watch for the latest updates, breaking stories, and every detail on what's really happening in Hollywood.
But that's not finesse. I don't know why the fuck y'all be thinking y'all get brownie points and shit for doing people dirty that genuinely love and have a good intent for you. Bro, you are going to hell. You're going to hell. You finna burn in hell. You know the God don't play by people who good people. Come on now. Genuine love and good interest for you, and you gonna fuck them over? Oh yeah, you going to hell. You gonna burn the gasoline drawers, bitch. I'm sorry. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot me. I'll be damned.
People were already talking about the drama between Stefon Diggs and Cardi B, but nobody expected this twist. Stefon's own mother has now turned against him, and she didn't keep it private.
We love you, bro. You did not finesse. You racked up on bad karma.
She posted 2 videos online calling him out over how he treated Cardi B. I grabbed everything, so let's break it down. First, we're going to watch the clips in real time. Then I'll go back through them and explain what seems to be happening behind the scenes. Honestly, seeing his own mother speak out like this almost makes you feel bad for him. Anyway, let's get into it. Stefon Diggs' mom shared 2 heated videos, and people immediately started paying attention. Take a listen to what she had to say. Wait a second, this is all connected to Cardi B. Are you ready to hear one of the harshest public call-outs I've heard in a long time? Let's press play. This whole situation is wild. Out of everything people have heard about Stefon Diggs over the years, this is what sparked such a public reaction from his own mother. A lot of people are looking at this and wondering why this issue became the breaking point. And before anything else, Stefon's mom is a very striking woman. Nobody can deny that. But setting that aside, people are focused on the fact that she chose to air out her frustrations publicly. That's the part getting everyone talking. Think about it for a second. Over the years, there have been all kinds of stories, rumors, accusations, and public controversies connected to Stefon. Former partners have made claims, other individuals have shared their own accounts, and various disputes have played out in the public eye. Whether those claims were proven or not, they generated a lot of discussion. That's why some viewers are confused. They're asking why this particular situation led to such a strong response when there have been so many other controversies surrounding his name. Looking at the bigger picture, some people believe there may be personal motives, hurt feelings, or bigger family dynamics involved behind the scenes. Now, let me be clear. I don't personally know any of these people. This is just my opinion based on what's being discussed publicly. I'm not a psychologist, and I'm not claiming to have inside information. I'm also not taking sides. This is simply how the situation looks from the outside. One thing that stood out to me was how involved Stefon's mother seemed to be during parts of his relationship with Cardi. From the outside, it sometimes looked like she was present for a lot of moments that people would normally expect a couple to share on their own. That caught my attention early on.
I don't wish harm on anyone, but the Bible is clear. God is not mocked. Whatever a person sows, that will they also reap. You may fool people, you may rewrite the story, you may act like the damage you caused was nothing, but God saw it all. You can't sow lies, betrayal, cruelty, and pain, then expect to harvest peace, favor, and happiness. Life doesn't work that way. What you plant in other people's lives eventually grows in your own. The way you treat people matters. The hearts you break matter. The lines you cross matter. The pain you caused and never apologize for still matters.
Now, I already know some people are going to say, Stefon Diggs is wealthy, so why would any of this matter? And sure, he's had a very successful career and earned a lot of money. Nobody is saying otherwise, but money and fame are 2 different things. A lot of people don't fully understand what global celebrity status looks like. Cardi B isn't just famous in one industry or one city, she's recognized around the world. When someone reaches that level of visibility, the reaction they get from the public can be completely different. People want photos, conversations, attention, and any chance to be close to them. That kind of worldwide recognition often creates a different environment than what most athletes experience. Both come with fame, but the scale and public attention can be very different.
Just because there were no immediate consequences does not mean there will never be accountability. Some people think they got away with it because time passed. A harvest doesn't come the same day the seed is planted, but it always comes in its season. This is not about revenge, this is about the truth. You can't keep hurting people and expect God to bless the hands you use to wound them. You can't sow darkness and expect light to follow you. Eventually, everyone has to live in the field they planted.
That's why some people believe Cardi's level of celebrity may have influenced how everyone around the relationship reacted. Seriously, when someone reaches that level of fame, the reaction can be unbelievable. It's like an entire crowd suddenly becomes focused on one person. People stop what they're doing, pull out their phones, gather around, and want some kind of interaction. Unless you've seen it firsthand, it's hard to understand how intense it can be. That kind of attention follows certain celebrities almost everywhere they go. Whether they're in a major city, a small town, or traveling internationally, the response can be very similar. It can change the way people around them behave, and not everyone handles that kind of environment the same way. Some people stay grounded, while others get swept up in it. Looking at this situation, I think Stefon's mother may have experienced some of that attention simply by being connected to Cardi. Being close to someone with that level of visibility can bring a different kind of spotlight. I also wonder if some of the rumors started because different people were hearing different versions of the story. This is only speculation, but it's possible that Stefon may have been giving certain people one explanation while presenting things differently in public. That could explain why so many conflicting narratives ended up circulating at the same time. As for the relationship itself, I don't think everything was necessarily fake or calculated. From the outside, it appeared there were genuine moments between them. At the same time, some people believe mixed messages may have been sent behind the scenes, which only added more confusion and speculation to an already messy situation. Now, the second thing that stands out is how publicly all of this played out. Seeing a mother openly criticize her son's relationship decisions has definitely caught people's attention. It's not something you see every day, which is why so many people are talking about it. Personally, I get the impression that Stefon's mom genuinely likes Cardi. I've said before that Cardi comes across as someone who is easy to connect with. She's funny, confident, generous, and knows how to make people feel comfortable around her. From what the public sees, she often brings energy to a room and makes an effort to engage with the people around her. Of course, nobody is perfect, and every public figure has critics. But many people would probably agree that Cardi seems like someone who can fit into different social circles and build relationships with a wide range of people. That's why I think there may be more going on here than just a disagreement. It's possible that Stefon's mother not only liked Cardi as a person, but also enjoyed being around the attention, influence, and excitement that comes with being connected to someone of Cardi's stature. Those experiences can leave a strong impression. And that brings me back to a point I mentioned earlier. Looking at everything from a distance, it feels like multiple people may have been pursuing their own interests at the same time, which could explain why this situation became so complicated. I also think Stefon's mom may have been looking at the bigger picture. From her perspective, this relationship had the potential to become something much larger than a typical celebrity romance. When people talk about high-profile couples, they often point to examples where both individuals benefit from whether people love her or criticize her, she's recognized almost everywhere. Looking at it from that angle, I can see why someone might view the relationship as an opportunity for both people to grow their brands and expand their influence. There's also another factor. Some parents naturally worry about whether a partner is contributing positively to their child's life. From the outside, Cardi is already successful in her own right, with her own career, business opportunities, and financial independence. Because of that, some people might see her as someone who brings value to a relationship rather than depending on it. As for what's happening now, my guess is that there may still be communication between Cardi and Stefon's mother. That's just speculation, but the public comments make it seem possible that a connection remains there. If that's the case, it could help explain why Stefon's mother appears to be taking such a strong public stance on the situation. My theory is that Cardi and Stefon's mom may have had a serious conversation about everything that happened. If that did happen, it could explain why Stefon's mother seems so emotionally invested in the situation. Of course, none of us know what was actually said behind closed doors, so this is just speculation. What's interesting to me is the possibility that a parent became involved in a dispute that many people would normally expect to stay between the couple. Some viewers see that as a sign that strong emotions are still involved somewhere in the story. Now, Cardi has publicly suggested that she's moved on, and that may very well be true. But when people continue having conversations, expressing frustrations, or trying to get their side understood, it naturally leads others to wonder whether there are still unresolved feelings connected to the situation. One interpretation is that bringing concerns to someone close to Stefon could have been a way of seeking accountability or hoping that he would better understand the impact of his actions. That doesn't necessarily mean anyone wants the relationship back, but it can mean they want to be heard. When people feel deeply hurt, they often want the other person to recognize what was lost and understand how their choices affected others. That's a very common reaction after a difficult breakup. As for Stefon, some critics believe he tends to look for opportunities that benefit him. Others disagree and see things differently. Either way, it's clear that many people are now analyzing everyone's motives and trying to figure out who gained what from this highly public situation. Looking at it from this perspective, some people believe Cardi appeared willing to accept parts of Stefon's complicated personal life as long as she felt respected and valued in the relationship. Whether that view is accurate or not, it's one reason some observers think she remained invested for as long as she did. From a parent's standpoint, especially one focused on their child's future, it's easy to see why a successful, independent, and globally recognized partner might seem appealing. Cardi brings her own career, influence, financial success, and public profile. Those qualities alone make her stand out in ways that many people would consider a major positive. That's why I can understand why some viewers think Stefon's mother may have formed a strong bond with Cardi. If they stayed in contact and had private conversations, it could explain why she appears to be taking such a personal interest in what happened between them. Of course, nobody outside their circle knows the full story. What raises questions for some people is the timing. They point out that Stefon has faced public criticism and controversy before, yet this seems to be the moment that prompted such a visible response from his mother. That's the part many observers keep coming back to. To be clear, questioning the timing isn't the same as saying her concerns are invalid. Some people simply wonder why this issue became the one that led to public comments when other situations in the past did not receive the same response. That's why there's so much debate about the motivations behind speaking out now instead of earlier. That's why some people believe the public comments may be about maintaining a good relationship with Cardi. They look at the situation and find it surprising because, in the past, the dynamic appeared very different. From their perspective, the shift seems sudden, which is why they question what changed behind the scenes. The bigger point, at least in my view, is that everyone involved appears to have their own motivations. That's what makes this story so complicated. People are trying to connect the dots and understand why certain actions are happening now instead of months ago. As for Stefon, he comes across as someone who likes making his own decisions and doesn't respond well when people try to control his personal life. Whether that's a fair assessment or not, that's the impression many observers have formed. Because of that, seeing criticism come from his own mother adds another layer to the drama. What really stands out is the public nature of it all. Most parents who are upset with their adult children handle those conversations privately. They call, text, meet face-to-face, or address concerns within the family. That's why some people find it unusual that these frustrations ended up being shared so openly online. To some viewers, the method matters just as much as the message. They're less focused on whether she has a point and more focused on why the conversation became public in the first place. That choice has led many people to question everyone's intentions. And when I look at the entire situation, it leaves me wondering whether the story is truly finished. Publicly, things may appear over, but the amount of emotion still being expressed has convinced some fans that there could be unresolved feelings lingering in the background. Maybe they're completely done, and maybe they're not. Either way, the continued reactions, public discussions, and family involvement make it clear that people are still emotionally invested in what happened. That's why so many are watching closely to see what comes next and whether this chapter is really closed for good. But looking at everything we've seen so far, I keep coming back to the same question. If Cardi was willing to move past previous public drama, then what happened this time that pushed things to this level? That's the part that has me curious. From the outside, it feels like there has to be more to the story than what's currently being discussed publicly. People have pointed to past situations and moments that seem far more controversial, yet the relationship appeared to continue moving forward. So if this latest fallout sparked such a strong reaction, what exactly changed behind the scenes? Was there a line that got crossed? Was there a disagreement that became impossible to ignore? Right now, there are more questions than answers. That's also why Stefon's mother's reaction stands out so much. Public criticism from family members usually doesn't happen without a reason. Whether people agree with her approach or not, the intensity of her response has made a lot of observers wonder what information she may have that the public doesn't know. At the same time, the timing continues to raise eyebrows. Some viewers believe she's simply speaking her mind. Others think there may be additional motivations involved. Either way, the entire situation has become one of the most talked about celebrity stories online right now. And honestly, after seeing all of this unfold, I almost find myself feeling a little sympathy for Stefon. Not because he's free from criticism, but because having family disagreements play out in front of millions of people is never an easy position to be in. Of course, these are just my thoughts based on what's being shared publicly. We'll have to wait and see whether more details come out in the days ahead. You already know this story is moving fast, and if anything new drops, we'll be covering it. Now I want to hear from you. What do you think is really going on behind the scenes? Do you think there's more to this story than people realize? Or do you think everything is exactly as it appears? Drop your thoughts in the comments and join the conversation. And if you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to like the video, subscribe to Star Watch, and turn on notifications so you don't miss any future updates. We cover the biggest celebrity drama, unexpected twists, and viral stories as they happen. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.
So this Twitter account, Female Rap Live, posted this. Everyone's favorite go-to source of information, Grok is Twitter's AI companion, claims Cardi B's father is a sex offender. Check the court docs. Public record doesn't lie. Cardi B responded in a quote tweet. First things first, my dad never been arrested in this country.
Cardi B just broke her silence on the wild mess swirling around Stefon Diggs, and the internet is losing it. Word on the street says Stefon's being accused of strangling his personal chef, and now he's facing a heavy felony charge.
Barbs have been losing their minds for the last 24 hours, which has led to them making up rumors about Cardi B. I would know because they've been in my comments section saying I get paid by Cardi B and Stefon Diggs.
The alleged victim told investigators that someone who she believed was Stefon's girlfriend tried to calm her down, saying it wasn't even that serious and that she shouldn't call the cops. What? But once that story hit the internet, things got out of control fast. Fans immediately threw Cardi B into the mix, since she's been spotted with Stefon more than a few times. Suddenly, everyone decided she must be the girlfriend mentioned in the report, and social media went into full meltdown mode.
He had to clear some things up on Twitter today regarding her father and her current lover, Stefon Diggs.
Timelines flooded with wild theories, heated debates, and messy assumptions. Nobody knew what was real, but everyone had an opinion, and it got loud. Cardi wasn't about to let her name get dragged through the mud. She stormed onto Twitter and set the record straight with confidence and attitude. She posted, "Not once has that woman said anything to me about being touched. Not once. Mind you, we was talking every single day until she left that house, and she just wrote me this." Cardi didn't just defend herself, she dropped receipts and made it clear she's got nothing to do with that chaos.
Y'all need to calm down. Is y'all cool? Y'all been dragging me for 3 or 4 days. Y'all been a little bit too mean. Like now. Y'all been a little bit too mean. I can't change. I can't go back in time.
The drama's hot, the internet's on fire, and Cardi's not backing down. But Cardi wasn't done, not even close. She came back swinging even harder on social media, dropping another fiery message that had everyone's jaws on the floor. She wrote, "I'ma let the courts handle this ish. And when it's handled, I want y'all talking ish on your effing knees with apologies just as loud as the way y'all been harassing me over a lie. And I put that on my 2-month-old son in the name of the Lord." That's how confident I am. She wasn't backing down one bit. Cardi made it crystal clear she's standing 10 toes down, daring anybody bold enough to keep spreading lies about her. But just when people thought the drama had peaked, boom, a new twist dropped out of nowhere. A message allegedly from the chef popped up, saying, "I'm so sorry, I can't talk to you. I didn't say that, especially not in the way it was written. Please contact my mediator. She will answer anything you need to know, but only in person."
I'm so sorry, I can't talk to you. I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written. Please contact my mediator and she will answer anything you need to know, but only in person and confidently.
That message flipped the whole story upside down. Now the internet's in chaos again, with everyone trying to figure out who's being real and who's just spinning the story. Nothing's adding up and the tension's only getting hotter. Now the so-called chef is flipping a whole story, saying she never claimed Cardi B was the one who told her not to call the cops. That's a complete 180, and people are losing their minds trying to make sense of it.
This twist changes the entire vibe of the situation, and now everyone's asking who twisted her words and why. Something's not adding up, and the internet's on edge trying to figure out what's really going on. Here's where things get super messy. The original report made it seem like Stefon Diggs' girlfriend found out about the situation and told the chef, hey, it wasn't even that big a deal for you to go to the police. That exact line was written in the official statement, according to the police report. So, of course, the internet did what it always does, connected the dots that weren't even there, and assumed Cardi B was the girlfriend mentioned in the report. And everything blew up online. Hashtags trending, gossip pages running wild, and everyone turning into an investigator overnight. It's pure digital chaos, and the plot just keeps thickening. But now things are getting murkier than ever. People can't tell what Cardi really meant when she said everyone would be on their knees apologizing once the court settles it. Is she standing up for Stefon, hitting that he's innocent and the truth's about to come out? Or is she just fighting to protect her own name after getting dragged into a storm she never asked for? The internet's split. Half the crowd thinks she's defending him, half swears she's just over the lies. Every new update only adds more confusion, and the online detectives are losing their minds trying to decode every word she says. Then, out of nowhere, boom, another major twist dropped. Word started spreading that Stefon Diggs' legal team might be getting ready to clap back hard on whoever started the fake rumors connecting Cardi to the case. Insiders say their lawyers are deep diving leaked texts, DMs, and messy posts, trying to track down the people who kicked off all this drama in the first place. Now everyone's watching their timelines and panic because this legal heat is getting real. The story's spiraling, and it looks like the next move could shake everything up. Meanwhile, Cardi's fans are going all out for her online. They're flooding the comments with love and support, saying she's getting dragged for no reason, and the people just can't stand seeing her stay calm through all this madness. Some fans even think someone's trying to set her up, tossing her name into chaos she never had a hand in. Cardi's been double-tapping posts from her supporters and staying super active on social media, showing she's not hiding, not scared, and definitely not backing down. But while her fan base is holding it down, the noise around Stefon just keeps getting louder. People are demanding receipts, screenshots, videos, anything that proves what really happened behind closed doors. Everyone's waiting on edge for the next big move. Will the chef speak again and clear things up? Will Stefon finally break his silence and tell his side? Or will Cardi hit back with more proof to silence every rumor once and for all? The suspense is eating the internet alive, and nobody's ready to log off. This whole situation's turning into a complete circus. It's wild how fast everything spiraled. One minute it's just a rumor, the next it's everywhere, blowing up feeds and headlines non-stop. Folks online are saying Cardi might have just stepped out of one storm straight into another with this Stefon Diggs drama. Everywhere you scroll is nothing but confusion, tension, and gossip flying in every direction. The internet's burning up and everyone's watching to see what next twist drops because this story is far from cooling down. So now everybody's asking, what's really going on here? Did the story get twisted somewhere along the way, or is there something deeper happening behind the scenes that nobody's caught on to yet? The tension's rising by the minute, and this drama is picking up steam like crazy. It's wild, unpredictable, and it's showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Drop your thoughts and theories in the comments. We need to break this one down. What do you think's the real truth behind all this? Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch so you don't miss the next shocking twist in this non-stop roller coaster of celebrity chaos.
It is just like, oh, this is so cute! Look!
So cute, right?
He doesn't get excited as me, but I'm very excited. This is so cute.
Offset asking for a DNA test on the baby Cardi B had with Stefon Diggs didn't just raise eyebrows. It basically set the internet on fire overnight. What was supposed to stay tucked inside courtroom walls took one look at social media and said, yeah, I'm going viral instead. Now it's everywhere feeds, comments, group chats, everybody's got an opinion, and nobody's staying quiet. And just when things couldn't get messier, here come the rumored test results floating around like uninvited guests at a party. Suddenly, all those whispers people have been passing around about Offset and Cardi are getting louder, bolder, and way harder to ignore. Meanwhile, Diggs is reportedly not happy at all, and honestly, you can't blame him because this whole situation looks like it spun out of control fast. The tension, loud. The drama, extra. And at this point, calling it messy feels like an understatement. It's chaos with a front row audience, and nobody's looking away. Back in November 2025, Cardi B welcomed a baby boy, and the timing alone had people glued to their screens. The baby arrived on November 4th, and Stefon Diggs didn't waste a second jumping in with a public comment saying, "There he is, and proud of you, boo." Simple, right? Not to the internet. To a lot of people, that sounded less like support and more like a full-on announcement, and you already know how fast folks start connecting dots that may or may not even be there. From the outside, it looked like this was Cardi and Diggs' child, marking her fourth baby and her first with the NFL star. Cardi already shares culture, wave, and blossom with Offset, so this felt like a brand new chapter, but wow, that chapter turned messy real quick. What should have been a sweet moment flipped into a full-blown online spectacle overnight. Screenshots started flying around, allegedly showing Offset posting "my kid LOL" on Instagram right after the news dropped. 2 words and a laugh, and somehow that was enough to send the entire internet into chaos mode. Cardi was not about to sit quietly either. She hopped on X and went straight at Offset, accusing her estranged husband of constant harassment, and even saying things had gotten so intense she felt unsafe, which is no small claim. She told people to leave her alone and made it clear this wasn't entertainment for her. And then, just like that, those tweets disappeared, gone, like they clocked out early and didn't tell anyone. Then the plot twisted again, because Offset's team stepped in and basically said, yeah, that viral post, not real. According to them, everything being linked to him was completely made up. So now you've got one side saying he claimed the baby, another side saying it never happened, and the internet doing what it does best, choosing maximum chaos every single time. But while everyone was busy arguing online, the real drama was quietly leveling up behind the scenes. During the ongoing divorce between Cardi and Offset, things reportedly got very serious in court. Newly surfaced documents revealed Offset made a bold move, but this time, it wasn't a post or a rumor. It was official. He formally requested a DNA test for one of Cardi's children, and suddenly, everything hit a whole different level. Let that sink in for a second. According to reports, a judge looked at the whole situation and came back with a split decision like this was some kind of legal halftime show. One request, denied. Another, approved. One yes, one no, and absolutely zero explanation for the public. The details were sealed tight, the children's identities completely redacted, and now everyone's left playing detective with half the clues missing. Of course, that didn't stop the internet. People immediately started connecting timelines like they were solving a mystery board. One child was described as a newborn, which had folks pointing straight at Cardi's baby with Diggs, while others thought it might involve one of her children with Offset. And just like that, boom, speculation went right back through the roof. To really understand how things got this intense, you've got to rewind the whole Cardi B and Offset story, because this isn't new chaos, it's just the latest episode. Their relationship has always been unpredictable, like a series that refuses to end. Breakups, makeups, headlines every other week, it never really slowed down. They secretly got married in 2017 in Atlanta, before most people even realized how serious they were. From there, they built a family, welcoming Culture in 2018, Wave in 2021, and Blossom in 2024. On paper, it looks solid, but behind the scenes, not so much. There were cheating rumors, emotional moments, public apologies, and dramatic reunions playing on repeat like a playlist that just won't skip. One minute they were done, completely over it. Next minute, they were back together like nothing ever happened, smiling for cameras like the last argument got deleted from history. In 2020, they split publicly, then somehow found their way back again. By 2024, Cardi officially filed for divorce and pushed for primary custody, and at that point, people stopped guessing whether it was real or just another round in the cycle. Then came the twist nobody saw coming. Cardi moved on. And not quietly either. She got linked to Stefon Diggs, an NFL star who already had his own spotlight. Fans noticed fast, and the question started immediately. Was this just talk, or was something actually going on? Then the photos dropped, and that's when things shifted for real. In early 2025, Cardi and Diggs were spotted together, and suddenly those rumors didn't look like rumors anymore. The timing had people raising eyebrows, the connection had people debating, and now it felt like something real was unfolding right in front of everyone. At first, Cardi kept it light. During a September 2025 interview, she even said she thought Stefon Diggs was cute and mentioned they met through mutual friends. It sounded casual, almost like, hey, it's not that deep. But the timeline said otherwise. By May 2025, they were sitting courtside at a New York Knicks playoff game, side by side, very visible, very public, and by June, it was no longer subtle. That yacht photo Cardi posted wasn't a hint, it was a full announcement without saying a single word. Loud, clear, and impossible to misread. This wasn't speculation anymore. The relationship was officially out in the open. But while fans were busy celebrating Cardi's new chapter like it was a fresh start, Offset was not clapping along at all, not even a little bit. He came in with instant shade, brushing off the whole relationship like it was just some big promo move for Cardi's album. Basically saying, this isn't real, it's staged, it's for attention. Whether he truly believed that or was just talking didn't even matter anymore, because what he did next made it clear he was nowhere near done with this situation. Then November 2025 hit, and everything turned up fast. When Cardi gave birth, the tension didn't just rise, it sprinted. That viral Instagram post, real or not, lit the match. Because if Offset genuinely thought there was even a small chance the baby could be his, this stopped being internet drama real quick. Now you've got overlapping timelines, a history full of breakups and makeups, and a newborn right in the middle of all of it. That's not just messy, that's uncomfortable. Offset clearly had doubts, and he wasn't keeping them to himself. Behind the scenes and in public, he kept pushing the issue, making sure this situation stayed loud and impossible to ignore. Privacy? That was out the window. And let's not forget, even though Cardi filed for divorce back in 2024, nothing was fully settled. Custody's still up in the air, financial matters still lingering, and now paternity gets added to the mix like it wasn't complicated enough already. What started as a divorce turned into something way bigger, way more tangled. This wasn't just about ending a marriage anymore. It became about timelines, truth, and who really stands where in all this chaos. Then February 2026 shows up and says, "You thought we were done? Not even close." And this time, the drama didn't come from court papers, it came from a football game. Cardi and Diggs suddenly split just days before the Super Bowl. Yeah, the timing was wild. 1 minute, people were whispering about a possible proposal. Next minute, done, over, no warning. That kind of switch-up had everyone raising eyebrows instantly. On the night of the game, Cardi performed at the halftime show with Bad Bunny, while Diggs was on the field playing for the Patriots. Sounds iconic, right? But something felt off. Cardi was spotted leaving the stadium early before the game even ended, and you already know that only added more questions to a situation that was already overflowing with them. Fans caught on instantly, because nothing slips past social media detectives. Then came the obvious clues, Cardi and Diggs hitting that unfollow button like it was part of the breakup routine. And right after the Patriots took that 29-13 loss to the Seahawks, yeah, the timing had people raising eyebrows fast. It wasn't just a coincidence to them, it felt like a signal. But the real chaos didn't even happen during the game, it kicked off before things even started. In a pre-game moment, a woman allegedly tied to Offset's past was seen shaking Diggs' hand and saying, "I love you," right there in front of his mom. That clip, it didn't just circulate, it exploded. Within minutes, the internet turned into a full investigation squad, analyzing every second like it was a final exam. Suddenly, everybody had questions. Was there some hidden connection between Diggs and someone from Offset's history? Was this just a random, awkward moment caught on camera? Or was there something deeper going on behind the scenes? No solid answers, no confirmations, just theories flying left and right like confetti. Later, insiders tried to cool things down, saying the situation might have been way more personal than people wanted to believe. One source claimed Cardi simply hit her limit after ongoing trust issues and decided to step back, focus on her kids, her music, and her tour. Straightforward, right? But the internet doesn't do calm very well, and it definitely didn't start now. Then 50 Cent stepped in and turned the volume all the way up. Right after the loss, he posted a brutal jab at Diggs, clowning him for losing the game and his relationship at the same time. Cold. And of course, that only added more fuel to an already out-of-control situation. Meanwhile, behind all the jokes and posts, Offset was still making serious moves. He kept pushing forward legally, still questioning paternity, still staying involved in Cardi's life whether people agreed with it or not. This wasn't fading away quietly, not even close. Then everything took a sharp turn. On February 13th, Diggs appeared in a Massachusetts court, pleading not guilty to serious accusations tied to a former employee. His legal team insisted he would be cleared, standing firm, but by that point, the headlines had already taken over. Now, the situation wasn't just about relationships anymore. It was legal issues on both sides, all unfolding at the same time. So now think about it. Cardi is in the middle of all this, her estranged husband pushing legal claims about paternity, and the man she was just linked to dealing with his own court situation. That's not just messy, that's overwhelming. And just when it felt like things had already gone as far as they could go, April 2026 said, "We're not done yet." Offset was suddenly hospitalized after a shooting near a casino in Florida. The incident happened outside the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, reportedly starting as a fight before escalating into gunfire. His team confirmed he was in stable condition, but the shock spread fast because this hit way deeper than just another headline. This situation carried history with it. Back in 2022, the hip-hop world was shaken when Takeoff lost his life in a shooting at just 28 years old. Now Offset himself had been caught in gun violence, and those similarities? They hit hard and didn't go unnoticed. At this point, everything is colliding, relationships falling apart, legal battles stacking up, public drama getting louder, and real-life danger entering the picture. What started as speculation and online chatter has turned into something way more serious, spiraling in a direction nobody could have predicted. And honestly, it doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon. Even with everything falling apart between them, Cardi B still reportedly reached out to Offset after the shooting, just a quick check-in, nothing big, but still, that small moment said a lot. In the middle of all that tension, all that chaos, there was still a human side to it. It didn't fix anything, didn't magically solve the situation, but it showed just how complicated things really are between them. Then, just days later, everything flipped again. When those February 2026 court documents finally surfaced, the internet didn't just react, it went into full overdrive. According to reports, Offset didn't just request a DNA test for one child, he requested tests for two. Yeah, two. And just like that, the situation went from messy to seriously intense. Now, the details were heavily redacted, so nobody got the full picture, but one child was labeled as a newborn. And you already know what people did with that. They immediately linked it to Cardi's baby with Stefon Diggs. That's when things got very real. Because here's the twist. The judge completely denied the request for the newborn, shut it down, no hesitation, but at the exact same time, approved a DNA test for another child. One yes, one no, and suddenly the questions doubled instead of getting answered. So now the internet is back in detective mode, trying to figure out if not the newborn, then who? And all signs started pointing toward Blossom, Cardi, and Offset's daughter, born in September 2024. And let's be honest, the timeline alone had people talking non-stop. Blossom was born after Cardi had already filed for divorce, and then just months later came the newborn with Diggs. That overlap, yeah, it didn't help calm anything down. It made everything look even more complicated, and clearly, Offset wanted clarity. But the court wasn't playing into internet speculation at all. From a legal standpoint, this wasn't about drama, it was about boundaries. The judge made it clear they were not about to pull someone like Stefon Diggs, who isn't even part of the divorce case, into the middle of it. And in family court, that kind of line matters a lot. So the ruling stood firm. One test approved, one denied. Clean, direct, no confusion from the court's side, even if the public was completely confused. And that wasn't the end of it either. Both Cardi and Offset were hit with a gag order. That means no public shots, no messy interviews, no sneaky social media posts throwing shade at each other. The court basically said, keep it quiet, which explains why none of this came out earlier. Neither of them could say anything until those documents leaked. And once they did, oh, everything spiraled again. A viral post started making the rounds, claiming Cardi had gone live crying, saying a DNA test proved Offset was actually the father of her baby with Diggs, and that Diggs walked away because of it. Sounds dramatic, right? Almost too dramatic. Because here's the problem, that story doesn't match the actual facts. What's confirmed is this: Offset did request a DNA test for the newborn, but the court said no. No test happened, no results exist, no confirmation of anything. That viral claim? Completely unverified and built on speculation. The only DNA test the court actually approved was for another child, widely believed to be Blossom, and even that situation hasn't had any public updates since. So all those headlines flying around, they're running on assumptions, not real outcomes. At this point, the truth isn't loud, it's buried under layers of rumors, guesses, and internet theories. And until something official comes out, the noise is only going to keep getting louder. And Cardi? Yeah, she's been very clear about where she stands on all these rumors. Back in September 2025, during a public moment with reporters, she didn't just respond, she snapped. When asked about claims that Offset had been bragging about getting her pregnant again, she shut it down immediately, telling them to stop disrespecting her. No hesitation, no confusion, she meant that. And she hasn't switched up since. Now, about this whole idea that Diggs supposedly left her, that story isn't lining up too well either, because in April 2026, something interesting happened and it wasn't low-key at all. Diggs pulled up to support Cardi at her Little Miss Drama tour stop in Washington, D.C. Not hiding, not sneaking in, he was seen at the show, and then again at the after-party. And it didn't stop there. Cardi was later spotted leaving the club shortly after Diggs and his family, walking straight over to his car. They were talking, vibing, and then she hopped right into the passenger seat before they drove off together. Now be honest, does that look like a clean breakup? Not at all. That looks layered, complicated, and very much still connected. And honestly, that's what this whole situation comes down to. It's complicated. This story is sitting right in the middle of everything. A messy divorce, overlapping timelines, legal battles, and non-stop online speculation. Every little gap gets filled in with the most dramatic version possible, and people run with it like it's confirmed truth. But when you strip everything back and look at what's actually proven, a few things stand solid. Offset wanted answers, that's real. The court set clear limits, that's also real. But the biggest claim of all, that a DNA test proved anything about the newborn, that part doesn't hold up at all. No test results, no confirmation, no proof, just noise getting louder and louder. Meanwhile, Cardi is still on tour, still moving forward. Diggs is still popping up around her, and the divorce case, still wide open, still unresolved. Nothing about this situation is fully settled, and until it is, the speculation isn't going anywhere anytime soon. It really makes you think for a second. How much of this is truth, and how much is just noise getting louder online? And honestly, in a situation this messy, is anyone really getting the full story? So what do you think is really going on here? Is this just a messy situation getting blown up online, or is there more happening behind the scenes we're not seeing? And that court decision, does it clear things up or just make everything even more confusing? I really want to hear your take on all of this, so drop your thoughts down in the comments and let's talk about it. Thanks for watching and sticking through the story with me. I appreciate you being here. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, share, and if you're new here, hit that subscribe button and join Star Watch for more stories like this. And trust me, you'll want to check out the next video on your screen right now. Things only get crazier from here. See you in the next one.
Y'all said Cardi B's gonna come for me. Bitch, her baby daddy was in my DMs.
Jeffree Star just dropped a bomb. He said Cardi B's man, yes, baby daddy Stefon Diggs, is in his DMs begging and pleading for attention. What? Nobody saw this coming, but maybe we should have. When Cardi went public with Stefon, the internet exploded, and everybody had something to say. People didn't forget that messy stylist who claimed Stefon tried to get a little too friendly. And when that didn't work, Stefon allegedly sent his brother to dog walk him. Now, Stefon's suing that same guy, so we'll see who's really telling the truth. But get this! Jeffree Star, yes, the Jeffree from the wild makeup world, says Stefon Diggs has been sliding into his DMs too. He swears he's got proof and is daring Cardi or Stefon to check him.
You stayed with the man that embarrassed you in front of the world. Who's the fool? Next. Please.
Or even sue him. Jeffree's basically calling them out like, try me, and let's be real. Cardi's known for having a big mouth and firing back, but she just had a baby, so maybe she's staying quiet this time. Still, Stefon, what's good? You gonna defend your name or what? Now here's where it gets even crazier. People are saying Stefon cheated on Cardi while also being framed by Offset. Yeah, Offset, the same ex who just can't stay out of trouble. Sources close to him are claiming he's not behind any setup, but others are whispering that he's playing dirty again.
I'm so scared for Cardi B, y'all, because every time I see Stefon Diggs, all I can think about is that video of the interviewer asking all of his teammates, who on the team would you least like to date your sister? And every last one of them said him.
Davin, what guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
What the hell? Diggs.
What guy on this team would you least like to date your sister?
Oh, Stefon Diggs.
This team would you least like to date your sister?
Least like to date my sister, Diggs. 100%.
This team would you least like to date your sister? And I might add, you're starting to be the runaway favorite for this.
Would nobody want me to date this sister? I'm a great guy.
When it comes to the dating world, do you know what kind of scary creatures are crawling around in an NFL locker room? And every last one of them agreed that you were the one they'd least like to date their sister.
Jeffree says Stefon slid into his DMs, but Offset Circle is trying to clean up the mess, saying he had nothing to do with it. And honestly, let's not act brand new. Offset's got a reputation for stirring chaos. The way he used to manipulate the media and twist narratives about Cardi was wild. Remember when he was caught cheating and she kept taking him back while he was out here turning the public into part of their drama? He'd act like we were all players in his love game, then say, yo, y'all won. Like, seriously? This whole situation is pure madness. Man, this whole thing is just straight up messy. Austin, yeah, we'll get to him later. But right now, let's talk about Stefon Diggs. When I first heard this, I was like, wait a second. Jeffree Star's at it again.
Nicki Minaj dog-walked her with every single aspect. Nicki Minaj will always be the queen.
Because even if Stefon's gay, straight, or curious, it really doesn't matter. But I honestly doubt Jeffree's even his type. Then it hit me. Let's take a quick trip back in time. Remember when Cardi first started dating Stefon? You probably forgot, but the timeline was real close. And I gotta say this. Back then, Cardi started looking a lot like Jeffree Star. She had her face snatched tight with that tape, those icy contacts in, and she was serving a look that screamed Jeffree vibes. And let's be honest, when Cardi had those contacts and her face pulled back like that, she kinda did resemble Jeffree. Just a little. So when I said I doubted Jeffree was Stefon's type, I had to think twice. I mean, Stefon liked Cardi enough to have a baby with her, and Jeffree looked just like her for a minute. So maybe the type lines got a little blurry. I don't know what's really going on here, but it's definitely interesting. Keep that image in your head when you think about this situation, because Jeffree Star is one messy queen. Jeffree Star is definitely messy, but the bold way he's calling people out makes me think he's got receipts. Don't forget, he's known for getting close to rappers in more ways than one. Anyway, let's move on before it gets too wild. So, the internet's going crazy after makeup artist and YouTube personality Jeffree Star, aka the Messy Queen himself, dropped some spicy gossip that even Cardi B and Nicki Minaj fans didn't see coming. During a TikTok live, because you know Jeffree loves to cash in on drama, he spoke about Cardi's boyfriend Stefon Diggs, claiming that Stefon allegedly slid into his DMs. These claims come on top of several other people online saying similar things about Stefon, including influencer Chris Griffin. Things are getting hot. Jeffree didn't hold back either. He said, y'all said Cardi B's gonna come for me, but her baby daddy was in my DMs. I'm not worried about that. Then he took another jab saying, you stayed with the man who embarrassed you in front of the world. Who's the fool? Next, please. The shade was real. He even went further, criticizing Cardi's whole relationship with Stefon, hinting at all the scandals and rumors around them, and even mentioning her ex Offset, who she's still legally married to. Then Jeffree switched sides and started showing love to Cardi's rival, Nicki Minaj, saying she dog-walked Cardi in every single aspect and will always be the queen. Like, seriously, Jeffree? Aren't you almost 50? Wait, how old is he? Oh, right. He's 40, a Scorpio too. And no offense, but that explains a lot. Imagine being 40 years old and still out here saying Nicki Minaj dog-walked Cardi B in every way. That's wild. Sir, you're 40. Please. This whole situation is just too much. First of all, what Jeffree just did is straight up wrong. Look, Cardi B isn't perfect. She's had her fair share of drama. But come on, she just had a baby. Why are there so many men, gay, straight, or whatever, trying to tear her down right now? You're a man. You'll never truly understand what it means to bring life into this world. Hear me out on this, because it's deeper than gossip. Why can't people show a little respect? Why are these guys, Offset, Jeffree Star, and whoever else, trying to drag a woman when she's at her most vulnerable? This is her weakest, most sensitive moment. She just gave birth, and instead of giving her peace, folks are piling on her name like it's a sport. That's just low. It gives off those weird vibes, like when dudes try to be fake friends with girls they secretly look down on, calling them bro, or acting like they're one of the guys. It's gross. Does nobody respect life anymore, or even just basic decency? I'm not even talking about the sanctity of marriage here, because Offset's been out here doing his own thing. But dang, where's the respect? And let's not forget, Cardi's not just sitting around. She's being a mom, caring for her kids, and still gearing up for a tour. She's got a full plate, nursing, rehearsing, managing her life, and meanwhile, these men seem determined to knock her down while she's juggling everything. It's like they know she's focused on her babies and her grind, so they're taking cheap shots while she's busy handling real responsibilities. And the wild part? Jeffree made these claims a month ago. He waited for the perfect time, right when Cardi's attention is on her newborn and her family, to stir up trouble again. That's not just messy, that's heartless. He's been running his mouth for a while now. But here's the thing, he knew Cardi was heavily pregnant when he started saying all this. The timing is just weird, and honestly, it's sick that men won't let a woman breathe right after bringing life into this world. Like seriously, if you don't like Cardi B, fine. She's still gonna be the same woman months or even a year from now. You can criticize her later if that's your thing, but why now? It's messy and low. Now, let's circle back to Stefon. What do y'all think about him? Because honestly, at the end of the day, Cardi's right. The baby's here, and they're still together. Maybe if he chills out and lays low, people will move on and forget all this mess by next year. Once football season kicks off again, they might even be seen as that big power couple. Cardi sitting front row at the games, cameras flashing, everybody talking. I honestly think Stefon and Cardi saw what Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got going on and said, hey, maybe we can be that too. And let's be real, Cardi loves the spotlight. She's a Libra. She's all about that prom queen with the prom king energy. But will Stefon calm down? Who knows? Maybe he's finally gonna start suing people. Because at this point, the rumors just won't stop. Maybe it's time for him to pull a move out of Cardi's playbook. Because when people start talking wild, sometimes the only way to shut it down is legally. But real talk, if he really was in Jeffree Star's DMs, then why hasn't Jeffree posted the proof? That's my question. Where's the screenshot, Jeffree? Anyway, what do y'all think? Drop your thoughts in the comments and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe so you can stay tuned for the next wild update, because this drama ain't slowing down anytime soon.
I was crying every day. I fell in the deepest depression that I had ever had.
She went from getting fired at a grocery store to running the entire hip-hop game. But how she got there, most people have no clue. Everyone knows the superstar Cardi B, the hits, the Grammys, the wild drama, but barely anyone talks about the pain, the secrets, and the chaos that shaped her. She's not just a chart topper, she's a survivor who came from nothing and turned her pain into power. Before the fame and the flash, there was struggle, real, raw, and heartbreaking. The abuse she went through, the industry walls she broke down, the enemies she made while climbing up, it's all a side of her story that's been buried under fame.
Cardi didn't stumble into success, she fought for it, clawed her way up through things that could have crushed anyone else. The media only shows the glitz, but behind that sparkle lies scars she'll never fully heal from. So if you think you know who Cardi B really is, think again. What you're about to hear will flip your whole image of her upside down. This is the dark rise and real life of Cardi B. She got fired from a grocery store, and that moment changed everything. What she did next turned her into an $80 million powerhouse. But before that wild come up, you need to know exactly where she came from. The Bronx, New York. And not the fancy side, the rough blocks where you learn to throw hands before you learn equations. Back then, she was just Belculus Almanzar, a kid watching her Trinidadian mom and Dominican dad grind non-stop and still come up short. No peace, no breaks, just struggle. By 14, she was in street fights, skipping classes, running with the wrong crowd. The Bronx doesn't raise quitters, it raises fighters. So when she finally landed that grocery store job in Tribeca, she thought this is it. A little stability, a normal life, a real chance. But then, one random Tuesday, everything flipped. Her manager pulled her aside. In that moment, it would change her entire future. You're done, fired. Just like that. No warning, no mercy. And that single moment, that brutal blow, became the spark that lit one of the biggest explosions in music history. But it didn't happen how anyone would expect. Right across the street from that grocery store was her escape route, a strip club. And Cardi didn't even blink before walking through those doors. Years later, she'd say something that left everyone stunned. "Becoming a stripper saved my life." Sounds wild, right? But what most people don't realize is that back then, she had nothing. No money, no home, and she was trying to survive abuse while being kicked out of her mom's house. Stripping wasn't a dream, it was survival. It gave her something she'd never had before, control. For the first time ever, she could pay her own rent, go back to school, and finally breathe without begging anyone for help. But don't twist it. This wasn't some glam movie montage with flash and lights and easy cash. The club world was dark, dangerous, and full of sharks waiting for weakness. If she hesitated, she'd get eaten alive. So she adapted, fast. She learned how to fight without throwing punches, using her sharp tongue, unshakable confidence, and fearless energy instead. And that's where it was born, the real Cardi B. Not the name yet, but the power, the voice, the fire, that wild confidence, that say what I want attitude you see today. It was built there in that chaos. Because in that world, you either run the room or the room runs you. And she made sure to own every second of it. Then came 2013, the year everything flipped upside down. Social media exploded, Vine, Instagram, and Cardi found her weapon. She started dropping wild, unfiltered videos, just talking about life, relationships, money, and men. No script, no sugarcoating, no fear. Her Bronx accent cut through the noise. Her energy was raw and real, and people couldn't look away. In a world full of fake filters and picture-perfect lies, Cardi B felt real, and that hit different. Here was someone who didn't care about playing it safe, not even a little. Cardi said what everyone else was thinking, but didn't have the guts to say out loud. That became her secret weapon. Within months, she blew up online. Total viral takeover. Her clips were everywhere. Memes, reaction videos, quotes, and interview clips flying across every feed like wildfire. Everyone knew her as that hilarious stricker from the Bronx who didn't hold back for anyone. But what the world didn't notice was that while everyone was laughing, Cardi was strategizing. She wasn't chasing clout just to stay trending, no way. She was quietly building something way bigger, a name, a legacy, a brand. She knew exactly what she was doing, and the next move she made proved it. She wasn't just a viral moment, she was a storm that wouldn't fade. Hey America, what's poppin'? My name is Cardi B. That's how she kicked down the door in 2015 when she joined Love and Hip Hop New York. But here's the twist. Most people use reality TV just to hang on to fame. Cardi, she used it as her launch pad. From the moment she hit the screen, loud, hilarious, and totally unfiltered, viewers couldn't look away. She was magnetic, unpredictable, real. Jezebel called her the breakout star, and the New York Times said she had a superpower, turning every sentence into a viral moment. But what the cameras didn't catch was the chaos happening off screen. Behind all that confidence, Cardi was living through madness, trapped in a toxic relationship, her fiancé locked up, trying to record music with zero industry backing. In the music world, they were laughing at her. A stripper turned reality TV star trying to become a rapper? They didn't take her seriously for a second. But what they didn't realize was that she was about to prove every single one of them wrong. They didn't take her seriously, but that wasn't new. Cardi had been underestimated her entire life, and every doubt thrown at her just turned into more fuel for her fire. So in 2016, she did something no one saw coming. She walked away from love and hip-hop, just quit right when her fame was peaking. People thought she was crazy, but Cardi didn't care about playing it safe. She refused to be boxed in or labeled as just another TV personality. She looked straight at the cameras and said, "I'm not gonna let this show define me. I'm gonna define myself." And what happened next? That's when the real story began.
Hey America, what's poppin'? My name is Cardi B.
Then came the moment that changed everything. Bodak Yellow. Nobody expected it. Critics rolled their eyes. Another reality star trying to rap, they said. But the joke was on them. The track started slow, then suddenly it caught fire. Higher and higher it climbed. Billboard Hot 100, Top 10, Top 5, and then boom, #1. Cardi B made history as the first female rapper in 19 years to hit #1 solo on the Billboard charts. Nobody could deny her anymore. She went from being the girl people laughed at on Instagram to the woman rewriting rap history in a male-dominated game. She didn't wait for permission, she took her spot. The world crowned her the new queen of rap. But here's what nobody talks about. Wearing that crown comes with a heavy price, because fame isn't free. The moment she hit the top, the target on her back got bigger. The media started tearing her apart. Her accent, her clothes, her past as a stripper, even her body. Everything became a headline. Every little mistake turned into a full-blown scandal. And then the feud started. Nicki Minaj, fans, journalists, the internet going wild with Twitter wars that shot her timelines. Cardi was living her dream, but the pressure, it was crushing. The same world that cheered her rise was now waiting for her to fall, and she knew it. One wrong word, that's all it took for millions to turn on her. Cardi said it herself, "I used to post whatever I want. Now I can't even breathe without being judged." The same raw honesty that made her famous was now eating her alive. The unfiltered energy that built her empire was starting to destroy her peace. But the hate wasn't even the worst part. It was what happened when the cameras were off. Behind the fame, the lights, and the luxury, Cardi was fighting her hardest battle yet. She fell for Offset, got married in secret, and had his child. For a moment, it looked like her fairy tale, until everything came crashing down. Then came the cheating rumors, leaked videos, messy tweets. Her private heartbreak became a global headline. The man she loved ended up humiliating her in front of the entire world. And here's the part that broke hearts. She stayed. Because underneath all the fame, all the boldness, and all that Bronx fire, Cardi was still that girl searching for love, still hoping this time would be different. She told Vogue, "I'm not perfect. I love hard, maybe too hard." And that's what most people don't see. Behind the clapbacks, the luxury fits, and the spotlight, there's just a woman trying not to get hurt again. Then came the moment, and the Grammy goes to Invasion of Privacy, Cardi B. February 10th, 2019, history made. Cardi B became the first solo female rapper ever to win Best Rap Album at the Grammys. You'd think the world would celebrate her, right? Wrong. Within minutes, the internet exploded with hate. She doesn't deserve it. Her success is fake. That's not real hip-hop. It was brutal. That night, when she was supposed to feel untouchable, she was instead live on Instagram, crying. "I worked my ass off. I slept in studios. I wrote every verse. I earned this," she said, her voice cracking, tears streaming down her face.
I want to thank a lot of people because a lot of people helped me with my success.
And here's the truth nobody wants to admit. Fame doesn't protect you. It doesn't heal you. It just broadcasts your pain to the world, turning every wound into content for people to judge. She climbed from nothing, shattered barriers, and made history. But the moment she reached the top, she learned how lonely it really is up there. After that Grammy night, everything shifted again. The fame that once lifted her up now felt heavy, suffocating even. Every post, every outfit, every lyric got twisted into controversy. People weren't just watching her anymore, they were waiting for her to slip. And when she finally started speaking up again, the media spun every word in the drama. It was like no matter what she did, she couldn't win. By 2020, Cardi was juggling motherhood, marriage, drama, and non-stop pressure to top her own success. Every song had to be bigger, every move had to be flawless, and every emotion she showed became another headline. "I can't even be sad in peace," she once ranted online, and she meant it. The same fans who cheered her rise were now picking apart every part of her life. Then came the pandemic, and suddenly the spotlight turned into a cage. With the world watching from their screens, Cardi decided she wasn't gonna fade out, not now. She dropped WAP with Megan Thee Stallion, and boom, another explosion. The track broke the internet. People went wild, some praising her for being bold, others trying to tear her down for the exact same reason. But love it or hate it, everyone was talking about her again. Still, fame has a dark price, and Cardi felt it deep. Lawsuits, online beefs, endless scrutiny. It was like she couldn't breathe without someone twisting her words. But here's the thing, she never ran. She clapped back, she stood tall, she kept moving, because quitting, that's never been in her blood. And when people started whispering that she was falling off, she flipped the script yet again. She dropped hits, signed massive deals, launched her own brands, and proved she wasn't just a rapper, she was a full-blown mogul. From the Bronx to billion-dollar boardrooms, she was still calling her own shots. Behind all the chaos, though, she started talking more about mental health, family, and peace, things fame can't buy. "I just want to be happy," she said during a live. Simple words, but they hit hard. Because after everything, the pain, the scandals, the victories, Cardi wasn't chasing approval anymore. She was chasing peace. And that's the real story people miss. The headlines show the drama, the beefs, the viral clips, but underneath it all, there's still the same Bronx girl who fought her way out of nothing, built an empire from scratch, and refused to let the world break her. She's not done yet, not even close. They tried to push her out of the spotlight, to make her disappear, but just when people thought she'd fade away, everything flipped again. Cardi started fighting battles that nobody saw coming, real battles, courtrooms, Twitter wars, strip club brawls that turned into assault charges back in 2018. Every single day there was a new headline, a new scandal, a new fight. And you know what? She never backed down. That's what made her Cardi B. She faced every storm head on, no matter how messy or loud it got.
And the Grammy goes to Invasion of Privacy, Cardi B.
But while the world saw her swinging, they didn't see her breaking behind the scenes. By 2020, the pressure was eating her alive. She finally admitted, "Sometimes I feel like I can't take it anymore. I'm a human being before I'm famous." That hit hard. She vanished from social media more than once, just to breathe, just to survive. Because the same fame that rescued her from the Bronx was now choking her spirit. Think about it. Every relationship criticized, every decision dragged, every single sentence twisted into drama. Living under that kind of microscope will mess with your head. You start forgetting who you are, what you love, what peace even feels like. Then came the moment that truly changed her world, the birth of her daughter, Culture. For the first time in her life, Cardi hit pause. She told fans, "Having a baby changed me. I stopped chasing fame and started chasing peace." It was raw, it was real, but even that got twisted by the internet. The way she dressed her baby, the way she parented, how much she worked, how little she worked. No matter what she did, people found a reason to attack. It was like she couldn't win. Every move became another debate, another round of hate. But here's what most people don't get. Cardi wasn't built to run from chaos. She was made for it. When others collapse under pressure, she gets sharper, stronger, louder. Those same storms that destroy other careers, for her, they're just fuel to go harder. Still, behind the diamonds, the mansions, the world tours, and the laughter, there's something deeper, something most never see. Behind the fame, Cardi's still that same girl from the Bronx who battles her own mind every single day. She's opened up about panic attacks, sleepless nights, and feeling completely alone even in rooms packed with people. She's admitted that sometimes she misses the old her, the version before the fame, before the chaos, before the world decided they owned every piece of her. And that's the part no headline ever shows, the heart behind the fire, the woman behind the name, still fighting for peace in a world that feeds off her pain. This is the side they never show in the music videos, the truth behind the fame, because here's what nobody tells you about making it. The higher you climb, the harder they try to drag you down. Cardi B didn't just build an empire, she built it from the dirt. She took every insult, every betrayal, every time they tried to bury her, and turned it into fire that pushed her even higher. But here's the part they skip over. She's still fighting that same battle, still human, still dealing with the pressure of a world that rewards you for losing yourself. The fame didn't save her, the money didn't fix her, and that's what makes her story so real. Cardi B's life is still dark at times, not because she failed, but because success doesn't erase your demons. It just puts them under a brighter spotlight. From stripping in the Bronx to smashing records on Billboard, from reality TV chaos to rewriting the rules for every woman in rap, Cardi did what people said was impossible. She once said, "I want to be remembered as someone who worked hard and never gave up." And whether you love her or can't stand her, you can't deny she's lived that truth. Millions of women see themselves in her struggle, the fight, the flaws, the grit. But success came with a brutal price. The same spotlight that made her a global icon also became her cage. And that's the thing about Cardi B that people don't like to admit. She's messy, she's loud, she's raw, and that's exactly why millions can't look away. She didn't just make it, she fought her way there, clawing through concrete with her bare hands while the whole world doubted her. And here's the part that'll shock you. Even with all the money, the fame, and the platinum plaques on her walls, she's still fighting those same inner battles that haunted her when she had nothing. The truth is, this isn't a fairy tale, it's survival. It's a story about a woman who refused to give up, no matter how ugly the world got. The dark rise and even darker reality of Cardi B isn't about perfection. It never was. It's about staying real when everyone else is pretending. That's her real power. Not the fame, not the money, but her honesty. Thanks for watching. If this story hit you, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch. We got more real stories, more untold truth, and more fire coming your way. Stay tuned. This is just the beginning.
Cardi B broke down in tears after Stefon Diggs pulled off a surprise for her 33rd birthday. The Los Angeles sunset painted the sky in gold and purple, setting the scene for a night no one would forget. Everyone expected a diamond-dripped bash, but what came next had even Cardi speechless. For weeks, NFL star Stefon Diggs had been planning something big. He didn't want the usual glitz and flashing cameras. He wanted something real, something that hit straight to her heart. With the help of her family and team, Stefon arranged a secret party full of glam and genuine love. Cardi thought she was heading to a quiet industry dinner in a stunning red gown, her hair flowing like golden waves. But when she walked through those double doors, boom, her hit, "I Like It," blasted through the speakers as everyone yelled, "Happy birthday, Cardi!" Her eyes went wide. Megan Thee Stallion, Offset, Lizzo, even Beyoncé were all there smiling. The place was covered in red roses shaped into a giant 33 crystal chandeliers hanging above, and a gold-dripped cake that stole the show.
I got the best kids ever. Look what I come home to. Isn't it beautiful? Don Julio gave me these flowers. This is waving culture. Oh, who got me this little Chanel? What y'all got me in there? The little things, the little things, the little things, big things.
Then came the real shock. Stefon Diggs, standing in a sleek black tux, holding deep red roses. "Happy birthday, Belcalis," he said softly, using her real name. "Tonight's not about fame, It's about you, the woman behind the crown. The crowd went wild. Cardi covered her mouth, tears spilling as she laughed through them. Boy, what you done did now! It was pure emotion and real love shining through the glamour. The lights dropped low, and suddenly, every LED screen in the room lit up. A video montage appeared, something Stefon Diggs had secretly put together just for Cardi B's big night. It started with her early hustle days in tiny New York clubs, clips of her first viral videos, and that legendary Bodak Yellow breakthrough. Then came unseen moments, Cardi laughing backstage, hugging fans, and being a proud mom to Culture and Wave. The final clip hit deep, Cardi in her studio years ago crying tears of joy after finishing a song. The screen read, "You didn't come this far by luck, you came this far by heart." When the lights came back on, Cardi couldn't hold it anymore. Tears rolled down her cheeks as the crowd went quiet. Stefon walked up, gently wiped her tears, and whispered, "You inspire millions, but tonight, you deserve to just feel loved." Then he led her to the center of the room where a black velvet cloth hid something huge. With a sly smile, Stefon said, "This one took me months." He pulled the cloth off, and everyone gasped. A massive crystal heart gleamed under the lights, engraved with, "To the woman who turns pain into power. Happy 33rd, Cardi." Inside the heart sat a golden microphone, etched with Culture and Wave along the base. Cardi dropped to her knees, crying hard, overwhelmed by the love in the room. Even Offset looked emotional, his eyes locked on her. Stefon bent down, held her tight, and whispered, "You built an empire and never stopped being real. This heart, it's everything you are." When she finally stood, voice shaking, she grabbed the mic and said, "Yo, I ain't gonna lie, I'm speechless. I don't usually cry like this, but tonight..." She paused, wiping her face as the crowd roared with love. Cardi wiped her tears and took a shaky breath. "Tonight, I feel seen," she said. "Stefon, you didn't just throw me a party. You reminded me who I am, why I started. And I'll never forget that."
No, I'm just really scared. Like, my stomach hurts.
The crowd exploded in applause, phones flashing like lightning as the emotional moment spread online within seconds. Hashtags like hashtag Cardi 33rd birthday, hashtag Stefon surprise, and hashtag Cardi melts in tears shot to the top of trending lists worldwide. Later that night, away from all the cameras, Cardi and Stefon slipped out onto a quiet balcony overlooking the glowing city lights. The faint sound of laughter floated from inside as she looked up at him and whispered, "You really did all that for me?" He smiled and said, "You give so much of yourself to the world, Cardi. You deserve someone who gives back. No cameras, no fame, just love." Her eyes shimmered. "You really gonna make me cry again?" she said, half laughing, half sobbing. Stefon chuckled softly, pulling her close. "Then cry," he whispered. "You earned those tears." For a brief moment, Cardi B wasn't the superstar. She was just a woman wrapped in the arms of someone who saw her heart beyond the spotlight. By morning, every major entertainment outlet was blazing with headlines. Stefon Diggs' emotional surprise leaves Cardi B in tears, and the gift everyone's talking about. Fans swore there was something deeper between them, but for Cardi, all that noise didn't matter. On Instagram, she posted a single photo of her holding the golden mic, the city lights glowing behind her. The caption read, "You made me feel like more than just Cardi B tonight. You made me feel like me again." Then she added one final touch. Hashtag grateful, hashtag 33. The internet went wild after the video dropped. Fans everywhere couldn't stop talking. Some said it was the sweetest thing they'd ever seen, while others were sure a romance was blooming between Cardi and Stefon. Social media flooded with memes, edits, and tribute clips, but the one that really broke the internet was a slow-motion video of Cardi crying in Stefon's arms, captioned, "When a man sees your soul, not your status." It had everyone talking. Weeks later, during an interview, Cardi smiled shyly when asked about the night. "It wasn't about no big party or flashy stuff," she said. "It was about being loved, right? And that, to me, was the real gift." Her voice carried warmth, not fame, just truth. And even as the world kept guessing what was really going on between her and Stefon, one thing was clear. Cardi's 33rd birthday became one of the most emotional, unforgettable nights of her life. The headlines called it, "Cardi B melts in tears after Stefon Diggs' surprise for her 33rd birthday." The world had seen Cardi dripping in diamonds and designer fits before, but never like this. Her 33rd wasn't the usual loud, over-the-top bash. Instead, it turned into something raw and real, something that reminded everyone there was more to Cardi B than the spotlight. Behind the scenes, her team had spent weeks planning the Beverly Hills Mansion bash, decked out in gold and blush tones, fit for a queen. But no one expected the emotional twist that made this night legendary. It was the kind of over-the-top bash only Cardi B could pull off. The guest list was stacked with Hollywood and hip-hop royalty. Offset, Megan Thee Stallion, Lizzo, and even Beyoncé, who sent a massive bouquet that looked straight out of a dream. But even with all the flashing lights and champagne toasts, one person stayed on Cardi's mind all night: Stefon Diggs. For months, fans had been whispering about the Buffalo Bills star and the Bodak Yellow Queen. Matching chains here, flirty comments there. Something was definitely sparking, but both kept quiet. Until that night, when everything changed. Just as Cardi thought she'd seen all her surprises, from Offset's polite drop-in to Megan's explosive performance, the light suddenly dimmed. The DJ's beat faded into a soft instrumental as a huge screen behind the stage flickered on. Cardi froze, champagne glass in hand. The video opened with Stefon Diggs in a sleek black suit sitting in a candlelit room. "Belcalis," he began softly, using her real name. "You always say people see the loud, funny, wild Cardi, but I've seen your quiet moments. The woman who prays before bed, who laughs like a kid when the cameras ain't around, who loves hard even when the world don't always love you back. So tonight, this ain't about the rapper, this is about you." The room went silent. No one even breathed. Cardi's hand flew to her mouth, trembling as her eyes filled with tears. Then the next clip rolled, a heart-melting montage of her realest moments. Laughing with her kids, comforting young fans backstage, even a never-before-seen video of her helping a struggling mother outside a grocery store. Stefon had secretly collected every piece, working with her family and friends to tell one story, her story. And in that moment, the superstar everyone thought they knew was stripped down to something deeper. Real love in its purest form. As the screen faded to black, the crowd held its breath. Then, from behind the stage, Stefon Diggs appeared, holding a small velvet box. The same NFL star who never flinched under roaring stadium lights suddenly looked nervous. Cardi's eyes widened, her heart pounding. "Oh my God, what's happening?" she whispered as he gently took her hand and led her to center stage. "You don't need diamonds, cars, or jets," Stefon said softly. "You just deserve to be loved, the way you love. Fiercely, loudly, without apology. You've carried everyone else's emotions, and tonight, I just wanted to carry yours." The crowd went completely silent as he opened the box. Inside was a custom heart-shaped locket, beautiful and gleaming under the lights. When Cardi peeked inside, she gasped. Tiny engraved portraits of her two children sat on one side, and on the other, her late grandmother, the woman who'd meant the world to her. "Stefon, how'd you get these pictures?" she stammered, tears filling her eyes. "Your mom helped me," he said with a soft smile. "She told me your grandma was the reason you never give up, so I wanted you to always carry her with you." And that was it. Cardi broke down completely. She cried loud and hard, clinging to Stefon's chest as cheers filled the room. Her makeup ran, but she didn't care. This was real emotion. Every camera caught her trembling lips whispering, "Nobody ever did something like this for me. Nobody." Even Offset's.
This person trying to make me feel so bad about myself. And I'm arguing back and forth with them on my kid's birthday. And when I sit back and it's like, I can't believe I let this bitch ruin my kid's my day, and it was my kid's day. So certain things you gotta tell yourself, like, it's like, you can't let certain shit online, certain things ruin how.
I love that.
Like, yeah, like you're gonna continue your day. Especially now that I have new people in my life. I have a new person in my life. I have kids. I'm having more kids. Like, it's like, I can't let what they say and what certain moments, what people say, ruin what I feel. Me and my man, we're very happy that we're having a baby. Like, we're happy.
I love that.
We here. Like, it's like, oh, whatever. It is what it is. We here. Like, I'm not gonna let people make me feel like, take that away from me, because
that's amazing.
Like, I'm here. Like, it's like, people like, how you feel? I'm like, I'm here.
I'm doing it.
I'm doing it. Well, I'm here. How am I supposed to feel?
Standing off to the side, looked quietly moved by the raw moment. Stefon wiped her tears with his thumb and whispered, "Happy birthday, LC. You deserve peace." Fans later called it the most beautiful Cardi moment ever. Hashtags like hashtag Cardi33, hashtag Dig Surprise, and hashtag Cardi in Love instantly trended worldwide. Later that night, Cardi posted a single photo. No caption, no diamonds, no filters. Just her and Stefon, forehead to forehead, tears glistening under the lights, that locket shining softly around her neck. Within just an hour, the photo of that heart-shaped locket broke the internet. 10 million likes and counting. During her Instagram Live, Cardi's voice came through soft and honest. "You know, people think success makes you happy," she said. "But love, that's the real thing. I ain't gonna lie, tonight made me feel seen for the first time in a long time." Through teary eyes, she looked straight at the camera and said, "Stefon, you a real one. You made this Bronx girl cry, and that's not easy." Then the internet completely exploded. Fans were convinced they just witnessed a new celebrity couple in the making. Cardi B and Stefon Diggs, the new celeb couple right now, flooded every timeline. Memes, edits, and fan clips took over social media. One viral post joked, "Offset watching like," followed by rows of crying faces. That locket moment became the talk of the world, real love energy at its finest. Even celebrities joined in. Lizzo commented, "I'm not crying, you crying?" Megan Thee Stallion posted, "He really said soft life only for my girl." The reactions didn't stop and everyone agreed. This was Cardi's most heartfelt moment ever. By morning, paparazzi spotted Cardi and Stefon walking out of the mansion hand in hand. No flashy cars, no big crowd, just the two of them. Cardi still wore that same locket and the same glowing smile. When a reporter asked if they were official, she laughed and said, "I don't know what label to put on it yet, but let's just say he got my heart right now." Stefon smiled beside her and said, "She deserves every surprise that makes her smile." And just like that, the world had a new favorite power couple, not built on chaos or gossip, but on real emotion and pure connection. One unforgettable night turned into the story that melted even Cardi B's fierce heart. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more unbelievable celebrity moments you don't want to miss.
Where's she at? She's walking to the field. She wasn't ready, dog. Y'all was about to lead me. Y'all was about to lead a game.
Don't be dragging me. It's enough. All right? It's enough.
Did Cardi B just confess she got completely blindsided by Stefon Diggs' surprise baby news? This whole thing is straight up wild. For months, people online were whispering that Stefon had a bunch of secret kids. Like not just one or two, but a bunch. Word was going around that multiple women were expecting at the same time. But fans kept rushing to defend him, saying, "Nah, that's just gossip." Well, look where we are now. Now Stefon's out here skipping Christmas with Cardi. Where did he disappear to? No cozy family time, no matching pajamas, not even one couple selfie. Instead, everything's looking real shared man energy right now. It's messy out here. So here's what went down. Cardi hopped on Twitter and dropped some posts that had everyone losing it. Her first tweet said, "Seems like the ghetto always finds me. Yuck." That one little yuck shook the internet. Fans immediately started connecting it to Stefon, saying Cardi must have been throwing shade his way. Then came a Christmas post. It looked picture perfect at first. She uploaded this sweet family photo with the baby all dressed like his daddy, football ornaments on the tree, the whole holiday vibe. So adorable, right? Cardi's kids always look like little stars. But her caption? That's what really caught attention. She wrote, "The perfect Christmas picture doesn't exist in this house." Boom! People zoomed in and noticed Blossom standing there looking totally unbothered. You could tell she wasn't feeling that photo at all. Probably wanted some mom time, but there's already a new baby still in the spotlight. That picture said everything. And let's be real, kids act up sometimes when they're not the baby anymore. It's normal. Still, fans couldn't ignore one huge detail missing from the photos. No Stefon Diggs anywhere. Her maybe fiance, definitely her kids' father, completely MIA from the Christmas vibe. What's really going on here? Now, this is where things get real messy. Stefon went and dropped a post that had everybody staring at their phones like, wait, what? He wrote, "Misha, don't be squeezing him too tight. You making him soft." Like, hold up, what is that supposed to mean? When people saw that, they started asking all the questions. Is he at training camp? Is he hiding out somewhere? Or maybe kicking it with another woman instead of spending Christmas with his newborn baby? It just wasn't adding up. That post didn't sound like a proud dad celebrating his baby's first Christmas. It sounded like a man chilling with zero care in the world. Then, out of nowhere, he dropped another one saying, "One of my boys' first Christmas." That's it. No heart emoji, no "can't wait to hold you," nothing. Just a cold, dry post. Fans instantly caught the vibe and started calling him out. They said it felt off, like how can you call it your son's first Christmas but not even show up for it? And honestly, they had a point. Here's where it starts to spin out of control. Where it is, that other baby he's claiming looks only a few months older than Cardi's little one. Remember when people were already trying to piece this whole puzzle together before? Well, it's not over. This story is turning into a full-blown soap opera.
Y'all need to calm down. Y'all need to calm down. Is y'all cool? Y'all been dragging me for 3 or 4 days. Y'all been a little bit too mean. Like, now. Y'all been a little bit too mean. I can't change shit. I can't go back in time. You know what I'm saying? I already had a baby. Y'all want me to put my baby back in? Huh? I don't know. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to leave my man and f yours?
Then Stefon posted a picture of another little girl. And get this, it looked like her first Christmas too. Yep, you heard that right. The internet went wild because folks said that little girl's mom has Stefon's name tattooed on her body. That's no random coincidence. It's giving full drama energy. It's just when you think that's the end, boom, another twist. There's a woman allegedly named Lord Giselle who's reportedly filing for paternity. She's claiming Stefon might be her child's father too. Reports say Stefon clapped back, saying he wants a DNA test first, but if the baby's his, he'll go for shared custody. This man's juggling more than passes on the field. He's caught up in a real-life scandal that's spinning faster than any game clock. Let's break down that wild, "Misha, don't be squeezing him too tight, you making him soft" comment, because the timeline tells a lot. When Stefon dropped that message, the screenshot shows it was posted about 8 hours ago. But here's the catch. His "one of my boys' first Christmas" post went up 11 hours ago, so he took nearly 5 whole hours to even mention the mother of his child online. That delay says plenty. And it doesn't stop there. There's actual proof floating around from one of the women rumored to have a baby with him. Screenshots show her post on one side and Stefon's verified account on the other, side by side, plain as day. Everyone's seeing it, and the receipts look solid. Now here's what's got everyone suspicious. Why post 2 separate messages hours apart if you're really proud of your kids? Fans are asking the hard questions, and honestly, the timeline's looking shady. The math just isn't matching the message. But hold up, it gets even crazier. One of Stefon's alleged baby moms was inside his house for the holidays. Yep, that's not rumor, it's right there in the evidence. She posted a photo on her own Instagram, and when fans compared it to Stefon's, it matched perfectly. Same background, same trees, same decorations, everything lined up. So what does that mean? It's giving full-on sister-wife vibes out here. Word on the street is that Stefon had not 1, but 2 of his baby mothers celebrating Christmas under the same roof. Can you even imagine that? And guess who was missing from the entire setup? Cardi B. Turns out Stefon doesn't even live in New York like people thought. This was his own spot, far away from her. If it weren't for that ongoing paternity case, the third baby mom might have been right there too. That's probably the only reason she wasn't part of the holiday chaos. This whole scene sounds straight out of a messy reality show, drama, receipts, and all. But here's what's got fans seriously confused. How does Cardi B, one of the biggest artists on the planet, end up in a situation like this? This is a woman who's built an empire, yet here she is dealing with a man who couldn't even show up with a proper Christmas surprise or a simple push present after she gave birth. Not even a luxury gift, not a flower bouquet, nothing. That's shocking. People online are buzzing, saying Cardi probably thought this time would be different because of Stefon's massive NFL paycheck. Maybe she believed he was genuine, not another fame chaser. But now fans are whispering that Stefon might have been trying to recreate that whole celebrity power couple image, like he wanted his own Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce moment. Only problem is, his version's looking a lot more scandal than romance.
Y'all mad because Stefon was hanging with his kids on Christmas as a father should, right? But y'all not mad at Offset for not doing anything for his kids for Christmas? What? Y'all making it seem like, oh, he posted the baby mamas about, he posted his kids, as he should. And my thing is, when the last time y'all baby daddy see y'all churn? Quickly. Y'all got so much to say. Y'all like to come online and make it seem like y'all shit don't stink, but y'all not in the same fucking predicament. When the last time y'all churn seen y'all baby daddy? And what presents did the churn get from their daddy? Quickly. Mind you, Offset has what, 4 kids with his previous relationship? On top of the 3 kids that he got with Cardi B? So that is now 7 children, and he wasn't doing right for the first 4. Now he's leaving the remainder 3 behind, but y'all have no smoke for him.
It's wild because Cardi really held Stefon down through everything. She was pulling up to his games pregnant, cheering from the stands when she should have been home resting and taking care of herself. She was loyal, supportive, and always front row for him. So seeing her get played like this is both sad and unbelievable. But wait, it gets even crazier. Cardi wasn't just supporting Stefon's football career, she was also riding for a side hustle. She showed up at Art Basel to help him promote his luxury furniture line. And let's be honest, this man had a mirror with coyote fur on it. Like seriously, who's buying that? Cardi was out there smiling, hyping him up, giving that brand real star power while everybody else was side-eyeing the whole display. Cardi's always the one holding it down when he needs attention, promo, or buzz. Every time Stefon has a new business move or brand collab, she's there showing love. She even gave him his youngest son, and he still couldn't show up for Christmas. Instead, he drops a cold "love you" online like that makes up for missing family time. Please, that's not it. And the wildest part, everyone knows Cardi's a phenomenal stepmom. We've all seen how she treats Offset's kids with love, patience, and respect. She created a real home full of warmth and care. She's all about family. But with Stefon, that kind of loyalty clearly doesn't hit the same when he's still tangled up with his other baby mothers. Let's be real, these kids are way too close in age. Reports are saying there are 4 babies, all under a year old, each born just months apart. That's not just messy, that's chaos. And even if that number isn't exact, 4 babies that young is already a lot for one man to handle. Now here's where the tea gets hotter. Word on the internet is Stefon's got one of those women's names tattooed on his body, and she's either living with him or holding things down financially. Fans swear she's paying bills, posting from inside his house, and acting like it's hers. And she even dropped a new pic just 14 hours ago. Everything in the background matched Stefon's tone perfectly. The internet doesn't miss a thing, and the receipts are stacking up fast. So here's the kicker. Stefon posted his big family Christmas photos about 12 hours ago, and guess who wasn't there? Cardi. He had all his kids in the pictures except for her and their baby. That's beyond shady. She was left at home, basically spending Christmas solo, holding it down like a single mom while he played happy family somewhere else. And to make it worse, he didn't even bother reposting her Christmas photo till hours later. Like seriously, how you gonna make the woman who supported you through everything look invisible? This situation's turning from drama to straight up heartbreak. Then the internet went crazy. Out of nowhere, a user named Dave tweeted, "Stefon Diggs is quite calculated. It's funny. Just hear Stefon Diggs doing a reveal of his kids on IG. It's so ghetto." And that one tweet exploded. People were instantly debating. Some said blogs would twist the story just to protect Cardi's image so she wouldn't look bad. But others clapped back saying, nah, the truth's right there in front of us. it turned into a full-on social media storm.
How the saying go? Go help that bitch with them kids. Y'all mad because Stefon Diggs is showing up for his kids on Christmas? Well, what the fuck is he supposed to do? Y'all mad because Cardi B is trying to have a happy family with all the kids and all the baby mamas? What's she supposed to do? The child were already marinating when she got with the man. What's she supposed to do? Now, if she was bitter, if she was disgusting, if she was holding him away from his kids, y'all would walk her like a dog. But because she making the best of the situation and still being happy and loving on her man as he loves on her, now y'all mad. It's given that y'all not used to y'all kids seeing their daddies on Christmas, and that's why y'all mad.
But here's how I see it. Cardi doesn't come out of this looking foolish at all. She's one of the biggest, most successful artists on the planet right now. She built a career from the ground up, made her own millions, and doesn't need a man to define her worth. If she chose to have a fourth baby, that's her business. End of story. She's raising her kids, providing for them, and clearly loves being a mom more than anything. Nobody has the right to judge her for that. And through all this noise, Cardi's still keeping it classy. She's not out here embarrassing herself for views or clout while the internet keeps throwing shade and stirring up drama. She's staying focused, handling her family and keeping her brand strong. Whatever's been said about her, maybe it's time she lets all that go and keeps moving forward like the boss she is. But here's the wild twist that's got everyone talking. Some fans now believe Stefon might have targeted Cardi from the jump. Yup, that's the real tea. People are saying he saw her star power and thought linking up with her would give him that same it couple shine. Remember when Offset got caught up with that bartender girl Pre and it turned into a whole scandal that had everyone talking for weeks? Yeah, this situation's giving major deja vu. Now fans are whispering that maybe Stefon wanted that same viral attention Offset once had, like he wanted to turn Cardi into part of his storyline instead of being part of hers. If that's true, then wow, this mess isn't just drama anymore, it's strategy. And honestly, that makes the whole thing 10 times messier. Let's hit rewind for a second, because these receipts stretch way back. Old screenshots and stories resurfaced, claiming Offset supposedly got another woman pregnant, then made her end it. That came straight from our own Instagram story, and people haven't forgotten. The woman was allegedly someone from Offset's inner circle, a close friend who worked as a bartender, maybe even in a strip club. And honestly, Offset basically lived in those spots back then, so nobody in Atlanta was surprised by that rumor. But here's where the plot flips. People online are now connecting the dots between Stefon Diggs and that same woman's crew. Word is, Stefon and that woman are real close, like bestie level tight. That's where things take a sharp left turn, because now fans are saying this entire situation feels like Heartbreakers Part 2, like both Offset and Stefon went after the same big fish, Cardi B. Think about it, Offset got Cardi first, and now Stefon allegedly followed the exact same playbook. Some fans are even saying both men trapped her with a baby just to keep her tied down. And before anyone says a man wouldn't do that, please, it happens all the time. Some dudes see a powerful woman shining and think, I gotta lock that down before somebody else does. Having a baby with Cardi doesn't just create a bond, it comes with publicity, power, and serious spotlight. Because let's be real, Stefon's doing great in the NFL, sure, but being connected to a global icon like Cardi B, that's a whole different level of fame. People online are convinced he saw what happened when Taylor Swift linked up with Travis Kelce, the way their fame exploded overnight, and thought, yeah, I want that too. He wanted that pop culture shine, those red carpets, the couple brand deals, the viral headlines, all of it.
It's because of that. Don't, it ain't because of me. Don't get mad at me. It's because of that.
And honestly, looking at how this story's been unfolding, it's starting to seem like Stefon wasn't chasing love, he was chasing legacy. He didn't just want to be a top receiver on the field, he wanted to be the guy connected to one of the biggest artists in the world. And now, with all this baby drama, all these rumors, and all these receipts floating around, it's clear Stefon wasn't just playing football anymore, he was playing the fame game, and he went all in. It's no coincidence that Stefon had Cardi B by his side at Art Basel, while his other baby mama was there too. He clearly wanted that big celebrity power couple moment, the kind that screams status and success. He had Cardi out there showing up to events, smiling for photos, promoting his brand, cheering for him on games. But let's be real, he still hasn't put a ring on it, hasn't married her, and didn't even spend their first Christmas together. That silence speaks louder than any love post ever could. Now let's talk about what the internet's been saying, because the comment sections have been straight chaos. People online are deep diving into this mess like it's a full-time job, and out of nowhere, boom, Tasha K popped back up. You know Tasha. After everything that went down between her and Cardi, she finally paid her off and came back swinging, ready to spill tea again. Tasha K posted, "I thought y'all said Tasha K was lying. Like I said, they were all being slept with at the same time, pregnant at the same time. All the kids are the same age. The only one outside with him, strictly promoting his business as a brand. His only true love has her name tatted on him. I'll let y'all connect the dots in the comments. He pays all of his true love's bills. She ain't splitting nothing. No rent, no house payments, no down payments, and yet nobody got a ring." That post shook the internet to its core. Because say what you want about Tasha K, but this time, some of her words were hitting close to home. She basically implied that Stefon's real love isn't Cardi at all, it's the woman whose name he tattooed on his skin. And that woman, according to Tasha, doesn't pay for a single thing. No rent, no mortgage, no bills. Stefon allegedly handles everything for her. Meanwhile, Cardi's out here doing promo, showing up to push his brand and still not getting treated like the queen she is. That's wild. And here's the craziest part. Nobody's got a ring. Not a single one of them. For a man who loves the spotlight and thrives on attention, that's a loud kind of quiet. Fans are saying if Stefon can ink another woman's name on his body but can't commit to Cardi after all her loyalty, then something's off. But that's not even the end of it. Tasha also mentioned a new game men run, and honestly, she might be on to something. Nowadays, some guys aren't chasing love, they're chasing exposure. They see a powerful woman with influence, and instead of building with her, they use her platform to build themselves. They want her followers, her fame, her access to headlines. And when the woman happens to be a global superstar like Cardi B, that's an instant upgrade in status. Being linked to them turns them from athletes or influencers into viral names overnight. It's not just romance, it's strategy. And in Stefon's case, it's starting to look like he wasn't chasing the queen, he was chasing clout.
I don't know. What y'all want me to do? What y'all want me to do? We can only go forward now. So, I don't know. 2026 is in a couple of days. I have so much work to do once January starts that it's stressing me out. I'm going to be away from my babies, away from my personal life, away from my home.
And just like that, the blogs lit up again. Reports dropped saying Stefon Diggs shared multiple Christmas photos showing off all his kids. His son with Cardi B, another baby with KJ, and a daughter with spiny Lord Giselle, the woman who was seen in all red with his sister and that adorable little girl. But instead of stepping up or clearing the air, Stefon's out here posting like everything's fine, acting unbothered while the internet is on fire. The whole situation's messy, confusing, and honestly just disappointing. Let's rewind for a sec, because this timeline is wild. A blog called Glock Topics pulled up receipts from way back on September 18th saying Stefon Diggs is rumored to have gotten at least 4 women pregnant, including Cardi B, in the last 15 months. Like, what? That post broke everything down in detail. According to the blog, Lord Giselle reportedly has a 5-month-old daughter and even filed official court documents for paternity and custody. Stefon allegedly fought it at first, but then said he'd go for joint custody if the baby turned out to be his. 4 kids, 4 different women, all in just over a year. That's not a rumor anymore. That's a full-blown family tree with branches everywhere. And now, we got proof that both Lord Giselle and another one of his baby moms was celebrating Christmas at Stefon's house at the same time. Meanwhile, Cardi was nowhere to be seen. Either she chose to stay away or didn't even get an invite. But either way, it's a bad look. Imagine trying to blend families when every single child is practically the same age. That's not a holiday gathering, that's pure chaos. What's really got people heated is how much Cardi did for this man. She supported him through her whole pregnancy, even while dealing with postpartum emotions, still showing up to promote his brand and stand by him in public. She was loyal, patient, and gave her full support. And in return, the only thing he gives her is that cold message. Misha, don't be squeezing him too tight. You making him soft. Like, seriously? After everything she's done, that's all she gets? That's not love, that's disrespect. And we can't forget,
Cardi even went all out for Stefon's birthday. She threw him a whole celebration, showed him love online, and made sure everyone saw how proud she was of him. Fast forward a few months later, and now she's watching him post his family Christmas photos without her or their baby in sight. That's heartbreaking. Meanwhile, Stefon's out here uploading pictures captioned "Family Holidays with Family" like it's all picture perfect. He's smiling, playing dad, and looking every bit the family man online. But the timing and the optics, whew, they're messy. Because while he's creating that happy family image for the camera, the woman who held him down from the start is sitting out of the picture completely. It's one thing to be a present father, but it's another to act like everything's fine when the whole internet can see the cracks. Fans are calling it out loud, saying Cardi deserves better, that she gave him love, loyalty, and support, and he gave her chaos in return. This whole situation isn't just messy, it's public heartbreak dressed up like a Christmas photo shoot. Now, some people online are trying to defend him, saying, well, he's allowed to spend Christmas with his other kids. And yeah, technically that's true, but that's not the issue. The real problem here is the disrespect and the public embarrassment. Cardi gave this man support, love, and family energy, and he turned around and made her look like an afterthought while he played happy dad for social media. That's the part that stings.
I have to rehearse for 10 to 12 hours a day for tour. There is so many elements of production that I'm missing for tour. I'm already super stressed out. You know what I'm saying? I'm already super stressed out. I need my support system, my fans to love me. I want y'all to come to my tour and enjoy yourself with me. Don't be dragging me. It's enough. All right? It's enough. I love y'all. I want good for y'all. I want good for y'all. I want health, money, prosperity, happiness for this new year for y'all. Wish me the same thing, all right? Leave me alone, though. Shit. Damn. Y'all scare me sometimes. Y'all a little bit.
The comment sections have been absolutely wild. Nobody's holding back. One person jumped in yelling, "Lady Lion," while another said, "Imagine naming your child after a show." It's chaos out there, full of jokes, shade, and hot takes. But when you really step back, it's honestly sad. Cardi herself summed it up perfectly when she tweeted, "The ghetto always finds me." And she wasn't lying, because what Stefon's got going on, that's straight up madness. 4 kids and a 1-year-old, all by different women, and now all this family drama blasted online? It's too much for anybody, even for someone as strong as Cardi B. And let's be clear, nobody's saying they've officially broken up or that it's over between them, but the signs, they're not looking good at all. You can feel the distance, see the tension, and read the sadness all over Cardi's posts. Cardi's supporters are warning her loud and clear. Don't fall for that "his family likes you" act. One fan even said, "Never believe the family likes you. Never, 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 never." And that comment went viral because everybody felt it. Loyalty doesn't always run deep in situations like this, and the way this story is unfolding proves exactly that. Because let's be honest, his mama's gonna love whoever her son brings home at the moment, and if things go left, she'll defend him in a heartbeat. That's how it usually goes, especially when the woman he's dating is someone like Cardi B. She's not just another girlfriend, she's the prize, the spotlight, the one who brings all the attention and shine, and deep down, everyone knows it. This whole story's been one long roller coaster, messy, dramatic, and still unfolding by the minute. Every new day there's a fresh twist, another post, another rumor. So you already know we're staying locked in, watching every move, every comment, every receipt that drops. So stay tuned, because this saga's far from over. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for all the wild celebrity updates, shock and trauma, and the latest tea that keeps the timeline buzzing. It's about to get even crazier out here.
I don't gamble or place bets, but if there was any time to put a parlay in, it would be today, because I bet you the Patriots gonna win just off the strength of Stefon Diggs and Cardi B. We saw it last year with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I bet anything. I would be very shocked and surprised if the Seahawks win, but you know they be having a little script going on with the big wigs and the rich white folks. I bet you the Patriots gonna win. Watch, we gonna see.
I'm not gonna lie, man. This could be crazy. This could be something wild. So we know that Cardi B is pregnant by Stefon Diggs. They now have a baby on the way. But recently on social media, Stefon Diggs reposted something that was very interesting. So this woman named IM_Pre on Instagram reposted him saying, "A piece of my heart. Stefon Diggs, thanks for always having my back no matter what." He says, "Forever and ever, Preski."
Stefon Diggs hit the Super Bowl field today, but what's turning heads has nothing to do with his plays. It's about who showed up beside him during the friends and family meetup. Photos and short clips all over social media show someone very familiar standing close to his family, looking totally comfortable like she belonged there. That person is Pre, confidently walking at Stanford Stadium next to Diggs' relatives, blending in like she's already part of the family. For those who might not recognize the name, Pre has been making waves in celebrity circles for a while now. She's been tied to a messy rumor about having a private fling with Offset, a situation that supposedly caused chaos in his marriage with Cardi B. According to whispers online, people claim she got pregnant during that time and that Offset allegedly told her to end it. That story left a lot of confusion and divided opinions, with fans arguing non-stop about what really happened between them and whether there's more to the story than anyone's admitting. The story's taken a wild twist because now people are saying Cardi B herself might be linked to Stefon Diggs. At the same time, Pre has been known for years as one of Diggs' close friends, which explains why seeing her at the Super Bowl field sent the internet into full investigation mode. Social media is flooded with fans piecing together clues, lining up old photos and replaying clips to uncover what's really going on behind all these connections.
Hey, Cardi ain't playing with nobody's son, y'all. So Stefon Diggs is gearing up for the biggest game in his entire life and career, lacing up for the Super Bowl on Sunday. Coming off a crazy season with 85 receptions and over 1,000 yards, he's looking to make a big splash in the big game. Now, Cardi B is rumored to be a guest Super Bowl halftime performer alongside Bad Bunny, which may be huge. I mean, Stefon on the field and Cardi on the stage, that is a power couple. Now, Cardi B is keeping a tight leash on Stefon. Now, sources close to the family has said that even though Stefon had 4 children this year, Cardi B says, listen, I understand what was going on before me, during me, I'm not having it. So if any other children come up, it's simply done. She's not playing no games at all with Stefon. Now, Stefon better take care of business on the field and definitely off it.
It's starting to look like a tangled mix of old flames, quiet loyalties, and new alliances forming right in front of everyone. Things got even more suspicious when Stefon Diggs reshared one of Pre's posts on his Instagram story. Her original post said, "A piece of my heart," and she tagged Stefon in the message that read, "Thank you for always having my back no matter what." Then Stefon jumped in and replied, "Forever and ever, Pre." At first, it seemed like nothing major, just 2 friends showing love. But once people noticed it happened after he was rumored to be connected to Cardi B, everything changed. The timing made fans raise eyebrows, wondering if there's more than friendship between them. Now everyone's watching Stefon, Cardi, and Pre's every move, waiting to see who's really standing with who. In the viral photos sweeping across social media, Pre is right there on the Super Bowl field during the friends and family meetup, clearly visible, blending in with ease, smiling and chatting like she's been part of the crew for years. What really turned heads, though, was a picture she posted on her own Instagram story, rocking a sleek Patriots jacket with a shiny VIP credential pass hanging from her neck. For those who don't know, those passes aren't for show. They're official credentials, usually reserved for family, close friends, or people directly tied to the team. So it's no surprise that people online are asking the same thing right now. If Stefon and Pre are supposedly just friends, how did she score that kind of top-tier clearance? But the pass isn't the only thing that's got everyone talking. Pre wasn't just there. She was seen mingling effortlessly with Stefon's family, chatting and laughing like she's been around them for years. That's what really set off alarms across social media. The twist that's adding even more chaos? Stefon Diggs isn't single. He's in a relationship with Cardi B. And here's where the internet went into full meltdown mode. Cardi was once married to Offset, the same man Pri was rumored to have been secretly involved with. Now, seeing Pri walking alongside Stefon's relatives, all smiles and confidence, while wearing an official Patriots pass, feels way too suspicious for people to just ignore.
So TikTok, we got to talk about the whole Cardi B and Stefon Diggs situation. So Cardi B says that she's going to spend $1.2 million at the Super Bowl because her boo thing, slash baby daddy, slash the person Offset beefing with, Stefon Diggs is going to the Super Bowl for the first time in his career. And Cardi B saying she's going to celebrate it. And I started thinking to myself, Offset really fumbled Cardi B, bro. Offset fumbled the bag, bro. The fact that she finna go waste $1.2 million, bro, is insane. Do you know how much money she would have spent on Offset? All Offset had to do was stop cheating and play his cards right. You already had the baddest chick, the baddest up-and-coming chick in the rap game, and you fumbled her. You even took her out the strip club. The downfall of Offset has to be studied, because ain't no way Stefon Diggs, he already made the money. They always say this. They say that rap money different than the football money, because a rapper could be, you know what I'm saying, double, you know, a rapper could have a hit song, 2-3 hit songs, and still be broke. As far as an NFL player, he get, what, $80 million guaranteed. He just got that sitting in the bank. He barely even touched it. He make the majority of their money off endorsements. How did Offset fumble Cardi B? Offset had a thing for Brazilian women. He loved the BBL women. That was his heart. He only started getting upset when Cardi started, you know, stepping out on him. You know, the fact that she was still sleeping with somebody when she was pregnant, I think with Offset baby, which is crazy. But yeah, Cardi B says she gonna celebrate Stefon Diggs, man. $1.2 million. She could give me that. $1.2 million, man. He better win the Super Bowl. Go New England Patriots.
This whole situation has turned into a full-blown online investigation, with fans turning into digital detectives, replaying clips, zooming in on Pri's credential, and comparing it to the ones worn by Stefon Diggs' actual family members. Every tiny detail is being pulled apart and discussed. Who gave her the pass, why she was standing in that exact spot, and what it might reveal about Stefon's real connections. With all the tangled links between Pri, Cardi B, Offset, and Stefon Diggs, the story's become a viral guessing game that has everyone hooked, waiting for the next photo, clip, or post to drop. After those pictures and videos spread, sharp-eyed fans started catching even more details that made the situation impossible to ignore. In one clip, Stefon is walking off the field, and just a few steps behind him is Pri, smiling, chatting casually with one of his relatives like she belongs there. In another video, she's seen waiting near the tunnel, phone in hand, glancing toward the players section as if she's expecting them to show up. None of it looks accidental. And that's exactly why social media can't stop dissecting every move she makes, convinced there's a deeper story playing out behind the scenes. Comment sections under sports blogs and celebrity gossip pages have turned into non-stop debate zones. Some fans are defending Stefon and Pri, saying they've always shared a close friendship and that people are reading too much into it. Others aren't buying that explanation, pointing out that there are way too many coincidences for it to be just friendly support. They've been analyzing timestamps, comparing old photos, and even matching outfits from past posts. On top of that, people noticed Pri has been liking several of Stefon's recent pictures, including one that Cardi B also commented on, and that detail only made things even messier. The tension between both sides keeps building as every new post or story drops online. Then came the moment that made fans lose it completely. After the game, Pri posted a short clip on her Instagram story showing the bright stadium lights with a heart emoji and the caption, "So proud." On its own, it seemed innocent enough, but the timing hit differently. Her post went up just minutes after Stefon shared his own message that said, "For the ones who believed in me." Fans immediately began connecting the dots, treating the posts like secret messages being passed between them, fueling even more speculation about what's really happening behind those screens. By the end of the night, the entire internet was wrapped up in the mystery, turning this situation into one of the most talked about stories of the Super Bowl. Every repost, every tiny clue, and even the silence from Cardi B and Stefon Diggs only made people more curious. At this point, the focus isn't even on the game anymore. It's all about the messy personal drama playing out behind it. Fans are treating the whole thing like a live mystery series, waiting for the next twist to drop. Then came the real bombshell that flipped the story upside down. Tasha K claimed that the leaked photos and videos didn't come from random paparazzi or anonymous insiders. They allegedly came from Pre's own camp. That single claim changed everything. If her own team really handed that material over to the blogs, people started asking the obvious question: why would they do that unless it was part of something bigger? Online theories started spreading fast. Many now think the leak wasn't accidental at all, that it might have been a calculated move, a quiet but bold way to make sure Cardi B and the entire internet couldn't ignore the idea that there's still something real between Pre and Stefon. The drama has gone from speculation to strategy, and everyone's watching to see what happens next. If there's even a hint of truth to that claim, this whole situation jumps to a completely new level of drama. It's no longer just a rumored love triangle. It's starting to look like a calculated power move playing out in real time, with social media acting as the stage. Fans are breaking down every moment, suggesting that the leak might have been perfectly timed to line up with Stefon Diggs' Super Bowl spotlight. Some believe it was no accident that Pre's presence was made so visible that night, as if her team wanted to send a quiet message reminding everyone, including Cardi B, that her connection to Stefon still runs deep, no matter who's beside him now. And just when everyone thought the story couldn't twist any further, the plot thickened. As soon as those videos started trending, online detectives went into overdrive, digging through old event tags, archived posts, and hidden photos. What they found shocked a lot of people. Turns out, Stefon and Pre have actually been seen together way more often than anyone realized. They've been photographed leaving the same spots, spotted at low-key parties, and even popped up in the background of each other's friend stories. None of it seemed important back then, but now those little coincidences feel like pieces of a bigger puzzle.
With those old clips and photos resurfacing, it's becoming harder for anyone to believe their connection is just friendly. Every new discovery adds more weight to the theory that their bond runs deeper, older, messier, and far more complicated than it first appeared. And the internet isn't about to let that story fade quietly. Here's where the story flips again. A few insiders are now claiming that Cardi B actually confronted Stefon Diggs months before this new wave of drama hit the spotlight. According to people close to the situation, Cardi supposedly approached him directly after hearing quiet whispers that something might have been going on between him and Pre behind the scenes. Stefon, however, didn't back down. He denied any romantic involvement and told her they'd just been close friends for years, people who understood each other from way back. For a while, Cardi reportedly took his word for it, choosing to trust him and keep things peaceful. But that calm didn't last long once the latest photos and videos started spreading online. Now that Pre's presence has gone viral again, fans are questioning everything all over. The comment sections are filled with speculation about how Cardi might handle things this time. Some people think she's done, that her patience is finally run out and she might step away quietly to avoid adding more fuel to the chaos. Others believe she's playing it smart, waiting until the Super Bowl buzz dies down before she makes her move. And of course, there's a group convinced she'll go public in her own unapologetic way, setting the record straight once she's ready. Either way, everyone's tuned in, waiting for that next post, lyric, or subtle move that reveals where her heart and her trust really stand. At this point, the story has gone far beyond a simple sports headline. It's turned into a public test of loyalty, image, and how each person handles the weight of fame when private emotions get dragged into the spotlight. Every look, every post, and even the silence from Stefon Diggs, Pre, or Cardi B is being analyzed in real time. What started as a straightforward Super Bowl celebration is now evolved into something much heavier, a complex triangle where trust, pride, and public image are constantly being tested. And while the situation has spiraled into pure chaos, can anyone really say they're shocked if even part of it turns out to be true?
Stefon Diggs has a reputation that seems to follow him everywhere, both on and off the field. It's not just about his plays or stats, it's the off-field stories that keep his name circulating in gossip threads. Industry talk has long hinted that he's juggled multiple complicated relationships at once, and past reports claimed he fathered 4 children in a single year. Those claims only included women who publicly confirmed their pregnancies, which makes people wonder what the real number might be if everything ever came to light. That kind of reputation doesn't just disappear, and now, with Pre's name tied to his and Cardi B caught in the mix, speculation has hit a level no one can ignore. The entire situation feels like a collision of love, loyalty, and legacy, the kind of drama that keeps fans scrolling, debating, and waiting for the next headline to drop. People online can't stop dissecting every angle of this story, with some claiming it finally confirms the rumors that have followed Stefon Diggs for years. Others argue that social media has blown simple, harmless connections out of proportion just for clicks. Still, the signs, the repost, the sideline passes, the matching photos, all look way too deliberate for many fans to overlook. The big question everyone keeps asking is the same. Is there really something happening between Stefon and Pre, or is this whole situation spiraled into a massive misunderstanding caused by timing and coincidence? But there's an even bigger mystery that's got the internet buzzing. Did Pre's own team really hand over those photos and videos to Tasha K to send an unspoken message like, "This is my man"? If that rumor holds even a bit of truth, it flips the entire story upside down, suggesting that what the world has seen so far might just be the tip of a much deeper situation. Either way, this has gone far beyond simple gossip. It's become a public showdown of love, loyalty, and image, and everyone's watching every move, waiting to see who breaks the silence next. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more updates as this wild story keeps unfolding, because it's clear this drama is far from over.
I'm not usually one to comment on celebrity relationships, but the Cardi B and Stefon Diggs thing is wild to me because, like, I think it just shows how, ladies, y'all are just terrible friends. Like, I think most of the dudes seen this coming from a mile away of like, why would she go get with somebody who's like basically just like Offset, who could probably get just more women and better girls, better talent in general. But like, the women, like, y'all was just like bigging it up, like, oh, she stepped up and it's good for her and she this and that. Like, y'all should have been discouraging her. She needed time to heal, to focus on herself. She went and had a baby with this dude a year. She couldn't even, Offset wasn't even out the house good. I just feel like y'all should have supported her better, like, and just been better friends overall, because like this was clear as day, man.
Mexicans in the building. Come on that floor. Bitch, if ICE come in here, we're gonna choke their asses. Bitch, I got some air mace in the back. They ain't taking my fans, bitch. Let's go.
So, Stefon Diggs has finally broken his silence after that unforgettable Super Bowl moment when everything around him seemed to crash in slow motion. The cameras caught it all, and the internet hasn't stopped talking since. What once looked like one of the most glamorous relationships in sports and music has officially hit the end of the road. Cardi B and Stefon Diggs are done, and she didn't waste any time showing it. The moment halftime ended, she grabbed a bag, left the stadium, and didn't look back. No fake smiles, no pretending everything was fine. It was clear she had made up her mind right then and there. Now, more details are slipping out about what really caused their breakup.
I really don't understand how you have a child with someone who already has 3 children with 3 different women. You know, he has way more kids with more women outside of the 3 he had last year. I really hate to harp on the women like this because it's really not their fault. We all know we should be looking towards the man, I'm saying. Stefon is weird. Nick Cannon is weird. Anyone who has more than like 2 baby mamas, for me, that's weird. But I can't help but look at these women, especially Cardi, and be like, so you knew he had this many kids. With your baby mama 1, 2, 3, whatever, your baby mama like 17 and you still had his kid? Oh, it actually, and I literally hate to harp on the women like this because they do not deserve it. But holy fuck, if a man came to me with 3 baby mamas, says, get the fuck out of my face expeditiously. Oh my God, I'm terrified. I'm scared of you. Oh, because why do you have multiple? I feel so misogynistic saying this because it's like, okay, you're talking about the women, but what about this man spreading his semen, his sperm everywhere? I don't fuck with that. I hate that too. I hate it. How do we stop it?
how do we stop it? Also, this is none of my business. Like, this is somebody else's business, someone else's life. But I'm just trying to rationalize it in my head. Maybe I just need to let it go. Maybe.
And it turns out the situation runs deeper than most people thought. Sources close to them say the real tension started because of Stefon's ex, Kiki, who's also the mother of his son. Stefon apparently wanted his son to be at the Super Bowl so he could share that huge moment with him, a proud father's wish. His plan was simple. His mom would bring the little one and everything would go smoothly. But things took a turn when Kiki decided she didn't feel right letting the child travel without her. She told him she'd have to come too, and that single decision changed everything. What was supposed to be a joyful, family-filled night turned into a storm of emotions and misunderstandings that neither of them could escape. Stefon tried to keep the peace by giving Kiki a ticket to the game, but he made sure she was seated far away from his family, on the complete opposite side of the stadium. He thought that would keep everything quiet and under control, but things didn't go the way he expected. Not long after kickoff, Kiki began posting photos from a seat, showing off her view of the field and hinting that she was there for a reason. Those pictures quickly landed on her Instagram stories, and within minutes, everyone online knew she was at the game. When Cardi B saw those posts, everything changed. She felt blindsided, angry, and embarrassed. The Super Bowl was supposed to be her and Stefon's big moment together, something to celebrate as a couple, not a scene filled with tension and old connections resurfacing. For Cardi B, it felt like every bit of drama she had been trying to avoid just found its way right back to her in front of the entire world. The internet, of course, wasted no time turning the situation into chaos. Once Kiki's photos started circulating, fans began digging through past posts, matching dates, and pulling up old screenshots. They noticed something that made the story even messier.
Everyone's saying that they broke up because they don't follow each other on Instagram anymore. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but me personally, I'm never going to follow my significant other on social media, especially if we're public figures, because that's the first thing y'all run to. They don't follow each other no more. Well, they deleted all their pictures of each other. Like, dang, y'all all in the business. Thing with me is, I'ma unfollow you when you irritate me. Now I got the whole world thinking that we're broken up. Whole time, I just had an attitude, and when I get out the shower, I'm coming to lay right next to you. This is another reason why I just think we just shouldn't follow each other at all. That way, we won't be in the blogs every other week. Maybe it's just me, but I like them together. I think they're cute. Okay, I actually see them going somewhere, despite what everyone else has to say. I think they're a cute couple, but I mean, hey, what do I know? That good luck was given be careful with me all over again.
Kiki had given birth to Stefon's son only 2 months before Cardi welcomed her own baby boy. Kiki's baby arrived in September and Cardi's in November, a detail that quickly reignited rumors about what had really gone down during that time. The overlapping timelines had people speculating non-stop, questioning whether Stefon had ever fully moved on or if the truth had been hiding in plain sight all along. Just when everyone thought Stefon was going to keep quiet and let the rumors fade away, he made his move. Calm, cool, and calculated. Instead of posting a long statement or jumping into the drama, he dropped a single photo on his Instagram story. It was clean and simple, showing him looking completely unbothered, with Rolling Stone by Brent Faiyaz playing in the background. No caption, no explanation, not even an emoji, just pure confidence. That one post said more than any statement ever could. It was his way of letting the world know he didn't need to defend himself because the message was already clear without a single word. Anyone who really knows that song understood exactly what he was trying to say. The term Rolling Stone isn't just some random lyric. It's a symbol for a man who keeps moving, never settling, never staying in one place or one person for too long. It represents someone who's always chasing something new, someone who can't be tied down no matter how much others try. Brent Faiyaz's lyrics take that idea even deeper, describing a man who's aware of his flaws, someone battling inner struggles while warning the world not to expect him to change. By choosing that song, Stefon was sending a quiet but powerful message about who he is, and maybe about who he'll never be. When you line up the lyrics from Rolling Stone and Stefon Diggs' history, it almost feels like the song was written just for him. Every verse seems to mirror his reality, a man constantly moving, chasing, and never staying still for too long. The parallels are impossible to ignore, and people online haven't missed a beat pointing it out. Reports say Stefon managed to have 4 children in just 1 year, and that kind of timeline left the internet in disbelief. It's not just surprising, it's chaotic in every sense of the word. The question everyone keeps asking is simple: how does one person even manage that? And what makes it even wilder is that those are only the cases that went public, the ones where the mothers chose to share their stories. Nobody truly knows how many other situations may have happened quietly, behind the scenes, away from cameras and gossip blogs. It all paints a picture of someone living exactly what the phrase Rolling Stone stands for: constantly moving, forward, never settling, never staying tied to one place or one person for long.
Stefon has been living like he's always in motion, chasing success, excitement, and attention all at once without stopping to catch his breath. And that's why people can't stop analyzing his choice of song. Was it his way of owning up to the chaos, subtly admitting that he's the one who keeps creating it? Or was it meant as a quiet dig at Cardi, suggesting she couldn't keep up with the unpredictable pace of his life? Whatever the real intention was, that single post said everything without spelling a single word out. It was cool, deliberate, and perfectly timed. His silent way of taking control of the narrative without typing a single word. But that wasn't even close to the end of it. Right after Stefon dropped that slick Rolling Stone story, the internet completely lost control. Within minutes, timelines were flooded with hot takes and theories, each one trying to decode what he really meant. Some people swore he was finally taking responsibility for his past, saying the song was his quiet confession. Others argued he was just flexing, showing off his ego and acting like he was untouchable. And then, just like that, Cardi B's fans flooded his comment section, dropping clown emojis and calling him out for playing mind games. What started as a single post turned into an online storm, with every corner of social media picking a side and turning the whole thing into a digital battleground. Meanwhile, those close to the situation say Cardi isn't heartbroken, she's furious. Sources claim she feels completely blindsided and embarrassed, especially after standing up for Stefon when people were already questioning his loyalty months ago. She reportedly believed he was past the drama, only to feel like he made her look foolish in front of the entire world. All she wanted was peace and privacy, but instead she's been dragged back into headlines she never asked for. Now the entire internet is waiting to see her next move. Will she clap back with her own post, or will she go quiet and let her silence do the talking? Either way, this story is far from over. If Stefon keeps playing up this Rolling Stone image, he might end up rolling straight into another scandal, and this time it could be one that's a lot harder to walk away from. Let's be honest, hearing that Stefon reportedly had 4 children in just 1 year sounds almost unreal. It's not just messy, it's a full-on whirlwind. It has people doing double takes every time his name pops up online. It's the kind of headline that makes you pause mid-scroll and read it twice just to make sure it's not a rumor. And what makes it even more unbelievable is that those 4 are only the ones the public knows about. No one really knows if there are other stories that never reached the spotlight, kept quiet to avoid the noise. It all adds up to a clear picture of who Stefon seems to be right now. Someone living life like a true Rolling Stone, always on the move, unpredictable, and nearly impossible for anyone to keep up with. He's been living fast, like the world is his personal racetrack, weaving in and out of relationships without ever slowing down long enough to look back. It's like he's addicted to momentum, always needing the next thrill, the next chase. But now, the big question everyone's whispering about online is what that song post really meant. Was it a quiet admission, his way of saying that he knows he's the reason things keep falling apart? Or was it a subtle jab at Cardi, suggesting she just couldn't keep up with the lifestyle he's built for himself? Whatever his intention was, that single song choice didn't feel random. It came across as deliberate, controlled, and perfectly timed. His silent way of taking control of the narrative without typing a single word. So what's the real story behind Stefon's post? That's the question everyone's still arguing about online. Some think he's stirring the pot on purpose, leaning into that bold Rolling Stone energy, acting like he's untouchable and doesn't care who gets upset. Others believe he's trying to be subtle and reflective, quietly admitting that maybe he's the one who caused the chaos. It's hard to tell which version of him is real, the confident one who laughs through the drama or the calm one who might actually be owning up to his mistakes. Either way, the post did exactly what he wanted it to. It got people talking. The internet's divided straight down the middle, with fans arguing over whether he's being honest or just performing for attention. Comment sections are still blowing up as everyone's trying to figure out which side they're on. Now, switching gears to the next headline, Cardi B is officially back and making noise again. She just launched her Little Miss Drama Tour in Palm Desert, California, and from the moment she stepped on stage, she made it clear she's in control of her narrative. She didn't hold back during her set, throwing some sharp lines that fans instantly connected to ice, and every word carried weight. The
clips are already flooding social media, showing her confidence, her energy, and that fiery stage presence she's famous for. The Little Miss Drama Tour will keep rolling until April 18th, hitting 35 major cities across the US and Canada. For Cardi, this feels like the perfect reset, a moment to shift all that attention away from the chaos and back towards her craft. She's channeling every ounce of energy into her performances, her music, and her fans, proving she doesn't need the drama to shine. This time, it's all about focus, power, and letting her success speak louder than any rumor ever could. So are you thinking about catching one of Cardi's tour stops? Word around the scene is that these shows are something else, loud, raw, and unforgettable from start to finish. Fans who've already seen her perform say the energy is off the charts, the visuals are wild, and Cardi's stage presence is unmatched. Every city she hits turns into a full-blown celebration, with the crowd singing every lyric like it's an anthem. If you've already locked in your tickets or you're wishing you had, drop a comment and let everyone know which show you're eyeing, because this tour looks like it's set to be one of her biggest moments. That's it for now, but before you scroll away, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for all the latest updates. The drama isn't slowing down anytime soon, and the next round of stories is already lining up to shake the internet all over again.
You're the big one.
You really love me!
Cardi B's emotions went wild after Stefon Diggs dropped a jaw-dropping $50 million surprise that had the whole entertainment world losing it. The move, already dubbed the most expensive romantic gesture of 2025, left fans speechless.
This man got me in a castle. I'm talking a real castle.
This shit remind me of a movie. You sit all the way over at the end while I stare at you.
Look how beautiful. This man is so adventurous. He got us in a fucking castle. Like, look at this. Like, I can't believe we're staying in some place like this. This is insane. Gee. Child, look at the toilet, child. Ooh. This is the toilet. This is where I'm gonna take the royal shit. And this is where I'm gonna wash my royal hiney.
But it was Cardi's reaction that truly stole the spotlight. For days, she'd been quiet. No live rants, no cryptic posts, no shade at all. She claimed she was just focused. But behind closed doors, she was stressing hard about her future with Stefon. Rumors swirled about arguments, distance, and trust. Then, boom, at 2:47 a.m., her phone buzzed. A text from Stefon read, "Wear something elegant. Be ready by 7 p.m. Don't ask questions." Her heart dropped. Was this the end or the beginning of something huge? Cardi slipped into a white silk gown, hands trembling as a black car arrived to pick her up.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's... Ron, I almost shitted my baby out. Oh, my God. What is this, honey? Oh, my God. Ooh, my stomach hurt. My vagina hurt.
Look.
Ah! Ah! Good. Oh, my...
The driver stayed silent the entire time, and soon she realized they weren't just driving across the city. They were leaving New York completely. When the car stopped, she stepped out to see a private jet glowing with rose petals, fairy lights, and a massive banner reading, "For Belcalis." She froze. Stefon had rented an entire jet just for her. A flight attendant handed her a gold-sealed envelope that said, "Just trust me, Stefon." Inside, the plane was empty except for candles, slow music, and a voice recording of him saying, "I know you've been hurting, but tonight I want to show you how much you mean to me." Cardi gasped, whispering, "Oh my God, what is he doing?" When the jet finally landed, she realized they weren't just on vacation. They were in the Bahamas, on a private island she'd never even heard of. When Cardi stepped off the jet, Stefon Diggs was standing there, looking sharp in a tailored suit, holding a small velvet box. But that wasn't even the real shocker. Behind him were 5 massive objects hidden under black covers. He took her hand and said, "I didn't come into your life to play, Cardi. I came to protect you, love you, and give you what nobody ever gave."
No, I'm just really scared. Like, my stomach hurts.
Then, snap! He signaled the staff. The covers dropped, and Cardi gasped so hard she almost collapsed. In front of her stood a $12 million oceanfront mansion built in her favorite Caribbean modern style. Next to it, a $6 million recording studio named Belcalis Sound House. Then came a $3 million wardrobe villa displaying all her most iconic looks like a fashion museum. But it didn't stop there. He revealed a $19 million luxury yacht called Forever Belcalis, and finally a $10 million trust fund set up for her and her kids. $50 million! All for her! Cardi, usually the loudest in any room, went completely silent. Tears streamed down her face nonstop as Stefon wiped them himself, whispering, "You deserve safety. You deserve peace. You deserve to be put first. Let them talk. I just want you here with me." Cardi broke down, shaking as she cried into his chest. "Why would you do this for me?" she sobbed. His voice cracked. "Because you've been hurt your whole life, and I want to be the first man who loves you with no conditions."
You guys meet? How could you tell there was something there?
Yeah, I thought he was cute. I was like, oh, you gotta be mine.
So did you reach out to him or you just ran into him
No,
somewhere?
you're not supposed to reach out to a man.
Oh, you follow the rules like I do. I follow that 90s book.
I know.
So did he reach out to you or how did you guys meet?
It was like mutual friends.
Mutual friends set you up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so what's life like together? Tell me a little more.
It's more like life is more like an expression. It's more like this. The expression is.
Would you ever get married again?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I would get married again.
Yeah, you believe in love.
I believe in love. I'm like a hopeless romantic.
I love that. Okay.
When clips leaked online, fans went wild. Twitter exploded with "Stefon Diggs just dropped $50 million on Cardi B" memes. TikTok was flooded with edits of her crying on the island. Even Rihanna commented, "This is wild. She deserves happiness." And Offset, he liked one post, then unliked it 2 minutes later, sending the internet into pure chaos. Later that night, under the glow of the moon on Stefon's yacht, things got real. Cardi looked at him with teary eyes and whispered, "I'm scared, Steph. I'm scared to trust again." He held her hands tight and said softly, "Then let me earn it. Every day. Not with money, but with patience, effort, and love." She broke down again, but this time it wasn't pain. It was relief, like someone finally saw the real her.
Oh my God, this bitch is bad!
Then came the twist nobody expected. Cardi decided to stay on the island for 4 days with Stefon, completely off the grid. When she finally reappeared online, she posted just 3 words: "He loves me. For real." No makeup, no glam, just her red, puffy eyes from crying. The post blew up instantly. Headlines screamed, "Stefon Diggs redefines modern love," and fans said, "Cardi finally found someone who sees her heart." In the end, Stefon didn't buy her love. He gave her what she'd been craving for years: security, loyalty, and peace. Her tears weren't about the $50 million. They were about finally feeling protected, chosen, understood, and genuinely loved. For Cardi B, that moment meant more than any mansion or yacht ever could. And And just like that, a new chapter began. One where love wasn't about fame or money, but about finally being seen for who she truly is. Nobody saw it coming. A move that would shake the entertainment world to its core. For weeks, Stefon Diggs had been acting different. Quiet, focused, and distant. Even his teammates noticed. He'd stay late after practice, take secret phone calls, and leave the facility in tinted SUVs instead of his usual flashy rides. Something big was brewing, and only he knew what. On the other side, Cardi B felt it in her gut. She told her sister Hennessy one night, "He acting weird, like he hiding something." Hennessy laughed and said, "Maybe he planning something for you, sis." But Cardi shook her head, whispering, "Nah, this energy different." And she was right, more right than she could have imagined. Behind the scenes, Stefon had been building a $50 million surprise, not just a gift, but a life-changing investment meant to secure Cardi, her kids, and her entire future.
What you got? How's the newborn? He's great. He is cute. He's cute. He's a real cutie. He gonna bag all the hoes. My son gonna bag all the hoes. Both of them though. For real. Both of them are just super cute. I love them. And I got 2 boys and 2 girls. Ain't that super cute?
Lawyers, banks, and developers had been working nonstop for months to make it happen. This wasn't about showing off. It was about love, loyalty, and forever. Then came the night that changed everything. Cardi had just wrapped a long shoot in LA. Makeup half off, hair wrapped in a silk bonnet, ready to crash for the night. Suddenly her assistant burst in, breathless. "Cardi, Steph sent a jet. He said it's urgent. You gotta come now." Cardi frowned. "Urgent for what?" The assistant shrugged. He said, "You'll see when you get there." Cardi didn't like surprises, but something in her heart told her to go. Within an hour, she was on a private jet headed to an undisclosed location. When the plane finally landed, everything was dark. No paparazzi, no flashing lights, just silent security waiting. Cardi stepped out in a black hoodie, confused and nervous, having no clue her entire world was about to change. Cardi blinked in confusion as a sleek black Sprinter van rolled up beside her. The driver stepped out and said calmly, "Ms. Almanzar, he's waiting for you." No explanations, just that. They drove for nearly an hour along a dark, empty coastline until the road opened up to a massive iron gate. When it lifted, Cardi gasped. Behind it stood a brand new 40-acre private waterfront estate she'd never seen before. In the center of the driveway stood Stefon Diggs, dressed in all black, serious, not smiling, not playing it up for the cameras. Cardi stepped out slowly, her voice shaking. "Steph, what is this? Why am I here?" He took a deep breath, walked toward her, and gently took her hand. "Come inside," he whispered. And they walked through the marble halls until they reached the glass atrium glowing under chandelier light. Then Stefon stopped, pulled something from his pocket, and handed it to her. It wasn't a ring, it was a folder. Cardi frowned, opened it, and froze. Her hands started shaking, her heart pounding so loud she could barely breathe. "Steph, what is this? What am I looking at?" He looked her straight in the eyes and said, "It's yours." Inside were documents showing a full transfer of ownership, the entire $50 million estate, the land, the royalties, and a $10 million trust for her kids, all in her name. Not shared, not partial, 100% hers. Cardi's breath caught. "Stefon, why would you do this? Why me?" He stepped closer, gently cupping her face, and said, "Because you deserve stability, even before you ever met me. The world sees Cardi B, the superstar, but I see Belcalis, the mother, the fighter, the woman who loves hard." Stefon looked her in the eyes and said softly, "Even if we don't last, even if things fall apart tomorrow, you and your kids will never struggle again." Those words hit deeper than any mansion or trust fund ever could. Cardi broke down instantly, covering her face as she collapsed into his chest, shaking and sobbing uncontrollably. "You don't have to do this," she cried, voice trembling. "Nobody's ever loved me like this." Stefon held her close, whispering, "You've spent your whole life pouring into everyone else. It's time somebody pours into you." From a distance, the staff stood frozen, watching the moment unfold in silence. Nobody had ever seen Cardi cry like that. Not Grammy tears, not stress tears, not heartbreak tears. These were different, raw, pure, and real. Every ounce of pain she'd buried, the betrayal, the fear, the loneliness, all came flooding out at once. After what felt like forever, she finally looked up and whispered, "Why me, Steph? Why do you love me this much?" He smiled gently and said, "Because you're worth more than you'll ever admit to yourself." Later that night, he led her outside, and Cardi froze again. Floating on the infinity pool was a glowing platform covered in white roses, candles, and lanterns, with a violinist playing softly as a private chef prepared dinner. "This is too much," she said through tears. "I don't deserve all this." He smiled, brushing a tear from her cheek. "You deserve more than this. But tonight, I wanted to start somewhere." And that night, the world saw a side of Cardi B no one had ever seen before. Like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for more jaw-dropping celebrity moments and untold stories that'll leave you speechless.
A girl have beef with me, she gonna have beef with me forever.
We going to the Super Bowl! Inspired message for Stefon before the game. One inspired message for him.
Good luck.
I'm at the Super Bowl. Where are you?
Last time someone told him good luck, everything went downhill fast. It shifted from sweet to sour in a blink, and this time, the same bad energy hit again. Right after Cardi dropped those two simple words, Stefon's whole night crumbled. He didn't just lose the Super Bowl, he lost his girl too. How can something as small as good luck carry that kind of weight? It's all in the tone. The way she said it, cold, distant, and with zero warmth, sent chills through everyone watching. No smile, no soft touch, not even a hint of care.
The lip reader.
Just that flat, emotionless good luck. And people online caught it instantly. You could feel the tension through the screen. When two people are good luck sounds like support. But when things are breaking apart, it feels like a curtain closing on love itself. By February 8th, the Seattle Seahawks had crushed the New England Patriots, sealing the score at 29-13. Yet even before the final whistle, Cardi had already taken over headlines, standing center stage with Bad Bunny, Karol G, and Jessica Alba, owning every second of that spotlight. Then everything took a weird turn. Suddenly, whispers started spreading that Cardi B might have left the Super Bowl before the final moments. That tiny rumor exploded fast. People couldn't stop talking about it, especially since she had reportedly dropped stacks of cash and poured all her energy into that weekend. If true, her quick exit didn't make sense at all, and the internet went wild trying to piece it together. But before anyone could figure out what she might have spent or why she'd bounced like that, everyone focused on one main theory, the one dominating every feed right now. And let's be clear, none of this is solid fact. It's all whispers and speculation. Still, it traces back to a time when Cardi was still tied to Offset. Technically, the two are still married, which only makes things murkier. The online chatter has been non-stop, with people saying Offset might have had a long-running situation with a woman named Pre. And this wasn't just casual talk. Some claim it was a serious thing that went on for quite some time.
Y'all need to calm down. Is y'all cool? Y'all been dragging me for 3 or 4 days. Y'all been a little bit too mean. Like, now. Y'all been a little bit too mean. I can't change shit. I can't go back in time. You know what I'm saying? I already had a baby. Y'all want me to put my baby back in my pussy? Huh? I don't know. What y'all want me to do? Y'all want me to leave my man and fuck yours? You want me to leave my man and just go and fuck yours? I don't know. What y'all want me to do? What y'all want me to do? We can only go forward now.
Then came the twist that really got the internet talking. Several users claimed Pre got pregnant during that alleged relationship and later chose to end it. Whether any of this is real or not, the story took on a life of its own and people couldn't look away. Back in 2024, one of Pre's friends jumped online and lit up the internet with a post that had everyone talking. She wrote, "To post my address was a low blow, but I got a lower blow for you because this is all over Cardi's husband." That message alone sparked chaos, but she didn't stop there.
She claimed the whole situation revolved around a married man getting pregnant and making her get an abortion for chump change. Then she doubled down, saying people had it twisted. Everyone thought she was the one leaking info, but according to her, it was actually the woman who got the abortion who was telling everyone. Now, none of this ever came with solid proof. No reliable source ever confirmed a thing, but that didn't matter. Once it hit social media, it spread fast, bouncing from one platform to another until it became one of those messy internet mysteries nobody could stop talking about. Here's where the story took an even sharper turn. Rumors online started connecting dots between Pri and Stefon, claiming they'd known each other for years, way before Cardi ever stepped into the picture. Then, Tasha K dropped a clip that had the internet locked in. It showed Pri looking unusually close to Stefon, not just friendly, but with that kind of energy that made people raise eyebrows. By the time Super Bowl Sunday rolled around, the whispers turned into full-on suspicion. Photos and short videos started popping up showing Stefon at what seemed like a private family and friends event. And who was rumored to be there too? In one of the clips that hit social media, Stefon seemed moving through the room all cool and casual, shaking hands, greeting people, keeping that same calm energy he always does. But then he walks towards the section where his mom's sitting, and that's where everything shifts. Right there beside her, clear as day, sits the woman everyone's been whispering about non-stop. The moment he spots her, she reaches out a hand and he gives her a quick, polite shake, barely any eye contact, then instantly turns to kiss his mom on the cheek. That short exchange was all it took for the internet to lose its mind. Fans started analyzing every frame, zooming in, replaying it over and over, trying to read body language and lip movements, hunting for hidden clues about what might really be going on.
And just when the clip started to cool off, Pri added even more heat to the story. She posted a mirror selfie that looked like it was taken inside the New England Patriots team hotel bathroom. The giveaway? She had on a lanyard with Patriots credentials, practically screaming, "Yeah, I'm right here." That one picture reignited the chaos, with people flooding the comments asking the same thing. How did she even get that kind of access in the first place? But the story didn't end there, because turns out Pri wasn't the only one living that VIP Super Bowl life. Word online said Stefon's other baby mama, Kiana Barber, had her own hotel room booked and a Super Bowl ticket waiting for her too. Kiana, the mother of his first son, made sure nobody missed it. She posted photos, videos, and everything, proudly showing she was in the building. She wanted the world to know she was front and center for the big game. She had her seat secured, her little boy right next to her, both decked out in full support mode. Kiana rocked that number 8 jersey like it was her armor, smiling and cheering with all the confidence of someone who belonged there. The vibe looked fun, but behind the scenes, whispers were growing louder because the word was that Pri, Kiana, and Cardi were all allegedly staying at the same hotel. 3 women, all linked to the same man in one place during Super Bowl weekend. It sounded like something straight out of a wild reality series that no one could turn off. Then came another twist. According to the Mirror US, professional lip reader Nicola Hickling analyzed the clip posted on X, formerly Twitter, that showed Cardi B arriving at Michael Rubin's huge Fanatic Super Bowl party on February 7th. Hickling claimed Cardi's body language said it all. She looked emotionally drained, like her mind was somewhere else entirely. When Cardi stepped out of the car and started chatting with the woman rocking burnt orange hair, the lip reader said she caught Cardi saying, "I've got a lot to do." That small line hit different. It sounded like more than just party talk. Fans started wondering if she was juggling something deeper that night, something way beyond the cameras and bright lights. Hickling also noted that Cardi's whole presence seemed tense and uneasy. Her movements were stiff, her steps looked unsteady in those sky-high heels, and there was a heaviness in the way she carried herself. The usual spark people expect from Cardi just wasn't there. Later that same day, more clips from the party started spreading, and fans couldn't help but notice that same uneasy energy. Every new video added more fuel to the growing wave of speculation. According to Hickling's breakdown, things got even more emotional. She claimed at one point the man standing next to Cardi leaned over and asked, "Do you want me to hold your hand?" Cardi's alleged reply, "Just leave." Then Hickling said Cardi followed that with, "I don't like this, I'm struggling."
all while still holding on to the woman with the burnt orange hair beside her. That moment hit people hard. It didn't sound rehearsed, it sounded raw. Then came the part that really struck a chord. Cardi brushed her hair back, took a breath, and quietly told her friend, "How am I gonna get over it?" Hickling said that moment didn't feel performance, it felt painfully real, like the mask had slipped for just a second. This wasn't the energy of an artist gearing up for a show or trying to play it cool. It looked like someone weighed down by something personal, trying to stay calm while her world was spinning just out of frame. That same night, Cardi took the stage at Michael Rubin's huge Fanatic Super Bowl party, the exact event where she dropped those now infamous 2 words, "Good luck." Watching it now, it's easy to see the cracks had already started to show long before the lights flashed and the music kicked in. You could almost feel that tension sitting just under her skin. Maybe that's why she moved the way she did. Slide in, handle business, perform her set with Bad Bunny like a pro, and dip out before the night turned into something messy.
But what happened after the game said more than any speech or post ever could. As soon as the Super Bowl wrapped up, both Cardi and Stefon quietly unfollowed each other online. That simple click spoke volumes. Nobody really knows what triggered it, but after all the talk about that hotel, the overlapping stories, and the strange energy surrounding the weekend, the reason didn't seem hard to figure out. To fans, it felt like Cardi had finally hit her limit, like she'd seen this kind of drama before and wasn't about to repeat history. The vibe was clear. I've already dealt with one Offset. You're not about to have me turning from Offset to Set It Off. And honestly, Cardi's no stranger to Stefon's track record when it comes to women. His reputation speaks for itself. Over the past year alone, reports claim he's added 4 new baby mamas to the mix, including her, which now adds up to 6 kids scattered across 5 different states. That's not just complicated, it's chaos stretched from coast to coast. Anyone stepping into that world will be walking straight into a storm, and Cardi probably knew it. Still, love can make people believe they can handle it until it all gets too heavy. What really threw everyone off was how perfect things looked just days before it all went left. On January 25th, Cardi posted, "In the name of the Lord," he said, "Damn, I love you, and you in my favorite color." The words felt warm, like 2 people on the same page. Fans thought everything was solid, maybe even getting serious. But that calm energy didn't last long. It was just the quiet before the internet storm. According to Live Bites, only a few weeks later, Cardi dropped a single sharp word online. Done. That was it. No caption, no explanation, just that one word. Instantly, the internet caught fire. Fans started connecting dots faster than ever, convinced she had already ended things with Stefon well before Super Bowl weekend even kicked off. Some claim she only went through with her performance because her deal with Bad Bunny was already locked in. One user even wrote that Cardi was already booked for the Super Bowl with or without Stefon. And honestly, it sounded like they might have been right. Word on the street says the real breakup happened right after the AFC Championship game, right when the Patriots secured their ticket to the Super Bowl. That timing didn't go unnoticed. Fans quickly pointed out that Cardi's Done post dropped just hours after what insiders called the biggest fight they ever had. From that moment on, things were different. Stefon was barely seen with her again, except when he showed up at his press conference, trying to play it cool like nothing was wrong. But people watching could feel the distance. Then fans started spotting a pattern that made the whole situation even messier. Every time Cardi stepped away, Stefon allegedly slid right back toward Pri. It became this on-again, off-again loop that looked toxic from the outside. And this time, that move might have cost him more than just love. Some people online even joked that it cost him the Super Bowl itself. The tension had gotten so bad that even close friends were reportedly saying, "Hey Manaka, it's over," like everyone knew it was done before the couple did. And if the online talk's true, this really is the end. No more second chances, no more public makeups, no more mysterious posts. Cardi didn't just walk away quietly, she made sure the world saw it. Her breakup post was her mic drop, her way of saying loud and clear that she's finished,
for good this time.
Of course 50 Cent couldn't resist jumping into the chaos. He cracked jokes about the whole situation, posting, "Can you imagine waking up this morning and done lost your girl and the Super Bowl?" Then he added his classic twist, saying that if it were him, he'd just tell everyone, "Get away from me, have a drink, and go back to sleep." That's pure 50, always ready to stir things up the second the drama starts bubbling. After 50 Cent had his fun with the situation, things went quiet for a bit, but only for a minute, because just when everyone thought the drama had cooled down, more whispers started floating around that Stefon wasn't exactly sitting at home reflecting on his mistakes. Instead, he was reportedly spotted at a Miami lounge, laughing, drinking, and looking way too relaxed for a man who just lost both his girl and the biggest game of his career. People online didn't miss a beat. They started posting side-by-side clips of Cardi looking tense and Stefon acting carefree, saying things like, "She's hurting and he's healing with bottle service." It didn't take long for that to go viral. Some fans were defending him, saying he deserved a break after all the heat, while others called it embarrassing behavior right after such a public split. Meanwhile, Cardi was out in New York, quiet but not invisible. She posted a few cryptic stories, one showing her nails done to perfection with the caption, "Peace is expensive." That line hit hard. Fans took it as a message that she'd rather pay the price for peace than stay in chaos. Then, late one night, a blurry photo hit the blogs, Cardi leaving a private dinner with a mystery man in a sleek black suit. Nobody could confirm who he was, but that didn't matter. The internet had already decided she was back outside. Within hours, Stefon's name was trending again, with fans tagging him non-stop, saying she moved on faster than your season ended. By morning, both of them were trending. Again, different coasts, different moods, but the same storm following them everywhere they go. It's like no matter how far they try to run, this story keeps pulling them right back into the spotlight. Honestly, it's hard to say what Cardi really wanted out of this whole situation, but if we're keeping it real, the cracks were showing long before the Super Bowl madness. The tension, the whispers, and Stefon's messy track record made it feel like a storm waiting to explode. Every move, every post, every side-eye moment, they all led right here. Maybe she thought things would be different this time. Maybe she hoped the loyalty would outweigh the noise. But in the end, the chaos always catches up. Now it's your turn. What do you think really went down between Cardi and Stefon? Was this just bad timing, or was it doomed from the start? Drop your thoughts in the comments below and let's get into it. And before you bounce, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch. Hit that bell so you never miss a single update. We've got more fresh stories, wild drama, and exclusive tea coming up next.
Shit's cool. If y'all pull up while I'm with the homies, don't get intimidated. They called y'all to come. I'm going home. The only y'all know that my name is attached to is Stefon, right? And y'all saw a picture of us together. That nigga been trying to talk to me for 10 years in my DM begging me, right? Gave a nigga a chance. Don't affiliate my name with nobody else. You ain't never seen me in a photo with booed up, kissing my feet, hugging on me, nothing like that. Like, if it's not that, trust me, I don't go with that nigga. I'm not doing nothing with that nigga. Every nigga knows to follow suit. Like, they know what's up.
Now, this other video she posted with her feet on Stefon Diggs' face has everyone talking to, because everybody feels like since you're not messing with Stefon Diggs is in a relationship with Cardi B. They just had a baby.
November 2025. He had 3 others in 2025 with 3 other women. So she has come forward and said, there better not be another baby coming out since we've been official. And going forward, he better not be cheating and he better not bring another baby.
Stefon Diggs caused a wave of attention after being asked if he plans to put a ring on Cardi B. His reaction caught everyone off guard, sounding far from what you'd expect from someone ready for marriage. Fans instantly noticed the strange energy and began watching his every move online. To make things even more complicated, someone from his past decided to step back into the spotlight, adding more attention to the story. During his interview with Marco, Diggs faced a direct question about whether marriage with Cardi B was something serious.
And after you get your ring, is Cardi getting her ring? Proposal?
This one is legitimate, right? Right. I gotta get mine first.
You're getting it. You're gonna win.
Instead of showing confidence or excitement, he seemed distant. Viewers pointed out that he avoided eye contact, appeared uneasy, and struggled to find the right words. That short exchange was enough to send social media into full analysis mode. Many users believed his response made it clear that marriage wasn't on his mind at all. One person commented, "No eye contact during the answer equals nothing he's saying is real right now." Another added that he's not going to wife her and that Cardi is only there for the vibe, not something long-term. Another comment read, "Bruh, this is actually embarrassing, aka this is never happening." Others agreed, saying it seems like Diggs enjoys the spotlight that comes with being linked to Cardi more than he enjoys actually being with her. Now people are starting to dig deeper, asking what's really happening behind the scenes between them. Lately, conversations about Cardi B and Stefon Diggs have taken over social media. Reports started circulating that Cardi set some serious ground rules for their relationship, and fans can't stop debating every detail. According to those reports, she made it clear, if he cheats, it's done. No talking it out, no trying again, just over. That one boundary sparked endless discussions online, with fans praising her for standing firm on loyalty and respect, no matter who she's with. But that wasn't the only thing people were talking about. During another interview, Diggs got asked a lighter question: what's his favorite Cardi B song? His answer threw everyone off. He said it was Paw, spelled backward, leaving fans puzzled. Listeners were quick to rewind, trying to figure out what he meant, and soon that tiny slip turned into another viral moment. People began analyzing his tone, his smile, even his body language, saying something about his vibe felt off whenever Cardi's name came up.
Is Cardi B trying to lay down the rules with Stefon Diggs before she goes on tour? Because Page 6 is reporting that allegedly Cardi B has warned Stefon that if he messes up and gets anyone else pregnant, there will be no more second chances, because Cardi is basically saying now that they have a family and they are moving on in a relationship, if he does anything else, she is done with him. Because y'all know in 2025, last year, Stefon had 4 babies, uno, dos, tres, cuatro babies, 1 with Cardi and 3 with other women. I know that was embarrassing, but they trying to use the timeline as the reason why she ain't fazed by it. So if this man ends up getting someone else pregnant after we win the Super Bowl, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's not going to be any excuse. She's going to have to admit that he is what everybody is saying he is. And we all know when a man has the power to embarrass you, it's about a 96% chance you better be prepared to be embarrassed. Honestly, the fact that he still got to deal with the other 3 baby mamas that are all fresh baby mamas, girl, I would be so, girl, you're going to be on tour. This man going to be visiting these baby mamas, girl. Girl, it's a horrible situation. But on the bright side, the season will be over, so he should be able to go to a lot of her concert locations.
Then, Cardi's close friend Ken Barbie decided to step in and set things straight, laughing as she said, "Oh Lord, that's Cuba, please." But she didn't stop there. She joked about whether the couple would even make it past summer, a comment that sparked a whole new round of speculation. Fans began wondering if she accidentally revealed something deeper about what's going on between them. The situation only added more layers to the ongoing buzz around their relationship, leaving everyone questioning how serious this pairing actually is. After that interview buzz, everyone suddenly turned their attention to Stefon Diggs' ex-girlfriend, and she clearly had something to get off her chest. The timing of her comments caught people off guard, and it didn't take long for the internet to break down everything she said. Some called her move strategic, saying she knew exactly when to speak to stir things up. Others thought it might have been genuine emotion, suggesting that seeing Stefon linked to Cardi brought back some feelings she just couldn't hold in. Either way, her words only made the situation louder and messier online.
Followed up with a message telling some people that if they don't see her with a man booed up with her feet on her face like she is or was with Stefon Diggs, then they are not an item, and all of her guys know to follow suit. Something about this girl, Sky Marlene, definitely gives obsessed, because just a couple of months ago, she was clocked in the club with Offset. When rumors began swirling that Stefon Diggs and Cardi B could be an item, she came online and posted a photo of Stefon Diggs calling her, as well as some of their text exchanges. It's given bitter, it's given obsessed, it's given pressed. To top it all off, she was recently spotted at a bar laying hands on a woman. I don't don't know what they were in a dispute about. Looks like Rich the Kid was actually at that bar at the time of everything going down, and he actually got it on camera. To be honest, I don't know much about Sky. I don't know if she has kids. I do know that she used to be a waitress in New York, but she recently left and started a business or a nonprofit. Regardless, she seems like one messy gal. I'm curious to know how y'all feel about her posting this video with Cardi B's music in the background and putting up this video with her feet on Stefon Diggs' face.
Things quickly took a tense turn after she spoke. Social media split right down the middle, half saying she was out of line and chasing clout, while the other half defended her, claiming she was only reacting like anyone would after watching her ex suddenly move on with a superstar like Cardi B. The arguments got heated as fans debated her intentions, reading into every post, caption, and emoji she shared. Some users insisted she was being real and vulnerable, while others accused her of using the moment to stay relevant. The timing made everything even more suspicious, leaving people wondering if she was really trying to tell her truth or just making sure she stayed part of the conversation while everyone was paying attention. A few fans pointed out that Stefon Diggs' ex had stayed completely silent for months, and now all of a sudden she's speaking up with energy, opinions, and attitude.
Nigga, y'all know that my name is attached to is Stefon, right? And y'all saw a picture of us together. That nigga been trying to talk to me for 10 years in my DM begging me. Gave a nigga a chance. Don't affiliate my name with nobody else. You ain't never seen me in a photo with booed up, kissing my feet, hugging on me, nothing like that.
That quick shift had people talking, with many thinking Cardi B's presence might have struck a nerve. Still, she wasn't without support. Some defended her, saying she has every right to speak her truth, and that just because Stefon has moved on doesn't mean their history disappears. They argued her side of the story deserves to be heard too, especially since the spotlight seems to follow everything connected to him. Not long after her comments started trending, things took another unexpected turn. Cardi B appeared to notice the chatter, and fans swear she responded without even using words. She posted a mysterious story about never entertaining old energy, and it instantly sent everyone into overdrive. The timing lined up almost perfectly with the ex's remarks, so people started piecing things together and claiming Cardi's post was a quiet clapback meant to make a statement without saying names. Right after that post went viral, Stefon Diggs decided to make his own move on social media. He uploaded a photo from practice with the caption, "Focus first, talk later," which sparked even more speculation. Some fans thought it was his way of throwing shade, while others believed he was just trying to steer the attention back to football. Either way, it only added to the tension, and people couldn't stop talking about it. By the end of the day, gossip pages were flooded with screenshots, reactions, and wild fan theories about what was really happening behind the scenes. Some insisted Cardi's done tolerating any mess and would walk away if the drama keeps growing. Others believe she's simply showing that she's not in competition with anyone from the past. No matter which version people believe, one thing's clear: the tension between everyone involved isn't cooling down, and now everyone's waiting for the next move. The story feels like it's just getting started. As the buzz kept growing, things started to feel even more complicated between Stefon Diggs and Cardi B. People online began digging into their recent public appearances, pointing out that the two hadn't been seen together for a while. Some thought it was just timing, but others were convinced it meant something deeper. Every small move, from who they followed to what they liked on social media, suddenly became evidence and fan theories about where their relationship really stands. A few insiders claimed that both Stefon and Cardi were just trying to keep things private while they sorted things out. But that privacy only made people more curious. The more they stayed quiet, the more everyone filled in the blanks with their own stories. One fan even said that silence says more than any statement ever could, and that comment summed up how most people were feeling. Meanwhile, blogs started hitting that both sides were under pressure. Cardi, known for being outspoken, seemed to be choosing her words carefully, and Stefon looked focused on keeping his image clean. Some reports suggested that their teams were trying to control the narrative before things got too messy. Still, the internet wasn't ready to move on. Every update, no matter how small, became another piece of the puzzle that everyone was trying to solve.
It's clear that the story isn't fading anytime soon. With so many eyes watching and both sides staying quiet, the next move could change everything. Some people believe that putting everything out in the open is only making the situation harder to control. With Cardi B's name attached, nothing stays quiet for long.
Every small comment, post, or reaction gets amplified within seconds. Whether it's an ex suddenly speaking up, an old story being pulled back into the spotlight, or casual remarks from a friend, anything connected to Cardi seems to explode online and quickly becomes breaking news. Fans and blogs move fast, turning even the smallest detail into another piece of the ongoing drama. What really has people talking now, though, is how quiet Stefon Diggs has been while all of this plays out. He hasn't addressed Cardi's rumored boundaries, the confusing pause song moment, or his ex resurfacing with new comments. His silence has fans paying closer attention than ever, analyzing his posts, captions, and even the way he carries himself during interviews. Some think he's trying to stay calm and avoid fueling the chaos, keeping things private until it all settles down. Others see it differently, saying the silence makes him seem distant or like he's hiding something. Either way, his lack of response has turned into its own mystery, leaving everyone waiting for the moment he finally breaks his silence and reveals where he really stands. Just when it seemed like the situation couldn't get more tangled, Stefon Diggs' ex, Sky, dropped a video on her Instagram that immediately grabbed attention. In the clip, she spoke with confidence, saying nobody could ever link her to any other celebrity because there's no real proof she's been with anyone else. No photos, no videos, no public moments, she said, firmly reminding everyone that the only famous man she's ever been connected to was Stefon Diggs. That statement alone had fans buzzing, debating whether she was simply setting the record straight or subtly reminding the world where her story with Stefon started. That post might have been bold on its own, but what happened next took the drama to another level. Out of nowhere, an old video of Sky resurfaced online, a clip showing her with her feet resting on Stefon Diggs' face. The moment spread across social media within hours and reactions came pouring in. Viewers pointed out that Sky isn't with Stefon anymore, and considering he's now publicly tied to Cardi B, the timing of that old footage felt off. Many fans thought bringing it back up now was no coincidence, especially since Cardi recently had a baby. The resurfaced clip sparked a heated debate. Some users said it looked like Sky was trying to stir up attention, while others argued that the video wasn't even posted by her and that people were just trying to drag her back into drama she'd already moved past. Either way, the timing couldn't have been worse. With Cardi's name involved and emotions already running high, the internet latched onto the story, making it yet another layer in an already chaotic situation. After that video hit the internet, social media went into a frenzy. Comment sections filled up in minutes with people going in on Sky, calling her out for looking pressed and desperate for attention. One comment that quickly started circulating said curving a ninja for 10 years just to get cracked and ghosted has to be embarrassing. Others added that reposting old clips of an ex just screams obsessed energy, labeling it as pick-me behavior and saying it might be time for her to move on. Across the board, the general feeling online was that Sky's timing didn't feel random at all. It felt planned, like she knew exactly how to get people talking again. Still, not everyone stays silent. A wave of Cardi B supporters jumped in to defend her, saying she's clearly unbothered and not about to lose sleep over old drama. They pointed out that social media loves to twist the past into new scandals that don't actually mean anything anymore. Even so, that resurfaced clip turned up the tension all over again, pulling Cardi, Stefon, and Sky into another round of headlines. Fans started refreshing their feeds non-stop, waiting for any sign of a reaction from either Cardi or Stefon, but both stayed quiet, letting the internet talk for them. As mentioned before, a lot of people weren't impressed with Sky's decision to bring that old video back or start mentioning Stefon Diggs again. To many, it just felt unnecessary and a little out of pocket, especially since he's very publicly with Cardi B now. That one detail made the backlash spread faster, with fans calling her move messy and saying it looked like she was purposely trying to stir drama that should have stayed in the past. Whether she meant to or not, Sky's actions reignited the story, and now everyone's waiting to see if this back and forth finally settles down or if another twist is still coming. Now, some people think there's a whole lot more happening behind the scenes than what's being shown online. Rumors have been spreading that Sky recently got into a heated altercation with another woman, and a few sources are even claiming that the situation might have somehow involved Fabulous. Because of that, fans are convinced Sky's sudden decision to bring up Stefon Diggs again could have been a distraction, a way to shift the spotlight or flip the story back in her favor. No one knows for sure if any of it's true, but once the whisper started, the internet moved fast, turning her name into yet another trending topic. People started questioning whether this was about finding closure, chasing clout, or just trying to change the conversation, because the timing couldn't have looked more suspicious. Even with all the rumors and speculation, most fans seem to agree on one thing. Nothing really excuses dragging up an old relationship, especially when the other person has clearly moved on. Once someone's in a new chapter, particularly one as public as Stefon Diggs and Cardi B's, the past doesn't need to keep resurfacing. The internet never forgets, but sometimes staying quiet says more than any post or old clip ever could. So what do you think? Was Sky reaching by revisiting something that's clearly over, or is everyone else reading too deep into it? Some people think she's just craving attention, while others believe she's trying to tell her truth before someone else twists it. Either way, this story keeps building layers, and it doesn't seem like the chatter is slowing down anytime soon. Before you scroll away, make sure to like this video, share it with your friends who love celebrity drama, and subscribe to Star Watch for the latest updates, breaking stories, and every detail on what's really happening in Hollywood.
100,000 on the wrist, but my outfit though, $60. Except for my shoes, but let's not talk about my shoes though. These glasses though, $10. I'm gonna be on a budget until the day I die. You know what I'm saying? On some G shit, I don't even know how to tell the time on this shit, but it's cool though because I got a phone, right?
Cardi B couldn't hold back her tears that night. Everything changed in a flash. Stefon Diggs pulled off a $100 million surprise that left everyone speechless. The laughter, the music, the energy, it all froze the second she realized what was going on. At first, she laughed loud, thinking it was just another wild joke, something their crew always did for fun. But then the lights dimmed and the room shifted from playful to emotional real quick. As the big screen came to life with a soft melody, her smile faded fast. Her hands trembled. She could feel something deep coming. She had no clue this was about to turn into one of the most powerful and emotional nights of her life. No one could have predicted what was about to unfold. Earlier that evening, Cardi thought she was just pulling up to a chill private dinner. Nothing flashy, nothing major. She even joked about being too tired for any kind of surprise. The vibe was relaxed. Close friends, family, and a few trusted faces she'd known for years. But when Stefon Diggs stood up, everything changed. No speech, no grin, just silence and a deep breath that made the room heavy. Cardi's heart started racing. Then came the moment that broke her. The screen behind Stefon lit up with a video. Not just any video, but one filled with never-before-seen clips, raw footage, personal moments, times when Cardi doubted herself, when she felt worn out and misunderstood, private late-night talks where she confessed how drained she felt. Nobody outside their tight circle had ever seen her this side until that night.
Yeah, real sexy.
Her voice cracked in the audio, trembling as she said, "I don't know if people really see me or just a character." That line hit like thunder. Cardi instantly covered her mouth, tears spilling down her face as the room fell to silence. The air turned heavy. You could feel the emotion pressing on everyone's chest. And then the screen flashed again, $100 million. Gasps filled the room, people whispering in disbelief. Finally, Stefon Diggs spoke, his voice calm but deep. "This isn't a gift." The room froze. "This is protection, legacy, security, respect." He explained that the $100 million wasn't just a pile of money. It was a carefully built empire, a trust fund, real investments, ownership stakes, and long-term financial security created just for Cardi and her kids. No strings, no contracts, no if you stay conditions. Just love and certainty, plain and simple. That's when Cardi broke completely. Her walls came crashing down. She sobbed uncontrollably. No cameras, no glam team rushing in, just raw emotion. Between sobs, she whispered, "Why would you do this for me?" Stefon didn't blink, "Because I watched you give everything to everyone else, and nobody."
In 3
You
weeks.
about to go on the world tour? You haven't been 3 weeks? Why?
No, because motherfuckers is in Boston and I'm here working.
And also, pregnancy makes you probably want to more, right?
Yeah, but this is crunch time. It's crunch time for me and him. Yeah.
Wait, what is he doing? You say he's in Boston.
Yeah, he's in Boston. He's a Patriot. Big Patriot.
He's playing.
Hell yeah, and I'm not playing. We're not playing.
Does this change the relationship now that you're like pregnant?
The only thing that's like changed now is our work schedule now, because now he's really locked in. Like he's in his season right now, and I'm putting out an album right now. So it's like we can't see each other even if we wanted to.
Yeah.
He'll fly over here to see me, and I'll fly to him to see us. Now it's like, this is what we talked about all year, huh?
Here we
it's
are.
our season. We always talked about September. Now we here, and it's like,
how you doing? How you do? Like how you dealing with it?
We just talk to each other every day, and it's like, we gotta keep it. This is what we was asking for. He just came out of a ACL injury, and it's like he got something to prove, and I got something to prove too.
Are you about to be like one of these like an athlete's right? Like you're gonna be at the games and like with the kids? Like are you gonna be on the sidelines in football apparel?
I'm gonna go to a couple of games, but like I get too anxious. I feel too anxious.
Really?
I might be like, these pussy. I might get banned.
You gonna run out on the field?
I might get banned. Like, you know, they're gonna ban me from the stadium.
Oh my God.
She kept whispering through the tears. I never asked for this. I never expected this. Her voice shook with every word. Then came the part that broke everyone, a message meant for her kids. The screen flickered one last time, and Stefon's voice filled the room, trembling for the first time. No matter what happens between adults, your future is secure. Your mom's sacrifices are honored forever. That's when Cardi screamed, unable to hold it in anymore. The whole room lost it. Nobody could keep it together. Witnesses said the energy changed completely. It wasn't about money or fame anymore. It was about emotion, love, and legacy. If the internet had seen it live, it would have shut down from shock. Those there described the moment as life-changing, not flashy or dramatic, but deeply personal and real. This wasn't about flexing wealth. This was about healing pain money usually can't touch. Cardi knew that in her soul. She wrapped her arms around Stefon, crying into his shoulder, holding on like she never wanted to let go. She whispered something only he could hear, the kind of private words no one would ever repeat. Later that night, Cardi confided in a close friend, her voice still shaking. This is the first time in my life I felt truly safe.
My favorite quality in a man, well, I like a man that makes me feel like safe. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a lot going on, and I just want to know that, like, at the end of the day, I have a partner that I could talk to, feel good about. Just make me feel good, make me smile. I know things are gonna be okay. So.
I love that. Thank you so much, Cardi.
Not loved, not admired, safe. That hit deep. Her tears weren't just from shock, they were from relief, because sometimes the hardest cries don't come from heartbreak, but from finally realizing you're protected when you least expect it. Cardi B's breakdown after Stefon Diggs' $100 million surprise left everyone speechless. The room was silent, too silent. The kind that makes your heartbeat sound louder than your thoughts. What started as a chill, private night turned into one of the most emotional, unforgettable moments her circle had ever seen. No cameras caught it, no headlines predicted it, but when word got out, the internet couldn't stop talking. Cardi walked in glowing, laughing, completely unaware that her whole world was about to flip upside down. Across the room, Stefon Diggs stood still, calm, serious, and nothing like his usual confident, playful vibe. There was something in his eyes that felt heavy, like he'd been carrying a secret too big to hide. She felt it instantly, that shift in the air. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she joked nervously, forcing a laugh, but he didn't laugh back. Instead, Stefon slowly reached into his jacket, and right then, the whole room changed. Cardi froze, her heart thudding in her chest. This wasn't just another romantic stunt. At first, she thought it was one of those grand gestures, flowers, diamonds, maybe a new piece of jewelry. She'd seen it all before. But what Stefon pulled out wasn't a ring, it wasn't a contract, it wasn't even something she could wear or touch. It was papers, official documents, investment files, financial plans filled with numbers so unreal they made her dizzy. $100 million. Her smile disappeared as fast as it came. Her hands trembled. "What is this?" she whispered, barely breathing.
What is that? That is so easy, man.
There you go. Now,
Okay.
put your arms back like this.
Okay.
Put your arms back. Go back. Go like that. Now drive it out.
Okay.
Push that thing. Yeah.
All right. All right. Okay.
Get that stuff off me. Okay. Off me. Hey, get that stuff off me, twin. Get that stuff off me.
Stefon inhaled deeply, like a man about to jump into something life-changing. "This is my future," he said quietly, "and I want you to be part of it, not as a headline, not as a trend, but as my partner for life." That's when Cardi broke, her face twisted with emotion, her voice shaking. "I can't breathe," she cried out as the tears came hard and real. Not the stage kind fans see on stage, but raw tears, the kind that come when love, shock, and disbelief hit all at once. These weren't the playful tears Cardi jokes about online. This was real, raw emotion bursting out with no filter. She collapsed into the nearest chair, clutching her chest, gasping through sighs. "I can't breathe! I can't breathe!" Her voice cracked as years of pressure, pain, and fear poured out all at once. She wasn't crying over the money. No, this was deeper. She was crying because no one had ever done something like this for her before. Stefon had quietly built a $100 million structure, a fortress of security, made of trusts, investments, and assets meant to last generations. Not for fame, not for show, but to protect Cardi, her kids, and their future. No fine print, no control games, no publicity stunt, just real trust and respect. That's what hit her hardest. Behind all the fame and flashing lights, Cardi carries scars the world rarely sees. Betrayal, public humiliation, love that always came with strings attached, promises that vanished the second things got tough. And now, right in front of her, stood a man who didn't want anything back. No announcement, no spotlight, no deal. Just one quiet promise. If the world turns on you tomorrow, you'll never have to survive alone again. That line shattered her completely. Witnesses said she cried harder than anyone had ever seen her cry before, repeating over and over, "Why would you do this for me? I'm not used to this. I've been fighting my whole life." Stefon knelt in front of her, gently holding her face, letting her break down without saying another word. When the world finally caught wind of what happened, the internet lost its mind, not because of the money, but because of the rare kind of love and loyalty that can't be bought. The next morning, the world was on fire. News outlets, blogs, and fan pages couldn't talk about anything else. "Stefon Diggs just redefined love," one headline screamed. But for Cardi, it wasn't about headlines, it was about healing. Cameras caught her leaving a penthouse with swollen eyes, no makeup, and a hoodie pulled low. She didn't speak to the paparazzi. She didn't need to. The silence said everything. Insiders say she spent the day off social media, sitting quietly with her kids and a team, trying to process what had just happened. This wasn't a viral moment, this was personal. People close to her shared that she kept repeating, "I finally feel like I can breathe again." The woman known for her boldness was suddenly soft, vulnerable, and at peace. Meanwhile, Stefon stayed silent online, ignoring the chaos. No tweets, no interviews, no cryptic posts, just calm. His circle said he wanted the world to see his actions, not his words, and that's what hit hardest. Fans flooded Cardi's comments with love, calling it the most real thing to ever happen in Hollywood.
So I really want to tell y'all this shit, right? Right now in my life had these past 6 months, like the shift in my life is so good and great right now that I'm scared. I just feel like there was just this one day that I just woke up and I was like, you know what? I gotta let my fears go. I gotta let my fears go. And that's exactly what I did.
Stefon Diggs has reacted after Cardi B said she is done making her relationships public. This started after Cardi confirmed her split from Stefon and said her next relationship will be private. Cardi made it clear she is tired of people watching every move she makes with men.
It looks like Cardi B is finally addressing her breakup with Stefon Diggs, and for many people, it doesn't come as a surprise. Anyone who has been following the situation has probably noticed that things seemed off for a while. Online rumors claimed that Stefon Diggs had gotten close to Gio, who is known for her past relationship with Playboy Cardi, and that story spread across social media very quickly. As those rumors picked up speed, Cardi B's close friend Ken Barbie shared a message saying that Cardi had already moved on from the relationship. That only added more attention because not long before that, Cardi B and Stefon Diggs had been seen together on Mother's Day looking happy and spending time together. Stefon had also been showing support by attending several of Cardi's concerts, which made many people question what was really happening behind the scenes. He was also seen at the after parties, and the two were later spotted leaving a club together. That sighting quickly sparked more speculation, with many fans believing they had patched things up. Behind the scenes, it seems something shifted, and Cardi B appears to have decided it was time to move on. Yesterday, she joined a Spaces conversation after getting into a dispute with a blogger who claimed to have photos of her son, Brim, and said they planned to post them online. The situation quickly took over social media. Cardi responded directly, saying, "Whoever posts them pictures, when I find out who sent those pictures, you gon' get touched." During the conversation, she also made it clear how she feels about Stefon Diggs.
This is a mess. Fans are accusing Stefon Diggs of messing around with Playboy Cardi's ex Gio. All went down after Gio posted a couple of photos on her IG story, and fans in the backyard she was in was strikingly similar to a backyard that Stefon Diggs used to post up in. We all know Stefon Diggs has multiple homes because he is rich AF, but it's looking like him and his brother Trayvon Diggs used to practice in the backyard of a mansion, and Gio was seemingly in that same backyard. Rumors on the street that she previously was pegging Playboy Cardi. Scoop reported this on X, and if you guys are unaware, they previously tweeted back in mid-April that they thought that Gio and Stefon Diggs were messing around.
Based on what she said, Cardi sounded focused on herself instead of putting energy into that relationship anymore. She also revealed that her next relationship will be private, which gives people a better idea of where her mindset is now. It seems she believes keeping her personal life out of the public eye can help avoid unnecessary drama. One thing fans have always noticed is that Cardi has never completely hidden her relationships. Whether she was with Offset or spending time with Stefon Diggs, people usually knew who she was seeing. That's why her decision to keep future relationships private has caught so much attention. Looking back at Cardi and Stefon's relationship, many people believe it faced public pressure from the very beginning. There was constant attention, endless rumors, and headline after headline. At the same time, Cardi appeared to be dealing with a lot emotionally as she adjusted to major changes in her personal life after her split from Offset. With so much happening, it's understandable why a new relationship may have felt like a fresh chapter and a chance to move forward. Early on, Stefon seemed to bring a sense of stability and excitement into her life. Many fans point to Super Bowl weekend as the moment when things appeared to change. Cardi was deeply involved in the celebrations and was reportedly very supportive throughout the event. Family members from both sides attended, and there was also a large after-party tied to the weekend. From the outside, everything seemed to be going well, but people noticed that Cardi didn't stay for the full celebration. That quickly sparked online speculation, with rumors at the time claiming there were personal issues behind the scenes that may have caused tension in the relationship. Even though the full story was never confirmed, the rumors kept spreading and became one of the biggest topics among fans and bloggers.
Cardi was not just saying she and Stefon were done. She was saying people online had too much access to her love life before, and she is taking that access away. She said from now on, nobody will know who she is dating because she is done giving blogs something to pick apart. Now Stefon has stepped in and left a comment under a post about Cardi saying her next relationship will be private and said, "Does everything have to go online?" Personally, I think Stefon's comment says a lot. Cardi wanted to shut down the public conversation, but Stefon made it sound like he was tired of her always talking about it.
One thing many people have noticed is how different Cardi's approach seems now compared to the past. When relationship rumors used to surface, she would often respond, address the claims, or try to clear the air. This time, though, she appears much more reserved. Instead of reacting to every headline or online discussion, she seems focused on protecting her peace and keeping more of her personal life away from the spotlight. Fans have also noticed that Cardi has been putting much more energy into herself, her family, and her career. That's a noticeable change because for months, so much of the conversation centered on who she was dating and what was happening behind the scenes. Now, the attention seems to be shifting back to her own goals and the projects she's working on. Even so, many people are still wondering when things really changed between her and Stefon. Some believe the relationship had been facing challenges for much longer than anyone realized, while others think one key moment may have changed everything. As time went on, more people felt the signs were becoming harder to ignore, and fans started noticing that the connection between Cardi and Stefon didn't seem the same anymore. What's especially interesting is that neither of them has shared a detailed explanation of what happened. That has opened the door for non-stop speculation, with bloggers and social media users comparing timelines, old posts, and public appearances to piece together their own theories. Not too long ago, fans were posting videos of Cardi and Stefon together, calling the relationship a fresh start for her. They were seen together in public, supported each other at events, and gave people plenty of reasons to believe things were going well. Then, within a short period, the conversation shifted in a completely different direction. Much of that comes from the attention celebrity relationships receive. Once a relationship is in the spotlight, every appearance, social media post, or small change in behavior gets analyzed. In Cardi's case, people were paying even closer attention because of everything she'd already experienced in her public personal life. Another detail catching fans' attention is how Cardi seems to be making her point without revealing every detail. Instead of giving a full explanation, she's sharing small comments that hint at how she feels today. Her remarks about keeping future relationships private didn't seem random to many fans. They viewed them as a sign that she's rethinking how much of her personal life she wants to share with the public. If that really is her plan, it would mark a noticeable change from what fans have come to expect.
Like, I'm scared. I feel like I've been a superstar for a long time. I am a superstar. You know what I'm saying? I am a worldwide superstar. But I feel like I'm getting bigger. And it's crazy because the feeling that I have now, I probably could have been able to have it 4 or 5 years ago, but I didn't because I was going through something that I didn't realize that I was going through. And now I'm noticing, I noticed, you know what I noticed? That for 3 or 4 years straight, I was depressed.
Cardi has built a reputation for being open, outspoken, and honest with her fans. Choosing to keep more of her personal life private would be a very different approach, especially after everything that's unfolded over the past several months. At the same time, many people have started looking back at earlier moments in the relationship, wondering if there were signs that didn't stand out at the time. As fans revisited those moments, many focused on how Cardi answered questions about her personal life. Looking back, some of those comments seem different than they did when they were first made. What once sounded like casual remarks is now being viewed by some as possible hints that everything wasn't as smooth as it appeared. Another detail that caught people's attention was the way Cardi handled the constant rumors. In the past, she often responded directly and spoke at length about the speculation. This time, she seemed much more careful about what she chose to discuss publicly. That shift didn't go unnoticed, and many fans saw it as a sign that she was becoming more protective of her private life. Meanwhile, people connected to the situation have continued sharing their own opinions, adding even more speculation to the story. Some believe the relationship simply came to a natural end, while others think the pressure of constant public attention played a major role. When every appearance becomes a headline and every interaction is picked apart online, it can put extra strain on any relationship. One thing that stands out is that Cardi appears to be taking a different approach moving forward. Instead of responding to every rumor or explaining every headline, she seems more focused on setting her own boundaries and deciding what she wants to share.
To show. Everything that goes inside me, this bitch become obsessed with them. This bitch could go out her way to become any fuck with this fat, sleazy, greasy, always wanna, oh my God, I'm gonna follow this, I'm gonna follow any bitch here. This is not like Cardi B that used to be in the other relationship.
That's a noticeable change for someone who has always been known for speaking openly with her fans. Even though people are still trying to piece together what happened, some of Cardi's recent comments may offer a better idea of where her mindset is today. Rather than sounding upset or dwelling on the past, she came across as someone who's focused on what's next. That's why so many fans paid attention when she spoke about peace, privacy, and being more careful with her personal life. To many listeners, those comments suggested that her priorities have changed. Some supporters even believe the experience has influenced how she plans to handle future relationships away from constant public attention. When every public appearance, photo, and social media interaction becomes a major discussion online, it can create pressure that few people experience. Cardi seems to recognize that reality and is adjusting how she handles life in the spotlight. Even with that, plenty of questions remain. Fans continue debating when the relationship really started to change and whether the problems developed recently or had been growing behind the scenes for much longer. With neither Cardi nor Stefon sharing a full timeline of what happened, fans have been left putting the pieces together through public appearances, interviews, and comments made over time. What makes the situation even more interesting is that Cardi clearly understands how closely people follow her every move. She knows even a brief comment can quickly turn into a major online conversation. Even with that level of attention, she's been much more careful with what she says lately. Instead of revealing everything at once, Cardi seems to be choosing which parts of her personal life stay public and which parts remain private. That's one reason so many people are watching what she does next, not just when it comes to dating, but also how she approaches life in the spotlight.
He didn't want to bring old girl into this, but it's looking like she is not going to be healed anytime soon. Like Gio and Stefon Diggs messing around wouldn't be a problem if Stefon Diggs hadn't said all of these whatnots to Cardi B and promised to heal her, only to leave her barefoot with a baby and embarrassed. It's pretty obvious that Cardi B has made cautious steps to separate herself from Stefon Diggs. I felt like they were going to go harder and pop out more after his case got settled. Looking like things are still headed south between the two because I don't really see them popping out that much.
If this chapter is truly behind her, then her next steps could show just how much her perspective has changed since all of this began. More than anything else, that shift in mindset is what many fans have been talking about. For years, Cardi built her reputation on speaking her mind, whether people agreed with her or not. That honesty helped make her one of the most talked about personalities in entertainment. Recently, though, she seems to be handling personal matters with more caution, and many people have noticed the difference. Some fans even believe she's become more focused on protecting her peace instead of responding to every opinion. In the past, Cardi often addressed rumors and pushed back against headlines. Now, she appears to believe that not every claim needs a response. Sometimes, choosing not to comment can speak just as loudly, and that's the approach many people think she's taking now. Public opinion can change incredibly fast. One week, fans are convinced a celebrity couple is doing better than ever, and the next, every appearance and social media post is being examined for signs that something has changed. That's one reason many people believe Cardi's decision to keep future relationships more private could work in her favor. What's also interesting is that stepping back from discussing her love life hasn't changed who Cardi is. She's still outspoken, confident, and willing to speak up when she feels it's important. The biggest difference is that she seems more intentional about where she puts her energy and which parts of her personal life she chooses to share. As fans continue looking back at her relationship with Stefon, many are focusing less on the breakup itself and more on what Cardi may have learned from the experience.
I could care less about niggas. For real. For real. This ain't that. This ain't, crying over years. No, this ain't that, baby. There's some new blogs. And y'all with Twitter fingers, y'all shit gonna be dry up for the next shit. Because anything inside me, nobody's gonna know about.
From the outside, it doesn't just look like the end of a relationship. It also seems like the start of a new approach to handling her personal life in the public eye. That shift has also changed how many people interpret her recent comments. Instead of searching for hidden messages about Stefon Diggs, more fans are paying attention to what Cardi is saying about herself and her future. The conversation is slowly moving away from who she was dating and toward where she's headed next, marking a noticeable change from the way her relationships have been discussed over the years. Cardi has always had a way of turning personal experiences into motivation. Whether it's through her music, business ventures, or the way she connects with fans, she's built a reputation for moving forward despite setbacks. That's one reason many supporters believe this chapter of her life could shape future projects in ways people don't expect. Another noticeable change is how Cardi seems to be setting stronger boundaries. In the past, she often shared major moments from her personal life with fans. Now she appears much more thoughtful about what she keeps public and what she chooses to keep private. That doesn't mean she's stepping away from the spotlight. Instead, it seems she's deciding which parts of her story belong to the public and which parts she wants to keep for herself. At the same time, fans have been revisiting old interviews and social media posts, looking for signs that this shift may have started long before the breakup became public. Some believe the clues were always there, hidden in comments that didn't stand out at the time. Others think the change happened more recently, after several widely discussed moments made her rethink how much of her personal life should be shared. While Cardi appears focused on moving forward, many people still wonder if there was one defining moment that convinced her the relationship had reached its end.
The Knicks won the finals. Cardi B popped outside and Stefon Diggs was nowhere to be found. Yes, he is training and trying to get ready for the upcoming NFL season. It's wasting no time having girls posted up in his crib. So a lot of people are going to be in the comments saying they thought that Gio was a lesbiana, and I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think she gets in where she fits in. As we all know, she previously went viral for she did all of that stuff to Playboy Cardi. Stefon is next on her docket. It got me side-eyeing him.
From the outside, it seemed like there were several moments when things could have taken a different path. Instead, the story unfolded the way it did, leaving fans looking back at the timeline and trying to figure out when everything really started to change. From the outside, there were plenty of moments that made Cardi and Stefon look like they were in a good place. They appeared together in public, supported each other at events, and gave fans every reason to believe the relationship was moving in the right direction. But like many high-profile relationships, the public only gets to see a small part of what's really happening. Some fans believe the biggest clue wasn't one dramatic moment. Instead, they point to the gradual change in Cardi's attitude. As time went on, she seemed less interested in talking about her relationship and more focused on her career, family, and personal goals. At first, most people didn't think much of it. Looking back now, though, some wonder if those changes hinted that she was already rethinking things behind the scenes. Another detail people have noticed is the way Cardi has responded to criticism in recent months. Rather than getting involved in every online debate, she seems more selective about which conversations deserve her attention. That's a noticeable change from how many people remember her in earlier years. It suggests she's becoming more intentional about where she puts her energy and how she handles public attention. At the same time, it's worth remembering that much of the discussion surrounding the relationship has been driven by rumors, speculation, and online commentary. Since neither Cardi nor Stefon has shared a complete account of what happened, there are still many unanswered questions.
And that feeling gets to you so hard, it gets to the point that you're comfortable. Like, yeah, I'm making money, of course. I'm making money, but but I know I could be more. Like, yes, I'm a superstar, but I know I could be more. And that self-doubt was hindering me, and it was just hindering me. It was just getting me so angry. It just I don't know, it was just the worst.
That's why opinions remain divided, with different people reaching different conclusions based on the same public moments. What does stand out, though, is that Cardi's recent comments give the impression of someone who has already made peace with her decision. She doesn't seem uncertain about the path she's taken. Instead, she comes across as someone who's accepted the situation, learned from the experience, and is focused on what comes next. Even more interesting, some of the biggest reactions haven't come from Cardi herself, but from people around her who have been sharing their own thoughts about everything that's unfolded. Although Cardi has been careful about what she shares, people around her have occasionally made comments that quickly caught fans' attention. Almost every remark, social media post, or public reaction has been closely examined by people trying to understand what may have been happening behind the scenes. What's interesting is how many different conclusions people have reached. Some believe Cardi did everything she could to make the relationship work before deciding it was time to move on. Others think the constant spotlight created challenges that would have been difficult for almost any couple to handle. As time has passed, the conversation has expanded beyond one rumor and turned into a broader discussion about the relationship as a whole. At the same time, many of Cardi's supporters have praised the way she's handled everything. Rather than appearing focused on the past, she seems committed to what's ahead. Whether she's talking about her career, her family, or future goals, Cardi gives the impression that she's putting her energy into building the next chapter instead of looking back at old ones. Another reason fans have noticed this change is that her confidence hasn't faded. If anything, many believe she seems even more determined than before. Instead of letting outside opinions shape the story, Cardi appears to be deciding for herself how much of her personal life becomes public. For someone who's spent years under constant public attention, that's a significant shift. Many people still feel there's more to the story than what's been shared publicly. Not because anyone has confirmed some major secret, but because relationships are usually much more complicated than the headlines make them seem. Looking back from beginning to end, a few moments still stand out, and fans continue revisiting them as they try to understand how everything unfolded. That's exactly why people keep going back through the relationship timeline. Events that once seemed ordinary now appear much more meaningful, especially after Cardi's recent comments about keeping future relationships out of the public eye. Another topic that keeps coming up is how fast public opinion can change. A relationship that seems strong one week can suddenly become the center of non-stop speculation the next, simply because of new rumors or online discussions. That's why many fans believe it's impossible to know exactly what was happening behind the scenes.
I think that people can date whoever they would like, and I don't see any problem with Stefon Diggs as a single man dating Gio as a single woman, but I just find it super interesting that he moves on super quick. A lot of the times in the entertainment industry, we see the guys who have money, fame, and power. They just bounce to the next woman, to the next woman, to the next woman, to the next woman.
Public appearances only reveal part of the picture, while the rest is often filled in with assumptions. At the same time, Cardi doesn't seem interested in responding to every theory circulating online. That's a noticeable change from what some people expected. Instead of answering every claim, she appears to be letting her actions speak for themselves. For many fans, that's been one of the strongest signs that Cardi's mindset has changed compared to past relationships. There's also growing curiosity about what this experience could mean for her moving forward. Throughout her career, Cardi has shown that she knows how to adapt when life changes. Whether it's a major career move, a personal challenge, or a highly public moment, she's continued to push ahead. That's why many supporters believe this chapter could shape not only how she approaches future relationships, but also how much of her personal life she chooses to share with the public. While much of the conversation has centered on what may have gone wrong between Cardi and Stefon, some fans have started paying attention to something else. They're listening more closely to what Cardi has said about boundaries, trust, and protecting her peace. Those comments seem to give people a clearer picture of where her mindset is today and what she may value moving forward. From the way Cardi has spoken recently, she doesn't come across as someone dwelling on the past. Instead, she sounds confident in the decisions she's made and focused on the future. That's one of the main reasons many fans believe she's ready to move on, putting more of her energy into the parts of life that matter most to her. At this point, both Cardi and Stefon appear to be focused on their own lives, careers, and personal priorities. Whatever happened between them, many fans hope both can move forward in a positive direction while continuing to focus on the people and responsibilities that matter most to them. Looking back, this situation sparked plenty of discussion online. At the same time, it also highlights how public experiences can change someone's outlook and influence the way they handle future relationships and life in the spotlight. Many supporters are hoping Cardi takes everything she's learned from this chapter and uses it to build an even stronger future. The biggest question now is whether this really is the final chapter for Cardi and Stefon, or if there's still another unexpected turn waiting somewhere down the road. For now, Cardi sounds confident about the direction she's chosen, but fans know life can always take unexpected turns. At this point, it seems she's focused on herself, her family, and whatever comes next in her journey. Now it's your turn. Do you think Cardi and Stefon are truly done for good? Or could they find their way back to each other someday? Share your thoughts in the comments and join the conversation. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch so you don't miss any future updates. Thanks for watching, and until next time.
Now, fast forward to page 6, which had noted that for some strange reason, Cardi B and Stefon Diggs unfollow each other on Instagram, which can be seen here. And so people are like, okay, what's really going on? Because like, why did she not stick around? You know, why did she unfollow him? And to note, Cardi B's concert is in 2 days, I believe is in 2 days. So she's a very booked and busy woman. But more notably, I think that's why people are noticing it, because it was like the timing of everything is just kind of crazy. Now, could that mean that they broke up? I have no idea. There's a video that I can't seem to find. It was Cardi B at this TikTok pre-Super Bowl event where somebody asked her, do you have any thoughts to Stefon Diggs in regard to the Super Bowl? And she says, good luck. And people are like now micro-analyzing this video. Again, I haven't seen it. I just read people talking about it online. But people are like micro-analyzing that video because they said it just seemed really off-putting, like the way she said it. Now, Cardi B and Stefon Diggs obviously...
As a kid, my mama never came to my game. My mom had to go to work. So for me, like, I would never thought too much about it. But having a significant other support you, yes, it's a level of appreciation because she's an amazing woman. Like, being there for me, you know what I'm saying, it's hard, I can imagine. You know what I'm saying, I'm a lot to deal with, you know what I'm saying, but I never want to not let her know that I appreciate her for being there. Not just for the games, because her being there for the games was just more so for, you know what I'm saying, she wanted to experience.
I found it so odd that Stefon Diggs posted during Cardi's tour debut. He posted this photo reflecting on his Super Bowl loss featuring his son, the same son who was in the crowd during the actual Super Bowl game. Meanwhile, Cardi B last night as well posted their son, her and Stefon's son, Baby Brim.
Shout out to my son, he's here tonight too. My baby, he's here tonight with mama, yeah.
She also took the time during the show to give Baby Brim a special shout out. You guys know breakup rumors have been swirling due to them just simply ignoring each other. I just find it so crazy how she has publicly shown so much love and support to Stefon, and he won't even acknowledge her now.
Cardi B stirred chaos at the kickoff of her Miss Drama tour when she joked that if ICE agents ever showed up at her concert, everyone should jump them. The crowd instantly erupted, and the video spread across social platforms in no time. What started as a wild moment on stage quickly became a headline everywhere.
Bitch, if ICE come in here, we're gonna jump. I got some bear mace in the back.
Homeland Security didn't ignore it. They clapped back online, posting, "As long as she doesn't drug and rob our agents, we'll call that an improvement over her past behavior." That response hit hard, clearly pointing to Cardi's past legal troubles, and it sent people into heated arguments about whether the agency's comment was fair or just unprofessional. Cardi didn't let the situation control her. Instead, she turned it around and used the spotlight to call out what she saw was bigger issues. She said if people wanted to talk about wrongdoing, they should also bring up the powerful figures connected to the Epstein files. Cardi pointed out how certain scandals get quietly buried, while others are constantly dragged back up, which only fueled the online storm even more. Soon, the tension between Cardi B and Homeland Security became a massive public debate. Some argued Cardi needed to be more careful with her words since her influence reaches millions, while others said Homeland Security overstepped by firing shots at a celebrity online. Either way, both names stayed trending as people couldn't stop talking about who crossed the line first. Then the spotlight shifted to a whole new wave of drama, this time involving Stefon Diggs. Right after the Super Bowl, fans noticed something subtle but loud. Cardi and Stefon had suddenly unfollowed each other on social media. That tiny move was all it took for breakup rumors to flood every corner of the internet. For a while, both stayed silent, letting speculation run wild. Then, Stefon dropped something that sent fans into detective mode. He posted the song "Rolling Stone" by Brent Faiyaz on his Instagram story, and people immediately started connecting dots. The title alone said a lot. A rolling stone usually refers to someone who never stays still, someone who keeps moving and doesn't settle down with just one person. It didn't take long for everyone to assume he was hinting at the end of his relationship with Cardi. What really made it sting was the timing. That same night, Cardi kicked off her Miss Drama tour, a major moment in her career. Everyone expected Stefon to at least post a quick shout-out or show some love online, but he didn't say a word. No message, no photo, nothing. Fans couldn't help but notice the silence, especially since Cardi had always been there at his games, hyping him up and showing her support for the world to see. People quickly noticed that something felt off during Cardi's big night. Stefon didn't show any kind of public support, and instead, he uploaded a few photos on Instagram, but with the comments turned off.
Stefon ignoring Cardi, yet to even acknowledge the first night of Cardi B's Little Miss Drama tour, despite her supporting him all football season.
After this whole album thing, I'm going to every single game.
You're gonna
every single one of them.
Let's go.
We all know it has been reported that the two have called it quits after fans noticed Cardi B and Stefon Diggs unfollowed each other the morning after the Super Bowl. Cardi B feels some type of way because I feel like she supported him way more than he supported her throughout their short stint relationship. If you guys don't know, she reportedly blew about $1.2 million on the Super Bowl weekend alone. According to The Sun, she planned for 100 friends and family to join them out as well, with 40 guests approximately in a private suite, rented for over $100,000.
That simple move said a lot, as fans saw it as a clear sign he didn't want anyone flooding his page with opinions and theories about what was happening. Then, not long after, he posted a picture of his son, which only added more fuel to the growing buzz online. By that point, rumors from Super Bowl weekend were already spreading fast. Reports claimed that Stefon had planned to have his two sons at the game, with one attending alongside his mother.
But things apparently shifted when the child's mother decided she wanted to be there too, changing the setup completely. When she arrived at the game wearing matching outfits with his son, gossip blogs jumped on it right away. Social media exploded with people connecting dots and pushing narratives, even though none of the details had been officially confirmed. Some fans started to think all that extra attention might have caused tension behind closed doors. Whether that moment was truly what sparked problems between Stefon and Cardi is known, but the timing made people suspicious. The unfollows, his cryptic song post, his silence during Cardi's tour launch, and the decision to block comments on his page, all of it together painted a picture that made fans wonder what was really happening between the two of them. Now, everyone's wondering if Cardi and Stefon are just going through a rough patch, or if there's something much deeper happening behind the scenes. Between her fiery back and forth with Homeland Security and the sudden wave of relationship rumors, Cardi's name hasn't left the trending lists. Whenever controversy touches her, it spreads fast and keeps people glued to their screens waiting for the next twist. As everything keeps unfolding, the drama has sparked a wider conversation about how celebrities and government agencies use social media in this era. Not too long ago, what a performer said on stage stayed within those walls. Now, every single word is filmed, posted, and analyzed by millions in real time, turning casual moments into viral news cycles. Cardi's unfiltered way of talking is part of what keeps her so relatable to her fans. They love that she says what's on her mind without sugarcoating. But critics argue things change when her words touch topics like law enforcement or government agencies. Supporters defend her, saying she was just getting the crowd hyped and didn't mean it as anything serious. On the other hand, her critics insist that when someone with her level of fame speaks, even a few offhand words can hit harder than intended.
The damn thing. Little Miss Drama Tour has officially kicked off. Day one was on yesterday. And when I tell y'all, I watched it from beginning to end, and I'm still going to the damn show in Atlanta because I would not miss it for the world. Her show gave everything. She had the looks, the wardrobe changes, the choreography. She had the entertainment. She was making jokes. But on top of all of that, she was being herself. And that's what made it so much more enjoyable. She is proving to y'all when life throws her lemons, she throw that shit back because she don't need none of the extra stuff. She is her. She is exactly who she thinks she is. Y'all, this is her first tour, and you wouldn't be able to tell. She really went out there, and you can tell that she had been practicing very hard, that she put a lot of thought and attention into this, and she made her guests, her fans, feel welcomed. She acknowledged them. She acknowledged what's going on in the country. Y'all, that show gave everything. I'm gonna be at the Atlanta show, y'all. I don't know what I'm wearing, y'all. I can't dress. I need a little bit of help. Cardi, I'm trying to get some better seats because I got what I could afford. I am so excited. Like, she did her damn thing. Cardi B did the damn thing. Little Miss...
Meanwhile, Homeland Security's choice to jump into the online chaos with a public response raised plenty of questions. Some people feel that agencies like that should stay out of social media spats altogether, while others think celebrities should face accountability when they cross a certain line. And when Cardi shifted the focus toward the Epstein files, she cracked open an even deeper conversation, one that pointed at how certain powerful names stay untouched while smaller scandals get replayed over and over in front of the world. That moment still hits a nerve with the public, but it also revealed how quick Cardi is when it comes to turning the narrative around. She knows exactly how to redirect attention and tap into what people are already frustrated about. What started as a wild concert comment quickly transformed into a full discussion about accountability, double standards, and who really gets dragged harder in the media. It stopped feeling like plain gossip and started sounding like a real conversation about power and control, who shapes the story and who gets shaped by it. It also exposed just how fast stories spin in today's world. One short clip becomes a headline. The headline sparks debates, and those debates split audiences in half before the full context even surfaces. In that cycle, tone gets lost, intent gets twisted, and every reaction seems louder than it truly is. Cardi B might thrive in chaos more than most, but this time the blowback came from a federal department, which made the situation feel heavier than her usual rounds of celebrity controversy. At the same time, the situation with Stefon Diggs showed how easily relationship rumors can explode, even when neither person confirms or denies anything.
The way social media works now, people are trained to look for meaning in every move. Every follow, unfollow, playlist, or emoji suddenly turns into a clue. So when two big names quietly distance themselves online, the internet fills in the blanks on its own. Stefon's Rolling Stone post became the centerpiece of that theory. The timing couldn't have been sharper. It landed on the same night Cardi kicked off her Miss Drama tour. Whether he meant it as a subtle message or just happened to like the song didn't matter anymore, because public perception took control. Turning off comments made it seem like he was bracing for noise, and when he followed that up by posting a picture of his son, the timeline connected everything back to the Super Bowl rumors and started spinning its own storyline. In truth, parenting and co-parenting are just normal parts of life, but social media twists even the most regular moments into breaking news. The real issue isn't that families show up to games and share photos. It's how fast those private moments get turned into public drama once the internet grabs hold of them. The second those matching outfits and sideline pictures surfaced, people started writing their own versions of the story, with or without any facts to back it up. Some fans believe all that public noise and constant speculation might have sparked tension between Cardi and Stefon, while others are convinced the cracks were already forming long before the spotlight caught them. The truth is, relationships in fame come with pressure most people will never face. Every glance, every silence, every vague post turns into something bigger than it really is. Even a quick song share can spiral into a headline about Cardi before anyone has the full story. Trying to juggle public controversy and personal rumors at the same time keeps Cardi's name trending non-stop, but it also shows how fame can blur the line between what's real and what's just part of the internet storytelling machine. These days, moments don't stay small, they evolve into movements almost instantly. A single offhand concert comment becomes a national topic. One Instagram story gets treated like proof in a courtroom of public opinion. Cardi B has built her entire image on being bold, raw, and unapologetic, and that's exactly what keeps people drawn to her. But when that same energy crosses paths with institutions that hold power or with deeply personal relationships, the whole tone changes. What once looked like confidence starts to feel like strategy, and every reaction gets studied like it's part of a bigger plan.
At this stage, her world doesn't just look like entertainment, it feels political, deliberate, almost orchestrated. Some fans love how she refuses to play it safe, especially when someone tries to test her. Others think some of these battles should stay private, away from the internet's constant watch. But no matter how it plays out, Cardi knows how to use attention like currency. She bends the spotlight, shapes the conversation, and somehow always stays right at the center of it all. The clash between Cardi B and Homeland Security might eventually fade from the spotlight, but what it represents is here to stay. Public figures now exist in a world where a single joke, sarcastic line, or bit of crowd hype can be taken literally and spread worldwide in seconds. At the same time, government agencies and officials have become more active online than ever before, jumping into social conversations instead of staying behind the curtain. That shift has created a strange new reality where celebrity culture and government presence blend together in ways that used to feel impossible. Some people see this as progress, proof that no one is above accountability. Others view it as unnecessary drama that blurs the line between authority and entertainment. Either way, the digital world now carries the same weight as a real stage. Every post, every clip, every comeback gets saved, dissected, and debated by millions who act like judges and critics all at once. Meanwhile, the Stefon Diggs situation shows how silence can sometimes make more noise than any public statement. Neither he nor Cardi has said a word directly about what's going on, yet the speculation hasn't slowed down for a second. Fans keep watching their online moves like detectives chasing clues. Every follow, every unfollow, every playlist change, and every appearance gets treated like evidence. The truth is, relationships in that kind of spotlight come with pressures that few people can imagine. Between fame, distance, and constant attention, keeping anything private becomes almost impossible. What used to be personal moments are now open threads for the world to interpret, proving that silence can sometimes be the loudest message of all. Supporters want to see loyalty shown loud and clear, public affection, matching posts, and social media proof that the bond is solid.
But not every couple chooses to put their love on display for millions to judge. Sometimes, silence online doesn't mean distance in real life. Still, in the world of celebrity culture, perception rules everything. When Cardi used to cheer for Stefon from the stands and proudly post about it, fans started expecting that same kind of visible support in return. So when her tour kicked off and he didn't post a thing, that quiet moment became part of the story. The timing made it hit harder, professional highs, personal rumors, and public controversy all crashing into each other at once. From the outside, it looked chaotic, even though things behind the scenes might have been calmer than people assumed. Cardi's been through storms before: critics, lawsuits, public arguments, messy headlines. She's faced it all and always managed to come out still charting and trending. That resilience is what built her reputation and keeps her name buzzing. Now people are watching closely, wondering if this latest wave of drama will fade like the rest or signal a shift in how the public sees her. Fame changes how everything looks. Words carry more weight, silence feels strategic, and every post becomes a possible statement, intentional or not. For now, all eyes are locked on Cardi B and Stefon Diggs, waiting to see what happens next, because one single post could rewrite the whole story in an instant. If you want to stay in the loop and catch every update as it unfolds, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to Star Watch for the latest buzz in music, celebrity drama, and everything happening behind the scenes.
Since then, you announced you were pregnant, you had a baby, you went on a sold-out tour.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
You know what? I feel like I almost had a baby like a year ago, and I'd be like, sometimes like, wait, I just had a baby 4 months ago because I have done so much.
1 hour, within 1 hour, it's like overwhelming requests. But do not worry, because we will be restocking on the actual drop day on April 15 on Grow Good's birthday. April 15 is Grow Good birthday. And this is why I be telling my family members and my friends, because they be like, oh my God, man, like, why you haven't given me one something? Let me get some. Yo, me, myself, I only have 1 shampoo bottle, 1 conditioner, 1 container of the mask, 1 bottle of serum, because it is so, the request is so overwhelming. I don't even have stuff for myself. So.
Fresh start, new angle. Because this situation is getting louder than anyone expected. Cardi B is not the type to sit back and take losses. And right now, she is stacking wins one after another in a way that is hard to ignore. She just opened pre-orders for her Grow Good beauty hair care line, and it sold out almost instantly, disappearing within minutes like it was never there. That level of demand has people paying very close attention, watching every move and trying to figure out what she is going to do next. At the same time, there's extra noise online, with Stefon Diggs' mom appearing to throw subtle shade toward his other children's mothers, which adds even more tension and curiosity to everything happening around this moment and keeps the conversation going across different audiences. Now, looking deeper into Cardi's current run, it has been non-stop momentum with no real breaks. Whether people support her or not, the results are speaking loudly on their own. She dropped her album, Am I the Drama, and since then, it has been a steady climb filled with recognition, certifications, streaming numbers, and major wins that continue to build on each other. Every move feels intentional, but still very true to who she is, which is part of why it connects so strongly with her audience. She knows how to stay visible without feeling forced, and that balance keeps working in her favor as her brand keeps expanding into different spaces. When it comes to her business side, especially this hair care line she started teasing about a month ago, it follows that same pattern of building anticipation and then delivering results. People have been watching her talk about her natural hair journey for years, not just recently. She shared the struggles, the trial and error, what products failed, and what routines actually worked for her over time.
Like some people are good with makeup, some people are good with hair. Like you have to do like what you like. I'm good with fashion and I'm good with doing hair.
Yes, and good with music. And great with music.
That long-term transparency built trust with her audience, so it should not be surprising that people showed up ready to buy. Still, some are acting shocked that the demand is performing this well, like the demand came out of nowhere, when in reality it has been building for a long time. Now that connection is turning into real sales, real attention, and a bigger spotlight on everything she touches, pushing her even further into a strong position in both music and business.
New angle on this because the conversation around it has been messy from the very beginning and full of strong opinions coming from all sides. It is still early, so nobody can fully judge how good the products really are yet. But that did not stop people from forming loud opinions before anything even dropped. Critics were everywhere, breaking down the marketing, questioning the branding choices, and calling out the pricing like it was somehow too low to be taken seriously. Some even pushed it further, saying she should not be stepping into hair care at all because of who she is, which shifted the whole discussion into something deeper and more personal than just products on a shelf. Here's where things take a turn, though. She announced the pre-sale just yesterday, locked in the drop for 8 a.m. today, and within minutes, everything was gone. Completely sold out across the board, no slow buildup, no hesitation, just instant movement. That kind of response quickly flips the narrative and quiets a lot of the early criticism, at least for now, because numbers like that are hard to argue with when they show up that fast. Now, speaking on it honestly, a lot of people were watching closely to see if consumers would actually show up or just talk online, and clearly they showed up in a big way. The demand hit fast, and from what people are saying, the hair mask was the first product to sell out, followed quickly by everything else right behind it. That detail matters because it shows people were not just browsing or curious, they already knew what they wanted and moved quickly to get it. That kind of behavior points to real interest and built-up trust, not just hype floating around for a moment. On a personal note, I managed to grab everything I wanted without any hassle, and that honestly surprised me considering how fast things were moving. No long wait, no stress, just a smooth checkout and done before things could even get chaotic. I even secured the mask, which people are already calling the standout item right now based on how quickly it disappeared. That part alone made it feel like I got in at the right time. But now I'm curious about everyone else's experience because it clearly was not the same for everyone. Did you get your order in? Are you planning to try it later once it restocks? Or are you choosing to sit this one out and watch how it plays out first before spending anything?
I have one of everything in my cart. The way y'all was snatching stuff, selling it out before I could even check out, my little heart was sad. I only ended up with 2 things, but then I went back and I was able to get something else. I don't know, I put another order through. I don't have any confirmation yet or anything, so I really don't know what I did, but dang, you go, girl.
Now shifting gears, because this is where the energy starts to change and things get more heated. There is growing talk around Stefon Diggs' mom, and it sounds like some tension has been building behind the scenes for a while. The word going around is that one or more of the women connected to him have been testing her patience, and she finally decided she was not going to stay quiet about it anymore. Mama Diggs ended up in the comments section, and once that happened, the situation started gaining attention fast as people began sharing screenshots and reacting in real time. Let's reset the scene, because this picked up traction quickly and people immediately started connecting different pieces. A page called Football Blazers shared a post that got a lot of reactions. They said being labeled as a league-wide mama's boy is wild, and they connected that idea to a joke Tom Brady made about Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels. Brady said, "I haven't seen Jaden on the field in 7 or 8 months. I'm just happy his mom let him play." That line alone had people reacting and debating, and it opened the door for even more commentary to start flooding in right after. One fan took it even further, and their comment ended up spreading fast across different platforms. They repeated the same idea, saying being known across the league as a mama's boy is diabolical. And that phrasing is what really pushed the conversation into viral territory. From there, people started digging deeper into Jaden Daniels' relationship with his mom, looking at how involved she is in his life and career, and debating whether that level of involvement is supportive or something else entirely. The discussion shifted quickly from a simple joke into something people were seriously analyzing from all angles. Now, to understand why people were already locked in on this topic, you have to look at what his mom has said publicly before. In an interview, she made it clear that she keeps a very close watch on everything around him. She said, "Some girl out here, she's got a Jaden Daniels wall, and her mama says, 'Hey honey, you're gonna be the one to get him.' And I know that sounds crazy, but I guarantee there's someone who's trying to get their hooks into Jaden." That statement gave people a clear look into how protective she is and how she views certain intentions around her son, which added context to why this conversation escalated so quickly once it started gaining traction. That background is what made the next moment stand out even more. Under that same post, Mama Diggs stepped into the comment section and left her own message, and people immediately picked up on it. She said, "Stay on his neck as soon as you let up." That line caught attention right away, and people began interpreting it in different ways, especially when you factor in everything else happening around these families and the ongoing conversations connected to them. Some saw it as advice, others saw it as a warning, and that difference in interpretation is what kept the discussion growing. Let's break this part down, because the word in here does not feel random at all and comes across very pointed. The comment about people using a baby to survive or pay for their lifestyles lands in a very specific way, and it naturally makes people wonder who that message could be aimed at. When you look at the situation around Stefon Diggs, there have been multiple new children connected to his name in recent years, and that adds more layers to how people are interpreting this statement and why it is getting so much attention. To be clear, his brother Trevon Diggs has his own family life with his children, and that appears to be separate from what people are discussing here. But when the focus shifts to Stefon, the situation becomes more complex in the public eye. There are several children involved, and some of them are very young, which is why that comment starts to feel less like a general observation and more like something directed at a specific situation. That is what has people talking, analyzing the wording closely, and trying to connect it to what they believe is happening behind the scenes.
Okay, this is where the speculation really starts picking up speed, because when it comes to who she could be addressing, it does not feel broad or general. It feels focused, almost like it is aimed in one clear direction. If we're being real about how people are reacting, a lot of them are pointing toward one specific baby mama in this situation, the one who often gets labeled as the favorite, and that label is clearly being used with sarcasm rather than praise. That detail alone is what keeps people locked into the conversation and watching closely. The tone behind everything being said does not come off casual or accidental. It feels like built-up frustration finally being expressed in a public way. And once something like that hits the internet, it takes on a life of its own.